Introduction asterisk. In a world inspired by George R.R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire, a young man named Suleiman awakens to find himself in the realm of Westeros, serving as a minor lord under the impoverished Deddings family along the lower reaches of the Green Fork River. His family, devoid of wealth, soldiers, or influence, is reduced to a mere gathering of 50 subjects, existing in the shadows of nobility, overlooked at grand feasts. Confronted by the ancient barriers of nobility, Suleiman, hailing from another world, embarks on a tumultuous journey from the brink of obscurity as the stinking baron to the throne by the Trident River. Chapter 1. The Stinking Castle. Li Qing awakens, enveloped by an unbearable chill and an omnipresent scent of damp earth and decay. He finds himself in a rudimentary stone chamber, peering through a narrow arrow-slit window at the somber sky and a field of yellowing river grass. Struggling to recall the moment before his loss of consciousness, fragmented memories emerge, revealing a colossal light descending from the heavens. Not an ordinary star, but a burning object hurtling towards him. Faintly, he hears a mother and daughter exclaiming, "Mother, look! A shooting star! It's enormous!" Then, an overwhelming darkness engulfs him, erasing all consciousness, perception, and even existence. "Indeed, I have perished, crushed by a meteor, a most unexpected stroke of fate," he muses, recalling tales of solitary individual in history who survived a meteor strike. Little did he know that he would become the first recorded victim of such a calamity. However, perhaps it was his destiny to remain an outsider in this world, a solitary figure with no ties, wishing only that he did not frighten the mother and daughter. Suddenly, a violent dizziness and a sense of tearing erupt within him, as a torrent of unfamiliar memories floods his mind. Visions of a young man named Suleiman. He has traversed dimensions and entered the realm of a song of ice and fire. He is now a negligible lord under the Deddings family, situated in the Riverlands along the Green Fork River. What follows is a harrowing recollection, a bloody history that slices through his consciousness like a razor. Tears flow unbidden, an instinctive reaction of this body. It is a tale of iron and fire, despair and death, the Greyjoy Rebellion. That usurper, Balon Greyjoy, has declared himself king, and the Riverlands stands as the front line against the Ironborn's onslaught. When the Kraken banner appeared in the seas of Seagard, the entire Riverlands received a call to arms from Duke Tully, Suleiman's father, a taciturn man, etched with the marks of hardship, known as the Stinking Baron. Despite their family's destitution and scanty populace, he did not hesitate to respond first to Lord Dedding's summons, rallying every able-bodied man in the household, including his 2 brothers and 16-year-old Suleiman, along with 15 robust farmers. They liquidated their meager resources to procure tattered leather armor and rusted, damaged weapons, unable to equip everyone adequately. In the damp, shadowy tower, Suleiman's mother gazed sorrowfully as her husband, sons, and Suleiman donned their ragged leather armor, bearing rusted swords and spears, embarking down the muddy path to Seagard. The memories shift to a gruesome melee, a chaotic slaughter where Ironborn, ferocious and skilled in close combat, showed no fear of death. His father wielded a chipped sword, leading the charge, felling 2 advancing Ironborn, but soon found himself surrounded by more foes. Though his title was derived from filth, he fought with the ferocity of a lion. Suleiman witnessed his father lose an arm to an Ironborn wielding a hand axe, yet he continued to fight with one hand until another axe cleaved his skull. His elder brother, the robust Laurent, the heir to their family, rushed forth to save their father. He swung his sword with all his might, but succumbed to multiple blades from the Ironborn. He fell beside his father, blood staining the muddy earth. The second brother, Burin, witnessing the carnage of his father and brother, charged at the Ironborn in a frenzy. He managed to slay one, but was soon ensnared from behind and overwhelmed by several attackers. Suleiman, paralyzed by fear, could only watch as his kin fell. An Ironborn swung a hammer, striking him on the head. Pain surged through him, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed into the mud, losing consciousness. Miraculously, Suleiman, believed dead, was merely gravely injured. His elder brother had placed the only intact and sturdy helmet upon his head, offering him a final smile. When the dust settled on the coastal standoff, victorious Riverlands soldiers began to clear the battlefield, discovering Suleiman, still faintly breathing amidst the carnage. He was rescued. The scholar of the Green Fork deemed it improbable for anyone to survive such grievous injuries. Lord Balon Deddings, with a sigh, ordered Suleiman to be returned to the Stinking Castle. The landing battle had been devastating, Of the 15 farmers who followed, 13 perished on the mudflats. Only 2 wounded farmers survived to bear the heartbreaking news. My lord is fallen, young Laurent is dead, young Burin is dead, and young Suleiman is also dead. This news shattered Suleiman's mother, extinguishing her last flicker of hope. She lost her husband and 3 sons. All her kin, all her aspirations, vanished in the chaos of war. Despair and sorrow engulfed her like a relentless tide. On that fateful night, consumed by grief, Suleiman's mother leapt from the low, dark stone tower. Li Qing, or rather Suleiman, continued to grapple with the overwhelming flood of memories and information in his mind. The title of Stinking Baron was the most notorious label associated with their family, laden with mockery and contempt. More astonishingly, within the amalgamated memories, this odious name was their family name, a badge of pride and honor among its members. Their ancestors had served the Deddings family as valets for generations, but the term valet concealed an awkward yet trusted history. They were not mere domestic servants, but held a significant role in the household. Instead, he was tasked with handling the most troublesome daily affairs of Lord Dating, specifically serving him during his most private moments and managing the unpleasantness of his bodily functions as the dung steward. This role may sound utterly demeaning. Yet, to be granted the privilege of being by a lord's side during his most vulnerable and intimate moments, dealing with such secretive and repugnant matters, requires an extraordinary level of trust and loyalty. This is more than mere servitude. It signifies a profound bond of absolute confidence, wherein the Lord can entrust his most disgraceful, fragile, and confidential aspects to another. It is precisely due to this generational loyalty and the comforting nature of their service that, over a century ago, Leonor Dating bestowed upon their family a barren tract of land, surrounded by low-lying marshes by the Green Fork River, and a meager 3-story stone tower, in recognition of their ancestor service. This stinking fortress, as it was mockingly termed, also came with the title of knighthood. The place remembered as the Stinking Fortress was less a castle and more a solitary tower, standing at the edge of the wetlands. It was small, dark, and perpetually shrouded in the mire and river grasses, never graced by sunlight. The air was perpetually thick with dampness and the stench of decay. Thus, the descendants of the stewards who managed the Lord's waste transformed into nobility. However, their origins were exceedingly humble. Their fief was so barren and poorly located, and their title was derived from such a service, that this tiny tower was derisively dubbed the Dung Fortress by other nobles. Consequently, their family became the subject of ridicule, known as the Dung Lords among the nobility. They possessed no wealth, no illustrious alliances, nor formidable military strength. Their retinue numbered scarcely over 50 individuals. They were vassals of the Dating family, positioned at the very bottom of the feudal hierarchy, akin to figures relegated to the corners of banquets, unnoticed and unacknowledged. Despite being scorned and ostracized by other vassals, Suleiman's memories revealed to him a unique status for his family within the inner circle of the Dating family. Not one of power, but of trust. This trust stemmed from the loyal and comforting service rendered by their ancestors during the Lord's most defenseless moments. In the world of Westeros, where hierarchy is rigid and barriers formidable, it is as if invisible chasms separate individuals into distinct classes. Achieving social mobility is nearly an insurmountable endeavor. The bloodline of the nobility, ancient glories, and wealth and power passed down through generations create an upper echelon that has endured for 8 millennia. Yet, Suleiman's family traversed this seemingly insurmountable class structure through an almost absurdly unconventional route. Their ancestors, once part of a family of stewards serving a lord, were miraculously granted hereditary titles and lands. Thus, the family motto became not merely a slogan, but the cornerstone and soul of their existence, etched deeply and passed down through generations. May the grace endure. This grace refers to the noble Lord Leonor Dating, who, within the rigid confines of the aristocratic system, generously bestowed upon their humble ancestors the title and lands that altered the family's destiny. Young Master Suleiman, an elderly voice, filled with disbelief and tremor, interrupted Suleiman's contemplation. An old man, hair white and face lined with wrinkles, rushed to the bedside. His eyes brimmed with murky tears, streaming down his weathered cheeks. He grasped Suleiman's hand, which lay exposed outside the covers, as if fearing this was all an illusion. It was old Nikon, the family steward, who had devoted his life to serving the family within the Stinking Fortress. "How long have I been asleep?" Suleiman croaked, his voice faint. In his muddled state of consciousness, he recognized this elderly man as a lifetime servant of the family. By the 7th, young Master Suleiman, you have finally awakened. You have been in a coma for a month. Old Niken exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he knelt beside the bed. Master Vard said you wouldn't survive, I thought. I thought the stinking fortress would be left without an heir. He choked on his words, unable to continue, and ultimately broke down in sorrow. Suleiman weakly lifted his hand to rest on the trembling back of old Niken's hand. I am fine. I have just been sleeping for a long time. Upon hearing this, old Niken felt a wave of relief wash over him. But soon his expression shifted to one of complexity and turmoil. Master, there are matters you need to know. Suleiman anticipated what he was about to say. During his unconsciousness, he had overheard the soldiers escorting him back to the stinking fortress discussing the tragedy that had unfolded there. The pain within this body resurfaced. I am aware. My father, my brothers, and my mother. Old Niken's body jolted, staring at Suleiman's calm eyes. Tears once again cascaded down, leaving him at a loss for words. Chapter 2. Forgiveness. Those two beasts who delivered the message. It is my failure for not taking proper care of the lady. It is entirely my fault. All my fault. Where are they? Suleiman inquired. Old Niken, with tear-filled eyes, replied, they are still outside, kneeling. Ever since they heard you had returned to life, they have been terrified, kneeling in front of the castle and have not dared to rise. Suleiman felt a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Those two farmers had not lied intentionally. Besides, they had not spoken incorrectly. The original body was indeed dead. Moreover, they were among the few remaining able-bodied laborers in the realm. Let them in, Suleiman commanded. Old Niken hesitated for a moment, but eventually rose, bowing as he exited. Moments later, two farmers, clad in tattered garments, their faces streaked with dirt and tears, timidly entered. Upon seeing Suleiman awake and sitting up in bed, they immediately prostrated themselves, their foreheads nearly touching the ground, trembling with fear. Master Suleiman, we deserve to die. We deserve to die. It was our mistake. We miscommunicated and caused the lady's death. One of them cried out, shaking uncontrollably, his voice laced with intense fear. The other echoed, please spare us, Master Suleiman. At that moment, we truly believed. We thought it was you, so we never intended to deceive. Please forgive us. Please forgive us. Suleiman gazed at their humble and terrified forms, trembling before him. They were now the last of his male subjects, the remnants of his dwindling populace. To kill them would restore nothing. It would only exacerbate the desolation of this barren land, compounding its woes. He took a deep breath, striving to imbue his voice with strength. Rise. The two farmers dared not lift their heads, continuing to bow fervently, trembling all the while. Li Qing, in the modern world, was merely an ordinary person. The only leadership role he had ever held was as a group leader in elementary school, responsible for collecting 3 sets of homework from his classmates, a trivial position that constituted his sole official title. Now, the images of those who occupied positions of power in films and dramas surfaced in Li Qing's mind. Rise. Suleiman raised his voice, striving to imbue it with authority. You foolishly miscommunicated, leading to an irreparable tragedy for my family. Suleiman's tone softened, and the tremors of the two men intensified. He observed their abject humility, their fear so palpable it was almost tangible in the air. You deserve execution. His voice bore no hint of emotion, as if pronouncing a sentence. He watched as their faces drained of color, resembling the countenance of the deceased. Yet you have also survived that abattoir for the sake of my family. His tone remained devoid of sentiment, merely stating a fact. You witnessed the battlefield's brutality, how my father, my 2 brothers, and your 13 companions fell. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. Continuing, he said, what has happened to my mother is now irrevocable. What good would it do to hold you accountable? Can it resurrect the dead? Merely another elder bereaved of a son, 2 women mourning their husbands, and children left fatherless. Upon hearing this, incredulity flickered in the eyes of the 2 farmers, who believed their demise was certain. However, from this day forth, you are no longer my farmers, Suleiman declared, gazing at them. At these words, fear returned to their eyes, and they fell to their knees, their foreheads nearly touching the ground. Trembling and crying out, they pleaded, we are the souls of your land. Do not cast us away. Without this place, we cannot survive with our families. Suleiman rose, looking down upon them. Listen. Suleiman's voice rose, imbued with an undeniable resolve. The fact that you have returned alive may not be merely to continue scraping for sustenance in this mire. He surveyed the dilapidated tower, his voice echoing in the hall. My family has withered, the castle stands empty, and wolves lurk outside. I need manpower. His voice resonated deep and powerful within the hall. You have witnessed how my father and brothers sacrificed themselves for the honor of our family. This chapter is not finished. Turn to the next page to continue reading. Your survival may indeed be the guidance of the Seven. Thus, I pronounce your new fate. He stepped forward, the sound of stone beneath his feet crisp. Your duties are now transformed. He surveyed the slightly decrepit castle. In a slow, somber tone, he continued, you will be responsible for protecting me, for safeguarding this castle, until I no longer require your service, or until the end of your lives. The two farmers stood in utter shock, their faces awash with disbelief. After committing such a transgression, to receive the Lord's forgiveness and even transition from farmers to protectors was an extraordinary boon. They immediately knelt once more, this time not from fear, but from gratitude. By the Seven, we shall protect the benevolent Lord Suleiman with our lives. Tears streamed down their faces. Suleiman regarded them. In this moment of hardship, he needed strength and loyalty. He was uncertain if he had made the right decision, and everything had only just begun. Suleiman turned to the old Niken beside him. Take them below, provide them with decent armor, and find them 2 weapons. Even if they are worn, it is better than nothing. Yes, Master Suleiman. Old Niken responded excitedly, his eyes filled with pride for Suleiman. His master, Suleiman, despite enduring immense pain and never having received the education of a family heir, had awakened to shoulder the responsibilities of his lineage. He exhibited the decisiveness of a lord, though he was unsure if his kindness was right or wrong. After old Niken led the 2 farmers away, the room was left with Suleiman alone once more. Though still physically weak, his spirit had awakened considerably. He gazed out the window, where the somber sky was filled with the sounds of frogs and calls of birds, while the reeds swayed in the wind, producing a soothing rustle, creating an atmosphere of inner tranquility. Suddenly, he recalled the ongoing Greyjoy Rebellion and the greater storm that would engulf the continent of Westeros in a decade. The Riverlands stood at the heart of the tempest, a place where no conspiracy or war could evade. Suleiman felt a pang of bitterness. Although he was unaware of the intricate details of this world's history, he knew that in approximately 10 years, all of Westeros would descend into chaos. The Riverlands, positioned at the storm's epicenter, would become a battleground contested by various factions, drenched in bloodshed. The Tully family, the Lannister family, the Stark family, armies would clash in the Riverlands, bringing devastation, death, and starvation to its people. Their abode, the stinking castle, situated downstream of the Green Fork and near the confluence, would surely be caught in the maelstrom. Regardless of allegiance, they would be a target, mercilessly obliterated by other powers. In 10 years, this land will become a hell. War will annihilate everything, and the populace will be slaughtered. This tower will be reduced to rubble. Suleiman mused internally. He recognized that with his current meager strength, he could not hope to protect himself from the impending cataclysm of war. Fleeing Westeros? That was an impossibility. He possessed nothing. No ship, no money, no allies. On the other side of the narrow sea awaited an even grimmer fate, such as being sold into slavery. Align with Daenerys? Her rise felt far too distant, fraught with peril, and time was not on his side. Supporting the Starks and Tullys? They were hardly noble lords and would ultimately face defeat. A minor vassal like him would merely become collateral damage when the armies of the Westerlands executed their blood-soaked plans against the Riverlands. Allying with the Westerlands? The Lannister family acted with ruthless pragmatism, sparing no means for their own gain. They would utilize a low-born noble like him from the Riverlands as cannon fodder, expended on the most perilous front lines, just as history had shown. He raised his gaze from the window to the night sky, his confusion and anxiety mounting. He had little time left. He was merely an ordinary man, educated in the traditional sense, yet could not fathom how to apply his knowledge. While protagonists in novels often wielded anachronistic inventions to thrive, he possessed no such abilities. He could not create any remarkable inventions, only memories of the overarching narrative of Westeros' future history. What am I to do? Suleiman murmured to himself. Outside the window, the night grew deeper. The sounds of frogs and birds filled the air, and the river grass whispered in the wind, as if conversing with Suleiman. He was still alive, bearing complete memories and foresight of the future. This alone was a miracle, He was not devoid of resources. With his intact memories and foresight, could he not find a way out? At this moment, Suleiman's eyes had lost their confusion, replaced instead with a fervent desire for survival and a hint of ambition he was unaware of. Chapter 3. The tragedy. Suleiman had spent several days recuperating in bed. Although his body remained somewhat frail, he was now able to walk. Eager to ascertain his current predicament and the state of his territory, he summoned old Niken and 2 guards. The 2 farmers, having been pardoned and appointed as guards, diligently assumed their roles. They were assigned to reside on the ground floor of the tower, where Niken provided them with 2 sets of worn leather armor and rusty longswords. Though tattered and rudimentary, these were the finest weapons and armor within the territory, and they swiftly embraced their newfound duties. Each day, they stood at the entrance of the tower, one on the left and the other on the right, gripping their sword hilts while scanning their surroundings. Whenever a villager passed by, they would fix their gaze upon the individual with what they believed to be a fearsome glare, ensuring that no villager dared to approach the tower thereafter. Suleiman learned their names. The one who appeared perpetually fearful was named Laughlin, while the other, more composed yet silent, was Lucian. Both men were in their 30s, yet their faces bore the weary marks of age, as though they had endured the trials of labor for decades. Their hands calloused and rough. When old Niken entered once more, he carried a wooden bowl filled with steaming fish soup. "My lord, please have some hot soup to warm your body," Niken offered, extending the bowl toward him. The steam wafted upward, carrying with it a faint fishy odor, and several dubious-looking root vegetables and fish pieces bobbed in the murky broth, with scales still clinging to the surface. Suleiman accepted the bowl, his expression twisted in disgust. The daily fare consisted of various ingredients boiled together, and he thought to himself that matters of future development and grand ambitions would have to be set aside. He needed to hire a cook immediately. He could no longer allow old Niken to oversee the meals. If this continued, he could foresee his own demise, certain that he would meet the 7 gods before Niken did. As the warmth spread down his throat, it dispelled the chill from his body. "Niken, how many people remain in the territory now?" Suleiman set the wretched fish soup aside and inquired. "In response to your question, my lord, there are currently only about 30 people left in the territory, mostly the elderly, women, and children. The able-bodied men have followed the old lord to the coastal city and have not returned," old Niken sighed. "What of Greyjoy's rebellion?" Suleiman asked, his voice heavy with unspoken sorrow. "The war continues unabated. The Ironborn fleet is scattering, launching attacks to pillage the defenseless regions, and swiftly retreating before our reinforcements arrive." Niken observed Suleiman's expression closely, fearing that thoughts of his father and 2 brothers would cause him to break down emotionally. Noticing no signs of distress, he continued, "But you need not worry, my lord. The number of nobles and soldiers passing through is steadily increasing, all heading to the front lines. There are whispers that King Robert has gathered countless troops in the Crownlands and will soon come to aid the Riverlands and the West. The Ironborn are doomed, and the war will surely come to an end soon." Old Niken hesitated, stating that rather than worrying about the distant Iron folk by the Green Fork River, a more pressing concern was the depletion of their granaries. The harvest from the previous year had been poor, their territory was already lacking in wealth, and the silver deer they had saved were now spent due to the recent expedition. Suleiman furrowed his brow, inquiring if fishing was an option. He recalled the fish soup he had consumed daily in recent days. His memory reminded him that their food primarily depended on fishing in the river, which was their sole source of meat. Old Niken shook his head, lamenting that the number of fish in the river had dwindled over the past 2 years. They could now barely catch small fish and shrimp. The yields from their land had always been just sufficient for sustenance, with only the good years allowing for a meager surplus. The soil was not fertile and was prone to flooding from the river. Listening to this, Suleiman felt a sense of foreboding. This was a territory reliant on the whims of nature, barely scraping by with no reserves and no capacity to withstand risks. The family's poverty was not without reason. The condition of the territory was worse than he had imagined. Now, he faced not only the decline and destitution of his family, but also the urgent need to stabilize the situation before famine struck. "Niken, now that I am awake, can I inherit the title?" Suleiman asked, for in his current state of having nothing, this was the most pressing matter. Without a formal title, he was nothing. Old Niken nodded, then shook his head. "Young master, you are the sole heir. The family title naturally belongs to you. However, to officially become Sir of Stinking Castle, you must gain recognition from your lord. You must travel to the castle of the Dighton's family by the Green Fork River. Meet Lord Baron Dighton's, swear fealty, and request his endorsement and acknowledgement." Suleiman gazed out at the reeds, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. "Once I regain my strength, We shall go to Dighton's castle. Just then, a sharp wail filled with heart-wrenching despair pierced through the room, echoing in every corner with a harshness that was unbearable. Old Niken halted his speech, lifting his murky eyes to gaze at Suleiman. Rising from his seat, Suleiman's chair scraped against the stone floor with an unpleasant sound. "Let us see what it is," he said softly. The two guards immediately straightened their backs, following Suleiman to the main gate. Suleiman stepped out first, with old Niken hunched over behind him, and Rosalind and Lucien flanked him, vigilantly protecting him. Outside the tower lay a barren expanse of muddy ground, barely qualifying as the castle courtyard. In the distance, beneath a tree, a figure huddled against the trunk. It was a woman, clad in tattered, patched coarse clothing. Kneeling on the ground with her head buried deep in her arms, her body racked with violent tremors as the piercing wails emanated from her. Suleiman approached her side, accompanied by old Niken, Rosalind, and Lucien. "Lift your head. Why are you weeping here?" The woman heard the sound, her body stiffening abruptly. Her sharp cries abruptly silenced like a chicken whose throat has been cut. Slowly, she raised her head, her disheveled, withered hair and the dirt covering her frail form accentuating the waxy pallor of her face, her eyes swollen and filled with terror. Her lips trembled as if she wished to speak, but panic rendered her only capable of releasing a series of gasping breaths. A glance at Suleiman's clean attire revealed his identity, prompting her to clumsily attempt to rise. I shall leave at once, my lord," she uttered in a voice as delicate as a whisper, laced with a heavy nasal tone, before stumbling away in a frantic bid to escape. However, after only a few steps, her legs, having been crouched for so long, betrayed her. It was as if all strength had been suddenly siphoned away, and she collapsed once more onto the ground. This time, she emitted no sound, burying her face deeper into the earth. Though the tremors of her shoulders were more pronounced than before, her silent sobs far more poignant than any wail. Old Niken stood behind Suleiman, her lips pressed into a thin line, gazing at the soil beneath her feet in silence, her already stooped figure appearing even smaller. Rosalind, on the other hand, averted his gaze elsewhere, seemingly studying the clouds above, yet the slight tremors of his body betrayed the turmoil within him. The air hung heavy for several seconds. Nearby, the guard Lucien, a sturdy man with a dark complexion, usually the epitome of silence, clenched his fists tightly, the sound echoing ominously as he drew in several deep breaths, lowering his head as he trembled all over. Finally unable to contain himself, he stepped forward, his voice thick with emotion. "My lord, she is Hark." Her husband, old Hark, had perished alongside the old lord, one of the farmers who died in the coastal city. Lucien hesitated, as if grappling for the right words, his throat constricted by some unspoken grief. "Old Hark is dead, and there are 2 children at home. Without a man, her family will starve. In Westeros, the chasm separating the nobility from the common folk was insurmountable, a reality ingrained in the hearts of the people. For 8 millennia, this world had remained unchanged, with noble families boasting lineages spanning thousands of years." Having spoken, Lucien bowed his head, silencing himself, trembling as if he had exhausted all his strength and courage. Only the sound of the wind remained, alongside the woman's muffled, fragmented sobs, swirling around Blaman. Suleiman stood there, motionless, his heart heavy, his gaze cast down upon the figure curled on the ground, quaking in despair. Chapter 4. Mercy. The peasant woman knelt tightly upon the earth, her legs seemingly fused to the ground. Her tattered garments were caked in dirt, and her dry, disordered hair obscured much of her face. Only her red, swollen eyes, filled with fright, occasionally emerged from beneath the tangled strands. Suleiman stood before her, his not particularly imposing stature appearing to her as an insurmountable mountain. "Why not come to my castle to seek an audience?" Suleiman's voice, no longer weak, now carried an unfamiliar authority. The woman recoiled, her body shrinking as she buried her head even lower. The voice trembled like the faint sound of a mosquito. "My lord, I dare not. I fear to offend you, to incur your wrath." "Wrath for what?" Suleiman inquired, astonished. The peasant woman's shoulders shook violently, her body swaying as if some unspeakable horror were about to befall her. A wave of sobs surged forth, her head bowing repeatedly like pounding garlic. Imbued with an unfathomable despair, "I fear you, fear your punishment, fear for my children. My husband, old Hark, he followed the lord to the coastal city and never returned. There is no food in my home, my 2 children are on the brink of starvation. I sought to implore your mercy, yet upon reaching your doorstep, the dread of offending you overwhelmed me. The fear of your retribution made me hesitate. But as I stand here, I am reminded of my own inadequacy. I cannot even catch fish, and when I attempted to steal from others, I was caught and beaten. My children are about to starve, and I can no longer restrain my body, nor my tears. I do not wish to offend you, my lord. I beg for your mercy. I beg for your mercy. I shall take my leave. I shall take my leave. Remember us at the 101 Reading Network, she muttered incoherently, each utterance eliciting a more violent tremor in her frame. She was acutely aware of how the nobility of Westeros regarded those as lowly as livestock. They were but mere appendages to the land. Existing in a capacity akin to that of cattle, their worth even less than that of certain animals. They possessed no rights, no dignity. Their lives hinged entirely on the whims of their lord. A farmer who offended a lord, or merely displeased him, could face whipping, banishment, or even death. Her very presence here was fraught with peril, the weight of her fear overshadowing all else. Suleiman remained silent. Gazing at this woman who had crumbled under the weight of hopelessness and terror, his thoughts tumultuous. This was a cold, cruel feudal society, rigidly hierarchical, where lives were as insignificant as blades of grass. He understood the roots of her fear. The ingrained respect and subservience towards those in power was the stark reality of 8 millennia of history. Suddenly, he realized how fortunate he was to be a minor noble in the world of Westeros, even if his domain was devoid of riches. For he had still surpassed 99% of the common folk. He inhaled deeply, striving to soften his tone. I shall not punish you. Upon hearing these words, the peasant woman's body stiffened slightly, as if unable to believe her ears, yet she still dared not lift her gaze. Nikan, the steward. Suleiman turned to the elderly steward behind him. Go to the granary and fetch her 2 sacks of grain. Also, from the family treasury, give her 3 copper coins. Old Nikan was taken aback, confusion and disbelief clouding his murky eyes. His lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately, he bowed his head. Yes, Master Suleiman. He knew full well the granary was nearly empty, their reserves dwindling to a mere fraction. Young Master Suleiman, however, intended to bestow the last remnants of his possessions upon a peasant woman within his domain. This was nothing short of unprecedented. Merely allowing her family to reside on the foul lands of the Stench Fortress was already a tremendous boon. He sighed, burdened with a myriad of questions, and ambled towards the tower. Behind him, Lucien and Rosalind stood in stunned silence. As serfs on the lord's estate, they were acutely aware of the disdain with which lords often regarded farmers, to say nothing of receiving sustenance or compensation. It was not uncommon for them to be brutally beaten or executed for trivial matters. Just moments ago, Lucien had mustered the courage to utter a few words, feeling as though he had exhausted his entire reserve of bravery, only to find that their master bore them no ill will. Astonishingly, he was extending kindness to a peasant family that held no value for him. They gazed at Suleiman's retreating figure, their expressions a complex tapestry of shock, disbelief, and inexpressible gratitude. They had never encountered such nobility, a lord willing to listen to the plight of his serfs and even offer assistance. The peasant woman finally lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears and astonishment. She glanced at Suleiman before earnestly pressing her forehead against the ground, repeatedly bowing in reverence. Thank you, Lord Suleiman, for your benevolence. May the 7 gods bless Lord Suleiman. May the 7 gods bless the Stench Fortress and its esteemed family. Her cries were no longer filled with despair, but rather infused with profound gratitude. She had not anticipated that. In the wake of losing her husband and facing the imminent starvation of herself and her children, she would be graced with such immense mercy from her lord. 2 bags of grain and 3 copper coins. This was a boon she had scarcely dared to dream of. Initially, she had resolved to seek no help from her lord. Her return home was meant to culminate in the tragic decision to drown her 2 children before taking her own life, so that they might escape the agony of hunger and reunite with their father. Rise, Suleiman said calmly. The peasant woman, having knocked her head several times upon the ground in fervent gratitude, hurriedly scrambled to her feet, her body still weakened from prolonged kneeling, causing her legs to feel numb and unsteady as she trembled with excitement and appreciation. Suleiman observed her, then turned his gaze to Lucien and Rosalind. Having come to a resolve, in Westeros, he needed to endure, to gather strength. His domain was too small, and his subjects too few. He must govern them through a different means. The loyalty of those he had aided and sheltered could serve as a foundation upon which he could rely. Though impoverished and feeble, if they could unite. Lucien, Rosalind, Suleiman called to them. Here, my lord. They replied immediately, straightening their backs and responding with fervor. The farmers who had accompanied the old lord into battle, save for you 2, have perished. Suleiman's voice was deep, and he declared, You fight for my family. They died for my family. The two lowered their heads, tears glistening in their eyes. The old steward, Nikan, returned, burdened with 2 sacks of meager grain and a few copper coins, his countenance reflecting the pain of parting with such meager resources. He approached and handed the provisions to the peasant woman, saying, "Take these and remember, this is what you owe to the stinking castle family. Always remember the grace of young Master Suleiman." The peasant woman accepted the grain and coins, kneeling once more in gratitude. "May the 7 gods bless Master Suleiman. May the 7 gods bless Master Suleiman. May the 7 gods bless the stinking castle family. Surely, Master Suleiman will be rewarded." Suleiman instructed her to return home, and then turned to the old steward, his expression grave. "Nikan, immediately attend to 3 matters. First, account for all remaining grain, coin, weapons, armor, livestock, and farming tools within the family. Compile a detailed inventory of everything of value, including necessities." "Yes, young Master Suleiman," Nikan responded. Though puzzled by the need for such meticulous record-keeping, he acquiesced. Second, Suleiman paused, a heavy tone accompanying his words. "Compile a list of all farmers who accompanied my father to the coastal city for battle. We must ensure that their families receive compensation. If there are able-bodied men left in the household, the compensation should be minimal. If they have lost their only male provider, the compensation must be substantial." Third, he continued, "Lucian and Rosalind, gather your equipment and head to the village to assist Nikan in distributing the compensation. Should anyone dare to steal or insult the families of those who perished for our family, they shall have their hands severed and displayed for all to see." Upon hearing the second directive, Nikan's face filled with alarm. "Young master, what are your intentions? I need to know." Suleiman gazed into the distant sky, his tone slow and deliberate. "How many families have lost their support because of my family? Help me calculate how much grain and coin are required to ensure that these families do not starve under my watch." At these words, Nikan was rendered utterly speechless. His mouth opened as if to speak, yet nothing escaped his lips. He merely stood there, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. Throughout his life, he had encountered numerous lords, yet never had he witnessed one so deeply concerned for the welfare of his subjects. He was prepared to expend the family's dwindling resources to aid the families of deceased serfs. Such an act was unprecedented, unheard of, in his view. It was entirely unnecessary and a gross misallocation of family wealth. It must be understood that the common folk of Westeros possessed no rights. A lord could, at his whim, commit acts of violence or even exercise the right of the first knight, seizing the wives and daughters of his subjects at will. The conscription of farmers into battle was their obligation, not the lord's privilege, as enshrined in the laws of the 7 kingdoms. The farmer has passed away, and naturally, their family will find a way to survive, even if it means starving. Such is their fate. Why should the lord concern himself with these matters? Upon hearing Suleiman's command, Lucian and Rosalind exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with astonishment and emotion. This young lord was unlike any noble they had ever heard of or encountered. Ignoring old Nikan's confusion, Suleiman's gaze was sharp and resolute. He understood that he was now confronted with a monumental predicament: poverty, weakness, isolation, and an impending terrifying future. Yet he also recognized that, in such a world, he could not rely solely on himself. In this harsh reality, he needed a group of people closely united around him. Perhaps the only glimmer of hope lay within these seemingly humble lives. He needed to win their hearts, build trust, and instill a sense of hope within his subjects, who were on the brink of calamity, so that they would be willing to follow him for that hope. This was the foundation he sought to establish in this world. Chapter 5. Dance of Swords. Fearing that the grain and coins bestowed upon the peasant woman would be seized, Suleiman instructed Lucian and Rosalind to escort her back to her home. He also tasked them with conveying his edict to every subject. Henceforth, anyone who dared to bully families that had served the stinking castle would face punishment. Suleiman felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, yet more than that, an unprecedented clarity. He knew he could no longer remain idle. His physical frailty limited all his actions. In the realm of Westeros, strength was indispensable, and this world was teeming with malevolent creatures. Returning to the tower, he found old Nikan busy inventorying the stinking castle's supplies. Suleiman picked up a rusty longsword, one of the few weapons in the territory that was even remotely serviceable. The blade was riddled with nicks and covered in rust, the hilt wrapped in tattered cloth, appearing quite crude. Its history perhaps traced back to his ancestor, the first Sir of the stinking castle. Stepping outside, he found himself in a barren patch of mud, barely resembling the castle's courtyard, devoid of walls and proper flooring, only damp earth and weeds. This was hardly a castle courtyard. There were no walls. Once he attained prosperity, he would certainly build one. Suleiman could not help but internally scoff at the dire poverty. This was no castle, and it likely lacked the sturdy construction of a simple farmhouse. He swung the sword, feeling its weight, though it was not as cumbersome as he had anticipated. Taking a deep breath of the rich air, he began to wield the long sword. His movements were broad, attempting to fully awaken his feeble body. He possessed no swordsmanship skills, merely swinging wildly, as his family had always been brash. When their father had instructed them in swordplay, he would only say, "Swing harder, slash with force, strike vigorously. Not enough strength. Give it your all, give it your all." How was it that I had never realized that all my children were girls? The shouts of Suleiman and his brothers echoed around as the second brother, having swung his sword with excessive force, tumbled to the ground in a comical heap. The eldest and Suleiman erupted into fits of laughter, their movements animated and carefree. One could almost anticipate the customary roar of their father, demanding, "What are you doing? Get back to training." Yet, that thunderous admonition never came. Instead, the corner of Father's mouth twitched ever so slightly, and, astonishingly, it curled upward into a fleeting smile, only to vanish just as swiftly. Above them, on the castle's second-floor windowsill, stood their mother in tranquil silence. Her hand rested gently upon the stone railing, her warm gaze directed towards Suleiman and the others, radiating warmth. That memory was so vivid, so comforting, that even Li Qing, a spirit entwined with basketball, could feel it. His solitary existence on the court devoid of family, a sharp pang in his chest yanked him back to reality. He could sense that when father and his brothers perished, Suleiman still clung to life, driven by the love for his mother. He knew that if he were to die, she would not survive either. Yet, upon learning of his mother's despair that drove her to leap from the tower, he, like her, made the same fateful choice. Sighing, Suleiman resumed his sword practice. Strangely, despite having just recovered, his movements flowed with an extraordinary fluidity, devoid of any hindrance. With each swing of the sword, every turn, every leap, he felt his body defy gravity in a state of astonishing lightness. Moreover, his senses had sharpened remarkably. He could distinctly hear the croaking of frogs in the distant reeds, smell the rich earth and decaying leaves, and even perceive the delicate caress of the breeze against his cheek. What was happening? Suleiman halted, bewildered by the transformation of his body. This sensation was unlike anything he had experienced, a feeling of complete mastery over his body, perhaps even transcendence. He struggled to articulate this experience. Integration seemed inadequate. A thought flickered through his mind. Could this be the consequence of his crossing over? Had his soul, struck by a meteor and transported into this body, acquired some form of enhancement during the process that rejuvenated it? Or perhaps it was a fusion of two souls within one body, amplifying his mental acuity and rendering his body lighter, more coordinated, and his senses more acute? It sounded somewhat mystical, yet in a world brimming with magic and divinity, nothing was impossible. As he immersed himself in contemplation, his peripheral vision caught sight of two figures. Lu Xun and Rosalind, the newly appointed guards, had returned to the castle, their gaze fixated upon him, eyes reflecting a complex, indescribable emotion. Suleiman waved them over. They exchanged a glance, revealing a hint of unease, but promptly approached him with quickened steps. "Lord Suleiman," they greeted, bowing their heads in respect. Suleiman sheathed his long sword and regarded them, saying, "You have been standing here, so you must have witnessed my sword practice just now." The two men nodded silently, hesitant to speak. "Tell me, how do you perceive my performance?" Suleiman inquired. Upon hearing this, both Lu Xun and Rosalind stiffened simultaneously. How could they, mere farmers, evaluate the swordsmanship of their lord? They were at a loss for words, their faces betraying their discomfort and unease. "My lord Suleiman, we do not understand such matters," Rosalind stammered. "You must speak regardless of your knowledge," Suleiman replied, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "I command you to speak. You shall respond. Speak the truth, for should you dare deceive me..." His words trailed off, yet the icy glare in his eyes sent a shiver through both men. Lu Xun and Rosalind exchanged anxious glances, their eyes filled with trepidation. Ultimately, it was Lu Xun who mustered the courage to stutter, "My lord Suleiman, you practice very, very elegantly. By the gods above, if we were to say that Master Suleiman's practice was beautiful, he would certainly behead us and use our heads as balls to kick around." "Elegant?" Suleiman raised an eyebrow. Lu Xun quickly added, "Yes. Like a dance, very, very fluid, and indeed, very, very elegant. Yes, precisely elegant. Like a dance?" Suleiman pondered the phrase. Rosalind timidly echoed, Yes, my lord, just like a woman dancing. It looks very elegant." "A woman?" Suleiman's expression became peculiar. Lucien cautiously glanced at Suleiman's countenance and, seeing no sign of anger, dared to continue. However, there is no sense of threat, no feeling of power. Indeed, Rosalind eagerly nodded. It's as if it is not meant for battle, merely pleasing to the eye. Once they finished speaking, they fell silent, anxiously lowering their heads, awaiting Suleiman's reaction. They feared they had offended their lord and invited punishment. However, Suleiman did not display any anger. Instead, he fell into contemplation. Like a dance? Like a woman? Elegant yet lacking a sense of threat? He mused. Perhaps it was his overly fluid movements, devoid of any stiffness or force, that rendered him seemingly non-threatening. Yet that lightness and speed were qualities he had never possessed before. This might be a positive development in Westeros. The strength of a swordsman is often gauged by the force of their strikes. Perhaps he could masquerade as a fool while concealing his true prowess. How intriguing, Suleiman murmured to himself. He then turned to Lucien and Rosalind, commanding, Lucien, step forward. Practice with me. Lucien jerked his head up. Astonishment etched on his face. My lord Breeman, you mean for me to train with you? Indeed, Suleiman affirmed. Lucien grew increasingly anxious, waving his hands in protest. This cannot be. How can I possibly engage with you? What if I were to injure you? Suleiman insisted. Step forward. Allow me to observe your swordplay. Quickly. Do not make me repeat myself. Lucien and Rosalind exchanged glances once more. Ultimately, under Suleiman's unyielding gaze, Lucien mustered the courage to step forward. He cautiously accepted another rusted longsword from Rosalind's hands, taking a stance that appeared rather awkward. Master Suleiman, it's Lucien. I'm ready. Lucien uttered nervously. Hurry up. Enough talk. Suleiman bellowed. Taking a deep breath, Lucien swung his sword towards Suleiman with a forceful strike. His movements, laden with the rigidity and strength of a peasant's toil, lacked any semblance of skill. The sword in his grip resembled a farmer wielding a hoe. To Suleiman, Lucien's actions unfolded as if viewed in slow motion, akin to watching a video at 0.7 or 0.5 speed. He hardly needed to think. His body and mind instinctively reacted. Suleiman deftly sidestepped Lucien's heavy chop, his physique flowing with grace, reminiscent of a dancer. He swiftly maneuvered to Lucien's rear. With merely the hilt of his sword, he gently nudged Lucien's back. Unprepared for Suleiman's swiftness and ease in outmaneuvering him, Lucien felt a slight force at his back, yet his body lost its foundation, and his balance shattered in an instant. Stumbling forward, he fell to the ground with a thud, his sword clattering beside him. Prostrate in the mud, Lucien was momentarily stunned. He looked up at Suleiman in sheer disbelief. Although he had moved quickly, how could Suleiman have evaded him so effortlessly and pushed him down with such ease? Furthermore, Suleiman's movements were as graceful as a dance, devoid of any sense of force, yet capable of rendering Lucien powerless. Suleiman himself was taken aback by the rapidity of his own reflexes and the finesse of his strength control. It felt as though he and the sword had become one. The act of wielding it as natural as extending a limb. He had hardly exerted any effort, merely aligning his sword's hilt at the right angle to gently tap Lucien, and he fell. Lucien, rise, Suleiman said, approaching and extending his hand. Lucien, hesitant to grasp the hand of his superior, struggled to rise from the ground, brushing off the dirt while gazing at Suleiman with astonishment. From his perspective, Suleiman's movements appeared to be a dance, elegant and far removed from combat, entirely devoid of force, yet capable of disarming him so thoroughly. Suleiman turned to Rosalind. Rosalind, you two, both of you, come on. Rosalind, startled and pale, waved his hands in protest. Master Suleiman, you are far too formidable. We shall not engage. We shall not. Enough chatter. Get up here, or else. Suleiman's commanding tone brooked no dissent. Lucien and Lin, resigned to their fate, exchanged a glance and stood together, bracing themselves. Hurry up, hurry, Suleiman barked, brandishing his sword. Gritting their teeth, Lucien and Lin swung their rusty long swords, attempting to flank Suleiman from either side. Their movements were slow and clumsy, rife with vulnerabilities. To Suleiman, their attacks resembled a film played at 0.5 or 0.7 times the normal speed, filled with flaws. He could not help but wonder how he would fare against the elite swordsmen of Westeros. After all, these two were mere farmers. With a graceful shift of his body, he evaded Lucien's sword and sidestepped Lin's downward strike. Like a specter, he danced between the two, silent and unhindered. He weaved effortlessly amidst his assailants, dodging left and right, advancing and retreating with an ethereal grace. The entire exchange lasted less than half a minute. Ultimately, Lu Xun and Lao Si Lin collapsed onto the muddy ground like two wrung-out rags, gasping for breath, their long swords slipping from their hands. They stared in disbelief at Suleiman, who remained poised and unruffled. Initially, they might have been concerned about harming him, but as fatigue set in from their exertions, thoughts of restraint vanished. They had never imagined that a fight could unfold in such a manner, absent of forceful collisions or weapon clashes. Yet one individual moved like the wind, and they simply fell. It was hardly a battle at all. By the seven, Suleiman must be the finest swordsman in all the seven kingdoms. He was akin to the legendary figures sung of by the bards of Westeros. Suleiman sheathed his sword, slightly breathless, though more from a lack of physical conditioning than from the exertion of the skirmish itself. He glanced down at his hands, feeling the remarkable lightness and coordination within his body. He was finally convinced that his soul's transmigration had not only restored his memories, but had also imparted an astonishing enhancement to this body. Could this be my golden finger? Chapter 6. Struggles in the days that followed. Suleiman devoted all his time to the so-called castle courtyard, devoid of walls, immersed in familiarizing himself with the wondrous transformations of his body. Martial prowess was the foremost requisite for survival in the world of Westeros, where demons and monsters roamed freely. Relying on the strength of others would never see one through the first round of the Game of Thrones. With each swing of the sword, every evasion, and each step, he experienced an extraordinary sense of lightness and grace. Suleiman filled bags with dirt and bound them to his limbs, but could still move swiftly through the muck, turning, leaping. His body's agility, reflexes, and speed far exceeded his previous understanding. He felt as though he were an elite brother clad in light armor from a game he had once played on the Blue Planet, deftly maneuvering through the battlefield. The agile rapier he wielded danced fluidly among the enemy ranks, a display of grace and beauty that epitomized Suleiman's most distinctive prowess. His acute senses allowed him to detect the old steward Nikon's quiet approach almost instantly. Old Nikon, have the affairs of the estate been organized? Suleiman inquired as he sheathed his sword at his waist. The elderly steward, stooped and trembling, presented a parchment filled with writing, his face betraying a complex expression that seemed almost too difficult to articulate. Master Suleiman, everything has been accounted for. Please take a look, he said. Suleiman took the sheepskin scroll, casting a cursory glance before his eyes widened in shock. The numbers inscribed on the parchment were alarming, but it was the core message that sent a wave of dizziness coursing through him. He stared at the lines indicating the granary, sufficient provisions for merely 4 individuals over 7 days, and the treasury, depleted. A chilling sensation surged from his feet to his head. He had assumed that, even in scarcity, there would be a modicum of surplus to sustain them for a time, preventing an immediate descent into dire straits. What has happened? Suleiman's voice trembled with disbelief, his cheeks twitching with agitation. Old Nikon bowed his head even lower, his voice tinged with profound resignation and a hint of a sigh as he replied, Master, have you forgotten? After a moment of silence, he continued, That day, you instructed me to distribute the grain from the granary to the families of the farmers who perished while serving the late lord in the coastal city. And all the currency in the treasury was to be allocated as compensation. Suleiman paused, recollecting the sorrow of that day and the sympathy he felt for the widow Hark and her family, which had compelled him to make such a decision. With the remnants of their family resources, he sought to provide for those who had lost their breadwinners due to conscription into the war. Assisting them would at least help them endure the coming months until the next harvest. Though the steward could not comprehend the reasoning behind it, he had dutifully executed the orders as commanded. I have carried out your instructions, all as you decreed, old Nikon murmured. He had devoted his life to serving the Foulhold family, remaining loyal despite his confusion over the decision to distribute funds to the vassals. Remember, during times of war and famine, other lords of Westeros would seize their subjects' provisions, and they would be deemed benevolent for doing so. Yet, my master Suleiman generously shared the grain with the vassals. Nevertheless, his loyalty to the Foulhold family was etched in his very being. Regardless of how perplexing and unacceptable it was, he would execute his master's commands without hesitation. With Suleiman being the last of the Foulhold lineage, he was the sole patriarch of the family. Having served the Foulhold family for generations, his loyalty and service defined his very existence. Suleiman closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He had never anticipated that his act of compassion would lead the family into the abyss of bankruptcy. His decision at that moment was driven by a desire to win the hearts of the people. Now he found himself the fool who had squandered his entire livelihood. The granary was so bare that even the mice had departed. Suleiman managed a bitter smile, The words he had inscribed on paper were steeped in desolation. The only solace he found was that those families had, at least for the time being, a glimmer of hope for survival. His benevolence may have sown a seed of compassion among his subjects, the surviving farmers, and the families of the fallen, yet it proved utterly futile at this juncture. He now had to confront his own predicament. The stench of starvation loomed over the castle, and remaining at home was akin to awaiting death. His only hope lay in the generosity of his lord. Nikan, my old steward, Suleiman's voice regained its composure. I must immediately journey to Dating City. Now. But Lord Baron Dating is still engaged in the coastal defenses against the Iron Men, the old Nikan exclaimed, his surprise evident. Indeed. I must seek an audience with the lady of the castle, Suleiman continued to explain. I need to depart before the castle's provisions run dry. Furthermore, I must articulate our family's plight to her and solicit her assistance. More importantly, I need to partake of sustenance in Dating City, lest I perish from hunger within my own tower. And what of the castle? Old Nikan inquired anxiously. You will remain. Suleiman gazed earnestly at the old steward. I trust you, Nikan. You are responsible for safeguarding the castle and looking after the remaining subjects. I shall resolve matters in Dating City as swiftly as I can and return with provisions. Tears welled in Nikan's eyes at the young lord's unexpected declaration. He nodded solemnly. Though concern gnawed at him about Suleiman venturing alone, he recognized this was the only recourse available at present. By staying, he could strive to maintain the stability of this crumbling domain. We, as minor nobility, do not have the luxury of scholars, Suleiman sighed. In the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, scholars held esteemed positions, only afforded to the great houses. They, as lesser nobles, were impoverished, barely scraping by, and the thought of employing a scholar was out of the question. Fortunately, the old steward possessed a lifetime of management experience and could govern in his stead. I will take Lucien and Rosalind with me, Suleiman declared. Yes, young Master Suleiman, replied old Nikan. Though as lord, Suleiman had no obligation to seek the counsel of his two guards. He felt it prudent to inform them, allowing them to mentally prepare for the journey. He summoned Lucien and Rosalind to the modest study. When Lucien and Rosalind entered, they appeared somewhat tense and uneasy, standing respectfully before Suleiman. Observing them, Suleiman noted their unwavering dedication and diligence in guarding the tower over these past days. Their loyalty and seriousness were undeniably apparent. I have resolved to travel to Dating City to seek an audience with the lady of the castle, Suleiman stated directly, and I will take both of you with me. Without a moment's hesitation, they nodded in unison. Yes, my lord Suleiman. Suleiman paused momentarily before continuing. This journey to Dating City has a more pragmatic reason. The granaries of the stinking fortress have run dry, and we can no longer sustain the three of us. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, displaying no embarrassment in confessing his lord's impoverishment to his guards. Lucien and Rosalind exchanged glances. Despite their mental preparations, hearing their lord articulate the dire circumstances still struck them with a sense of shock. Furthermore, Suleiman's tone grew somber as he reminded them that the rebellion in the Iron Islands was ongoing. While many spoke of the king's army arriving soon, their trip to Dating City might very well lead them to be summoned once again by Lord Dating, destined for the front line of the bloody battlefield against the Ironborn. At the mention of the bloody battlefield, both Lucien and Rosalind shuddered. The grisly scenes of that day's thwarting of the Ironborn's landing were indelibly etched in their memories. They had witnessed death firsthand, experienced the Ironborn's savagery, and endured a terror far too brutal for mere farmers like themselves. To them, the notion of going to battle equated to a march toward death. Yet, they did not falter. They recalled how, amidst the muddy marshlands, their lord had been discovered among the scattered corpses. It was this lord who, upon awakening, had refrained from punishing them for the false tidings of his death. It was he who, with the remnants of his family's wealth, had comforted the families bereaved of their loved ones. And it was he who had bestowed upon them, these humble farmers, a purpose worthy of their loyalty as guards. Lucien and Rosalind knelt down, tears streaming down their faces, their voices choked yet resolute. My lord Suleiman, we vow to follow you unto death. To die alongside you is our honor. Lucien added, his voice trembling, our sword shall fight for you. It is our privilege to follow you once more into the fray. What is this? Why speak of death? Suleiman's cheeks twitched in disbelief at their words. We last betrayed the trust of the old lord, Leyland said, tears flowing. This time, we shall resolutely protect you. We will not retreat from the battlefield. To die for Lord Suleiman, we willingly embrace our fate. Lucien echoed, indeed, to die on the battlefield, we shall not retreat, for Lord Suleiman, we are willing. They understood that this lord was different. He had forgiven their transgressions, granted them a new identity, and even exhausted his family's wealth for the sake of his subjects. They firmly believed that this lord would never neglect anyone who fought valiantly for him and the stinking fortress. They were prepared to face death, solely to repay this kindness. Suleiman looked at the two men kneeling before him, tears streaming yet resolute in their gazes. Though their words were harsh and jarring, a warm surge filled his heart. These are the common folk of Westeros, perhaps humble and illiterate, yet when they pledge their allegiance, their loyalty can be remarkably pure and profound. He stepped forward, assisting them rise. He gazed at their tear-streaked faces and smiled as he spoke. Is it so easy to perish in battle? Fear not, follow me, and death will not come so readily. Chapter 7. The territory. Upon learning of his precarious situation from the old steward, Suleiman realized that time was of the essence. Before heading to Dighting City, he resolved to inspect the territories under his rule, seeking to stabilize the hearts of his people. Suleiman did not wish for any upheaval to occur in his absence. He needed to comprehend the state of the land and the sentiments of his subjects in order to formulate his next steps. Accompanied by the old Niken, and followed closely by Lucien and Rosalind, this marked their first experience of accompanying their lord on an inspection of his villages. Even in places where they had spent their entire lives, they felt a gnawing apprehension, their hands tightly gripping the hilts of their swords. As he surveyed the landscape, he beheld a vast expanse of low-lying, uneven terrain, where the ground was sodden with moisture and soft, muddy earth was interspersed with treacherous reeds that could lead one astray. This locale was utterly unsuitable for habitation, let alone agriculture. Suleiman could not suppress his inner lamentations. The scene before him resembled a makeshift encampment of refugees, huddled at the edges of the marshlands, constructing rudimentary shelters from mud and reeds in a desperate bid for survival. These shacks were so low that they felt suffocating, their roofs thickly thatched with water plants, leaving Suleiman to wonder if they could truly provide shelter from the elements. The ground was a quagmire, each step yielding a treacherous depth, while the air was permeated with the fetid stench of the marsh's distinctive mire. It reminded him of his first encounter with the mud when he attempted to catch loaches in a stream, the foul odor clinging to him, leaving him on the verge of retching, unable to endure even a moment. And yet, these people had lived here for lifetimes, even generations. Suleiman gazed at the scene with a tumult of emotions. This was his territory, these were his subjects. It was a dire state indeed. Suleiman felt as though he had stumbled upon a refugee camp. How is the harvest in our territory? Are there any other sources of income? Old Niken sighed. The harvest barely sustains us. In good seasons, we might manage to save a meager surplus. As for income, we have little to speak of. We barely have enough food for ourselves, and others do not have the means to purchase our fish and shrimp. Old Niken quipped with a hint of self-mockery. If reeds were valuable, we might be the wealthiest family in the 7 kingdoms, for our reeds could drown the very city of King's Landing. How was he to cultivate this land? Suleiman's mind was a tempest of contemplation. Just then, a commotion broke out nearby, mingled with the cries and shouts of children. A group of ragged youngsters was engaged in a scuffle. Lucien, go separate them, Suleiman instructed his guard. Lucien promptly moved forward, clumsily prying apart the grappling children. Why are you fighting? Lucien bellowed, attempting to intimidate them. A group of children, their faces streaked with tears and snot, timidly regarded the imposing figure of an adult adorned with a long sword, momentarily rendered speechless. Among them, one bolder child, pointing at another with a quivering voice, exclaimed, "He drew the role of the Iron Man, but he cheated and even hit me." The child being accused let out a loud cry. "I want to be a soldier for Lord Suleiman. I want to fight for Lord Suleiman." Suleiman, listening to the children's innocent quarrel, felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. The realization that their dispute stemmed from such trivial matters stirred a tumult of emotions within him. These children were oblivious to the true sources of their suffering. The village was not large, and the children's cries, coupled with the arrival of Suleiman and others, quickly attracted attention. A throng of villagers emerged from the low mud houses, gazing with a mix of curiosity and reverence toward this direction. The majority of them were women and children, with only a few elderly men among them. Their clothes were tattered, some of the villagers barely clothed, and the children, regardless of gender, were completely naked. All were gaunt and emaciated, their distended bellies a testament to starvation, their faces bearing the marks of years of toil and poverty. It was a heart-wrenching sight, and Suleiman felt a deep reluctance to gaze upon his subjects. They instantly recognized Suleiman, the young lord who had returned from the coastal city, rumored to have risen from the dead, the future lord of this wretched land. The crowd observed him from a distance, their eyes filled with awe for their land as master. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps broke the silence. a ragged woman, frail as if a gust of wind could topple her, rushed toward them, tightly holding the hand of a child about 5 or 6 years old. Tears streaked her face, her body trembling with emotion, yet her gaze remained fixed on Suleiman, filled with fervor and gratitude. She was the peasant woman who had previously wept before Suleiman outside the tower, the wife of Old Hark and mother to little Harks. The child, previously pulled away by Lu Shun, stood bewildered and dirty, watching the woman rush to Suleiman. Upon reaching him, the woman seemed to be drained of all strength. Collapsing to her knees in the mud with a thud, the suddenness of her action caused the child she held to stumble and cry out in pain. But the woman paid no heed. She knelt in the dirt, pulling the other child down with her, and bowed her head fervently before Suleiman. Lord Suleiman, Lord Suleiman. Her voice was hoarse and trembling, filled with incredulous gratitude. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked up at him. Thank you, Lord Suleiman. Thank you, Lord Suleiman. She repeated, bowing her head incessantly. You have saved our family. Without you, we would not know how to survive. She cried, then turned to the 2 children beside her. Children, you must always remember the face of Lord Suleiman. With a choked voice, she uttered, tears streaming down her face and into his throat, rendering her words indistinct. Remember this. This is Lord Suleiman. He is the benefactor who saved our family. The children of impoverished households, who had to mature early, recalled the day their mother joyfully returned with provisions for 2 generations, informing them that they would not perish from hunger. Their father had bravely fought on the battlefield against the Ironborn, a noble sacrifice bestowed upon them by Lord Suleiman. He constantly imparted wisdom to them, teaching that Lord Suleiman had rescued them and that when they grew up, they too should fight for Lord Suleiman, just as their father had. This is Lord Suleiman. The 2 children, filled with emotion, bowed their heads in reverence. The peasant woman pointed at Suleiman, addressing both the children and the gathered villagers with fervor. Her body trembled with excitement. You must remember the kindness of Lord Suleiman. You must. When you grow up, you must repay Lord Suleiman well, just like your father. Upon mentioning their father, her voice faltered, and she could speak no more, instead pulling her children to bow again. Immediately, a long-suppressed wave of sobs erupted from the crowd. The weeping spread from one person to another, swiftly enveloping all, echoing throughout the village. These were the women and children who had lost husbands, sons, and fathers. As they stood before the compassionate Lord Suleiman, who provided them with solace to endure their hardships, one by one, they knelt in the muddy ground, quickly saturating it with their tears. May the 7 bless Lord Suleiman. The 7 will surely reward Lord Suleiman. May Lord Suleiman live a long life. Various prayers and blessings intertwined, resonating above the marshy village. They knelt not out of fear, but out of gratitude, for that young lord had bestowed upon them hope for survival during their darkest hour. Suleiman gazed at those kneeling in the mud, weeping and praying before him, his heart swelling with complex emotions from the merging of memories. He understood that his father had drafted nearly all able-bodied male farmers from the territory when he went to war. The 15 farmers who followed him to battle represented every household in this small domain of merely a few dozen people. 13 of them perished, with Lucian and Rosalind being the sole survivors. Thus, Suleiman distributed everything his family possessed to the families of the fallen, effectively providing compensation to every household in the village. The provisions and coins, though meager, were enough to sustain this extremely impoverished village, stripped of its pillars, facing famine at any moment, for at least the coming months until the next planting and harvest. Once more, Suleiman profoundly felt the hardships faced by the common folk in the world of Westeros. Under the laws of the 7 kingdoms, peasants are regarded as the property of their lords, and participation in warfare is deemed their obligation rather than a right. Their lives and the fruits of their labor belong to their lords. He recalled previously inquiring of old Nikon about the fate of the families of farmers who perished in battle for their lords across other territories. At that time, old Nikon had looked at him with a gaze filled with resentment and confusion, as if to convey the absurdity of his question. The widows of the fallen, if unable to cultivate the land, would have their plots confiscated, subsequently bequeathing them to more capable vassals. This was old Nikon's response. Suleiman, in shock, pressed further. What then becomes of the families of these fallen soldiers? Old Nikon pondered for a moment, his tone as tranquil as if stating an undeniable truth. Women and girls must marry the men designated by the Lord, while the elderly and children are obliged to pay a tax for their lack of male laborers. Otherwise, their land is forfeited, allowing new male laborers to take over the land. Suleiman was profoundly appalled. Could such a conscription of farmers possess any combat efficacy? Once slain, they would be left with nothing, their wives becoming the spouses of others, and their entire families awaiting starvation. He could only lament the fate of the vassals, whose lives, much like the land, were mere possessions at the Lord's whim. Now, gazing at the women and children kneeling in the mud, their eyes brimming with tears and gratitude, he understood that their appreciation was not for any extraordinary deed he had performed, but rather because he had not, like other nobles, stripped them of their remaining land or forcibly dictated their marriages at their moment of utter loss. He had simply restored a portion of what rightfully belonged to their sacrificed kin, a gesture that, in this world, was often devoured by lords, rendering him a benevolent savior in their eyes. He spoke no further, aware that even if he journeyed afar, no questions would arise again. He stood quietly for a moment, observing these hopeful and grateful subjects. Then, he turned and, without uttering another word, followed by old Niken and 2 guards, made his way along the muddy path toward the tower. Chapter 8. Raymond Darry. 1. Raymond Darry sat astride his horse as their company advanced toward the coastal city, casting a glance over the rear edge of the procession. There, 3 figures claimed to be traveling alongside them due to happenstance, closely following in their wake. They walked at the periphery of the retinue of servants, mingling with other soldiers and attendants from Darry City. Each time Raymond inadvertently glanced their way, an unsettling sensation washed over him. In the center was the young nobleman, Suleiman of Stinking Castle, only 16 years of age. He bore a head of brown hair and donned a nondescript, faded black noble's robe, worn from countless washes. His appearance was unmistakably typical of a Riverlands native. So much so that even if one were to remember him and later cast him into a crowd of his kin, it would require considerable time to recognize him again. Lacking any semblance of the grace or vitality that one would expect from a noble scion, he bore not even a hint of the pallor typical of one who has long dwelt indoors. Instead, he exuded a roughness akin to that of a man weathered by the elements. Beside him stood 2 guards, men in their 40s or 50s, whose demeanor unmistakably revealed them as recently retired farmers. They moved with a timorous air, glancing nervously about as though fearful of inadvertently offending someone. Rather than true protectors, they resembled conscripts pressed into service. Clad in tattered armor, they wielded swords, rusted and battered, that appeared to be older than themselves. Had it not been for Suleiman producing his territorial seal and family crest, and had not Raymond Darry fortuitously recalled tales from his childhood regarding the infamous house of the Stinking Keep, which had been bestowed nobility for providing toilet services to their lord, an admonition against such disgraceful elevation, he might have doubted that these 3 individuals were anything more than refugees from a ravaged village, seeking to swindle food and drink. What rendered him utterly astounded was Suleiman's comportment. Ever since he had been taken in temporarily on the pretext of being on the way, this fallen noble exhibited no inclination to socialize or engage with the lords of Darry Castle. Nor did he seek a place among the knights. Instead, Lord Suleiman, accompanied by his 2 guards, joined the ranks of the soldiers during meal times, naturally accepting the coarse black bread and a bowl of insipid broth offered by the soldiers before settling among them to feast heartily. He mingled jovially with the rough and lowly warriors, laughing and engaging with them as if they were equals. Remarkably, after his meal, he even packed the leftover bread to take with him. He displayed none of the decorum or refinement expected of nobility. Indeed, even a wandering knight would not conduct himself thus. As the lord of Darry Castle, Raymond had encountered countless individuals but had never witnessed such disgraceful behavior. A complete lack of noble bearing that brought shame upon all of Westeros aristocracy. What a relief! Suleiman sat astride his steed, relishing the long-forgotten comfort afforded by the horse provided by Darry Castle. Though somewhat emaciated, it was 100 times more advantageous than relying solely on his own legs. Inside, Suleiman's mind erupted with fervent exclamations. Had he not fortuitously joined the caravan from Darry Castle, he and his pitiful guards, Lucien and Rosalind, would have faced starvation. Suleiman of House Stinking Keep, nearly became the first noble in Westeros history to perish from hunger while on the path to inherit a title. To die before even reaching the Lord's castle, who would believe such a tale? How utterly humiliating. As for why he and his guards dined daily with the soldiers of Darry Castle, the reason was dismally simple. He was utterly devoid of funds. Penniless. Even the money for black bread has run dry. As they were about to leave, the old steward generously filled their bags with supplies. However, when Suleiman inquired about what would happen to him, the old steward merely smiled, assuring that he could endure a bit of hunger. Having once been a refugee wandering due to war, he had faced starvation daily, and if not for the Stinky Fortress family as shelter, he would have perished long ago. He could not allow young Master Suleiman to suffer from hunger. Suleiman remained silent, quietly leaving the majority of the provisions behind at the castle. Reflecting on the day of his farewell to the old steward, he cast a final glance back at the stinky fortress, a solitary tower devoid of walls and even the most basic defenses. The old steward stood alone at the entrance, his hunched back framed by tears glistening in his eyes, his weathered face etched with worry and reluctance. Suleiman waved goodbye, signaling him to be at ease, then turned away, never to look back again. The old steward was a traditional nobleman's servant. Every action he took was for the family, albeit by any means necessary. Suleiman understood that before his departure, the old steward had summoned the two farmers, Lu Xun and Roslin, to a secluded spot. He could easily guess what was said. Their families, their wives and children still resided within the territory. If they dared to act against him on the road, if they had the audacity to betray him, what fate would await their loved ones? Suleiman recognized that the old steward was employing his limited means to safeguard him. Yet, this journey proved to be more arduous than he had anticipated. The stinky fortress was impoverished. They had no horses. They could only rely on their two legs to travel. On the first day, buoyed by a sense of novelty, they walked briskly, enjoying the scenery. By the second day, the three of them still shared laughter and conversation. However, by the third day, silence enveloped them. Only the sound of their labored breathing remained. On the fourth day, every step Suleiman took felt as though he was treading on needles. By the fifth day, although Lu Xun and Roslin had already recognized the issue and were eating sparingly to conserve food for their master, their provisions had nonetheless been exhausted. Suleiman felt dizzy from hunger, fearing he might collapse at any moment by the roadside. Alas, to perish before the battle had even begun. What kind of transmigrator was he? Suleiman lamented inwardly, caught between laughter and tears. Just when he thought his end was nigh, one of the seven gods seemed to grant him favor. They encountered Lord Raymond of Derry City and his troop heading to battle at the maritime city. Suleiman vividly remembers, as he strained to maintain his composure and proclaimed himself the sole heir of the stinky fortress, the astonishment that washed over the nobleman's face. His expression shifting through suspicion, confusion, realization, and finally settling into an indescribable gaze. "Bring a horse for our esteemed Sir Raymond Derry," he said, laughter dancing in his voice as he addressed his attendant. Then he rode past Suleiman, dismissing him with a casual indifference. Suleiman chewed vigorously on the coarse black bread, relishing the taste akin to that of countless sheets of paper. Surviving and having a meal was indeed better than anything else. "What are you pondering, Suleiman?" a young soldier inquired with curiosity. The soldiers were intrigued by this nobleman who partook of their humble fare. Suleiman swallowed the last morsel of bread, wiped his mouth, and smiled. "I was contemplating whether the victuals in Dedding City might surpass those here." Without a doubt, the soldiers erupted in hearty laughter. "Lord Dedding is as grand a lord as our own Sir Raymond Derry. His castle must be replete with roasted meats and fine wines, not to mention countless beautiful maidens." Suleiman chuckled, reflecting once more on how truly benevolent Lord Raymond Derry of Derry City was. Chapter 9. Raymond Derry. 2. The forces of Derry City encamped in a spacious area near the river, initiating a period of rest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the soldiers gathered around a crackling campfire, tending to their equipment while discussing the impending battle. However, within the confines of Lord Raymond Derry's tent, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Lord Raymond sat upon a modest wooden chair, summoning his vassals and chief knights. At the tender age of 24, he appeared overly youthful and remarkably silent amidst his seasoned and much older peers. Many of the vassals and knights regarded this young lord with a hint of disdain. They settled in, engaging in fervent debate without awaiting his input. Their discussions revolved around the sluggish pace of their advance. Everyone was eager to reach the battlefield swiftly, to slay the Ironborn and earn military accolades, thus securing rewards from Duke Tully and King Robert, who resided far away in King's Landing. The cacophony of their arguments drowned out Lord Raymond, rendering him an inconsequential listener. "In my view, we should march with haste, arriving ahead of the other lords." "Why halt here?" bellowed a knight adorned with a bushy beard. "Indeed, the first to arrive will secure the earliest victories." Another knight clad in plate armor echoed in agreement. The clamor within the tent escalated, a din of discord and fervor, until Sir Jorces, a portly man with a sharp voice, raised his voice to be heard. It was hard to imagine such a rotund figure possessing a voice so piercing that all attention gravitated toward him, with everyone's gaze fixed upon him. He delivered his words without mercy. The Derry family stood on the wrong side during the rebellion against the Mad King, aligning themselves with the Royalists and opposing His Majesty King Robert. He paused, sweeping his gaze across the assembly, observing that none dared to contest his assertion. The volume increased slightly. The 3 elder brothers of the Lord bore great sins, yet they fought valiantly alongside the mad king's son, Rhaegar, against King Robert, ultimately perishing in the trident. Then, he turned directly toward Raymond Derry and proclaimed loudly, "And now, it is the time for the Derry family to pledge their loyalty to King Robert and atone for their transgressions." But why was the Lord so effectively theatrical? He remained oblivious to the peculiar and somewhat tense atmosphere within the tent. The once loquacious lords and knights had fallen silent, their anxious glances flitting between Ser Jorkas and Raymond Derry. Several soldiers, clearly loyal to Raymond Derry, had discreetly placed their hands upon the hilts of their swords, their chests heaving as they breathed heavily, their eyes glinting with a dangerous light. They cast their gazes toward Raymond Derry, awaiting his command to behead this impertinent fool. However, Ser Jorkas appeared utterly unaware of this tension, or perhaps he simply did not care. He continued to prattle on, adopting a tone of indifference laced with a hint of malice. "Oh, and what of Lord Raymond's sisters? To ensure the continuation of their lineage, they have wed the second sons of the House of Fry? Let me think, which son of House Fry is it? The offspring of old Fry are simply too numerous to count. Ha ha ha." As the situation within the tent abruptly escalated, with tension palpable, Ser Ronald, the knight commander of Raymond Derry, swiftly rose to his feet. He interjected, his voice brooking no argument, addressing everyone present. "This meeting is hereby adjourned. Please return to your rest, for the march ahead demands your vigor." His piercing gaze swept over Ser Jorkas, laden with warning. Under Ser Ronald's firm demeanor, the vassals and knights, still brimming with unresolved ire, gradually exited the tent. Only Ronald and Raymond Derry remained. Ser Ronald turned to regard the young lord, who exhibited no signs of disturbance, as if the previous remarks had not touched him in the slightest. He merely lowered his head slightly, seemingly deep in contemplation. Ser Ronald sighed softly and approached, speaking in a hushed tone. "My lord, you need not concern yourself with the foolish words of Jorkas. However, your decision to hang portraits of past Targaryen kings within the castle is perilous, exposing us to danger without changing what has transpired. Should an ill-intentioned individual observe and report this." He paused, his tone growing graver. "Moreover, the Derry family has been secretly aiding the 2 young dragons of House Targaryen. We have sacrificed enough for their cause. Jorkas may have a point. We must demonstrate our worth in this conflict, contributing in ways that will better conceal our true intentions and safeguard ourselves." Raymond Derry remained silent, his gaze cast downward, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Ser Ronald observed the silence of the lord, letting out a sigh. Just as he was about to speak again, a thought flashed through his mind, recalling the information he gleaned from conversing with the 16-year-old noble to verify his identity. Ser Ronald began anew, his voice softening. "My lord, Suleiman of Stinking Castle, along with his 2 guards, recently arrived in Haijong City and participated in a battle to thwart the Ironman's landing. Suleiman's father and 2 brothers perished in that conflict. His guards are seasoned veterans who have faced the Iron Men in battle." Raymond Derry's head lifted slightly, finally responding. He slowly raised his gaze to Ser Ronald, a cryptic smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "That 16-year-old boy?" A flicker of subtle intrigue danced in his eyes. At 24, he was the youngest of the Derry family. Before him, his 3 elder brothers, Daemon, Desmond, and Rodlon, had all ventured to war at even younger ages. Daemon met his end at the Trident River at the same age as Raymond, while Desmond was merely 20 and Rodlon was just 18. They all died for Prince Rhaegar. Yet, Raymond Derry had never engaged in a true battle. Now, hearing of a young lord from Stinking Castle, so much younger than himself, who not only fought on the battlefield but also lost his father and brothers, stirred within him an odd resonance and curiosity. He suddenly felt a profound fascination for this seemingly eccentric young man. "Summon Suleiman of Stinking Castle," Raymond Derry said to Ser Ronald with an air of indifference. A soldier from Derry City approached Suleiman, who was queuing to eat by the campfire, respectfully delivering the summons. Upon hearing the message, Suleiman was momentarily taken aback. His mind buzzed, and he nearly dropped the wooden bowl of meat soup he held. "Summoned? Lord Raymond Derry is summoning me?" A wave of intense anxiety washed over him, his heart racing as if he were about to be caught in a misdeed. Was it discovered that he had been indulging in the feast? Were they to expel him? "Quick, eat a few more bowls," Suleiman urged Lu Shun and Rosalind, who were still blissfully consuming their meal without any sign of concern. Not understanding why Suleiman insisted they eat more, Lu Shun and Rosalind, trusting their lord implicitly, complied without question. With a sigh, Suleiman reluctantly made his way to Lord Raymond Derry's tent, pondering countless excuses in his mind, thinking perhaps it was to help store their provisions or to safeguard their belongings temporarily. In my family, the tradition of taking home leftovers rather than wasting food is deeply ingrained. Chapter 10. Iron Men 1. Upon entering the tent, Suleiman beheld Lord Raymond de Rey, seated in the prominent position, alongside Sir Ronald standing nearby. Their gazes interlocked, each assessing the other. Lord Raymond, with his flowing chestnut hair and strikingly handsome visage, possessed a physique that, though not towering, exuded a palpable strength. His eyes, unremarkable at first glance, now bore into Suleiman with an intensity that felt almost invasive, as if they sought to penetrate his very soul. Just as Suleiman felt he might succumb to the weight of this scrutinizing gaze and prepare to offer a sincere apology for any perceived transgression, Sir Ronald, observing his nervous demeanor, quickly interjected. Your Excellency, there is no need for alarm. Lord Raymond merely wishes to inquire about the Iron Men to better prepare himself. Oh, so that is all it is. Why didn't you say so sooner? Suleiman thought to himself. It seemed implausible that such a significant lord would take offense at a mere oversight. Yet Lord Raymond's gaze remained fixed upon Suleiman, tinged with curiosity. Did your father and brothers perish on the battlefield? Suleiman was taken aback by the question. What could the lord possibly want with such information? Having never met him before, he found it difficult to discern his intentions. Nevertheless, he responded respectfully, Yes, my lord. Lord Raymond did not press further, but lowered his head slightly in contemplation, as if lost in memories. This created a somewhat awkward atmosphere within the tent. Sensing the unease, Sir Ronald hastily interjected, attempting to redirect the conversation, his expression a mix of confusion and astonishment. I have heard that you too have seen battle, and nearly lost your life? Yet you are but 16. Ronald had never encountered a noble family where every male heir had taken to the field, leaving none behind. It struck him as folly. He understood the incredulity behind his own thoughts, for it was indeed contrary to the customary practices of noble lineage in Westeros. However, Suleiman's father held firm to his convictions. Even a 10-year-old boy could wield a weapon and inflict harm. My father vowed fealty to Lord Danding, swearing an oath before the 7 gods that, should the Lord call upon us, all who could bear arms in our family would answer, even if it meant the end of our bloodline. Suleiman pressed his lips together slightly. My family lacks the cultural heritage of others. This oath, though simple in its wording, is a weighty legacy passed down through generations. What manner of men were your father and brothers? Lord Raymond interjected once more, interrupting Suleiman's explanation of the oath. His gaze seemed to penetrate deeper, as if seeking to glimpse those who had long since departed. Ah, they were exceptional men, my lord, Suleiman replied succinctly. He truly wished to avoid delving into this matter. He was not well acquainted with the Derry family, nor was it pertinent to the current discussion. His sole desire was to swiftly redirect the conversation back to the main topic at hand, regarding the Iron Men, the war, and the information he could provide. Sir Ronald seemed to sense Suleiman's reluctance to engage in deeper discourse. He cleared his throat, seizing the opportunity to interject. Your Excellency Suleiman, you have been with us for some time now. You must have observed the soldiers of Derry City. In your estimation, how do our soldiers compare to the Iron Men? Ronald's intent was unmistakable. Suleiman paused momentarily, glancing towards Lord Raymond Derry. Did Lord Raymond wish to hear the unvarnished truth? A faint, curious expression flickered across Lord Raymond's face as he inquired. Oh? Suleiman forced a semblance of a sunny smile, replying, Your lordship, each of your soldiers could easily contend with 10 Iron Men, treating them as one would pigs, dogs, cattle, or sheep. At your command, they could annihilate them without leaving a trace. Such a statement was indeed an outrageous exaggeration, steeped in the bravado typical before battle. Sir Ronald's countenance began to darken. Lord Raymond Derry regarded Suleiman with a quiet intensity, his gaze seemingly conveying, I know this is a fabrication. Suleiman's smile faded, his tone turning calm and icy. It was a reflection of his genuine sentiments recalling the battle at Haijiang City. The truth was that the soldiers of Derry City were bested 10-1 by the Iron Men, treated as mere livestock. After delivering this, he fell silent, merely observing the 2 nobles before him. Nonsense. Sir Ronald slammed his palm against the table, his voice rising in indignation. His face was a mask of fury, his beard trembling with rage. He suddenly felt that consulting a mere 16-year-old boy had been the most foolish decision of his life. What could a 16-year-old possibly know about the true nature of war? Suleiman merely pursed his lips slightly, refraining from retorting, as if to say, See, I knew you would respond this way. Lord Raymond Derry paid no heed to Sir Ronald's ire. His gaze remained fixed on Suleiman. He was somewhat astonished and asked, Why do you say that? He sought to understand the basis of this young man's judgment. My lord, Sir Ronald attempted to interject once more. Let him speak. Lord Raymond raised his hand, silencing Ronald. He then turned back to Suleiman, gesturing for him to continue. Suleiman understood that this was the moment he needed to elucidate his reasoning. Rather than directly answering the question, he prepared to explore a fundamental issue, one concerning the very essence of an army. Why engage in war? What is the purpose of fighting? How many men are in your lordship's army? He inquired. Lord Raymond did not respond directly. Instead, he glanced at Sir Ronald. Though Ronald was incensed, he recognized that under Lord Raymond's gaze, he was obliged to provide an explanation. He cast a piercing glare at Suleiman, as if he wished to slay the audacious young man with his mere gaze. Then, with an air of haughty superiority, he slowly addressed Suleiman. We possess over 400 light infantry, more than 100 heavy infantry, and over 30 knights. To muster such a considerable force at the behest of our lord is a testament to our loyalty. Internally seething with anger, he braced himself to counter Suleiman's forthcoming outrageous claims. Suleiman, however, displayed no outward reaction to the numbers presented. Instead of commenting on the quantity, he turned to Sir Ronald, locking eyes with him and posing a straightforward question. How many soldiers truly understand why they fight? Sir Ronald was momentarily taken aback, as if he had not anticipated such a perplexing inquiry from the young man. He straightened his posture and turned to Raymond Derry, raising his chin and proclaiming with prideful conviction, My lord, the soldiers of Derry City are willing to fight and die for the Derry family. Suleiman observed Sir Ronald's self-satisfied demeanor with a sense of disbelief and disdain. What a shameless old fool, he silently critiqued. Yet, he recognized that encountering such brazen arrogance was most daunting at this juncture. He needed to articulate a more compelling argument. Taking a deep breath, he quelled his internal frustrations, allowing a calm demeanor and a hint of a smile to return to his face as he addressed Sir Ronald once more. Is that so, my Lord Ronald? Chapter 11. Ironborn. 2. Have you ever heard the adage, strength prevails over toil? Ronald nodded, acknowledging his familiarity with the phrase. It was indeed the renowned motto of House Greyjoy, the ruling family of the Iron Islands, now in rebellion against the kingdom. Suleiman began to speak, his gaze sweeping across the tent's ceiling as if envisioning the scene at Seaside City. On a particular stretch of coastline, the longships of the Ironborn surged forth, propelled by the waves. Over 100 Ironborn roared as they leapt into the waist-deep waters, their blades and axes glinting in the interplay of sunlight and sea. They did not form ranks or lines. Instead, they scattered, shouting boisterously as they charged toward our meticulously arrayed forces of over 500. In their eyes, it seemed that instead of a dense wall of spears and a tightly knit shield formation, they beheld a cluster of beautiful maidens, bearing themselves before them and inviting them to breach our defenses. They sought gaps in our ranks, hurling insults and threats at our soldiers, and one by one, they leapt into our formation, brandishing their weapons and unleashing terrifying roars. They sank their teeth into our necks, quenched their thirst with our blood, and adorned themselves with our severed limbs. Everywhere, there were screams of agony and the lamentations of the suffering. Soon, our formations began to falter and disband, one after another, in a chaotic retreat. Regardless of how fervently the leaders from behind shout and curse, defeat flows in like an unstoppable tide. Lord Raymond Derry and Sir Ronald listened in silence to Suleiman's narrative, neither daring to utter a word. Suleiman gazed quietly at the two as he continued, expressing their indifference to death, even an insatiable yearning for it. Their deity, the drowned god, holds that only those who perish in battle may enter his hall. The slain revel in endless feasts within the watery palace, where their desires are fulfilled by mermaids. The Iron Islanders carry no wealth, for they trade in iron, seizing from fallen foes rather than purchasing with coin or goods. They slaughter the innocent on the green fields, plunder their possessions, and violate their wives and daughters. This is the existence of the Ironborn. They do not require commands or encouragement. They are born to fight and pillage. His voice, though soft, resonated distinctly in the stillness of the tent. Lord Raymond and Sir Ronald had to concede that Suleiman was indeed an extraordinary storyteller. Suleiman smiled at Raymond Derry and Sir Ronald, his tone devoid of mockery, merely presenting. They appeared to be fine young men, neatly attired with polished weapons. They knew how to drill, how to form ranks, and how to heed orders. Yet, they were farmers, artisans, and townsfolk. Most had never experienced war, merely summoned by their lord to fulfill duty, often with their own equipment. They had homes, land, wives, and children. They feared injury, the loss of limbs rendering them unable to provide for their families. They dreaded death, for it would strip them of their lands and leave their families to starve. They understood how to battle enemies akin to themselves, but they were utterly unprepared to face a band of warriors born for plunder, combat, and survival. Suleiman paused, casting his gaze towards Sir Ronald. Do you still believe your soldiers are brave and willing to face death compared to them? Sir Ronald longed to retort. Yet the scene Suleiman painted contrasted starkly with his mental images of traditional warfare in Westeros. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. The soldiers he had trained were intended to confront armies of other lords, characterized by infantry formations, archers suppressing foes, and cavalry charges. He could indeed assure that the knights and the soldiers of House Derry would fight valiantly, yet he could not guarantee the same for the conscripted men. Listening to Suleiman's depiction, Raymond Derry's youthful visage reflected contemplation. Having never engaged in battle, his understanding of war stemmed largely from books and the tales of elders. Suleiman's words, though harsh, bore an authenticity he had never encountered before. He recalled his brothers, who perished at the Trident River during a grand battle. Raymond Derry inquired about the appropriate course of action, his question revealing an emerging interest in Suleiman's military strategy. However, he was acutely aware that some individuals may excel at identifying problems, yet falter in devising solutions. Thus, Raymond Derry held no expectations, contemplating the discussion of this matter at the next meeting of vassals and knights. Sir Ronald's countenance darkened further at the sight of a lord seeking military counsel from a mere 16-year-old child. Suleiman hesitated to respond immediately, his mind racing with calculations. He understood the necessity of caution. He could not disclose too much nor present himself as a military savant, as it would clash with his youth and the wisdom one would expect at his age. After all, his family could scarcely afford a scholar, leaving the origins of his knowledge obscure, while the affairs of the Iron Men could perhaps be attributed to tales he had heard during battles in the coastal regions. Most of his understanding stemmed from histories, games, and novels from before his crossing. Thus, he had to tread carefully in offering advice, appearing useful without revealing his true expertise. My lord, Suleiman began, I do not possess the extensive experience of Sir Ronald. I can only speak of what I have observed and felt. He lowered himself to alleviate Sir Ronald's hostility. He touched his head thoughtfully. If I must assert something, I believe the crux lies in denying the Iron Men the opportunity to exploit their advantages. Their prowess in water is exceptional, and they are unafraid of drowning. They can even don heavy armor, as if traversing solid ground. They excel in ambushes, favor close combat, thrive in chaos, and adhere to swift guerrilla tactics during their raids, relying on their savagery and fervor. Our soldiers, if drawn into such brutal melee, would suffer grievous losses. However, I contend that once the Iron Men confront a disciplined phalanx of elite soldiers, as long as we maintain our formation and reveal no vulnerabilities, they shall prove no match for us. He paused, organizing his thoughts for what would follow. Taking the army of Derry City as an example, my belief is to avoid engaging them in such a manner. If we are compelled to face them, perhaps we should select terrain favorable to us and find ways to disrupt their rhythm. The essence of his strategy was to evade their strengths and capitalize on our advantages. Albeit Suleiman spoke somewhat ambiguously. Upon hearing this, though still displeased with Suleiman's initial remarks, Sir Ronald sensed that the young man possessed a modicum of genuine understanding, not entirely speaking nonsense. He found it somewhat surprising that a child could articulate such thoughts. Raymond Derry nodded thoughtfully. Suleiman's words, though simple, indeed pinpointed the core of the issue. The army of Derry City was ill-suited to the combat style of the Iron Men and must avoid becoming ensnared in chaotic melee. Raymond Derry gazed at Suleiman, as if seeing a reflection of himself. Two young nobles, one having lost a beloved relative before experiencing the ravages of war, and the other witnessing the death of a dear one at the tender age of 16. Sir Ronald Raymond suddenly remarked, Have you heard the perspective of His Excellency Suleiman? We ought to consider his counsel. During our forthcoming march, we must enhance reconnaissance, particularly near coastlines or rivers. Additionally, we should exercise greater caution when selecting our encampments, ensuring that our fortifications are robust. As you command, my lord, replied Sir Ronald, casting a complex glance at Suleiman. Raymond turned to Suleiman with a gentle expression. Sir Suleiman, I appreciate your advice. This seemed to signal the conclusion of their discourse. Thank you, my lord, Suleiman acknowledged, recognizing the value of providing useful counsel to repay the kindness shown to him by Raymond. During his days at the camp, he observed that both the common soldiers and the noble knights displayed a profound disdain for the Iron Men. In their minds, the Iron Men appeared as ragged warriors, wielding rusty weapons or even wooden clubs, akin to pirates and beggars. Suleiman silently wished for good fortune for Lord Raymond as he turned to exit the tent. Suddenly, wait! Raymond called out to him. Suleiman, puzzled, turned to face him as Raymond continued. I hope you and your two guards can share your experiences of battling the Iron Men with my soldiers. Suleiman glanced back, Will there be a reward? Raymond smiled at him. Of course, Sir Suleiman. Chapter 12. The Trial by Combat. 1. In the encampment of Derry City. Ever since the Lord mandated that the soldiers should heed tales regarding battles with the Iron Men, Suleiman's 2 guards, Lucien and Rosslyn, gathered by the campfire each day to share their insights with the soldiers congregated around them. Before their conscription, they had been farmers, artisans, and townsfolk, having never witnessed the horrors of battle firsthand. Prior to this, they were filled with curiosity and even a sense of longing for the glory of war. However, now, as they listened to Lucien and Rosslyn's narratives, they began to realize that the battlefield was perhaps not as glorious as they had imagined, but rather a realm of coldness and death. Lucien and Rosslyn, sharing the same humble origins, spoke in the simplest of terms that resonated with all listeners, describing the ferocity and fearlessness of the Iron Men. Lucien paused, lowering his voice. Those Iron Men are terrifying. They are like a pack of madmen. They do not fear death. To them, dying is akin to returning home. I've heard they believe the only way to reach the palace of the drowned god is to perish in water or in battle. They think that once there, every day is filled with feasting and revelry, and whatever they desire, those half-human, half-fish beings will provide. Rosslyn nodded in agreement. Indeed. Moreover, this group of individuals never carries money when they venture out. Upon seeing something they desire, they resort to violence, believing that taking a life grants them ownership, a practice they refer to as paying with iron coins. They require no encouragement to engage in battle, nor any orders or motivation. For them, the act of murder and arson is merely a way of life, a reflection of what they believe is the true existence of their kind. The tale spun by Lucien and Rosslyn instilled a chill among the soldiers, who swallowed hard, as if the terrifying Iron Men might leap from the shadows at any moment. However, just as Lucien was elaborating on how an Iron Man could fell 3 soldiers from Hudgian with a single axe, a sharp, hostile voice sliced through the silence of the scene. You fools. The soldiers turned to see a rotund knight, clad in armor, standing not far away, his face betraying open disdain. It was Sir Joyces of Derry City, infuriated by the Lord's delay and the sight of 2 men extolling the might of the Iron Folk. While he resented the notion of that wretched baron being entertained as a guest of the Lord, Joyces stepped forward, his gaze icy as he regarded Lucien and Rosslyn, his tone dripping with contempt. I hear your master has informed our lord that the soldiers of Derry City are no match for those pirates? Lucien and Rosslyn, honest farmers by nature who had remained cautious since arriving here, instinctively recoiled at the presence and status of Sir Joyces. A mere child, surviving the battlefield by chance, dared to critique true warriors? Who did he think he was? Joyces laughed heartily as he observed their retreating demeanor, his laughter laced with scorn. The truth is that dogs follow their masters. Your little baron family, having gained nobility through menial service to the Lord, knows nothing of honor, noble spirit, or courage. Upon hearing these words, Lucien and Rosslyn's faces drained of color. They could endure personal insults, but they would not tolerate slights against Lord Suleiman. With a roar, Rosslyn shouted, How dare you insult our lord? Huh. Joyces appeared to be witnessing something profoundly shocking, his voice turning shrill with derision. You dare to speak back to a knight? He called out to his 2 attendants, Malvin and Tobias. Go. Teach our battlefield heroes a lesson. Let them understand the distinction between high and low, and reveal to them what true combat entails. The 2 attendants, clad in full armor, approached with malevolent grins. Lucien and Rosslyn were taken aback, yet their unwavering loyalty to Lord Suleiman compelled them not to retreat this time. They stood their ground, swinging their arms and fists in defiance. However, each time their fists struck the armor of the knight's attendants, it felt as though they were striking solid stone. Their fists met with the formidable resistance of thick armor, rendering their strikes utterly ineffective in penetrating the protective barrier, let alone inflicting harm upon the individuals within. Conversely, the tremendous recoil resulted in Lucien and Rosslyn's fists becoming bloodied from their relentless assaults against each other's armor. As time elapsed, their strength waned significantly, leaving them incapable of further retaliation. Despite their realization that continuing the onslaught was futile, they were compelled to relinquish their offensive. They attempted to shield their heads and bodies with their arms, seeking to block the torrential barrage of punches. Even though the 2 had ceased their struggle and adopted a passive stance, Joyces' attendants showed no mercy. The 2 attendants wore cruel smirks upon their faces, clearly intent on more than mere subjugation. Each blow was savage and unrelenting, aimed at incapacitating them. Their feet and fists relentlessly battered Lucien and Rosslyn's heads, showing no signs of halting. The chaos and cries of anguish echoed throughout the camp, rousing soldiers who were jolted by the sudden eruption of violence. Yet none dared to intervene. After all, Jazus was a knight of the Lord. However, some soldiers harbored favorable sentiments towards Suleiman and his 2 guards and quickly rushed to inform him of the unfolding events. In the unoccupied area of Suleiman's camp, where he practiced swordplay, he received the news and, with a stern expression, hastened towards the scene. Upon witnessing the arrival of their master, Jaz's attendants ceased their cruel laughter and retracted their fists, poised to strike once more. "Halt!" Sir Ronald bellowed, his visage betraying his displeasure with Jaz's actions. Observing Sir Ronald's arrival amidst the uproar, Jaz's attendants promptly retreated to stand behind him. Sir Ronald turned to face Suleiman, his tone laced with apology and resignation. "My lord Suleiman, I sincerely apologize. Jaz's conduct has been excessively reckless. Derry City extends its regrets to you, and we shall provide compensation." However, Suleiman did not deign to glance at Sir Ronald. Instead, his gaze was fixed calmly upon Jazuz. He then swiftly approached Lucian and Roslan, crouching to assess their injuries. Fortunately, their toughened skin and resilience meant they had not sustained serious harm. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he felt such profound anger. Although both men were in excruciating pain and devoid of strength, they managed to weakly part their lips and whisper, "We have not brought shame upon you, dear grandfather Suleiman." Suleiman offered no reply, gently patting their arms before rising, his gaze sweeping over the assembled soldiers gradually converging upon the scene. He faced Jazuz, inhaling deeply before raising his voice. "I am Suleiman of the Stinking Fortress, a hereditary lord sanctioned by the 7 kingdoms. And you, merely a knight devoid of any hereditary claim. You have baselessly assaulted my guards, thereby insulting my family. Such actions trample upon noble honor and scorn the laws of the 7 kingdoms." The countenance of Knight Jazuz darkened, and he opened his mouth, seemingly poised to respond. Yet no words emerged. Given this, the matter has escalated into a dispute among the nobility that cannot be resolved peacefully. According to the laws of the 7 kingdoms, disputes among nobles may be settled through trial by combat. Since you have sent your armored lackey to assault my guard, let us ensure that the matter is entirely equitable. He gestured toward Jazuz and then to his retinue. "You and your 2 armored hounds. Strip away their shells." Then he pointed to himself and his guards. "Lucian and Roslan, I. My protectors, Lucian and Roslan. At this very moment tomorrow, on this very ground." He articulated each word with a tone steeped in menace. 6 individuals, engaged in a trial by combat of 3 against 3. Suleiman's gaze remained calm and icy as he spoke in the most measured tone. "I hereby pronounce your death sentence. By the 7 gods." The surrounding soldiers stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless by the abrupt declaration of a life-or-death trial. Sir Ronald's eyes brimmed with astonishment. The situation had escalated to this extent, initiated by the young noble Suleiman in such a resolute and uncompromising manner. 3 against 3, so young, so foolish, even without armor. Jazuz's martial prowess eclipsed that of many knights, and his retainers were seasoned warriors, rigorously trained. They would undoubtedly rank among the top 1,000 at a kingdom-level tournament, which explained why he feared not offending Lord Raymond Derry. He could easily accept offers from other houses. And Suleiman, a mere 16-year-old noble, accompanied by 2 peasant guards. Sir Ronald could scarcely envision any hope for victory for the young man. Jazuz erupted into laughter. He had genuinely feared that Suleiman would leverage the feudal hierarchy of Westeros against him, yet he had not anticipated that his opponent would choose a contest of arms. His forte. Jazuz pointed at Suleiman and his guards. "Excellent. Splendid. The foul Baron Suleiman." He held his head high, gazing arrogantly at Suleiman, responding loudly, "I, known as the White-Boar Knight, Sir Jazuz of Derry, I accept your judgment. At this moment tomorrow, let all witness how you and your peasants pronounce my death sentence in this trial by combat." Chapter 13. Trial by Combat 2. Sir Ronald's face turned ashen as he hurried to Suleiman, his voice strained with suppressed fury and confusion. Following the incident at the camp, Lord Raymond Derry and Sir Ronald summoned Suleiman to the Lord's tent. "Sir Suleiman, have you lost your mind?" he nearly shouted. "Do you understand who Jazuz is? He ranks among the knights of the kingdom's tournament. You and your 2 peasant guards? This is not bravery. It is folly, a path to self-destruction." Suleiman regarded him calmly, his expression unwavering. "Thank you for your concern, Sir Ronald." Sir Ronald took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. "Listen, Suleiman. Derry City shall provide you with a satisfactory recompense, in consideration of your family's honor. It will undoubtedly meet your expectations." He cast a glance at Lord Raymond Derry in the distance, who subtly nodded, evidently in support of Sir Ronald's proposal. "Sir Suleiman, We need not escalate matters to an irretrievable state. Sir Ronald opined that the young and inconsequential Lord of Stench Castle was merely blinded by the fury of humiliation, entirely oblivious to the foolishness of his words and actions. How could a mere lad, who had survived by sheer luck on the battlefield, possibly compete with seasoned knights of great skill and experience? A faint, imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Suleiman's mouth. Sir Ronald, I appreciate your good intentions. His voice remained composed, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. However, some matters cannot be settled by retreat. My retinue has suffered indignity on my behalf, and my family has been shamed because of me. I shall not falter at this moment. Otherwise, what face would I have left in this world for my family? This is not recklessness, my lord. The outcome is far from certain. Suleiman turned to Ronald. Moreover, this is a necessary declaration. Some beasts can only comprehend the language of beasts. Sir Ronald gazed into Suleiman's youthful, yet remarkably serene eyes. As the flames of his anger gradually gave way to a sense of helplessness, he could not fathom why this youth was so obstinate, so ungrateful, so foolish. It was akin to when he first heard of Suleiman's father leading 3 noble kin into battle. Was the true identity of this Hudgian family that of the Northmen? His mind was frozen. Foolish. Too young. Too foolish. Sir Ronald ultimately shook his head, leaving with a parting remark laden with disappointment and ire. Feeling that any further words would be a waste of breath, Lord Raymond Derry silently observed Suleiman, then slowly approached him. His voice was low. Have you made your decision? Suleiman nodded. Yes, my lord. Raymond Derry fell silent for a moment, then unexpectedly unfastened the sword at his waist. It was a magnificent longsword, unlike those of Westeros, with a slender blade and a hilt adorned with intricate silver filigree, clearly of considerable worth. This sword comes from Mir. I bestow it upon you. Raymond Derry extended the sword to Suleiman. Your weapon is far too worn. Suleiman paused, momentarily taken aback by the exquisite longsword before him, then glanced at the rusted iron sword he had brought from Stench Castle. He did not feign modesty or decline, but solemnly accepted the longsword, cherishing the kindness shown to him. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Raymond. Raymond Derry nodded. Your retinue also requires 2 decent weapons. I shall arrange for them to be delivered. He paused, his gaze quietly fixed on Suleiman's eyes. Before the trial by combat officially commences, you may withdraw at any time. I will assist you. Suleiman tightened his grip on the mill-long sword, the chill of the hilt jolting him back to reality. He lifted his gaze and bestowed a confident smile upon Raymond Derry, one that sparked surprise within him. I shall remember the grace of your gifted sword, he declared, bowing slightly in gratitude before turning to depart, wordlessly. Raymond Derry watched Suleiman's retreating figure, his expression a complex tapestry of thoughts, silence enveloping him. He sensed a remarkable confidence emanating from this young knight. Suleiman arrived at the medical camp, where he encountered Lucien and Rosalind, both leaning on one another for support. Their wounds were stained with blood, yet their eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. One could only attribute their swift recovery to their rugged resilience. Lucien, attempting to smile, winced as the movement pulled at his injured lips, drawing a sharp breath through clenched teeth. My lord Suleiman, I apologize for the trouble we have caused you, Rosalind said. His head bowed, his voice laden with remorse. Suleiman approached to assess their injuries, which were predominantly superficial, though bruises and swelling were inevitable. He initially anticipated that they would be gripped by fear at the prospect of the impending duel, especially against knights and their squires, while they were merely farmers. Are you afraid? Suleiman inquired of the two. Not afraid. Lucien and Rosalind exclaimed in unison, their response resolute. Lucien touched his injured cheek, voice trembling. My lord Suleiman, it's just that we feel utterly useless. They have insulted you and your family, yet we were powerless to defeat them, disappointing you. Tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. Rosalind nodded vigorously. Indeed, my lord Suleiman, we fear not death, only the thought of disappointing you. A warmth filled Suleiman's heart as he placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders. Remember this. It is not your fault. His voice was calm, yet imbued with strength. Sometimes, this world operates in such a manner. Troubles arise not from our own misdeeds, but because others perceive us as easy targets. Suleiman rose, his gaze shifting toward the direction of Sir Jos's tent, his expression turning icy. He recalled his life before his arrival here, without family or kin. He had no one to rely upon. He had ventured into society early, navigating its harsh realities alone, experiencing its myriad shades. Over the years, he learned profound truths. Everyone told him that suffering was a blessing, yet he had never witnessed anyone reveling in that fortune. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Lucien and Roslin's ears. I once believed that kindness and sincerity would be reciprocated. However, I later realized that some individuals take your goodwill for granted. When you yield, they perceive you as weak and vulnerable. If you are gentle and amiable to all, some will see you merely as a source of advantage. Remember, we shall not wield our swords to inflict harm upon others, nor shall we allow others to use their swords against us. Suleiman turned his gaze back to Lucien and Roslin, his eyes resolute. Today, Jazis and his attendants dared to assault you and insult my family simply because they perceive us as soft and pliable. If we endure this, tomorrow, more shall come to bully us. They will seize our sustenance, rob us of our lands, and even threaten our very lives. Thus, when adversaries approach, the only recourse is to retaliate with greater ferocity, inflict pain upon them, instill fear within them. Let them tremble at the mere sight of us. Let them be so intimidated that they will avoid us in the future. Lucien and Roslin listened in a daze as Suleiman's words struck like a hammer upon their unassuming minds, breaking open the cracks of their understanding. They had never encountered such reasoning. Their parents had always taught them to refrain from resisting the nobility, for they were merely livestock grazing upon the lord's land. The noble lords incessantly reminded them of their lowly status, urging obedience and submission. The priests of the seven gods constantly preached that their souls were born tainted, destined to endure suffering in this world as a means of atonement. Yet, Suleiman's words brought them an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. Indeed, why should they be bullied? Why should they swallow their grievances in silence? Lucien gingerly touched his swollen head, then patted the back of his skull, chuckling foolishly. My lord, I think I am beginning to understand. Roslin also beamed a simple smile. I believe my lord speaks the truth. We have lived 20 years longer than him. Yet it seems we have lived in vain. Suleiman observed their relieved expressions and smiled in return. Therefore, tomorrow, we do not march towards certain death. His voice resonated with strength. We go to proclaim to all that the House of Stink is not to be trifled with. Chapter 14. The Trial by Combat. 3. The designated clearing for the trial by combat at the camp of the Derry City army was already teeming with spectators. The vassals of Derry City, knights, their attendants, and soldiers gathered in whispers, their eyes fixated on the figures at the center of the arena. Most gazes were filled with curiosity, while many others reflected confusion. They yearned to witness the audacity and courage of that young knight from the Stink House, who dared to challenge the renowned Sir Jazis to a life-or-death trial by combat. Why on earth is Suleiman undertaking such a risk? A soldier lamented softly to his companion, who harbored a favorable impression of the young noble. Another soldier lowered his voice and replied, their nobility regards their family honor as sacred as life itself, akin to the legendary tales recounted by wandering minstrels. Poor Sir Suleiman. On the other side of the crowd, the knight Joyces, burdened by his excessive girth, was being assisted by his attendant in donning his attire, in accordance with their agreement, without any armor. In his view, facing a mere lad like Suleiman and two farmers did not necessitate full armament. Joyces cast a disdainful glance at the trio of Suleiman standing not far away, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then took the brilliantly polished long sword from his attendant, its blade reflecting a chilling gleam in the sunlight. What a fool, he scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt and derision. To him, Suleiman's fate was already sealed. This very spot was destined to become the grave of the presumptuous young noble. He was poised to toy with Suleiman like a cat plays with a mouse, relishing the prospect of tormenting him to death. He had not anticipated that Suleiman would call for a trial by combat, granting himself an opportunity to slay him. After all, Suleiman was a knight, albeit a minor one, yet still a lord of inherited lands. Sir Ronald hastened to Suleiman's side, his countenance still grim, his voice low. My lord Suleiman, this is your final opportunity. Surrender now, and it can all be forgotten. Suleiman met his gaze calmly and shook his head. I appreciate your concern, Sir Ronald. My mind is made up. Sir Ronald sighed heavily, choosing not to press further, stepping aside. Words were futile. The young man had resolved his course of action, and Ronald was prepared to return Suleiman's severed head to his homeland. An elderly man clad in a simple monk's robe approached the center of the arena. He was a cleric of the seven gods, tasked with officiating and witnessing this trial by combat. The aged voice of the cleric resonated through the slightly tumultuous environment, imbued with a unique solemnity. The previously raucous atmosphere fell abruptly into silence. Today, Sir Suleiman of Stinking Fortress shall face Sir Joyces Burke of Derry City, and with sword and blade, they shall determine each other's honor and culpability. The swords are the hands of divine judgment. The survivor shall be deemed innocent. The seven gods behold you. Life and death lie within the sword. May the Father in heaven render just judgment upon you. Begin." The cleric gestured for both parties to advance. Suleiman and Knight Joyces stood facing each other, a distance of 5 meters apart. Knight Joyces held his head high, looking down at Suleiman with arrogance, his voice booming. "I, Joyces Burke of Derry City." Suleiman's voice, though soft, was heard clearly by all. "I, Sir Suleiman of Stinking Fortress, stand here to judge your crimes." There were no further words exchanged. The two men then retreated to their respective marked positions, 30 meters apart. Lucien and Rosalind gripped the long sword bestowed by Lord Raymond Derry, their palms clammy with sweat, anxiously standing beside Suleiman. Knight Joyces twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds throughout his body. He addressed his two attendants. "You two, do not move. Today, I shall personally eliminate these 3 imbeciles." No sooner had he spoken than Sir Jossies let out a furious roar, propelling himself forward with great force, sword in hand, charging towards Suleiman. With his long sword raised, he embodied the moniker of the White Boar Knight, resembling a wild boar in his reckless advance. "Suleiman!" Lucien and Rosalind gasped, instinctively rushing forward. "Stop!" Suleiman's voice, though soft, held an undeniable authority. The two halted in their tracks, helplessly watching as the fierce figure of Sir Jossies drew ever nearer to their beloved Suleiman. Many soldiers in the crowd even closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending brutality. To them, the frail young man seemed destined for a gruesome fate. A tragedy appeared imminent. However, just as Sir Jossies' sword was about to cleave into Suleiman's head, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A scream, piercing and sharp as the cry of a slaughtered pig, shattered the tense atmosphere of the camp. The onlookers opened their eyes in astonishment, gasping at the sight before them. Sir Jossies staggered backward, his right wrist empty, blood gushing forth like a fountain. His hand that had gripped the sword, along with half of his wrist, lay discarded a few paces away in the mud. Suleiman stood firm, his mill sword angled towards the ground, its blade stained with droplets of blood. Those who were watching beheld his movements as swift as lightning, elegant as a dance, seemingly devoid of any force, yet utterly lethal. "My hand! My hand!" Sir Jossies emitted a scream as piercing as a slaughtered pig, his bloodshot eyes filled with disbelief and excruciating pain. He could hardly fathom that such an outcome was possible. How could it have happened so swiftly? The agony nearly rendered him unconscious. Yet years of combat experience instinctively spurred him into action. With his left hand, he swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, determined to strike a fatal blow. With reckless abandon, he lunged at Suleiman, his blood-red eyes wild like a rabid dog. Suleiman's gaze was icy as he gracefully shifted his form once more. Sir Jossies felt a blur before him, as the figure seemed to materialize at his side like a specter. Another flash of the sword. A more agonizing wail erupted. Sir Jossies' left wrist was severed. The dagger, along with his severed hand, clattered to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Blood poured from his arms, the pain overwhelming him to the point where he could no longer stand. Ultimately, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Suleiman offered him no respite. Stepping forward, he deftly guided his mill sword across Sir Jossies' eyes. "My eyes! My eyes!" Sir Jossies cried out in torment, shielding his face with his arms as blood streamed from between them like a brook. He had utterly lost the capacity to resist. Yet Suleiman did not relent. Like a gust of wind, he circled behind Sir Jossies and struck down twice with his longsword. Jossies, his legs giving way, collapsed entirely to the ground. Having severed his tendons, he writhed in agony on the earth, akin to a fish out of water, thrashing like a bloodied pig escaping its bonds, emitting a piercing and terrifying wail. That sound was so harrowing, so frightful, so filled with despair, that the surrounding vassals, knights, and soldiers were seized by a chill. Some of the more timid soldiers averted their gaze, unable to bear the sight any longer. Their eyes turned towards Suleiman, brimming with terror. Was it also reverence? How brutal! Some muttered under their breath. "There is no knightly mercy here. May the 7 gods have mercy. This man shall surely face divine retribution." On the ground, Jossies writhed like a caterpillar, blood staining the earth beneath him. He shrieked in a hoarse voice, filled with dread and hopelessness. "Malwyn! Tobiah! Save me! Save me! Come quickly!" His two attendants, standing not far away, were already rendered speechless by the horrific spectacle, their faces as pale as parchment, legs trembling like aspen leaves. How could they dare approach? Suleiman gazed coldly at the writhing Jossies, his right arm slowly lifting, the tip of his longsword aimed at Jossies' shoulder blade. With a sickening thrust, the sword pierced through Jossies' shoulder, embedding deeply into the soil. Jossies let out a pained cry, his body convulsing violently. Yet he could no longer move an inch. Suleiman signaled to his companions, Lucien and Rosalind. They exchanged a glance, discovering shock and fear reflected in each other's eyes. To them, Sir Suleiman had always been benevolent. Gripping their swords tightly, they bellowed and charged towards Joassis's terrified attendants. Suleiman remained still. He understood that some paths must be traversed by these two simple men alone. If they wished to venture further, they must first stain their hands with blood. Just like him. In truth, he and his two guards trembled as well, yet he maintained his composure. He knew that once fear and cowardice were revealed in the world of Westeros, there would be no place for them in the future. He must endure it all. As Lucien charged forth, he roared in fury, as if to expel all the frustrations of his past life in that moment. "You two wretched curs, dare to strike me." The attendants, already in a state of panic, were thrown into disarray at the sight of Lucien and Rosalind charging at them like vengeful spirits. They hastily drew their swords to defend themselves, but their movements were already disjointed, far removed from their usual trained finesse. Within mere seconds, the two attendants were felled by Lucien and Rosalind. "Spare us! Spare us!" One of the attendants cried, clutching his leg, which had been severed, blood gushing from the wound. Lucien gasped for breath, his eyes ablaze with rage as he fixated on the crumpled servant on the ground, pleading for mercy. His sword faltered momentarily in his grip. Memories of Lord Suleiman's words and the humiliations he had endured flooded his mind. In the next instant, he bellowed in fury, raising his longsword high and bringing it down with ferocity. The blade plunged deeply into the servant's skull, splattering blood across the ground. With the servant now lifeless, Lucien's sword continued its relentless assault on the body, as if seeking to unleash a lifetime of pent-up fury. Meanwhile, Rosalind had also dispatched his foe, who was weeping profusely, desperately bowing in supplication. "Please, spare me. I beg you, do not kill me." Rosalind's hand trembled around the hilt of his sword as he gazed upon the servant's contorted face, stricken with terror, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. He instinctively glanced at Lord Suleiman, who merely observed him with a placid expression, devoid of emotion or guidance. Taking a deep breath, Rosalind closed his eyes. When he reopened them, the flicker of hesitation had vanished, replaced by a steely resolve. He raised his sword and swung it down with force. A head flew from the shoulders, rolling away. Sir Joyces, pinned to the ground, heard the agonized cries of his servant abruptly cease, signaling the end of it all. His remaining will crumbled entirely. His voice hoarse and faint. "Kill me, please, Sir Suleiman. Grant me a swift end. Give me closure." Suleiman approached him slowly, looking down at this knight, who had only moments ago exuded invincibility, but now writhed like a bleeding pig upon the earth. He drew the long sword embedded in Joyces's shoulder blade with deliberate slowness. With a sickening sound, blood gushed forth. Joyces emitted a piercing wail, not the anticipated release he had sought. Suleiman raised the bloodied sword, its tip aimed at the heavens, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding crowd that had fallen into an eerie silence. His voice resonated clearly in the hushed atmosphere, echoing in the ears of all present. "This is the fate of those who insult me, the consequence of offending the house of Stinkfort. There is no mercy, no closure, only an eternity of suffering and torment." Chapter 15. Farewell. 3 magnificent steeds galloped along the King's Road, carrying Suleiman, Lucien, and Rosalind. It must be said that one's attire and a horse's saddle are of great importance. Lord Raymond Deary had bestowed upon the trio fine armor, exquisite swords, and splendid horses as parting gifts. Suleiman was clad in a brand new, exquisitely tailored black noble robe, accompanied by a short black cloak billowing in the wind. At his waist hung a beautifully crafted slender sword, a gift from Lord Raymond, distinct from the heavy broadswords of Westeros, embodying a lightness and sharpness unique to the craftsmanship of the distant narrow sea. The blade was long and slender, with the hilt inlaid with delicate silver threads. He rode upon a magnificent white steed. His countenance, though still reminiscent of a typical individual from Hudgian, exuded an air of poise. His features, while unremarkable, radiated a resolute strength, further accentuated by the noble horse, a flowing black cloak, and a sharp sword at his waist, bestowing upon him a commanding presence that imbued his visage with a distinctive allure and charm. Lord Damon Rooken and Sir Ronald of Gwamu City were left utterly astonished. Could this truly be the same individual? The Suleiman of days past had lacked any semblance of the grace or vitality befitting a nobleman, his rough skin rendering him more akin to the son of a humble farmer than a scion of nobility. Yet the figure standing before them now bore no resemblance to the young man clad in tattered robes and possessing an ordinary appearance from just a few days prior. "Goodness, am I truly this handsome?" Suleiman mused inwardly, casting a glance at Lucien and Rosalind, who had undergone a remarkable transformation themselves. They donned well-fitted light armor gifted by Lord Raymond, shedding the rags of their previous attire. At their sides hung 2 pristine long swords, a stark contrast to their former rusty implements. Now, clad in soldiers' light armor and brandishing long swords, they sat tall upon their steeds, exuding confidence and vitality. No longer appearing as timid peasants, but as true warriors, albeit still retaining a hint of innocence. Accompanied by 2 guards, Suleiman had bid farewell to Lord Raymond Derry 3 days prior, not out of a desire to continue feasting, but rather due to the tarnished reputation he had acquired. He vividly recalled the day when, sword pointed skyward, he had commanded attention, his voice resonating with authority as he declared, "This is the consequence of insulting me. The fate of those who insult the stinking fortress family. No mercy, no resolution, only endless suffering and torment awaits." His words fell upon the assembly like a heavy silence, the tension palpable. The aged judge presiding over the martial trial bore an expression of shock and fury, for Suleiman's actions were steeped in a chilling bloodlust and cruelty. There was no adherence to tradition, no mercy to be found. This was a desecration of the 7 gods. Such sacrilege would surely invoke divine retribution. The fury coursing through his frail body rendered him nearly speechless, trembling as if on the brink of a spiritual demise. Around him, the nobles and knights of Derry City glared at Suleiman with unbridled rage. His actions had disregarded all conventions of noble combat, devoid of any trace of compassion or chivalry, leaving only a trail of brutal carnage. In a savage display, Suleiman had incapacitated his opponent in a manner most grotesque, blinding him and severing his tendons, robbing a knight of the dignity of a noble death, leaving him to bleed out or face a life of debilitating anguish. The nobility of Derry City were incensed, perceiving Suleiman's actions as not only an affront to a knight, but as a grave insult to the dignity of the entire Derry City, the aristocracy of Hegian, and indeed, the nobility of the 7 kingdoms. Their fury did not stem from sympathy for Sir José's. Rather, they understood the catalyst for the incident. Sir José's had insulted the dignity of an aristocratic lineage. The aggrieved party chose not to impose their noble rank to punish the offender, but opted instead for a trial by combat, adhering to the traditions of the 7 kingdoms to uphold their family's honor. This was the essence of nobility, a true noble's approach, even in the face of the guardian. Even before the king, their wrath was ignited by Suleiman's transgression of the boundaries of noble conduct as they perceived it. In their eyes, Suleiman's actions were brutal, intolerable, and perilous. This should have been a tale of valor celebrated across the 7 kingdoms, a legendary narrative recounted by bards. A 16-year-old noble, in a fervent defense of family honor, challenged a seasoned knight of the realm and succeeded in slaying him, thus preserving his family's dignity. Sir Ronald's countenance turned ashen. His lips pressed tightly together as he regarded Suleiman with a complex gaze. He could sense the overwhelming fury emanating from the surrounding nobles and knights, the very air thickening with tension. Ultimately, he spoke. "Sir Suleiman, you have valiantly defended your family's honor with blade and sword. Now, with mercy, deliver death to your opponent and allow his soul to find peace. End his suffering." This is the compassion expected of nobility and a sign of respect towards the 7 gods who bear witness to this. The nobles and knights of Derry City cast hopeful glances at Suleiman, yearning for him to exhibit a modicum of respect for tradition at this pivotal moment. Yet, Suleiman remained composed, standing beside Sir José's, his gaze fixed upon Ronald. His voice, though quiet, resonated with clarity in the stillness, each word pronounced with undeniable weight. "Sir Ronald, my family has forever been the subject of mockery and derision among other nobles, even as my father and 2 brothers perished for the Iron Throne. Did they ever show my family the slightest respect? Did they possess any regard for noble tradition?" He paused, his icy gaze sweeping the surroundings, recalling the incessant jests and taunts directed at his lineage since his arrival at the Derry City encampment. Suleiman calmly wiped the blood from his sword, sheathing it with a sense of resolute finality. "His fate will be judged by my sword, and thus determined by my words. He shall either bleed out, tortured to death, or live on, burdened by his sins and pain, becoming a living warning to all who dare insult me or the house of Stinking Fortress." Suleiman's declaration rendered all of Sir Ronald's pleas futile. The knight's countenance fell into silence. He opened his mouth, yet ultimately, no words emerged. He could only watch helplessly as Sir José's writhed on the ground, hoping fervently that the knight would soon bleed to death, for otherwise, his future would be far more tragic than death itself. surviving with physical disabilities, confined to a bed, and subjected to a treatment and environment starkly opposed to his former life. He found himself powerless, unable to contest the verdict of the martial trial's victor. Suleiman cast a final glance at Sir Ronald, his expression tinged with remorse, for Sir Ronald had always treated him with the reverence of an elder. He then turned to depart the blood-soaked clearing, accompanied by Lucien and Rosalind, leaving behind the despondent cries of Sir José's and a camp shrouded in silence, fear, and wrath. At this juncture, Suleiman harbored a lingering guilt towards Lord Raymond Derry and Sir Ronald. He had heard that Sir José's had been rescued, granted a chance at life. Yet he was left blind, with severed hands and shattered legs, rendered incapacitated, and he incessantly begged those around him for release from his torment. However, none dared to comply, for it was the decree of the martial trial's victor, and they now regarded Sir Suleiman with trepidation. It was not until Lord Raymond Derry arrived, drawing a long sword from a soldier's waist, that he pierced Sir José's skull. Perceiving the atmosphere within the ranks had shifted dramatically, the soldiers no longer dared converse with the three of them, retreating at the mere sight of them. The nobles regarded him with furious glares. Had their stares possessed lethal power, Suleiman would have perished countless times. Additionally, the elder monk of the 7 gods relentlessly pursued him, incessantly preaching, shadowing him wherever he went, seemingly intent on converting him into a true devotee of the 7 gods. Ultimately, he chose to bid farewell to Lord Raymond Derry, offering his apologies. To his surprise, Lord Derry looked at him in astonishment, questioning the need for an apology, asserting that he had merely defended his family's honor. There was nothing to regret. Had you lacked formidable strength, Sir José's fate would have been yours, for he had intended to treat you similarly. In this world, sometimes infamy serves as a better shield than reputation. You have performed admirably. He even bestowed upon Suleiman and his companions armor, swords, and fine steeds, stating, "Should there come a day when you have no place to turn, the gates of Derry City shall always be open to you." Chapter 16. Lady Rosalind. The towering stone walls of Dedding City loomed ahead. This was truly a castle, unlike the pitiful 3-story tower of Stink Castle, which even dogs would not inhabit. Suleiman mused inwardly. The banners of House Deddings fluttered in the wind atop the 5-meter-high walls. Due to the wartime circumstances and Lord Baron Deddings being engaged against the enemy at Seaside City, the guards were clad in armor, their demeanor formidable. The castle gates stood firmly shut. Upon the arrival of 3 armed and armored horsemen, the soldiers atop the walls swiftly sounded the urgent assembly horn. Suleiman reined in the white horse gifted by Lord Raymond Derry, while Lucien and Rosalind nervously halted behind him. "Who goes there?" The 4 guards atop the city walls demanded sternly, their bows taut and fingers poised menacingly. Suleiman felt a genuine fear of these archers. One misstep could turn him and his companions into mere pincushions. He hastily urged his steed forward, producing his seal and family insignia from his cloak. "Sir Suleiman of the Stinking Keep, here to pay my respects to the Lady of the Lord," he proclaimed loudly. The captain of the guards scrutinized the trio with suspicion. Clad in a flowing black robe and cape, with a sharp sword at his side and astride a magnificent horse, Suleiman exuded an extraordinary presence. Behind him, Lucien and Rosalind, though merely adorned in light armor, sat tall on their steeds, swords hanging at their waists, their vigilant eyes betraying their seasoned experience as veterans. The guards atop the walls whispered among themselves. "The Stinking Keep? I've heard they are so impoverished they lack even a horse, let alone guards." These 3 hardly seemed to fit that description. Weren't all the members of the Stinking Keep family said to have perished at the hands of the Iron Folk? The youngest was even struck on the head and left for dead. A guard was lowered from the wall in a basket, cautiously approaching to receive the seal and family insignia from Suleiman. After a thorough examination, he raised his gaze to Suleiman, his expression shifting from initial wariness to astonishment, and finally to confusion. "Sir Suleiman of the Stinking Keep?" he confirmed. "Indeed," came the reply. The guard returned the seal and insignia to Suleiman, his tone considerably softened. "Please wait. I must notify my superiors." He turned and was lifted back up to the walls. The wait was brief. Soon, the grand gates of the castle swung open, and a dozen knights galloped forth, encircling Suleiman and his companions. The lead knight spoke with a semblance of respect, though his hand remained firmly on the hilt of his sword, his gaze scanning Suleiman and his companions. "Sir Suleiman, the Lady Rosalind requests your presence." Suleiman nodded, urging his horse forward into the city, with Lucien and Rosalind trailing closely behind, striving to maintain composure despite the tension, their expressions slightly rigid under the watchful eyes of the knights surrounding them. Upon entering Dedding City, Lucien and Rosalind were taken aback by the sight before them. The cobblestone streets were flanked by sturdy two- and three-story buildings constructed of blue stone, with soldiers patrolling at every turn. No wonder Suleiman's grandfather referred to our home as a refugee camp. The knights then separated Suleiman and his companions once more, verifying their identities before finally escorting them to a side hall, where they were instructed to relinquish their weapons and armor for a thorough search. "Please wait here, Sir Suleiman," the knight instructed. The side hall, though modest in size and decor, was clean and orderly. Suleiman found a chair to rest in, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Meanwhile, Lucien and Rosalind appeared visibly anxious. "My lord, this horse, it's truly not meant for mere mortals," Rosalind muttered softly, pressing his hand against the inner thigh, grimacing slightly. Lucien also nodded with a pained expression, exclaiming that he felt as if his very soul was being shaken from his body. Having previously admired the knight's graceful and commanding presence while riding, he never anticipated such torment. Lao Lin continued to grumble, but Lucien quickly interjected, "What are you saying? The Lord has provided us with steeds. It is a mark of respect towards us." Suleiman opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He calmly replied, "One will soon grow accustomed to it. There will be many more opportunities to ride in the future." Upon hearing this, both men wore even more forlorn expressions. Before long, a soft patter of footsteps approached. A woman with chestnut hair, dressed in a simple long gown, entered, accompanied by two handmaidens. She appeared to be in her 40s. Her face haggard and eyes weary, her hair loosely tied back, suggesting a prolonged absence of restful slumber. Yet her gaze was gentle and composed, exuding an inherent authority befitting a lady of the manor. This was Lady Rosalind, the matron of the Deidens family. Suleiman rose and bowed respectfully. "Good day, esteemed Lady Rosalind." Lu Shun and Lao Lin hurriedly followed suit, awkwardly mimicking Suleiman's gesture. "Young Suleiman, there is no need for excessive formality. Please, take a seat." Lady Rosalind's voice was soothing, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. "Young Suleiman, have you come to inherit the family title?" she inquired. Suleiman took a deep breath, sorrow flooding his countenance. Life is but a play, reliant upon one's skill and performance. His eyes reddened, and he rushed forward, kneeling and clutching Lady Rosalind's legs tightly. His voice trembled with emotion. Lady, my father and two brothers. They have all perished. They fell in the battle at Haijiang City. My mother believed we were all lost. In her grief and despair, she leaped from the stinking fortress. Lady, he cried, as if his heartache was too great to contain, bowing his head, his body shaking from tears. He clutched the hem of Lady Rosalind's gown with increasing desperation. Lady Rosalind regarded him quietly, her gaze softening with compassion as she gently stroked Suleiman's hair. "What has this poor child endured?" she sighed. "I have heard of the tragedy at the stinking fortress. Your father and brothers were valiant warriors. The Deidens family shall forever honor their loyalty. Your mother was an extraordinary woman. She raised 3 fine children." Suleiman lifted his gaze, tears brimming in his eyes. "My father, in response to the call to arms, nearly depleted the family's entire savings to procure arms and armor. Now, the stinking fortress has but me remaining. Our granaries are bare, and the treasury holds no gold. I and the villagers shall soon starve." Suleiman wept sorrowfully, his voice a lament. "I beseech you, dear lady, in light of my father and brother's sacrifice for Lord Deidens, I implore you to show mercy, to extend your generosity, and assist me in overcoming this dire plight." Lu Shun and Lao Lin gazed in astonishment at the sight of Suleiman kneeling on the ground, clinging to Lady Rosalind, his mournful cries echoing with poignant despair. What a situation! Could it be that grandfather Suleiman has been feigning indifference before them while concealing his own suffering? Our dear grandfather Suleiman has managed to hide his tears deep within his heart for such a long time. They feel a pang of guilt once more, lamenting their own helplessness. Lady Rosalind gazed at the young nobleman kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, a flicker of sadness and compassion crossing her eyes. After a moment of silence, she spoke gently. "Young Suleiman, your family has shed blood for the Deidens. This loyalty shall never be forgotten by the Deidens." Her voice, though soft, carried an insightful weight. "Yet I have also heard that the benevolent Sir Suleiman, upon returning to the stinking fortress, distributed the last of the family's food and wealth to the families of those fallen subjects." At her words, Suleiman's heart was tumultuous, his expression of sorrow instantly hardening. After all, if a lord cannot ascertain the situation of his vassals in a timely manner, what use is he as a lord? However, Suleiman quickly regained his composure, continuing to weep as he clung tightly to the lady's leg, exclaiming, "My father and brothers perished in battle. Those farmers died for my family. Their families are left destitute and alone, and I cannot bear to see them starve. You understand, my lady, I am the youngest in my family, and I have never received the education befitting a family heir." He raised his hand to wipe away his flowing tears. In a moment of impulsiveness, "I did not foresee that our family situation had deteriorated to such a state." Lady Rosalind observed him, her gaze now imbued with scrutiny and an indescribable stirring. With a gentle sigh, her tone carrying both affection and a hint of helplessness, she said, "You will be a kind and benevolent lord." She extended her hand to help Suleiman rise. "Stand up, young Suleiman. I shall consider allocating some provisions to help you through this hardship." Suleiman stood, his face a mixture of appropriate gratitude and sorrow. "Thank you, my lady. Thank you. The best way to touch a woman's heart is to evoke her empathy." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. A guard rushed in, visibly flustered, forgetting to announce himself first. My lady, urgent military news." The guard panted, his face pale. Lady Rosalind furrowed her brow, questioning, "What is the matter that incites such urgency?" A servant presented a letter to Lady Rosalind. As she read the letter, her expression shifted dramatically, ultimately settling into a grave demeanor, the weariness upon her face deepening. Then, turning to Suleiman, she spoke with an apologetic tone. "Young Suleiman, regarding your request, I will need some time. You may stay in the city for now. Once I have dealt with the pressing military matters, I shall provide you with a response." Suleiman silently lamented the timing, wishing it could have been delayed a little longer. It seemed the lady was already prepared to be generous. He could only respectfully respond, "I await the lady's news." Lady Rosalind nodded. "I shall do so at the earliest opportunity." Suleiman took his leave, accompanied by Lucien and Rosalind, as he contemplated his forthcoming strategies. The demeanor of Lady Rosalind appeared to be rather favorable. It seemed she had been moved and was inclined to be generous. Yet the recent urgent military matters had caused her to reconsider, requiring further reflection. However, such contemplation introduced uncertainty, leaving the nature of the recent military situation unclear. Chapter 17. The Highland clan. The soldiers of Diting City gazed in astonishment at the seemingly indifferent Suleiman alongside his two guards, Lucien and Rosalind. They were utterly taken aback to witness a noble lord, heir to a hereditary territory, queuing with two attendants for sustenance in the soldiers' mess. Accustomed to lavish feasts, was he now seeking a taste of humble fare? The eccentricities of this odious baron were indeed remarkable. Suleiman led Lucien and Rosalind to a table, clutching their trays, entirely oblivious to the curious and scrutinizing glances of the surrounding soldiers. Once seated, he retrieved two cloth bags filled with contents from his person, tossing them to Lucien and Rosalind. While consuming his meal, he remarked, "This is your military pay." This sum was granted by Lord Raymond Derry in gratitude for sharing his combat experiences against the Iron Men with the soldiers of Derry City. In truth, it was Lucien and Rosalind who had undertaken this task. Lucien and Rosalind were rendered speechless, their faces reflecting incredulous shock. "Suleiman, sir, what are you doing?" Lucien stammered. Rosalind, regaining his composure, stared at Suleiman in bewilderment. Suleiman set down his tray, frowning at the two, and reiterated, "Did I not inform you? This is your military remuneration." His tone was as casual as if discussing the most mundane of topics. Yet, in Lucien and Rosalind's understanding, the Lord had already provided them with shelter and land. Thus, participating in the Lord's battles was their obligation as vassals, a means of repaying his kindness. Even if they were to perish in battle, it would merely signify their ill fate. "You have offered our families refuge upon your lands, sparing us from destitution, and granted us your soil to cultivate, saving us from starvation." These were the words imparted to them by their forebears, now echoed back to Suleiman. Tears welled in their eyes, their speech faltering, as though accepting this payment would constitute an unforgivable sin. "Suleiman, sir, we cannot accept your military pay." Moreover, they felt burdened by a sense of guilt towards his family, particularly concerning the old baroness, his mother, witnessing their seemingly endless displays of reluctance. Suleiman's patience began to wear thin. He slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, "To give is to receive. Do you understand? You are my soldiers, soldiers of the odious barony, no longer mere farmers. You are my sword and shield. I require you to stand firmly by my side." Suleiman observed their frightened and rigid expressions, realizing that his earlier display had been somewhat impassioned. He sensed an increasing departure from his former self, embodying the true essence of a noble lord of Westeros. He softened his tone, yet it remained resolute. "Remember this. Rewards shall follow merit, and transgressions must incur consequences. The military stipend is rightfully yours, earned through your own capabilities and diligence. You serve me, and I acknowledge your efforts and contributions. This is the reward for your service." He cast his gaze upon the 2 bags, his voice turning serene yet unwavering. "Take this money back, procure some goods in Diting City for your families, for your children. Let them understand. Let all my subjects comprehend. Following Lord Suleiman does not equate to a feudal demise, but rather to earning a better life for your household through your own skill and endeavor." Lucien and Rosalind finally ceased their bewilderment, beginning to grasp the meaning behind Lord Suleiman's words. His message, coupled with the sudden military stipend, the direct and candid acknowledgement of their contributions, and the reward for their efforts, resonated more profoundly than any grandiloquent rhetoric. Their hearts raced. From this moment forth, they were soldiers recognized by Lord Suleiman, serving him, and in allegiance to the Stinky Fortress family. Lord Suleiman did not seek their repayment, but aimed to transform that gratitude into something tangible. Suleiman watched as they finally ceased their struggle and grasped the coin purses. How weary he felt. Such is the state of the world, transforming people into what they have become. Contemplating this, Suleiman took a piece of dark bread, placing it in his mouth, mumbling, "Eat something." His gaze swept over the 2, devoid of any emotional nuance, yet it imposed an invisible weight upon Lucien and Rosalind. Rosalind swallowed hard, laboriously securing the purse. Lucien likewise silently tucked away the other bag. The money was modest, the bags light, yet both Lucien and Rosalind perceived their weight as heavier than the swords in their hands. They silently vowed to the 7 gods to remain loyal to Lord Suleiman, unto death. In the dimly lit council chamber of Dighton Castle, the crackling of the fire in the hearth punctuated the silence. A map of the Riverlands sprawled across the wooden table, detailing the various families, mountains, hazards, rivers, castles, and even ferry crossings. Within the castle, Lady Rosalind's finger pressed against the marked location of the Dighting family along the Green Cross River, her brow furrowed in worry. Bachelor Ward stood beside her, his gray robe cascading down, the scholar's chain glinting in the enclosed space. His voice matched her somber tone. Weary and low, messengers and ravens seeking aid from various regions of the Dighting territory continue to arrive at Dighting City, my lady. Simultaneously, his emaciated fingers rested upon the wooden long table, connecting the mountainous region of the Hudgian area with the valleys. The clan of the Highlanders descended from the Minghua mountain, committing acts of pillage and slaughter, numbering perhaps over 1,000. Rosalind's fingers clenched tightly, her head slightly bowed, silent. They had scattered, and many villages had been reduced to ashes. At last, Lady Rosalind spoke, her voice laced with fatigue. "How many do we have left?" Bachelor Ward remained silent for a moment before responding. "Fewer than 400, my lady. Lord Baron has taken the army to Haijong City. We can only hold our position but are powerless to launch a rescue. What of Tilly guarding there? Or the other lords of Hudgian?" Rosalind rubbed her temples. Bachelor Ward laid bare the harsh reality. The Hudgian army was stationed along the extensive coastline of Maizong Town and Eagle's Point, where the threat from the Iron Folk was far greater than that posed by these savages. "We must rely solely on ourselves, and at this moment, we are incapable of action." A heavy silence enveloped the council chamber. Ultimately, Lady Rosalind broke the stillness with her voice. Her hand struck the wooden table with indignation. "We must devise a plan. Bachelor Ward, we cannot allow the situation to deteriorate further. If we disregard the invasion of the savages and the pleas for aid from our vassals and subjects, what will they think? They will believe that the Dighting family is incapable of protecting them, and the consequences would be dire." Bachelor Ward, unfazed by Lady Rosalind's anger, sighed. "My lady, rather than worrying about them, we should concern ourselves with our own survival. Should Deep Valley City fall, Dighting City will face the savages directly." He shifted his tone. "I have a proposal. There are no noble commanders left in the city, but I have heard that the survivor from the battlefield, Suleiman, is in the city. We could urgently conscript 300 soldiers and place them under his command, publicly declaring that the Dighting family is responding to the pleas of the subjects. If he fails to quell the savages or hesitates..." Rosalind's heart sank. She understood the Bachelor's implication. "Bachelor Ward, how could we do such a thing to a young man who has lost all his kin?" Bachelor Ward's expression remained unchanged. Lady Rosalind regarded him, pacing back and forth, until she finally halted, lifting her gaze to the Dighting family crest hanging on the wall, a shield symbolizing the Dighting family's guardianship over their domain, while now the savages of the Highland clan ravaged Dighting lands. Ultimately, she turned, her expression resolute. "Urgently conscript 300 soldiers. Reinforce the defense of Deep Valley City. Abandon support for the regions within our territory. Bring Suleiman to me. Chapter 18. The opportunity Suleiman chewed on the dry, hard black bread, his gaze sweeping over Lucien and Rosalind. His eagerness to change Lucien and Rosalind stemmed not merely from the present, but from the foundation of his own future. He needed both of them to stand independently in the days to come. Though he was a noble from Westeros, his status was too lowly, and his family lacked any substantial heritage. It was utterly impossible for him to garner the support of the historically rooted aristocrats of Westeros. However, he might consider pursuing an alternative path. As the three dined in silence, a guard from Diting hurriedly approached, making his way directly to Suleiman. Sir Suleiman, Lady Rosalind summons you, the guard said, bowing with a tone of respect. Suleiman struggled to swallow the dark bread in his mouth, fantasizing that perhaps Lady Rosalind would be generous with her resources. Rising from his seat, he was promptly followed by Lucien and Laughlin. As the three accompanied the attendant into the castle's interior, the passages within the castle were narrow and winding, adorned on both sides with the banners of House Diting. At the entrance of the Lord's Hall, guards stood vigil, and the grand door was slowly pushed open. Inside the hall, rows of soldiers flanked either side, while the fire in the hearth burned brightly, yet could not dispel the solemn atmosphere that pervaded the space. Lady Rosalind occupied the Lord's seat, her demeanor now devoid of the previous day's warmth, with Bachelor Ward standing attentively by her side. Upon witnessing this scene, Suleiman realized he was in deep trouble. Such formality and gravity could hardly herald generosity. With a steely resolve, he stepped forward and bowed slightly, though confusion clouded his mind. Sir Suleiman, Lady Rosalind gestured, her voice now stripped of its earlier gentleness. Diting is presently under grave threat. The wildlings of the mountain clan have descended from the heights. They have breached the mountain defenses and are pillaging my family's lands. The mountain clan? Suleiman furrowed his brow, the name stirring a vague recollection. Reminiscent of tales spun by the imp beside him, Bachelor Ward continued, according to the reports from the Ravens, the Black Ears, the Burning Ones, and the Stone Crows have united, their numbers potentially exceeding 1,000, or even more. 1,000, or perhaps more. Suleiman's left eyelid twitched uncontrollably, and he felt an ominous premonition. Lady Rosalind continued, her gaze fixed upon him. Diting currently possesses merely over 400 soldiers. They cannot abandon the castle. There are no noble lords remaining in the city capable of leading the troops. Breaking the silence, Suleiman raised his gaze to Lady Rosalind. Lady, your summons to me cannot be merely to convey this grim news. Rather than evading fear, one ought to confront it. A flicker of appreciation flashed in Lady Rosalind's eyes. Rising from her seat, she descended the steps, stating, Indeed, Sir Suleiman, I require someone who can lead troops, yet there are no noble commanders left in the city. Suleiman offered a rueful smile. Surely, there is still one individual, is there not, my lady? That would be me. Lady Rosalind regarded him with a smile. Diting has just urgently conscripted a number of farmers and townsfolk, approximately 300 in total. The vast majority of them had never wielded a sword nor participated in combat. Suleiman's face twitched. 300 untrained recruits were to confront 1,000 or more wild clansmen. Was he mistaken in some way that had offended Lady Rosalind? He endeavored to steady his tone. 300 new soldiers, my lady, to face over 1,000 Highland clansmen. Are you certain? Lady Rosalind, fully aware of the implications, replied in a low voice, I understand, Sir Suleiman. I know this is daunting. Hence, I ask of you but one thing, not to attack those wretched savages. Rather, to escort this contingent to Deep Valley Keep. Suleiman attempted to decline with feigned politeness, his eyes welling with tears. You know, my lady, I am the last of my line. Lady Rosalind interrupted. Your family has faced misfortune, your lands lie in ruin. I am aware, I know it all. But this is not the time for such discussions, she observed as Suleiman grew increasingly silent. After a pause, seemingly gathering her thoughts, she continued. Should you be willing to accept this formidable task, I am prepared to make a promise. During this time, all spoils will belong to you, whether they be treasures or prisoners of war. I will also expand your territory. A flicker of interest crossed Suleiman's eyes. The prospect of claiming spoils was an enticing condition for one seeking to restore his family's influence, as such wealth would undoubtedly serve as a crucial foundation. However, the cost and consequences could be beyond his means. Additionally, Lady Rosalind's gaze conveyed a sense of resolute determination. I grant you the authority to temporarily recruit soldiers from the lands of the dating family, be they from villages or towns. You may summon as you deem necessary. Suleiman looked up, astonished at Lady Rosalind. He could hardly contain his excitement. The terms were extraordinarily generous. As long as he could claim the spoils during the conflict with the Highland clans, it represented a swift accumulation of wealth. and recruiting from another's territory would allow him to expand his influence openly, sheltering refugees and enlisting soldiers. He pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting between Lady Rosalind and Scholar Ward. 1,000 or more savages against over 300 untrained farmers, plus any soldiers he could recruit. The task remained daunting, the risk of death exceedingly high. Yet, he looked at Lady Rosalind, whose face was etched with urgency and hope. "I accept your terms, my lady," Suleiman finally declared. "It is done." Lady Rosalind visibly exhaled in relief. "Thank you, young Suleiman. May the 7 gods bless you. This loyalty shall never be forgotten by the dating family. I will also allocate a supply of grain to Stinking Fortress to assist your family through this hardship." Suleiman bowed respectfully, stating, "I must immediately commence preparations to understand the condition, equipment, and logistics of these 300 men." "Of course, young Suleiman," Lady Rosalind replied with a smile. "You may request anything you need from either myself or Master Ward. I shall prepare the necessary documents for your summons shortly." "Then, my lady, permit me to take my leave," Suleiman said, bowing once more. He turned, departing the Lord's Hall alongside Lucien and Rosalind. As they walked back, Lucien and Rosalind remained silent, trailing closely behind Suleiman, whose strides were steady, yet his heart surged with fervor. This was an opportunity. He realized that from this moment forward, his goals had truly entered a new phase. He must seize the chance to strengthen himself amidst the chaos of conscripting soldiers and appropriating resources. Chapter 19. The army on the march. The 300 hastily conscripted soldiers had gathered together, appearing disorganized, akin to a group of tourists ambling through the countryside. Some even wielded their issued swords as makeshift walking sticks. There were no formations or marching commands. The line stretched long, with those at the front moving lazily while those behind had already paused to rest, adjust their packs, or even stray from the ranks to relieve themselves or curiously gaze about. They chattered noisily, gossiping as if in a bustling marketplace, their eyes filled with confusion and fear regarding this forced conscription. Rather than a military march, they resembled refugees, unwillingly bound together and sent to an undesired destination. Suleiman rode at the forefront on the magnificent steed gifted by Raymond Derry, surveying the chaotic scene before him. He now regretted accepting this assignment. Although the journey ahead held promise, he feared he might first encounter the 7 gods. Was this truly a mission to support the troops at Deep Valley Town? Suleiman felt akin to a kindergarten teacher leading a group of children on an outing. Even at this moment, their situation seemed better than the day prior. His thoughts drifted back to the day before. Suleiman stood in the barracks of Dating City, watching the 300 hastily conscripted soldiers gather. They were ragged, brandishing rusty sickles, dull axes, and some even wielded crude wooden sticks. What manner of individuals were these? He inhaled deeply, feeling his fervor turn to icy dread in the span of a single day, or rather, within mere minutes of witnessing this scene. Lady Rosalind stood beside him, her expression weary, while Master Ward maintained a calm demeanor at her side. Suleiman, standing near them, lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. It was over. His mind raced to devise a solution. When he raised his gaze once more, tears welled in his eyes, and his expression was one of profound sorrow. "My lady, the dating family is in dire straits. Though I am still young, I am willing to dedicate everything to the dating's family, just like my father and brothers. Even if it means death, I shall perish in service to the lady and the dating's family." He knelt down, grasping Lady Rosalind's garment tightly. His voice choked with emotion. "This is the only act I can perform as the last remnant of the Stinkfort family, my lady." He paused, as if overwhelmed with grief, then resolutely declared, "Even if this is a certain death, I shall die for the dating's family. Yet, I fear that in such a dire situation, my death would be in vain, and I would be unable to fulfill the lady's mission." Lady Rosalind gazed at him, a flicker of compassion and sorrow glinting in her eyes. "Life is but a performance, reliant upon one's skill in acting. Did I not instruct you to equip them with weapons and leather armor?" Lady Rosalind's countenance turned stern as she turned to Scholar Ward. "Scholar, where is their equipment? What has this child endured that you have forgotten? We rescued him from the brink of death. Must we now push him back towards it?" Faced with the lady's stern inquiry, Scholar Ward finally lost his composure and sighed. "I shall prepare it and distribute it before their departure." As memories faded, Suleiman returned to the harsh reality before him. The biting wind lashed against his face. He needed to mold them into a unit that, while perhaps not capable of fighting, could at least march without disbanding midway. "I can no longer bear to watch. This is intolerable. Lucien, Rosalind, come to me." Lucien and Rosalind promptly rode forth to Suleiman, dismounting and bowing in respect. Clad in light armor, With long swords at their sides and riding majestic steeds, they exuded a certain presence. Suleiman instructed them to mount their horses and face the ragtag assembly. He raised his voice, utilizing the height of his mount and the authority of his noble status to ensure his words reached every ear. I am Sir Suleiman of Stinkfort, the commander of your unit. A murmur rippled through the crowd, some curious, others apathetic, uncertain of the unfolding events. He paused, surveying the throng. All of you shall obey my command. Form into squads of 150, with 20 in each row and 6 in each column. Form a phalanx immediately. He pointed to Lucien and Rosalind behind him. Lucien, Rosalind, organize the ranks. Any who dare disobey shall be dealt with mercilessly. Lucien and Rosalind swiftly responded, galloping into the crowd and vociferously directing them. All of you shall obey my command. Form into squads of 150, with 20 in each row and 6 in each column. Form a phalanx immediately. Suleiman, perched atop a white steed, though merely 16, presented an imposing stature. His features were resolute and sharp, complemented by the noble horse, a flowing black cloak, and a gleaming sword at his side, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Lucien and Rosalind, mounted on their noble steeds with swords at their sides, had shed the timidity of their former lives as farmers, replaced now by a newfound vigor. As the noble lord issued his commands, the ranks began to jostle, each individual striving to find their place amidst the chaos, yet a semblance of order began to emerge. Suleiman observed the bustling Lucien and Rosalind, alongside the soldiers who were awkwardly attempting to form ranks, and felt a flicker of solace, a sensation that had eluded him for many days. However, this fleeting comfort was soon disrupted by a commotion in the crowd. A loud voice emerged, exclaiming, "Bah, who do you think you are to command me?" Suleiman's gaze turned toward the center of the crowd, where a space rapidly cleared to reveal Lucien standing face to face with a burly soldier clad in full leather armor, wielding a longsword. The soldier bore an unmistakable sneer, flanked by several similarly attired comrades, clearly a faction. Suleiman recognized them as soldiers from the Diadon's family, a notorious group of ruffians from Diadon City, discarded by the learned ward. Suleiman inwardly cursed the old man, lamenting the shoddy equipment he had been forced to accept, now compounded by the addition of these troublesome miscreants. Previously, at the camp in Derry City, these individuals had exhibited an arrogant demeanor, believing themselves superior to the conscripted farmers. They now resented Suleiman's authority over them. The burly man continued to taunt Lucien, declaring, "I am a soldier of Diadon City. Do you understand what that means? I have fought alongside Lord Baron Diadons." He waved his long sword menacingly, further asserting, "What are you? Just a farmer." His derision incited murmurs among the onlookers, who were keenly observing how the noble lord would respond. After all, he had just proclaimed that disobedience would be met with merciless consequences. Yet, the crowd noticed Suleiman remained still, sparking whispers of speculation. Perhaps this lord feared to reprimand the soldiers from Diadon City, wary of offending the Diadon's family, and thus only dared to bully the conscripted farmers. However, Suleiman refrained from intervening, desiring to witness how Lucien would address the situation. The burly man, perceiving Suleiman's inaction as fear of his stature, grew even bolder, mockingly deriding Lucien. "You can't even hold your weapon properly. While I was slaying foes on the battlefield, you were still tilling the earth. You think you can command me? Begone." Chapter 20. The Army. 2. Lucien's expression darkened, his grip tightening on his weapon. His fury was not born from personal insult, but rather from the audacity of this man to defy Suleiman's orders. Yet, Lucien did not immediately succumb to anger. He merely regarded the burly man with calmness. "What is your name?" "I am Rolf. Rolf of Diadon City." The robust man puffed out his chest, seemingly proud of his origins. "Do you comprehend? You wretched farmer from Stinking Fortress?" Those surrounding Rolf joined in, erupting in derisive laughter. Gradually, discontent began to ripple through the ranks. Suleiman felt a deep sense of disappointment towards Lucien, silently lamenting the brevity of time. It was indeed too short, a case of premature advancement. He realized he must intervene. If he failed to establish absolute authority at this moment, the group would swiftly dissolve into chaos once more. However, what Suleiman witnessed was devoid of superfluous words or foreboding roars. Lucien unsheathed the long sword at his waist with a glimmer of cold light, and in an instant, a head adorned with a mocking smile soared into the air. The crowd, having gathered, saw Rolf, who had been so full of himself, sporting a derisive grin, eagerly awaiting Lucien's retreat. His companions were equally eager for the spectacle, their dissatisfaction palpable at Suleiman's choice to appoint 2 farmers as leaders over them. Yet, In the very moment of Rolf's greatest mirth, Lucien advanced. He stepped forward, his body bending low, and with a swift motion, his sword was drawn. There were no elaborate details to recount, only a profound sense of power as the blade swiftly traversed Rolf's neck. The laughter ceased abruptly. Rolf's head was severed, his body still in shock, eyes wide in disbelief, reflecting Lucien's icy visage. He felt the world spinning around him, struggling to utter a sound, but no voice escaped. His imposing form wavered, the severed head sending forth a fountain of blood, staining the surrounding soldiers, armor, and earth. The sword clattered from his grasp, and after a few tremors, he collapsed, his head rolling a meter away, eyes still wide as copper bells, forever unclosed. The sudden turn of events rendered the cacophony of the crowd utterly frozen. The jeers, laughter, and chatter vanished, giving way to an eerie silence. Hundreds of eyes, filled with terror and disbelief, fixated on Rolf's lifeless form in a pool of blood, and on Lucien, standing resolute, his sword stained crimson. The air thickened with the heavy scent of blood, a palpable fear that invaded every nostril. Lucien withdrew his sword, his movements fluid and serene, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He planted the blade tip onto the ground, hands resting on the hilt, the blood glistening under the sun, casting a glaring red reflection. Soldiers bathed in that crimson light stumbled backward in fright, collapsing onto the ground. He lifted his head, his glacial gaze slowly sweeping over all present, his tone calm, yet imbued with a chilling aura that sent shivers through the souls of those witnessing the scene. Instilling an undeniable fear, Rolf, for defying Lord Suleiman's military orders, has been executed. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. It was a tone so tranquil, yet profoundly terrifying. In that moment, the onlookers understood why he had inquired about the other's name. Those who had previously been raucous and agitated fell silent, swallowing hard, their faces pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Lucien stood beside Rolf's lifeless body, akin to a judge pronouncing death. Surrounding him were 300 temporarily enlisted soldiers, stunned into silence by the gruesome display. This is the fate that awaits those who defy Lord Suleiman's orders. Lucien's voice was icy, causing Rolf's comrades to shudder. Now, Lucien's voice rang out once more, laden with an unmistakable dread. Everyone, heed the command. Form into squads of 150, arranged in rows of 20 and columns of 6. Immediately assemble. His gaze traversed each soldier's face, their eyes filled with trepidation and reverence. The earlier arrogance and disarray had vanished, replaced by an oppressive silence. Within the ranks, no one dared utter a sound, nor did anyone dare to halt. Fear had eclipsed all else. Suleiman stood not far away, witnessing the entire spectacle. From Lucien's composed inquiries to Rolf's audacious provocations, culminating in Lucien drawing his sword and the eventual severing of Rolf's head, followed by the splatter of blood upon impact. In an instant, Suleiman transitioned from disappointment to exhilaration, his heart racing within his chest, a sensation of accomplishment washing over him. A farmer had truly transformed into a warrior. He required an aide, not merely a guard, but one who could independently execute his will, someone capable of maintaining order even in his absence. Observing the soldiers rapidly and solemnly align under Lucien's command, he felt a profound sense of gratification. His gaze swept over the now neatly formed troops. Although still somewhat disorganized, the earlier chaos had dissipated entirely. At that moment, 2 horses galloped towards them, bearing Lucien and Rosalind. They reined in their steeds a short distance before Suleiman, dismounting swiftly and respectfully. Lucien knelt, his pallor stark against the gravity of the moment. "Please, Lord Suleiman, execute me." Rosalind followed suit, kneeling in a complex expression directed at Lucien before turning to address Suleiman. "Lord Suleiman." Suleiman did not respond immediately, instead observing Lucien quietly, eager to hear him articulate his reasons and how he would define his actions. After a moment's pause, Suleiman's gentle voice emerged. Yet beneath that gentleness lay an undeniable authority. "Execute? Why should I execute you?" Lucien remained kneeling, his pallid visage betraying no signs of protest as he resolutely confessed. "I killed Rolf. I witnessed it." Suleiman nodded slightly. "Then tell me, why did you take his life?" Lucien's expression turned frigid. This is the army of Lord Suleiman. He dared to disregard Lord Suleiman's authority and scorn his decrees. He paused, bowing once more. "I executed him in front of everyone to make it clear what the consequence of defying Lord Suleiman's commands is. However, I acted unilaterally, which may bring trouble upon Lord Suleiman. Thus I willingly accept his judgment." A look of unrestrained satisfaction and admiration crossed Suleiman's face as he stepped forward to assist Lucian to his feet. You did excellently. I have given orders. Those who defy them shall face the consequences without mercy. Rolf's contempt for military command warrants his death. You acted without hesitation, executing military law promptly. This is a great achievement, not a crime. You two, along with old Niken, are my most trusted individuals. Loslin, Lucian, listen closely. You are both soldiers of my esteemed family. One day, you will stand independently for me, even taking on the most arduous and essential tasks in critical moments. Lucian and Loslin listened, their hearts stirred, and tears welled in their eyes at Lord Suleiman's unexpected declaration. Chapter 21. The Military Purge. 3. My Lord Suleiman. The town ahead denies us entry, but can provide us with provisions. A scout reported, bowing respectfully. Currently, only 3 horses were in use within the troop. Himself, Lucian, and Loslin. These two were acting as centurions for their respective formations, so they could only select 10 swift-footed infantrymen from among the soldiers to act as scouts. Suleiman furrowed his brow and inquired, Have you presented Lady Roslin's seal? The scout answered respectfully, Yes, but they claim that due to the rampant savagery of the wildlings, they cannot verify our identities. They beseech your understanding, my lord. Suleiman recognized this as a pretext for refusal, yet acknowledged that their willingness to provide supplies was indeed a significant act of goodwill. This marked the 3rd town that had rebuffed him. The towns in the world of Westeros were managed by officials appointed by the lords. It was inconceivable that these officials could not recognize Lady Roslin's seal. He did not suspect that Lady Roslin had issued any instructions. Rather, these officials believed that as long as Deep Valley Castle remained intact, the flames of war were distant, allowing them to preserve their own safety. Suleiman now had to contemplate his next move. Lady Roslin had empowered him with the authority to requisition soldiers from the lands of the Deadings, be it from villages or towns. Yet thus far, he had not even succeeded in entering a single town, having been politely refused at every turn. With a sigh, he waved his right hand and instructed Loslin, Camp here. Construct fortifications. Deploy scouts widely. Rolling touched his head and said, Master Suleiman, surely it cannot be so. We have not yet entered the war zone, have we? Suleiman shot him a glare. You know nothing. Remember this, before undertaking any task, one must ensure absolute certainty. Yes, Rolling straightened his posture. The endeavor to expand their enterprise was fraught with challenges, leaving Suleiman in a state of disarray. Presently, the only aspect that brought him solace was the squad before him. Suleiman observed as the 2 formations under the commands of Lucian and Rolling began to execute the camping orders. He noted, however, that both leaders exhibited significant shortcomings in their command styles. Lucian's troops stood erect, their formation impeccably ordered, yet the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, nearly devoid of sound. The moment a soldier faltered even slightly, Lucian's wooden rod would swiftly strike. Moreover, due to prior events, the soldiers harbored an intense fear of him, adhering strictly to his commands without a hint of hesitance. Conversely, Rolling's formation was characterized by a stark contrast. His ranks were considerably more disheveled, with soldiers frequently engaging in whispered conversations, their voices a constant murmur. Rolling often jested with them, further contributing to the laxity of his command. Although Suleiman observed this, he refrained from assigning blame to either leader. Lucian was excessively harsh, while Rolling was overly lenient. Criticism would not impart the necessary lessons. They must learn through experience and reflection. Suleiman himself was not well versed in management principles. As they temporarily camped, the crackling of the fire filled the air, mingling the scents of food and sweat. Soldiers gathered in small groups, conversing quietly or silently consuming their rations, the atmosphere palpably oppressive. Suleiman sat before his fire, polishing the sword gifted to him by Raymond Derry. The blade glimmered with a cold light in the flickering flames. Lucian and Rolling approached and settled beside the fire. Grandfather Suleiman, there is something I must report to you. Rolling's voice was subdued, tinged with sadness. Suleiman ceased his task and turned to him. What is it? There is a soldier who may be contemplating escape, Rolling replied. Suleiman's gaze sharpened. Who informed you of this? Another soldier from his cohort approached me, troubled by his conscience. Rolling responded, his tone somber, aware that the situation originated from his formation. Where is he? Suleiman asked in a grave tone. The presence of a deserter was utterly intolerable. One escapee could incite a chain reaction, leading to more. He remains within the ranks, yet he has not acted. Rolling paused. Grandfather, should we apprehend him and execute a public punishment? Suleiman remained silent for a moment, pondering, before slowly replying, what drives him to flee? Rolling sighed and recounted what he had learned. The soldier's name is Tomon, merely 20 years of age. His father was conscripted long ago by Lord Datings, following Lord Baron to the coastal defenses against the Iron Men. At first, there were messages, but now it has been an eternity since any news has come. He likely perished in battle. At home, only his mother and 2 young sisters remain, and he fears that if he also meets his demise, there will be no one to care for his family, leading them to starvation. He slowly rises, Rosalind, and instructs you to assemble your troops. Lu Xun, you too must gather your men. Everyone must converge here, Suleiman commanded. Rosalind and Lu Xun promptly obeyed the order. Soon, in the central clearing of the makeshift camp, 2 companies of 150 men assembled under the veil of night. Their formation was not particularly orderly, especially in the dim light, and the hushed whispers among the soldiers, though soft, could still be heard in the tranquil night. They were unaware of the purpose behind this midnight assembly. Confusion and unease etched on many faces. Suleiman did not step forward but stood before them, his face illuminated by the firelight. Lu Xun and Rosalind stood behind him, their expressions grave. Suleiman remained there, observing them, as the soldiers grew increasingly anxious. Sensing the moment had arrived, Suleiman finally spoke slowly. I have summoned you here because the vast majority of you were forcibly conscripted. You do not wish to be here, you long for home. You fear death, fearing that if you perish, there will be no one to care for your families, and they will starve. A murmur of low discussions arose among the ranks, as his words struck at the very core of their deepest fears. This was also the reason for the oppressive atmosphere within the company, with some weeping softly. Bring forth the chest. Lu Xun, Rosalind, Suleiman bellowed. Lu Xun and Rosalind emerged, carrying a large chest. Open it, Suleiman commanded in a low tone. The soldiers lifted their heads, curiosity gleaming in their eyes, uncertain of his intentions. Under Suleiman's directive, Lu Xun and Rosalind positioned the chest on the platform before the troops and opened it. Inside lay nothing but neatly stacked silver deer, radiating a dazzling white light under the flickering flames. This was the recruitment fund bestowed upon him by Lady Rosalind. However, he now found himself with funds, but no means to recruit. Whispers of speculation began circulating among the soldiers, uncertain of what this young lord intended to do. Suleiman stepped forward, standing beside the chest, his expression impassive as he surveyed the surroundings. First, I want you to confront the reality. From the moment you were conscripted, there is no turning back. If you attempt to flee now, your lands will be seized by Lady Rosalind, and you will be hanged by her decree. Your families will also be implicated and endure dreadful punishments. The faces of the soldiers paled under the firelight, and those harboring thoughts of escape trembled in terror, believing Suleiman had discovered their intentions. Suleiman's voice was laced with a self-mocking laughter, echoing the sentiment that there was no retreat left for any of you. He needed his soldiers to feel that he stood alongside them, facing the same dire predicament, for this would foster a stronger sense of unity. His tone slowed, yet grew more resolute. Before us lies but a singular path. Only this path. Either we forge ahead to complete our mission and return alive, or we perish together along the way. After a brief pause, witnessing the soldiers' gazes converge upon him, he continued, but I promise you this. In the name of Suleiman, in the name of my wretched family, for those who fall in battle alongside me, I shall provide for your families. If your lands are seized, I shall designate the finest plots on my own estate, erecting the best homes for your kin. Suleiman drew his longsword, pointing it towards the heavens, and proclaimed with fervor, by the 7 gods as my witness. Should I break this vow, may the flames of the dragon consume me. May my lineage be severed. His oath reverberated throughout the encampment. Chapter 22. The army, 4 now. He directed his longsword towards the chest brimming with silver deer, urging them to make their choice. Those willing to share life and death with me, those who believe in my promise, step forward. One by one, take a silver deer. 3 silver deer equate to a farmer's annual income. However, the moment you grasp a silver deer, I shall consider you to have accepted my pledge, to become my soldier, to carry out my commands. Silence did not linger long. One by one, trembling, weeping, or silent, they approached the chest, claiming their rightful silver deer. They understood all too well that Suleiman spoke the truth. There was no escape left for them. If they fled, their lands would be seized, and their families would face execution. They had no alternative but to trust Suleiman's promises and oaths. Lucien and Rosalind watched as the crowd stepped forward to take their silver deer, their faces etched with anguish. In truth, Suleiman's heart bled as well. Yet he grasped a profound truth. Wealth is but a transient possession. When the time comes, it must be surrendered. Suleiman observed as everyone advanced to claim all the silver deer from the chest, knowing it was time to proceed to the next step. From this moment forth, you are my soldiers. As the soldiers regrouped and stood at attention, his gaze once again fell upon them. Lady Rosalind, I have promised you. All spoils from this expedition shall belong to me and be at my disposal. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how this pertained to them. Is it not customary for the noble lords to claim the spoils of war? Their survival was already a blessing. Why should they concern themselves with such matters? Suleiman's eyes swept over their questioning faces before he raised his voice, enunciating words that ignited fervor throughout the encampment. Now, I promise you this. Of all the spoils, I shall take only half. The remaining half shall be distributed among you according to your military merits. In order to ensure that they comprehended the crucial message, he reiterated loudly, divided by military merit. Instantly, the entire camp was enveloped in a brief and eerie silence. No sound emerged, so quiet that one could even hear the wind howling. Suleiman did not believe that they had failed to grasp or understand his words. For in the flickering light of the night's flames, he discerned from their eyes, once filled with fear and unease, now glimmering with ambition, greed, and desire. Their gazes sparkled, akin to ravenous wolves and ferocious hounds. In a world reminiscent of the Middle Ages, diligent labor bore little fruit, for no matter how hard they toiled, they could barely sustain themselves. After paying taxes to their lord, they would often find themselves hungry by year's end, especially during years of calamity. Robbery, without a doubt, proved to be the most lucrative endeavor, offering the swiftest means of acquiring wealth. Though it contravened the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, many succumbed to the life of a thief, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the iron-blooded, while simultaneously envying their power. They paid with iron coins, seizing salt and concubines. In just a day, they could earn what would sustain them for a decade, or even a lifetime. In a mere day, they could alter their fates and those of their families. Is this truly the case, my lord Suleiman? Someone in the crowd called out loudly. By the seven gods, I speak without alteration. Suleiman replied. The soldiers' faces were etched with disbelief, their eyes fixed intently on Suleiman, seeking to decipher the truth of his words from his expression. The predatory glint in their eyes compelled Lucian and Rosalind to grip their swords tightly. Fear had not dissipated. Rather, it was overshadowed by ambition, greed, and desire. As they beheld the tremendous temptation laid before them, they envisioned the opportunity for a violent ascent through the social strata. They glimpsed another life. No longer would they endure a year of arduous labor merely to scrape by. No longer would they inhabit drafty, mud and straw hovels. No longer would they consume the same monotonous food meant for swine, served by the nobles. They envisioned bountiful feasts, exquisite garments, sturdy abodes, beautiful women, and even the possession of their own servants. The soldiers' breaths grew deep and rapid, their gazes ignited with avarice. The previously disorganized ranks now seemed infused with a newfound vitality, a vigor brimming with aggression and primal ferocity. It was as if they were no longer conscripted peasants, but rather audacious risk-takers in pursuit of wealth. Suleiman stood upon the platform, observing the unfolding scene, fully aware of his success. He had, through the simplest and most crude means, ignited the desires of these subjugated commoners compelled to obey their lord's commands. He did not seek a group of submissive conscripts, mechanically following orders without understanding their purpose. Such individuals, even on the battlefield, would merely be lambs awaiting slaughter, devoid of any combat prowess, merely anticipating the inevitable end. What he desired was a cadre of warriors ready to fight. Now he possesses a band of ambitious souls, driven by the desire for greater spoils, the aspiration to transform their lives, and the longing to provide a better existence for their families. They are no longer compelled to the battlefield, but willingly embrace it. Suleiman surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over their faces. In this moment, the army truly acquired a soul, one imbued with ambition, greed, and desire. Excellent. Suleiman's voice was not loud, yet every soldier heard him, the sound resonating pleasingly in their ears. Remember your choice today. We are all aboard the same vessel. If it sinks, we shall descend together to the temple of the seven gods. If it reaches the shore, we shall share the treasures of gold and silver. Suleiman drew his mighty sword, directing it at them, his eyes sharp. Come, let us wield our blades. For my sake, for your own, let us seize the wealth that belongs to us. The soldiers erupted in fervent, exhilarating roars, their eyes glistening with ambitious desire. As if they could already envision the mountains of gold and jewels laid before them, as if they could smell the fragrance of riches. The crowd shouted passionately, drawing their swords and waving them with fervor. seemingly endowed with boundless strength. Long live Lord Suleiman! Long live Lord Suleiman! Long live Lord Suleiman! Among them, a soldier named Toman, who once contemplated fleeing, trembled as he clutched a silver coin in his palm. The touch of the coin felt so tangible. He thought of his father, mother, and 2 sisters, recalling the dire circumstances at home, where survival necessitated offering his youngest sister to a stranger. Their household was steeped in poverty. He remembered his father's last words. "You are the eldest son, the only male. You must care for your mother and sisters." He recalled his mother's frail hand, gripping his tightly before parting, weeping sorrowfully. And the image of his understanding sisters being promised to older men in exchange for food to stave off starvation. And now, he looked up at Suleiman upon the platform. This Lord Suleiman. He had given him a chance. An opportunity that might alter the course of his life. An opportunity to transform the lives of his family. Chapter 23. The scorching tribe. The smoke from the burning pyres wafted through the air, mingling with the acrid scent of charred wood and congealed blood. The village lay desolate, now reduced to silence and flames. Dozens of villagers' corpses, men and women alike, lay strewn upon the ground, their eyes wide open, refusing to close in death. The doors and windows of the houses had been shattered by weapons. All furniture lay in ruins, leaving only broken walls behind. The barn doors had been cleaved by axes. Golden grains spilled across the earth, trampled into a muddied mess. Over 40 warriors from the scorching tribe, clad in animal skins and reeking of smoke and blood, huddled within. Resting, they kindled a fire amidst the crumbling ruins, roasting the fowl plundered from the village, gnawing on undercooked morsels of meat. Some sharpened their knives and axes, while others tallied their spoils. Most bore horrific scars, testament to their coming of age, inflicted by the searing flames. These marks rendered them monstrous in the eyes of the Flatlanders, yet to themselves, they symbolized valor. A warrior, missing his left ear, the skin charred in its place, muttered as he hung a sack filled with freshly acquired treasures upon his gaunt, goat-like steed. A bountiful harvest, enough for the son of Nico, Walker, to enjoy several warm winters in the mountains. His companion grinned, revealing teeth resembling charred coal. Those Flatlanders only know how to hide in their stone houses and weep. They do not deserve such fine spoils. They had pillaged several villages, slaying hundreds of Flatlanders, just as they reveled in their brief respite and the joy of their plunder. A figure stumbled into their midst. The warriors recognized him, a coward from the burning tribe, a slight warrior who dared only to char his own right pinky toe. "What is it? Son of Nango, Val? Are you frightened by the corpses of Flatlanders?" One warrior mocked. Val ignored him, his voice warped with urgency. "There are armed Flatlanders." A throng of armed Flatlanders. All the warriors of the burning tribe fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the earless warrior. "Walker, son of Nico, must know how many there are," he cried, grasping his axe. Val, trembling, replied, "There should be 200. They've barricaded the village, armed and armored." This village lay in a strategic position, flanked by cliffs on one side and a river on the other, with but a single exit. Walker, son of Nico, rose and gestured for everyone to gather. Among the warriors of the burning tribe were even some women. They were to convene and deliberate. The Highland clan held a peculiar notion, believing that every member of the tribe, including women, had the right to voice their opinions in such gatherings. This, however, resulted in inefficiency, rendering the tribe incapable of posing a substantial threat to the valley. Swinging his axe, Walker turned to Val and inquired, "Do the Flatlanders have armored riders?" The Highlanders harbored a dread of the knights in the valley. "No." Val lowered his gaze, feeling shame for his earlier panic. "They don't even have armor." After a brief silence, the assembled warriors erupted into laughter at the thought of 200 unarmored Flatlanders. Walker, son of Nico, boomed with laughter. "So, 200 feeble sheep wish to devour Walker, son of Nico." A burly warrior laughed heartily, wiping his face with hands smeared in grease from freshly roasted meat. "We are unafraid of those clad in iron. What do these people think they can accomplish?" Ha ha. The warriors of the Burning Sun tribe eagerly recounted their last encounter with a warrior from the Flatlands, recalling how he wept and pleaded for mercy, as if terrified of dirtying himself with the earth. Do they think their numbers grant them strength? Ha ha. The scent of blood sends them cowering in fear. With a resolute spirit, they proclaimed, 40 of us can charge forth and annihilate them all. The atmosphere of discussion resembled more of a collective mockery of the Flatlanders than a strategic meeting. In their eyes, the only fear they harbored was for the armored riders. Even the armored men were deemed conquerable, let alone those devoid of any armor. They believed that no matter how numerous the Flatlanders were, it could never compensate for their inherent weakness and fear of battle, which is why they donned armor, just as they resided in stone houses. The Flatlanders lived in comfort and abundance, having never endured the brutal competition for survival that shaped the mountain tribes. Their bodies and wills were as fragile as untempered iron. Walker, the son of Nico, who lacked ears, observed his warriors with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. This was the demeanor befitting the warriors of the Burning Sun tribe. He raised a hand, charred and blackened by fire, and waved it in the air. With a mighty roar, he silenced the clamor of voices. You are right. They are Flatlanders. They know nothing of true combat, nothing of genuine courage. He scanned the faces around him, each warrior of the Burning Sun tribe gazing back with expectant eyes. Walker raised his axe, determined to respond to the hopes of his warriors. Walker, the son of Nico, would neither hide nor flee, for they were the Burning Sun tribe. The cliffs and precipices of the mountains were their home. The harsh environment had forged them, rendering them as merciless as the cold winds that swept through the mountains. The Flatlanders wished to encircle us. Very well. At dawn, we shall charge forth. Let the Flatlanders witness how the wolves of the mountains tear apart their sheep. An exhilarating roar erupted from the camp, a cacophony reminiscent of 40 famished bears that had finally caught the scent of prey. For the Burning Sun tribe, being surrounded by 200 unarmored Flatlanders was not a dire predicament, but a banquet to reap the lives of the weak. They faced the impending battle with unwavering resolve, even harboring a sense of anticipation for the conflict. In their eyes, these Flatlanders were not true warriors, merely a flock of sheep without armor, waiting to be torn apart by the descending wolves of the mountains. They firmly believed that 40 brave souls from the Burning Sun tribe were more than sufficient to send 200 unarmored Flatlanders fleeing in terror. This was merely a trivial conundrum amidst their plundering. Eliminate them, and then proceed to ransack the next village of the Lowlanders. The night was spent amidst the mocking jeers of the warriors of the Scorching clan, as they eagerly awaited the imminent battle. Their slumber was fitful, primal instincts keeping them on high alert. As dawn broke, the warriors of the Scorching clan awakened almost simultaneously. Without indulging in unnecessary words, they swiftly grasped their weapons, long swords, axes, spears, and spiked clubs. Time was of the essence. With every passing moment, the spoils they coveted diminished for their rivals. Over 40 warriors erupted in a resounding battle cry, trailing behind Walker, son of Nico, as they dashed towards the village's exit. They anticipated the sight of the Lowlander soldiers' panic, the thrill of bloodshed, and the despairing screams of the cowardly. Yet, Walker's bewildered face soon erupted in a thunderous roar. What was happening? Before them lay an urgently excavated trench, shallow yet insurmountable, obstructing their assault on the Lowlanders. They would have to cross it, facing the possibility of being struck down by the Lowlanders above. Even if they managed to traverse the trench, a crooked yet tightly assembled wooden palisade awaited them, bristling with countless wooden spikes. Behind this barricade stood rows of Lowlander warriors, exhibiting no sign of the anticipated chaos. Instead, they stood in neat formation, with a dozen archers at the front, arrows poised on their bows. The moment the Scorching clan approached their range, they would unleash a hail of arrows. The spearmen stood firm in the second row, their ranks impeccably aligned. The warriors of the Scorching clan halted at the village entrance, shadows cast by the sunlight elongating behind them, yet they remained frozen in place. Their eyes widened as they gazed at the trench and palisade before them, then at the Lowlanders poised for combat behind, their minds a blank canvas of confusion. Chapter 24. The initial encounter unexpectedly smooth. Suleiman observed as the once rushing warriors of the Scorching clan finally grasped the current predicament. They stood there dumbfounded. He couldn't help but muse. The barbarians lack intellect, remaining savages for all eternity. He had prepared himself for the worst, ready for a night raid, only to discover that this band of barbarians had remained dormant throughout the night. It was not that Suleiman was unwilling to initiate a night assault. Rather, he lacked confidence in his soldiers' capacity for close combat. He held a distinct impression of the Scorching clan, as Tyrion had rated them highly, especially the Scorching clan. For every tribe feared them. It was said they proved their courage through self-inflicted pain. They would either burn their nipples, fingers, or even ears, declaring their adulthood through the sacrifice of a body part. Tyrion had heard that the current war leader, Red Hand, had gouged out his left eye with a heated, crimson blade. Last night, upon learning from the refugees that the opposing force belonged to the Scorching tribe, a sense of panic briefly seized me. However, I was taken aback by their decision not to break through or launch an offensive against our significantly outnumbered troops. Suleiman hastily ordered his men to excavate trenches and erect barricades at the sole exit of the village leading to the outside world. This was not a particularly intricate military endeavor. Rather, It involved utilizing the readily available timber, agricultural tools, and soil to construct a rudimentary line of defense in a short span of time. It marked Suleiman's inaugural command in battle, and he felt a tinge of nervousness. Nonetheless, our forces boasted an impressive ratio of 300 to 40. Surely, the advantage lay with us. Enemy attack. Archers, prepare. Infantry, form ranks. Lucien and Rosalind galloped forth, shouting commands. Yet, the anticipated scene failed to materialize. Suleiman had envisioned the warriors of the Scorching tribe charging forth under a hail of arrows, attempting to leap over the trenches and smash the wooden barricades with their weapons. His soldiers, stationed behind the defenses, would launch relentless spear thrusts at the advancing foes, while axemen and swordsmen would engage those who breached their lines. But nothing transpired. The once thundering warriors of the Scorching tribe abruptly halted at the sight of the trench and barricade before them. The foremost warriors leaned forward, propelled by their own momentum. Yet their feet remained firmly anchored to the ground. The soldiers behind them likewise came to a sudden stop, their previously tight formation disintegrating into disarray. They maintained their forward stance, resembling statues at the village entrance, weapons still clutched in hand. The fierce grins that had adorned their faces faded, replaced by an unmistakable, bewildered incredulity. Eyes wide, they stared at the scene before them. The shallow trench, the crooked wooden barricade, and behind it, the ground soldiers who were supposed to be fleeing in terror, now calmly awaiting them with weapons in hand. After an awkward and eerie silence, someone finally shattered the stalemate. A tall warrior from the Scorching tribe, his cheeks marked by prominent scars, pushed through the ranks of his companions and strode confidently towards Suleiman and his men. The archers aimed their bows at him, poised for the command to fire. He exuded an air of innate arrogance and disdain for the ground dwellers, as if the trench, the barricade, and the archers targeting him were mere figments of imagination. Approaching the edge of the trench, wielding a spiked wooden club, he cast a defiant gaze at the soldiers behind the barricade. Rather than attempting to leap over or dismantle the defenses, he raised his voice and called out, "Hey, you ground dwellers hiding behind the wood. Who is your leader? Step forward." His voice reverberated through the tranquil morning air, echoing a primal demand for a fair duel. In his eyes, the disparity of 300 against 40 represented an overwhelming numerical advantage, and to now cower behind fortifications was nothing short of cowardice. Suleiman stood upon a high knoll at the rear of the crowd, observing as a warrior from the opposing tribe boldly approached them, demanding an arrangement for a fair duel. How audaciously he strode forth. Witnessing this scene, Suleiman's previously taut body relaxed completely. "Archers." Suleiman's voice resonated with clarity and authority, carrying an undeniable command. "Loosen your arrows." The archers, poised and ready, had long been nocked and aimed at the target before them, awaiting their lord's command. At his behest, over a dozen bowstrings released almost simultaneously, unleashing a flurry of arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The rain of arrows, slicing through the air, swiftly crossed the barricade, hurtling towards the warriors standing at the edge of the ravine, still vociferously demanding a fair contest. Perhaps that warrior anticipated that the chieftain of these lowlanders would emerge to confront him, or at the very least, respond to his provocation. Alternatively, he might have hoped to be ignored, allowing him the opportunity to mock the perceived weakness of the lowlander leader. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for such a direct and merciless retort. A hint of disdain flickered across his face. He had no time to evade. Almost simultaneously, a multitude of arrows struck him down. Some struck his beastly armor with a dull thud, while others mercilessly penetrated his flesh, embedding themselves in his chest, abdomen, and limbs. His front was transformed into a veritable porcupine from the close-range assault. His cries were abruptly silenced, his body contorting in agony. The barbed wooden staff he wielded clattered to the ground. In disbelief, he stared wide-eyed at the arrows embedded in his body, seemingly unable to comprehend how these lowlanders could so defy conventional norms. For he had known other lowlanders to espouse the ethereal ideals of chivalry. Why then did this band resort to such despicable tactics, ambushing a warrior who had sought a fair fight? Gradually, his body slumped, and with a thud, he fell backward over the edge of the ravine, silenced forever. The warriors of the opposing tribe were incensed. They had encountered other lowlander factions before, but had never witnessed such shamelessness from a lowlander leader. To ambush a warrior in such a manner, they had previously faced other armored foes, even knights, who upheld the tenets of chivalry. Yet these individuals, in the face of overwhelming numbers, constructed fortifications and ambushed valiant warriors. "Archers, draw and prepare," Suleiman commanded, as he noted the puzzled expressions on Lucien and Rosalind. Suleiman offered no explanation. Why should warfare adhere to rules? What necessitated a demand for a fair confrontation? This is nothing short of a colossal jest. I have never encountered such an absurd and unreasonable demand. War, by its very nature, is inherently unjust, with one side always prevailing over the other. Chapter 25. The clash of arms. The warriors of the burning clan had bloodshot eyes, their faces flushed crimson with fury, ignited by the presence of the lowlanders who had evoked an unprecedented wrath within them. Roars erupted from the throats of the burning clan warriors. They could no longer regard the chasms and barriers that obstructed their path. Their singular thought was to surge forward with unparalleled speed, to obliterate those cowardly lowlanders hiding behind the ravines and timber, avenging their fallen tribal heroes. Walker, son of Nego, brandished his battle axe and bellowed, "Warriors of the burning clan, annihilate them." The warriors, wielding a cacophony of weapons, long swords, axes, spears, and clubs, charged towards Suleiman's fortifications. Their pace was swift, driven by the agility and strength honed from years of life in the high mountains, as if they sought to physically breach all obstacles before them. However, this ferocious onslaught collided with an invisible wall. The foremost warrior reached the edge of the chasm, compelled to leap down or seek a crossing point to engage the lowlanders. Those following closely behind pressed forward, causing the ranks to become instantly congested. They attempted to leap over the ravine or scale its sides, but the barriers thwarted their efforts, forcing them to devise a means to dismantle the impediments. This provided an opportunity for the archers. Suleiman's contingent had assembled a dozen archers, once hunters, now temporarily serving as marksmen for the group. "Release," Suleiman commanded with composure. The archers positioned themselves at the front line. Under Suleiman's guidance, they continuously unleashed arrows, their expertise in targeting small game now directed against the unprotected eyes of the burning clan warriors. The warriors felt utterly humiliated, being struck by arrows from such a close range by the lowlanders. Particularly infuriating were these shameless lowlanders, relentlessly targeting the eyes of the burning clan fighters. They found themselves unable to lift their gaze. This further impeded their attempts to scale the barriers and escape the confines of the blockade. The raw strength and ferocity they typically took pride in appeared clumsy and ineffective when confronted with prepared defenses. Behind the barriers, while Suleiman's soldiers remained inwardly tense, the sight before them imbued them with immense confidence. After all, it was their first foray into battle, and their hearts were still filled with trepidation. Yet now, they stood upon firm earth, before them rudimentary yet effective wooden structures and ravines, flanked by their comrades, looking down upon their foes. They stood there like hunters awaiting their prey, spared the necessity of engaging these fearsome savages in close combat. Suleiman observed all of this, which had indeed been a consideration in his strategy. Utilizing the terrain and rudimentary fortifications, the enemy's advantages were deftly transformed into disadvantages, sapping their strength and morale amidst the trenches, barricades, and the looming presence of their adversaries. This contingent, composed of neophytes, despite their burgeoning ambitions, avarice, desires, and fervent aspirations for victory, remained unseasoned. Only through the crucible of blood and fire could their confidence be forged. To thrust these fledgling warriors, who had only recently grasped their weapons, into the brutal melee against the merciless adversaries of the burning tribe would be utterly detrimental to the establishment of their self-assurance. At present, they need not confront the savage foes directly. Instead, they executed simple commands from a relatively secure position. The archers steadily loosed their arrows towards the congested enemy ranks, while the spearmen defended the barricades, incessantly jabbing the ascending limbs of the wild men with their spear tips. Initially, the hands gripping the spear shafts trembled, yet with each successful strike upon the enemy, the tide of fear began to ebb away like a receding wave. In its stead emerged a peculiar calmness, their movements gradually becoming swifter and more vigorous. The archers, too, found their rhythm, drawing their bows with mechanical precision, aiming and releasing. Each arrow that soared forth was a judgment upon the eyes of the wild men. Witnessing the relentless strikes upon their adversary's gaze, the soldiers' confidence surged. Was there even a hint of exhilaration? From the outset, the battle was destined to be unequal. One side, leveraging the terrain and rudimentary structures, established a safe line with ranged weaponry and polearms, fostering confidence within that sanctuary. The other, driven by rage, charged forth yet found themselves ensnared by obstacles, their strengths rendered futile, gradually crumbling in despair. Walker, son of Nico, observed this dire circumstance with a heart that bled, yet swiftly realized that continuation in this manner was untenable. He had anticipated that the valor of the Burning Tribe warriors would enable them to storm the wooden structures of the plainsmen, dragging the latter into the close-quarters combat in which they excelled. However, he was unprepared for the resilience displayed by these unarmored plainsmen. Fall back. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Walker bellowed hoarsely, his voice barely piercing through the chaos. He endeavored to command the warriors, who were desperately pressing forward, to halt, while urging those still assaulting the plainsmen to withdraw. Yet, for the mountain clan of the Burning Tribe, retreating was often more challenging than advancing. Those warriors, blinded by fury and intoxicated by bloodshed, either did not hear the command or were unwilling to heed it. They continued their futile attempts to scale the trenches and dismantle the barricades, striving to carve a path for their brethren. Meanwhile, those attempting to retreat found themselves crushed by the surge of comrades eager to advance, resulting in utter disarray within the ranks. Suleiman's soldiers, witnessing the enemy's gradual withdrawal, stood momentarily in stunned silence. Soon, an uncontrollable wave of exhilaration surged through the ranks. Suleiman calmly surveyed the battlefield, refusing to let the triumph before him cloud his judgment. Although the scene was chaotic, the Zurons were still assisting their wounded comrades in retreat, indicating that a rout was far from imminent. A hasty assault could very well lead to a counterattack. Observing that some soldiers were preparing to abandon their positions to engage in battle, he promptly issued a loud command to Lucien and Rosen at the front to relay his orders. Archers, maintain your fire. Aim at those attempting to flee. Infantry, hold your line. No one is to leave the fortifications without my command. Though Lucien and Rosen were perplexed as to why he did not order a pursuit of the retreating enemy, they faithfully executed Lord Suleiman's commands. They swiftly mounted their horses and conveyed the orders with urgency. The spear wielders, eager to charge forward, nonetheless restrained their impulses under Suleiman's directive. Gripping their spears tightly, they stood firm at the barricades. Upon receiving the orders, the archers acted swiftly, releasing arrows towards the retreating Zurons, who, caught off guard while withdrawing, became easy targets for the arrows, striking true. When the Zurons, having evaded the archers' range, paused and turned with fierce glares towards Suleiman's position, he understood that his decision was sound. These individuals had not experienced a genuine defeat, but were attempting to lure him into a rash assault outside the fortifications before striking back. He could not help but admire these barbarians as formidable warriors. It was no wonder Tyrion held them in such high regard. Suleiman advanced on horseback, commanding his soldiers to rest temporarily. The archers relaxed their taut bowstrings, and the spear wielders lowered their weapons, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Their garments were soaked with sweat, their arms ached from tension and exertion, yet their faces radiated excitement and a profound sense of accomplishment. Tomon knelt on the ground, gazing at the bloodstains on the tip of his spear, and burst into hearty laughter. He had just wounded 5 or 6 barbarians, and each successful strike filled him with exhilaration and pride. The soldiers, inspired by his laughter, soon joined in, erupting into a chorus of mirth. Chapter 26. Calculations. In the stillness of the night, as all was hushed, the camp of Suleiman's soldiers was brightly lit. The vigilant soldiers stood guard at the fortifications, exuding a palpable sense of foreboding. Suleiman ordered Lucien and Rosen's group to rotate their watch, allowing another team to rest. Yet they must be prepared to respond immediately at the sound of the horn. Inside Suleiman's makeshift tent, he turned to Rosen and inquired, "What are our casualties from today's battle?" Rosen took a deep breath and replied, "We lost 2 men. A hapless member of the Scorching tribe charged forth, hurling an axe that soared over the first 3 ranks, striking squarely upon the head of an unfortunate soul standing in the 4th row. Another poor wretch, in a frenzy of panic, collided headlong into the barricade as the wild man advanced. Indeed, fortune plays a significant role on the battlefield. Suleiman solemnly declared, "I shall uphold my oath and record the details of these 2. Should their lands be stripped away, I will ensure their families are brought to the stinking fortress." "Yes, Lord Suleiman," Rosalind replied loudly, yet immediately afterward, he pondered, touching his head in confusion. "Lord Suleiman, why did we not pursue the wild men when they retreated?" He appeared somewhat troubled by this query, despite his unwavering adherence to Suleiman's commands. In his view, the moment the enemy faltered was the perfect opportunity to strike decisively and expand their victories. Suleiman set down the map he held and looked up at Rosalind. "Why?" Suleiman's voice remained calm, betraying no hint of agitation. "Indeed, Lord Suleiman, they were in disarray. Had we pressed the attack, we could have annihilated them all," Rosalind urged, a glint of eagerness illuminating his face. Suleiman smiled gently, his expression revealing a blend of understanding and resignation. It seemed he would need to encourage the two of them to engage more with literature. Perhaps he could even compose a concise manual on military law. Who are they? Suleiman gestured towards the soldiers around them, either resting or on guard. Rosalind was momentarily taken aback, uncertain why such a query was posed, before promptly responding. We are your soldiers, Lord Suleiman. Suleiman nodded but swiftly altered his line of questioning. What were they before? He inquired further, what did you all do previously? Rosalind scratched his head and replied, they were farmers and artisans. Lucian and I are farmers who tended your fields. Indeed. Suleiman's voice rose slightly as he gazed intently into Rosalind's eyes. You are all farmers and craftsmen from the town. Just a few days prior, you took up arms. This is your second time on the battlefield. For many of them, it may be their first encounter with such bloodshed. He paused, seemingly allowing his words to resonate within Rosalind's mind. Pursuing on the battlefield, Suleiman continued with a raised voice, is an action fraught with peril and risk. It demands a disciplined and coordinated force capable of maintaining formation and composure amidst chaos. Can your troop achieve this? Upon hearing this, the eager expression on Rosalind's face vanished, replaced by a contemplative silence. Suleiman took a moment before pointing towards the brightly lit fortifications. We can stand behind the works, relying on the timber and trenches, standing shoulder to shoulder, and through my commands and your leadership, we can withstand the initial assault of the scorching tribe. This is made possible by our advantageous position and the utilization of the fortifications. Most importantly, we have united individuals who are weaker than the wild men, forming a cohesive whole. They merely need to stand there, obediently following orders, thrusting their spears and launching arrows. But what of pursuit? Suleiman inquired of Rosalind. Pursuit necessitates departing from our familiar and secure fortifications, venturing into the open terrain, into the searing lands where the barbarians might have set traps or prepared a counterattack. You, the newly trained recruits, once you charge forth, are likely to scatter, becoming isolated entities in combat. In such a scenario, our advantage would dissipate, and the close combat prowess of the barbarians would be fully unleashed. Can your soldiers guarantee their effectiveness in melee against the savages? Suleiman suddenly recalled various idioms from his past life, observing Rosalind's face fall into an expression of dismay. Suleiman patted Rosalind's shoulder and, with a smile, remarked, there is one more crucial matter I must share with you. As a commander, one must observe, gleaning insights from the minutiae. Tell me, are there any corpses of the barbarians left along our line? Do you understand what this signifies? Rosalind's hands anxiously raked through his hair, ensnared in distress. Realizing that Suleiman was testing him, Suleiman regarded him with a smile, remaining silent. Suddenly, Rosalind slapped his forehead, as if uncovering a monumental revelation. I understand. I comprehend everything. Suleiman frowned. What have you understood? Rosalind straightened. His gaze transformed from mere confusion to a flicker of clarity. When the barbarians retreated, they dragged away their wounded, regardless of whether they were alive or dead. This indicates that their force is not in disarray, but rather in an orderly withdrawal. Is that correct, Lord Suleiman? Well, you have indeed grasped it, Suleiman remarked, a twitch of his facial muscles betraying his amusement. He then produced a map, disregarding the excited Rosalind, and contemplated their next course of action. Their presence here was solely due to one reason. They could not enter Deep Valley City. According to the refugees, the city was entirely besieged, surrounded by at least 1,000 barbarians. Attempting to enter with this group was akin to scaling the heavens, and providing relief to Deep Valley would be as futile as throwing a meat bun to a dog, a one-way endeavor. There was but one recourse, to employ the guerrilla tactics that the mountain clansmen excelled at, confronting them with their own methods, targeting the scattered forces of the barbarians. They might even encircle and attack reinforcements. Thus, they could only hope for their unacquainted allies within Deep Valley City to display resilience. Being few in number harbors its own advantages. 300 men can be commanded swiftly, reacting and maneuvering with alacrity. As long as they discern the patterns of the smaller barbarian factions, they can exploit their own strengths to eliminate those who are isolated or wandering on the outskirts, thereby diminishing their strength and dividing their focus. While they may not be able to directly rescue Deep Valley City, they could create disturbances on the periphery, preventing the besieging barbarians from resting easy. This is the only course of action available to him at present. Although it is easy for the allies of Deep Valley City to perceive their comrades in distress as immovable as a mountain, he folded the map and rose to his feet. The night breeze brought with it the serene essence of distant forests, instilling a sense of relaxation and comfort. His gaze grew resolute. As long as Deep Valley City steadfastly holds its ground, there will be a way forward. Lauslan had been keenly observant of Lord Suleiman's movements. Upon witnessing Lord Suleiman roll up the map and conclude his contemplation, Lauslan quickly approached, driven by curiosity about Lord Suleiman's next course of action. My Lord Suleiman. Lauslan rubbed his hands together. What shall we do next regarding the villagers of the Scorching Tribe? Suleiman turned to face Lauslan, and in the flickering firelight, a smile graced his face. Lauslan, observing the light dancing upon Suleiman's expression, felt a twinge of fear. There was something sinister about Lord Suleiman's smile, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread. This smile differed markedly from Lord Suleiman's usual gentle demeanor, bearing an unnameable quality, reminiscent of a hunter plotting against its prey. The villagers of the Scorching Tribe? Suleiman echoed Lauslan's words, his smile growing more pronounced. Have you not long desired to launch an attack and engage them in a decisive battle? The opportunity is upon us. Suleiman's voice dropped an octave, laced with an even stranger mirth. It is imminent. Chapter 27. Urgent pestilence in the village shrouded by night. The unscathed warriors of the Scorching Tribe were seated around the granary. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive, in stark contrast to the victorious excitement prevailing in the camp of the Flatlanders. By the crackling bonfire, the uninjured warriors of the Scorching Tribe gathered, their faces visibly etched with anger and frustration. They had anticipated unleashing their brute force upon the feeble Flatlanders, only to be met with an unforeseen outcome. Walker, son of the chief, sat above the bonfire, his countenance clouded with despair. The defeat earlier in the day marked an unprecedented experience of failure and humiliation since his descent from the Mingwa Mountains. They had been thwarted by those pitiful, shameless Flatlanders, who, fortified by mere wooden barricades and a trench, had rendered the Scorching Tribe's proud and fierce charge utterly futile. Those Flatlanders, cowardly weaklings, they did not even pursue us, exclaimed a robust warrior of the Scorching Tribe, repeatedly smashing his fist into the ground to vent his inner fury. Another warrior echoed, the Flatlanders hide behind their wood. They cower in the trench, armed with spears and bows. Like mice, Flatlanders are not warriors. The other warriors joined in, unleashing a chorus of furious roars, brandishing their weapons as if the very air were composed of those cowardly Flatlanders. Their pride had been grievously wounded. They were accustomed to chasing prey through the mountains and ambushing the unprepared Flatlanders. Never had he imagined being so passively ensnared before the enemy's rudimentary fortifications. Prodded like an animal by spears, targeted like a mere bullseye. What further confounded them was the perplexing behavior of these plainsmen, who did not resemble the ones they had encountered previously. This strategy of inaction, to those plainsmen, appeared as nothing short of cowardice and disgrace. Even after their retreat, these plainsmen continued to fortify their defenses, harboring no intentions of assault whatsoever. Walker, the son of Nego, remained silent, realizing that the decision he had made in the throes of anger was profoundly foolish. He merely listened in silence to the grievances of his warriors. Anger was justifiable. Even his own heart brimmed with indignation and humiliation. Yet, he needed to think with clarity. He bore the responsibility for his kin. It was his fury and folly that had led his warriors to charge against the already fortified and feeble plainsmen. One tribesman had fallen victim to a shameless ambush, while 4 others were struck in the eyes by the weak plainsmen. They lay lifeless in this foreign land, unable to return to their mountainous home. Over 30 warriors were wounded and traumatized. He rose, grasping his battle axe, contemplating the next course of action. Should he orchestrate another assault? Yet, all were injured, and the spirits of the warriors had plummeted to the depths of despair. Furthermore, even if they were to launch another charge, it would merely replicate the events of the day. These feeble plainsmen, emboldened by their victory, showed no signs of lowering their guard. Instead, they were fortifying their accursed stronghold. As Walker pondered his next move, he was abruptly roused by a voice. An enraged warrior from the burning tribe, Val, burst forth, tears of fury streaming down his face. Walker, son of Nego, you must come and see. Walker rushed inside, only to be met with a horrifying sight. The injured tribesmen from earlier were now exhibiting signs of festering wounds. Not only the deep lacerations, but even minor abrasions were becoming inflamed, swollen, and purulent, exuding a foul odor. The condition of the arrow-struck warriors was even worse. One by one, the injured began to moan and wail, their bodies burning with fever, consciousness fading, uttering nonsensical words. This fever was unlike the typical inflammation of a wound. It was more intense and accelerated. Their suffering and despair spread among the warriors of the burning tribe, a palpable chill enveloping them all. Walker approached a tribesman who had been struck by an arrow, observing the wound on his arm. Initially a mere scratch, it had become grotesquely swollen, as if hardened to stone, its hue darkening to purple and black. He could even detect the pervasive stench of decay in the air. The son of Nedge, Walker, stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. He reminisced about the day, recalling the arrows that rained down and the spears that thrust forth. Those ground dwellers. Their weapons. Cowardly scoundrels. Worse than beasts. Yet he felt utterly powerless. A chilling despair seized his heart in an instant. This was not merely an infection from a wound. Those ground dwellers had coated their weapons with something vile. Such treachery ignited a fury within him. The warriors of the mountain clan feared neither bloodshed nor death. Yet, they should never perish in such a manner. A warrior ought to succumb to a sharp blade, not to the humiliation of poison. The entire camp of the burning tribe seemed shrouded in the presence of death. The warriors looked upon their suffering comrades, their eyes reflecting nothing but despair. Their once proud valor and strength appeared utterly feeble in the face of such shameless and insidious tactics. The heart of Walker, son of Nedge, sank to the depths of despair. He realized what those shameless ground dwellers were awaiting. They were biding their time, anticipating the collapse of their unit due to disease. Then, they would launch their attack. Walker understood that he could no longer delay. Time would lead to the complete disintegration of his raiding party. He summoned all capable warriors, gathering those still able to stand. He beckoned them to encircle the campfire. The firelight illuminated their weary and desolate faces, yet there was no sign of panic. Standing before them, Walker was momentarily at a loss for words. Any attempt to uplift their spirits would seem feeble in the face of such brutal reality. Surprisingly, it was the wounded warriors of the burning tribe, still able to stand, who broke the silence. Though pain marked their faces, their eyes burned with a fervent resolve. A warrior with a swollen, blackened arm, yet still gripping his axe, hoarsely shouted, "Walker, son of Nedge, what are you waiting for? Why remain silent? We can still take up arms." Immediately, this warrior surveyed his surroundings, glancing at his injured comrades, whose expressions mirrored a calm determination to face death. They exchanged glances, then turned in unison towards Walker, breaking into laughter. "Let the weak and shameless ground dwellers attack. We shall remain here to hold our ground." Drawing the attention of those cowardly foes, "We will exterminate those shameless ground dwellers." Another warrior then spoke, his voice resonating with tragic resolve. "Lead the healthy tribesmen to find an opportunity to escape. Return to the mountains. Return to our homeland." A different warrior turned to the crowd, addressing the unscathed warrior, Val, son of Nango, with a smile of apology. "Val, son of Nango, go back to the mountains. Do not descend again. Battle is not suited for you. You are meant for the hunt. Your prowess in ambushing prey is second to none among the tribe. Without you, many of our kin would have faced hunger on numerous occasions." He refrained from mentioning that Val, the son of Nango, had concealed himself behind during the battle. Yet, his gaze rendered Val profoundly ashamed, compelling him to lower his head in silence. Walker, the son of Nego, remained silent as well, observing the 7 unscathed warriors. Looking towards the injured fighters, their eyes were ablaze with fury and resolute determination. Well, Walker's voice resonated deeply and powerfully. He uttered no further words. His kin had made their decision. He turned to the 7 intact warriors. Their eyes bore the weight of anger and solemnity, yet devoid of despair. "You 7, follow me." No superfluous words were spoken. Chapter 28. Commendation. 2 days elapsed, and an unusual tranquility enveloped the village. The soldiers at the fortifications gazed at the distant hamlet. No longer tense. Apart from the chirping of birds, the village was shrouded in silence. By nightfall, no flicker of fire could be seen, nor any sound heard. As if the savage inhabitants had simply vanished from the earth. In truth, it had been eerily quiet since the day prior. But Suleiman's cautious nature led him to wait until the 3rd day. He could wait no longer. He summoned Lucien and Rosalind, informing them of the recent events. Suleiman turned to Lucien and Rosalind, speaking in a hushed tone. "Do you understand why I instructed you to soak the arrowheads and spear tips in excrement, even adding paste to the mixture? To ensure its efficacy, Suleiman tossed every foul substance he could find into the concoction, stirring it until every soldier assigned to the task retched for 3 days and nights, consuming neither food nor drink. The soldiers tasked with stirring declared they would rather engage in hand-to-hand combat with the savages. Lucien and Rosalind, unaware of Suleiman's intentions behind this ordeal, now grasped the gravity of the situation. Suleiman gazed at them, his voice slithering forth like a demon's whisper. Those struck by such filth would find their wounds slow to heal, festering, resulting in fever, ultimately leading to decay. A mere scratch from that substance could render existence unbearable. Moreover, the primitive healing methods of the mountain tribes would exacerbate this affliction. Upon hearing this, Lucian and Roslin's faces paled. "My lord Suleiman, by the 7 gods above, may you not be punished. If punishment is to come, let it be upon me." They were likely nearing their breaking point. Suleiman quietly addressed them. "Do you not wish to fight? The opportunity has arrived." Lucian and Roslin listened, apprehensive of Suleiman's devilish tone. Suleiman observed their fearful expressions. Clearing his throat, he resumed a normal tone and calmly instructed, "Gather the troops." Lucian and Lausin exchanged glances, both brimming with excitement, eager for action after 3 days of waiting in their positions. "Yes, Grandfather Suleiman." Lucian replied with a composed expression before swiftly departing. Lausin, equally exhilarated, followed suit. Before long, 300 soldiers assembled at the fortifications. Suleiman observed them, feeling a sense of admiration. No wonder everyone relished the sight of a well-ordered battalion. Witnessing his troops standing in perfect formation indeed filled him with aesthetic pleasure and a sense of accomplishment. Clad in matching fabric light armor, wielding long spears, broadswords, and hunting bows, they stood tall and alert, their gazes fixed upon him from the slope above. Suleiman stepped forward, gripping the hilt of his sword with his left hand while gesturing towards them with his right. "My soldiers." His voice, though not loud, resonated distinctly in the silent, disciplined ranks. 2 days ago, you stood here to thwart the onslaught of the burning tribe's savages. With the weapons in your hands, you have demonstrated your courage. Do you see? The savages have not shown themselves for 2 days. They fear you. They dread you. They no longer dare confront us, hiding in that village like wounded prey, and we are the hunters. Suleiman chose not to divulge the truth behind the absence of the burning tribe's savages, how their spears and arrows had struck home, afflicting the enemy with disease and despair. He needed his soldiers to believe that they had triumphed over the savages through direct confrontation. Only then could he extinguish their fear of the mountainous clan and restore their collective confidence. He paused, observing the pride swelling within the summoned soldiers as they lifted their heads high. It was time to proceed to the next step. Suleiman felt akin to a primary school teacher, gently guiding his students towards diligent learning. In an enticing tone, he spoke of the burning tribe, how they descended from the mountains, plundering countless villages and seizing grain, livestock, and valuables. Now, they are not far from here, in that very village, laden with their stolen goods. Drawing his sword, he pointed towards the distant village and proclaimed, "Gold, silver, grain, fabrics, all of it, everything. Those precious treasures lie there." Suleiman observed his recruits, noting how their spirits had been stirred, their eyes gleaming with a ferocity akin to wolves ready to pounce. He reflected on the undeniable truth that a person's potential often remains undiscovered until faced with the right circumstances. Some may never uncover their true abilities. To his surprise, he realized he possessed the power to incite such fervor. Suleiman's voice suddenly rose, booming with fervor. "By the 7 gods, my promise to you remains unwavering. Now is the time to seize what rightfully belongs to us. Annihilate them, plunder them. Let us amass great wealth." The soldiers' breaths became heavy and rapid, their gazes ignited with avarice. Suleiman's vow was simple. He would take but half, while the remainder of the spoils would be evenly distributed based on merit. No further words were necessary. This commitment was far more tangible than any hollow slogan. A resounding battle cry surged through the ranks, and the soldiers' blood coursed with fervor. Their eyes reddened with desire, greed, and a bloodlust that awakened their primal instincts. "Slay the savages. We shall become prosperous." The crowd roared madly. "Kill them. Plunder them. Kill them. Plunder them." In this moment, they were the hunters, and the scorched savages were the prey. Suleiman observed these men, realizing they had endured poverty for far too long, living in fear of it. If any savage were present, they would surely be bewildered by the sight of these commoners echoing his words. Suleiman thought to himself. Retrieving his longsword, he stepped forward, raising his right hand high to signal silence. "Do you remember that formidable savage? Walker, son of Nego." I surmised he must be the leader of that savage band. Though the Highland clan savages did not adhere to a class system, they would heed the command of the strongest, the fiercest, the most formidable warrior. The soldiers looked at him, clearly impressed by the nearly 2-meter-tall brute among the savages. Suleiman pointed towards them and began to speak slowly. "Whoever brings me his head will receive 20 silver deer. For a limb, another 5 silver deer." The soldiers erupted with fervor. 3 silver deer represented a year's yield for a family. If they could secure a limb, it was worth 40 silver deer. But it was not over yet. Suleiman shook his finger at them, indicating he had more to say. They turned their eyes towards Lord Suleiman. "For his head, I shall add another 20 silver deer from my own share. For a limb, I shall add 5 more silver deer from my portion." The soldiers were stunned. plunged into a profound silence. "I want his head." The silence shattered with this proclamation echoing through the ranks. An astounding bounty of 80 silver deer. Just for the head. There was a reward of 40 silver deer. This temptation transcended the fear of death. The soldiers were utterly frenzied. Tomon lowered his head, gripping his spear tightly. Trembling all over. 80 silver deer. Chapter 29, Blood Battle. 1. The ranks began their advance towards the village. The soldiers surged past the fortifications, their faces alight with excitement. Suleiman could not help but shake his head. These soldiers harbored thoughts akin to those of the previous Roslins. It was deemed necessary to launch an offensive against the savage tribes of the Giron. It felt as if one could simply walk in, seize the wealth, and prosper. Suleiman was uncertain whether this was a prudent course of action, especially if the strategic situation were not so dire. Perhaps he would adopt a defensive tactic, waiting for half a month until the savages succumbed to their afflictions and crumbled. He strode between two formations, observing Lucien and Lauslin closely following him. His dissatisfaction was palpable. "Lucien, Lauslin, what are you two doing?" The two seemed oblivious to Suleiman's intent, drawing closer, one to his left and the other to his right, vigilantly guarding him. "What are you doing?" Suleiman furrowed his brow. "Return to your ranks. Stand alongside your soldiers. Position yourselves in the front rows of your formations. At a time like this, you are not my guards. You are officers of my army. The soldiers need to see their leaders beside them. Do you understand?" Lucien remained silent, casting a heavy glance at Suleiman before bowing and turning towards a squad he was responsible for. Lauslin also felt compelled to salute Suleiman before following suit, organizing another squad. In the age of cold weapons, it was paramount for soldiers to see their officers, to hear their voices, and to know their leaders were sharing in their peril. The advance of the ranks was slow, each step taken with utmost caution. The air of the village was thick with the stench of charred wood and decaying corpses, inducing nausea. The soldiers seemed to finally emerge from a state of exhilaration and reverie, gripping their weapons tightly. As they traversed the landscape, their eyes beheld a scene of destruction, charred beams, collapsed earthen walls, and debris strewn across the ground. A dozen corpses of villagers lay scattered, so decayed that it was impossible to distinguish between man and woman, all grotesquely broken upon the earth. A profound silence enveloped the area, interrupted only by the buzzing of flies circling the dead. "Stay vigilant. Grip your weapons firmly," Lucien admonished softly, his formation leading the way, though he himself felt the reminder somewhat superfluous. In such an environment, even the dullest would be on high alert. As they ventured deeper into the village, the signs of devastation became increasingly severe. Everywhere they looked, they encountered remnants of walls consumed by flames. Clearly, the Giron tribe had perpetrated a thorough plunder and massacre here. The village lay utterly annihilated. As they approached a relatively intact farmstead at the heart of the village, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A piercing scream erupted from the front of the ranks. A soldier who had been at the forefront stumbled and fell, an axe striking his head. Lucien, standing at the forefront, reacted swiftly, bellowing, "Enemy attack. Steady the line." Immediately, from the ruins of the farmstead, more wooden projectiles were hurled, causing chaos among the forefront of the ranks, despite their limited lethality. Suleiman sensed the frailty of the scorched barbarians within, otherwise, their response would not have been so. He swiftly commanded, "Roslin's squad, do not move." Then, he unsheathed his mighty long sword, its blade gleaming with a fleeting silver light in the surrounding gloom. "Lucien, lead your squad. Charge in. Eliminate them." Lucien faithfully executed Lord Suleiman's orders, regardless of the peril that lay ahead. Without uttering a single word, he simply stated, "Follow me," and brandished his sword, charging ahead. The soldiers of his squad, inspired by Lucien's audacity, quickly followed suit. Into the granary. Suleiman was somewhat astonished by the combat prowess of the scorched barbarians. Sounds of clashing swords echoed from within the granary, accompanied by the furious roars of the barbarians and the battle cries of Suleiman's men. He observed that many of the barbarians within were indeed gravely weakened. Their wounds, infected and grotesquely discolored, some even festering and emitting a foul stench, suggested that every movement brought them excruciating pain. By all accounts, they should have lost their fighting capability. Awaiting capture or death, Suleiman felt a twinge of regret for his impulsiveness. He glanced at Roslin, gesturing in a particular direction. Roslin, unsure of his intent, but resolutely obeying Lord Suleiman's command, swiftly arranged his men to face the direction indicated by Suleiman's finger. 7 individuals lay in ambush amidst the ruins on the flank, not to flee but to slay. They aimed to draw the majority of attention from their barbarian brethren within the granary, and then, with a select team, seized the opportunity to decapitate the commander of the ground-dwelling army. They would then join their kin in glorious death amidst the battle. Suleiman chuckled coldly to himself. Clearly, these 7 raiders had not anticipated one crucial aspect. His extraordinary senses had already perceived the village's unrest from the very beginning. Once discovered, the son of Neij, Walker, and his 7 warriors hurled aside the debris that concealed them. They had never intended to flee. They would not flee. They would return to the mountains alongside the souls of their kin. Walker, the son of Neij, would not hide. Walker would not escape. We are the wolves of the mountains. Kinfolk, slay that ground dweller. They no longer feared death. Their only desire was to drag Suleiman, the tormentor of their people, into the depths of hell, fueled by boundless rage and hatred. Like arrows loosed from a bowstring, they charged forward with singular, unambiguous purpose. Suleiman. However, what Walker, the son of Neij, could never have anticipated was that as he bore down on Suleiman with his battle axe, a tide of ground-dwelling warriors surged forth to meet them. Not with fear, but with unwavering resolve. The eyes of the warriors from the plains shimmered not with trepidation, but with an unprecedented fervor and a burning desire. They gazed at him with the intensity of hunting hounds in pursuit of prey, or sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Wak, the son of Negur, charged to the forefront, wielding his fearsome battle axe, felling one plain soldier and driving another back. Yet within him stirred a profound confusion and strangeness. Why were these plainsmen so distinct from those he had previously encountered? Why did they exhibit no fear, even in the face of death? Who were these plainsmen truly? Unbeknownst to him, a staggering bounty hung over his head, one capable of altering the fate of any lowly soldier. In the eyes of these plainsmen, he had ceased to be a fearsome adversary. Instead, he had become a living embodiment of wealth, capable of transforming destinies. These soldiers cared not for the strength of their opponent. They beheld only a moving treasure, a mountain of gold, a life utterly unlike their own. The thoughts that consumed their hearts could be distilled into a singular, relentless mantra. Kill him. Seize his body. Kill him. Seize his body. Kill him. Seize his body. Chapter 30, Blood Battle, 2. The lavish reward promised by Suleiman before in the camp now manifested in the most direct and savage manner. A warrior from the burning tribe swung a spiked mace, just having dispatched a plain soldier who had charged too recklessly. Before he could catch his breath, 3 more bloodshot-eyed plain soldiers lunged at him. Their spears, swords, and axes struck without hesitation toward his body. This warrior valiantly parried the sword aimed at him, only to be pierced in the abdomen by another spear, letting out a cry of agony as his movements faltered. The short axe of a third soldier struck mercilessly at his neck, becoming lodged between his throat, blood gushing forth. The soldier who had landed the blow shouted in exhilaration, "I struck him! I struck him! I have slain a wild man!" Yet he was immediately shoved aside by comrades rushing forward, as more pressed toward the next target. The 7 wild assailants were swiftly overwhelmed, drowned in a frenzy of bloodthirsty and avaricious soldiers. While they may have excelled in close combat, they were no match against nearly 20 foes relentless in their assault. They could only futilely swing their weapons, suffering wound after wound, cut after cut. The wild men of the burning tribe could not comprehend why these once weak and timid plainsmen had suddenly transformed into such a fierce and bloodthirsty force. Suleiman paid no heed to the chaos unfolding nearby. The mountain clan wild men also referred to themselves as free men. Their freedom, however, consisted of year after year, day after day, raiding and slaughtering the plainsmen. They dared not confront those clad in iron, nor those mounted on high horses. Yet they ruthlessly preyed upon those who barely sustained themselves through agriculture, devastate their crops, incinerate their villages, and seize their wives and children along with their possessions. They have grown accustomed to lurking in the woods and mountain passes, launching surprise attacks, transforming unsuspecting civilians into mere shadows of death. Their blades are only acquainted with the necks of the weak. Yet, when others retaliate in kind, they suddenly recall their treacherous and shameless accusations. His focus is entirely fixed on the last, the most deeply hidden adversary. He seeks to inflict the most profound despair upon the Highland clan. A shadow erupted from a seemingly tranquil expanse of land, akin to a predatory shadow lynx, silent yet astonishingly swift. Val, son of Nango, stands as the most exceptional ambush hunter of the Highland clan. The plan of Walker, son of Nego, is straightforward. Whether it be his tormented comrades within the granary or himself along with 7 companions, they are all integral to the scheme, all sacrificial pawns. They serve as bait to draw the soldiers surrounding Suleiman, while he is the true lethal strike. Val, son of Nango, lies in wait, anticipating the moment when the attention of the flatland soldiers is diverted. In that fleeting instant when the commander's focus is scattered, he will deliver a fatal blow. Val's speed is remarkable, his short sword firmly gripped in hand. Like countless times before in the hunt, he aims for the throat of Suleiman, mounted upon his white steed. He can almost perceive the astonishment on Suleiman's face. Success. However, in the next moment, the ecstasy in Val's eyes crystallizes. He does not witness shock on the visage of this youth. Instead, he perceives a flicker of derisive amusement. A flash of steel, a glint of cold light. Unfolds in an instant, incredible in its swiftness. Whoosh. The sound of a blade being drawn resonates. Val, son of Nango, feels a tremendous force strike his arm. His severed limb and short sword are sent flying. Ah! A wail of anguish escapes Val's lips. His right arm, which clutched the short sword, is cleaved off at the shoulder, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Suleiman, expressionless, shakes the blood from his sword, yet makes no further move. To him, Val's actions appear agonizingly slow. The excruciating pain nearly renders Val unconscious. Yet, he forces himself to bite through the tip of his tongue, the sharp sting momentarily reviving his senses. With his remaining left hand, he draws a small dagger made of beast bone from his waist. His eyes gleam with madness and despair as he lunges at Suleiman like a cornered beast, howling, "Die, Flatlander." Suleiman does not retreat. With a flick of his wrist, a cold light slices through, and a flash of white passes before Val's eyes. The momentum of Val, son of Nango, halts abruptly, his head soaring high, his face frozen in a grotesque expression. In an instant, a myriad of images flashed through the mind of Val, the son of the Southern Song. As an adult, he had only dared to sever his own right little toe. The mockery of his kin and the disappointed gazes of his parents haunted him. He had long yearned to prove himself, to become a true warrior. He even contemplated scorching his own eyes and ears. Yet, each time he grasped the heated iron tools, an innate fear would compel him to retreat. Nevertheless, he craved recognition, and thus he diligently honed his hunting skills daily. He could conceal himself in the snow for an entire day and night, lying in wait for his prey. None of his tribesmen could accomplish such a feat. Yet, regardless of how many creatures he hunted, no matter how perilous, his father, mother, and kin continued to look down upon him. They believed that only those who raided the peaceful farmers and seized their wives and daughters were true men. But he could not fathom why he should plunder those who toiled on the land. They merely labored, sweating for their harvests, constructing homes to withstand the storms. They posed no threat to anyone, nor did they provoke anyone. They simply existed in that place, extracting sustenance from the barren earth with their hands, much like he had done while hiding for a day and night in the heavy snow. Why should he rob them of their arduous way of life? Ultimately, he considered that perhaps he had become the warrior his kin spoke of. Yet, he no longer wished to be a warrior. He longed to return to the mountains, to live and hunt alone, to leave the tribe and become a true free man. But now all was lost. His body staggered forward, taking 3 faltering steps before collapsing in despair. Meanwhile, the cries of slaughter from the direction of the farm began to wane. Walker, the son of Nego, was drenched in blood, incredulously gazing towards Suleiman. He had never anticipated this, nor would he have ever thought in such a direction. This seemingly young man, the weakest in his tribe, possessed such strength, so swift that it proclaimed an end in an instant. Had he been unprepared, he too might have fallen victim to that very blade. In this battlefield, it was not Val, the son of the Southern Song, who lay in ambush for prey, but rather this farmer. The farmer soldiers, frenzied with madness, pushed one another aside in their desperate bid to seize the bodies of the fallen tribesmen. A flicker of sorrow crossed Walker's eyes for his kin, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming fury. Kill! 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 He let out a beastly roar, raising his battle axe high, leading the few remaining tribesmen in a desperate charge towards Suleiman. They were wolves of the mountains, preferring death in battle to surrender. Suleiman coldly observed their advance. Lu Xun had already flanked with his soldiers from the direction of the farm, converging with the soldiers beside Suleiman. Form ranks. Spearmen, form ranks. Protect Lord Suleiman. Lu Xun raised his bloodied right hand, clenched into a fist, and commanded loudly. The soldiers swiftly formed several ranks, standing resolutely before Suleiman, their spears erect like an indomitable wall. The son of Negar, Walker, observed as the diminutive plainsman calmly began to wipe his long sword. His gaze fell upon the blade, as if nothing else on the battlefield could capture his attention. The fierce warriors of the Zhuangren tribe were valiant and unyielding, each facing 3 foes without fear of death. Yet, they were up against a horde of bloodthirsty mad dogs, driven to ferocity by ambition, greed, and desire. One of the Zhuangren warriors had just crushed a soldier's skull with a hammer when 2 spears pierced his abdomen. He roared in defiance, attempting to snap the spear shafts and retaliate, but an arrow had already pierced his eye, penetrating deep within. Walker, the son of Negar, swung his battle axe with all his might, but his kin continued to fall around him. He witnessed a young tribesman being overwhelmed by 3 or 4 soldiers, who fought over the corpse, ultimately leaving it in a mangled state. He saw another tribesman fiercely biting a soldier's arm, only to be struck down from behind by a short axe that cleaved through his skull. In that moment, Walker suddenly comprehended their plight. They were indeed the wolves of the mountains, ferocious and formidable. But these plainsmen, whom they regarded as mere sheep, were equally a multitude of fearless, tenacious hounds. No matter how fierce the mountain wolves, they could not prevail against a pack of hunting dogs. With a sudden thrust, a long sword pierced through his chest from behind. Walker struggled to lower his head, gazing at the blade protruding from his torso. He felt his strength rapidly ebbing away, his body growing colder. Countless soldiers surged towards him, overwhelming his final vision. He felt as though he were being crushed beneath a multitude, their weapons incessantly slicing and hacking at him. He could not fathom the purpose of their actions until he heard it, the last words he would consciously perceive. "I have taken the head. It is Toman who has claimed the head." The voice was filled with ecstatic triumph. Chapter 31. There are also brave warriors. The casualties were staggering. Suleiman sat within the village's sole structure that could still be deemed intact, his heart jolted by the tally. Even with an overwhelming advantage of 300 against 40, the Zhuangren warriors, cornered like beasts afflicted by a dire illness, had exacted a toll of over 20 lives, with many more injured. Suleiman felt a throbbing headache, recognizing that the issues stemmed from his own command style. In retrospect, relying on monetary incentives was not a sustainable strategy. These hastily recruited soldiers, lured by gold, resembled ravenous wolves, rushing forward like beasts in a frantic scramble for glory. Some individuals, in their fervent quest to seize the remains of the scorched wild men, ultimately resorted to a division of spoils. Fortunately, no violent confrontations or fatal disputes arose over accolades, which, under the prevailing circumstances, could be deemed a testament to effective military governance. However, the current situation remains dire. Certain individuals possess the ability to command obedience through their lineage, while others, like myself, must barter gold for loyalty. These 300 men are not subjects of my own land. Once the conflict subsides, they will inevitably return to their lord's domain. After all, 300 able-bodied men, including their families, equate to over 1,000 subjects, a valuable asset belonging to the lord. Suleiman's aspirations for the Ding's family are futile. The plan must be expedited. A personal force must be established. Though Lady Rosalind has promised to recruit soldiers from her villages and towns, who among the farmers, untouched by the ravages of war, would willingly march to face execution on the battlefield, the town officials are replete with excuses to evade responsibility. Suleiman has conceived an idea to recruit the fleeing refugees. He will retain the men and send their families to Stinking Fort. Yet, Stinking Fort currently lacks land for cultivation. Never mind, a promissory note will suffice for now. What will happen later? Ultimately, it is my command that prevails. A wave of frustration washed over Suleiman, prompting him to slam the table, producing a thunderous sound that startled Lu Shun, who was stationed at the door to guard his lord. He rushed in, sword hilt in hand, his eyes alert as he scanned the surroundings. Upon realizing there was no imminent danger, he felt perplexed, running his hand over his head. "What are you doing, Lu Shun?" Suleiman exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter, his earlier tension dissipating. The sight of Lu Shun, swathed in bandages, with only his eyes visible, was simply too amusing. With his right hand resting on the sword hilt, he surveyed the area. Suleiman recalled a saying, "A talent from a county is sufficient to govern a nation. Whether such talent can govern remains uncertain, yet in the age of cold weapons, it can indeed yield formidable warriors." During the assault on the farmstead, Lu Shun unsheathed his sword and boldly declared, "Follow me," as he charged ahead. Admittedly, Suleiman was somewhat taken aback, though he maintained his composure. While he believed that officers should position themselves where soldiers can see them, he did not equate this with the notion that officers must lead the charge, particularly when the situation within the farmstead was unclear. The fate of the first to enter was uncertain, and one must brace for death. Yet, the soldiers were willing to risk their lives, perhaps explaining their unwavering loyalty. Lu Shun was strict with his men, instilling both fear and admiration. He led by example, sustaining numerous wounds, drenched in blood, yet refusing to relinquish his sword. A true hero indeed. Without the fortune of encountering a worthy patron, He might have lived his life as merely a farmer. Suleiman felt a pang of reflection. Amused by Suleiman's laughter, Lucien appeared somewhat embarrassed, moving his hand away from the sword hilt. His face, obscured by bandages, concealed his expression. Yet he touched his head and said, "My lord Suleiman." The loud noise from the room startled me. I feared wild men were lurking, intent on ambushing you. Suleiman stifled his laughter, yet his countenance still radiated joy. He gestured to Lucien, indicating that he should relax. "It's nothing, nothing at all. I wasn't under attack. I merely recalled some troubling thoughts and couldn't help but strike the table." Then, Suleiman pointed at Lucien, adding, "However, your sudden entrance, wrapped in bandages and looking so tense, is quite comical, indeed." Hearing Suleiman reassure him of the absence of danger, Lucien's worries seemed to dissipate alongside his ridiculous appearance. He scratched his head and grinned foolishly. "If I can bring joy to Lord Suleiman, then my appearance is worth it." He understood that Suleiman was not mocking him with malice and joined in the laughter, though his face was obscured by bandages, enhancing the absurdity of the situation. Yet, this time, Suleiman did not share in the laughter. His smile faded, and he felt a twinge of sadness. He gazed at the farmer, a robust man swathed in bandages, who was willing to lay down his life for him. Despite having just emerged from the brink of death, covered in wounds and drenched in blood, he had rushed to his side to offer protection. Suddenly, Suleiman realized that he had been attempting to disguise himself as someone detached from the world. He had convinced himself that others were fundamentally different from him. However, just moments ago, his heart had revealed a truth. He did not wish for Lucien to perish. The thought of Lucien potentially falling in battle, of the life that lay beneath those comical bandages being extinguished, rendered Suleiman unable to smile. Lucien noticed the sudden loss of laughter from Suleiman, his gaze fixated upon him, and he too found no humor in the moment. Feeling a surge of tension and unease, as he questioned whether he had erred in some way, he finally heard Suleiman speak. "Lucien, why did you charge into the village first when I ordered the attack?" Suleiman was momentarily at a loss for words, staring intently into Lucien's eyes. Lucien assumed that Suleiman was reproaching him for being the first to enter the village, which might have led to chaos and a lack of command for his squad, potentially affecting the battle's outcome. He lowered his head, feeling uneasy, and replied, "I feared they would hesitate to go in and delay your plans. But if I led the way, they would surely follow." "I'm sorry, Lord Suleiman." His apology was abruptly interrupted by a hand pressing down on his shoulder. Lucien quickly looked up to find Suleiman's eyes filled with sorrow, and he heard a phrase that resonated deeply within him, echoing in his mind. "Don't die. Lucien, I still wish to share glory and wealth with you." Lucien froze entirely. His mind went blank, with only that sentence reverberating in his ears. The surroundings seemed to fall into a profound silence. He wanted to speak, but it felt as though something was lodged in his throat, preventing him from uttering a sound. He longed to express that to die for his lord would be an honor, yet he could not utter a single word. Lucien trembled all over, not from pain, but from excitement, overwhelmed by a profound sense of hope and concern emanating from the noble lord. He was merely a farmer. Suddenly, he knelt down, extending his hand as if to grasp the hem of Lord Suleiman's garment, but hesitated mid-air, fearful that his actions might offend his esteemed lord. Suleiman attempted to assist him, but he knelt too forcefully, too abruptly. He could only struggle to open his mouth, his voice thick with nasal tones and emotion. "Lord Suleiman, I hear you." Each word seemed to be squeezed from the depths of his being, his sobs rendering his speech indistinct. Yet Suleiman understood his intent. I will certainly, absolutely live well." Chapter 32, The Oath Fulfilled. Suleiman's right hand still rested on Lucien's shoulder. He gazed into the man's tear-filled eyes, feeling the tremors of his body. Suddenly, an awkwardness enveloped him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. The room fell into an unusual silence, a strange emotion flowing within its confines. Just as Suleiman felt increasingly uncomfortable, the door burst open violently from the outside. Seizing the opportunity, Suleiman withdrew his hand. Dust-covered and anxious, Rosalind rushed in, momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. However, his surprise quickly overshadowed his alarm, and he hastily bowed to Lord Suleiman. Upon witnessing Rosalind's agitation, it seemed he momentarily forgot what he intended to say amidst the bizarre atmosphere. Suleiman's expression and voice swiftly regained their usual composure. "What is the matter? What has happened?" Rosalind gasped for breath, his face contorted with rage. "Lord Suleiman, I took men to the nearby town to sell our spoils. Those cunning leeches dared to undervalue the very lives we risked for our earnings. Truly a pack of parasites. They deserve to rot in the deepest pits of hell." Rosalind continued to vent his anger, cursing the merchants of the Westeros realm, while presenting the ledger to Suleiman. The common folk of Westeros harbored a deep-seated disdain for merchants, equating them with greed, one of the 7 deadly sins. However, as Suleiman perused the figures on the ledger, he felt a mixture of shock and relief. No wonder everyone sought to seize such opportunities. This was far quicker and easier than toiling in the fields, collecting rents, or laboring in trade. It was possible to amass great wealth through the most savage and expedient means. It is time to fulfill the oath. Lucian, Rosalind, assemble the troops, Suleiman declared, looking towards Lucian and Rosalind. Yes, my lord Suleiman. Rosalind responded loudly. Yes, my lord Suleiman. Lucian also rose, his voice hoarse. 2 individuals, having received their orders, promptly turned and briskly exited the room to summon their respective teams. Soon, the village was filled with the cacophony of footsteps and the boisterous calls of soldiers. The warriors, scattered in various locations, responded to the signal to assemble. Forgetting their fatigue, their faces alight with excitement, they hurried towards the designated gathering point. They were aware that Rosalind had led a successful expedition and returned with spoils. Shortly thereafter, hundreds of soldiers stood in neat formation in the small square at the heart of the village. Clad in the remnants of battle, dust and blood that clung stubbornly to them, they chose to wear these marks as symbols of their valiant struggle. At the forefront, Lucian and Rosalind stood resolutely before their respective squads, awaiting the arrival of Lord Suleiman. Suleiman, however, remained in his chamber, allowing the soldiers to simmer in anticipation. As their eagerness grew, he finally rose, stepping into the presence of the lined-up soldiers. Yet, he remained silent, his gaze sweeping over his troops. This was a tactic he had learned previously. It was said to cultivate emotions and evoke the most potent memories in humans. It also served to reinforce authority, as the soldiers awaited their well-deserved reward. Upon his arrival, the soldiers gazed at Suleiman with fervent, yearning eyes. However, his silence stoked their emotions, igniting a fiery impatience within them. They could hardly contain themselves. A profound longing, a yearning for wealth, and a transformation of fate surged to its zenith in that moment. Though it may sound unrefined, Suleiman felt akin to a stray dog on the street, gazing up at him, the bearer of food. They were desperate to know what Lord Suleiman would say next. The palpable tension and expectation cast a suffocating silence over the square. Under the weight of their collective gaze, Suleiman gradually raised his clenched right fist. He understood that the moment for delay had passed. Prolonging it would turn knowledge into fervor. He feared that this pack of soldiers, trained to be fierce as wolves, might rush at him in their fervor. As soldiers noticed Suleiman finally making a move, they excitedly raised their hands, shouting, "Long live Lord Suleiman!" This fervent and frenzied wave quickly swept through the crowd. "Long live Lord Suleiman! Long live Lord Suleiman!" One by one, their voices rose in a chorus of fervent adulation. Lucian and Rosalind exchanged proud glances, recognizing him as their lord, their master. All eyes were fixed on the elevated figure of Suleiman, awaiting each word from the young noble who had led them towards immense wealth. Their bodies trembled violently with an overwhelming thirst. The entire square seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, a potent amalgamation of greed and desire, accompanied by a deafening chorus of "Long live," that coalesced into a formidable wave of sound, as if the very ground beneath them quaked. Suleiman stood at the heart of this clamor, quietly observing the fervent crowd before him, listening intently to their cries. At that moment, he finally comprehended the profound emotions embodied in the phrase of true manhood. His right hand remained clenched into a fist, but slowly, he unfurled it and placed it gently upon his chest. The soldiers, witnessing his gesture, gradually fell into silence. Suleiman surveyed his troops, and wherever his gaze lingered, the soldiers lifted their heads and stood tall. Without any preamble, he delved straight into the matter at hand. Suleiman began to speak, his voice soft yet resonant, reaching the ears of every soldier. "Brave soldiers, I have sworn an oath to you. All spoils of war shall be divided. Half belongs to me, half to you." He turned his attention to Rosalind, who, understanding the cue, promptly gathered a few men. They emerged from the adjacent buildings, laboriously carrying several heavy wooden chests. Though modest in size, the laborious strides of the men indicated that they were brimming with treasures. Suleiman's voice resounded once more, indistinguishable from his previous tone. Yet this time it sounded enchanting to the soldiers, akin to the allure of flames. The soldiers gazed at their Suleiman, who pointed towards them. "Now, fulfill the oath." Rosalind and the others swiftly lifted the lids of the chests. Madness ensued. Hundreds of soldiers, upon witnessing the towering, tangible wealth before them, felt their taut nerves shatter completely. Their eyes reddened, breaths grew heavy, and many trembled uncontrollably, their fists clenched so tightly that their nails dug into their palms, unnoticed. Long live Lord Suleiman. Slay the savages. Kill. Follow Lord Suleiman into battle. A frenzied roar erupted in the air. The square was ablaze with fervor and frenzy. This was the most direct manifestation of power bestowed by wealth. Their lives transformed by violence and bloodshed, summoned to face death, yet rewarded with riches through combat. Suleiman's voice rang out once more. Your battles will be bloodied. The commanders of your 2 divisions have seen it. They will approach one by one. They will allocate your shares according to your individual performances, based on your military merits. This was Suleiman assisting Lucien and Rosalind in establishing their authority, solidifying their positions as leaders within their squads. One by one, soldiers stepped out of formation and approached the chests, as Lucien grasped a handful of silver stags. Even requiring a small pouch, tears welled in the eyes of all present. Each of them, dwelling in the realm of Westeros, had spent their lives teetering on the brink of subsistence. Their greatest aspiration was merely to gather enough coin to procure sustenance, finding joy in the mere survival of their families from the cold and hunger. They had never fathomed that through a single confrontation, such astonishing rewards could be theirs. This sum of money was sufficient to bid farewell to their past hardships and to allow their families to live comfortably. Gate, this is yours. Lord Rosalind placed a pouch brimming with coins into the hands of a young soldier. Gate, in a daze, accepted the pouch, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He had just felled a wildling with a single arrow to the eye. He glanced down at the weighty pouch, then raised his gaze to meet Lord Roslind's earnest expression. His lips quivered, yearning to articulate something, yet no sound emerged. He was a hunter. This was a fortune he could never amass even after 2 decades of toil in the wild. Del, this is yours. Lucien extended another filled pouch to him. He was a soldier from Daiting, conscripted by Bachelor Vard to join this grim battalion. In his past experiences, the promises of noble lords often came with caveats, especially regarding the distribution of spoils. Why bleed and sacrifice when one could merely hide and collect the military pay? Yet this time, for reasons unknown, he chose to believe. As he spotted a vulnerability in the towering wildling before him, he charged forth, driving his sword deep into its chest. The resounding clash of silver stags and the astonishing heft in his hands brought tears to the eyes of this Daiting soldier. This wealth was enough to purchase a grand house in his hometown and marry a woman of ample stature, securing a stable life and even providing for his parents. Tomon approached, but Lord Rosalind instructed him to be the last to step forward. Yet, the chest was empty of coins. He raised his head in anguish, only to find Lord Suleiman smiling down at him. You are Tomon? Yes, my lord, he observed as Suleiman approached him. I have witnessed your bravery. Lucien and Rosalind had seen it too. Now, he stood before him, presenting a small box. And I have seen your courage. Tomon fell to his knees before Suleiman, weeping uncontrollably. I believe I shall never forget this moment, he thought. Chapter 33. The Ambush Under the Bright Sun. A band of 60 wildlings from the high mountains marched along a path, herding a group of captives from the plains. The captives were bound together by long ropes, traversing the open fields. Among them were members of the Burning and Stone Raven clans. The appearance of the wildlings starkly contrasted with that of the plainsmen, exuding a raw, untamed vigor, devoid of neat attire. They wore no gleaming armor, but rather donned leather crafted from animal hides. Even their weapons were iron implements plundered from the lowland dwellers. They moved swiftly, their steps disordered, devoid of any semblance of formation. A young warrior from the Stone Crow tribe came rushing back from the depths of the forest, breathless, his expression and gaze betraying his unease. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, "Something strange lurks in the forest. The trees are speaking. They are watching me." A fierce warrior from the Scorched clan, bearing severe burn marks that marred nearly half of his face, was Del, the son of Chick, and the leader of this contingent. A scornful smile crept across his terrifying visage, and he spat on the ground, raising his fist towards the young Stone Crow warrior, berating him. "Are you so frightened by the ghost stories of the mountains? The tree speaking? Watching you? Listen to my fist. Does it not speak to you?" The young Stone Crow warrior was struck down violently, blood gushing from his nose. "How dare you?" Came an immediate roar of fury from the Stone Crow ranks. The warriors from the Stone Crow tribe glared fiercely at Del, their hands instinctively reaching for their axes and weapons. Although both the Stone Crow and Scorched clans belonged to the mountain tribes, they often clashed due to raids and various disputes. This time, however, they had formed a temporary alliance for the purpose of a large-scale plundering operation. "Stop!" Just before the conflict escalated into a bloody skirmish, an elder, robust warrior from the Stone Crow tribe stepped forward. He surveyed the fallen young tribesmen, then regarded the hostile scorched warriors, who were also poised with their weapons, and the looming forest ahead. Taking a deep breath, he quelled both his own anger and that of his kin. "Del, son of Chick, you may continue on your path," he said in a cold tone, reaching down to assist the fallen Stone Crow warrior. "We shall follow behind you." With that, he did not cast another glance at the leader of the Scorched clan, but instead halted with his fellow tribesmen. "Do as you wish, Stone Crow," Del retorted harshly. The surrounding Scorched warriors erupted in low, mocking laughter, their eyes brimming with disdain for the Stone Crow tribe. The leader of the Scorched clan brandished a longsword, looted from the lowland dwellers, urging his men to advance. The captive lowland dwellers, under the harsh commands of the wild men, trudged onward with increasingly desperate expressions. At the edge of the woods, an experienced elder from the Scorched clan furrowed his brow and remarked to Del, "This forest is too quiet. The birds do not sing. They fear us, fear the Scorched clan." Del bellowed in response. The old warrior shook his head. "The lowland dwellers may be lying in wait for us." Del's anger flared. "The lowland dwellers? They are all busy defending themselves against the free folk by the sea. They merely cower behind the stone walls, clamoring. Outside, they scurry like sheep. Speak not like a simpleton. Take your fear and retreat to the rear of the ranks. Others, fall in line." The old wild man fell silent, casting a glance at the obstinate Chick's son, Del, then surveying the hushed woods. Ultimately, he could only sigh in resignation and retreat to the back of the formation. In the depths of the forest, sunlight failed to penetrate, enveloping the area in darkness. Suleiman watched, perplexed, as the wild men halted outside the woods. He feared the plan had been compromised. A young wild man had just ventured into the woods to scout and hurriedly exited. However, what transpired next astonished him. The wild men erupted into quarrels, nearly coming to blows, and then astonishingly split into two factions. Suleiman furrowed his brow. Was this some form of battle strategy? Dividing a single force into two and then advancing into a trap? This would only render them more susceptible to being encircled and annihilated, would it not? "Archers, prepare," he commanded in a hushed tone. Rosalind, nervously by his side, inquired, "My lord Suleiman, there are captives from the Riverlands among them." Suleiman, momentarily contemplative, responded, "In war, casualties are inevitable. We must strive to avoid harming them." Rosalind fell silent. Suleiman slowly raised his right hand. All the concealed soldiers turned their gaze towards him, awaiting the decisive signal of life and death. The air in the woods seemed to solidify. Suleiman's soldiers now yearned for combat, for battle-promised riches. Chick's son, Del, led the blazing warriors with a swagger along the forest path. He grew increasingly smug about his earlier judgment. "See," he bellowed to the wild men around him. "I told you the Stone Dove tribe are cowards. There isn't even a ghostly shadow in this forest." Behind him, the blazing warriors erupted in a chorus of boisterous laughter. Suddenly, chaos ensued. Countless wooden spears were hurled at them, interspersed with arrows, shattering the stillness of the woods. This was a tactic Suleiman had gleaned, an inexpensive method of ranged attack. Long, sharpened wooden spears, well suited for their team lacking archers. Ambush. The old wild man at the rear of the formation was the first to react, issuing a warning to the ranks. But it was already too late. "Ah, damn it." Cries of anguish and curses erupted in unison. Though the blazing warriors were fierce, their meager animal hides offered scant protection, rendering them vulnerable. In an instant, 7 or 8 warriors from the blazing faction screamed as they were struck by spears and arrows, collapsing to the ground. Blood stained the fallen leaves beneath them. Chick's son, Del, was left dumbfounded by this sudden onslaught. He instinctively raised the long sword in his hand to block, yet was still struck in the left arm by an arrow, its tip embedding deeply into his flesh. The excruciating pain elicited a primal roar from him. "Slay them. Charge forward. Advance." However, in response, a second barrage of wooden spears and arrows rained down upon him with greater intensity. Thud, thud, thud. The incessant sounds of arrows and spears finding their mark filled the air. The Draconic tribe's forces descended into utter chaos, flailing like headless flies in search of refuge. Some futilely brandished their weapons, attempting to fend off the onslaught of projectiles. Meanwhile, the captured inhabitants of the plains screamed in terror, the scene devolving into pandemonium. Suleiman observed the tumult before him with a calm demeanor. "Lucian, Rosalind," he commanded steadily. "Here." The two responded in unison. "Rosalind, take your team and cut off their retreat. Flank them from behind." "Yes." Rosalind swiftly complied, leading his squad towards the entrance of the forest where the savages had entered. "Lucien, bring your men and charge with me." "Yes." Lucien drew his longsword with his right hand and held a horn in his left. Chapter 34. The rumor Suleiman unsheathed the mill sword bestowed upon him by Raymond Derry, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light of the woods. "Lucien, sound the horn. Soldiers, follow me to slaughter." This was his inaugural experience in a battlefield assault, yet he was resolutely prepared. The remaining warriors of Lucien's squad, under Suleiman's leadership, released a thunderous battle cry. They leapt forth from the dense thickets, charging toward the disarrayed ranks of the draconic tribe. Savages equate to glory. Glory equates to wealth. Time is of the essence. Suleiman led the charge, his form weaving deftly through the trees. The long sword in his grasp struck like lightning, each swing precisely aimed at the enemy's vital points. His seemingly heightened senses and extraordinary coordination, a result of his lineage, were showcased to their fullest extent at that moment. A savage wielding a battle axe lunged at him with a furious roar. Suleiman sidestepped effortlessly, evading the forceful strike. With one swift motion, he severed the enemy's head. The soldiers behind him were momentarily stunned to witness their lord exhibit such valor, dispatching foes with ease amidst the chaos. "Is this truly our lord's prowess?" They pondered in disbelief. Suleiman's gaze shifted to the rear of the savage ranks. Rosalind was leading his squad like a dagger, driving deep into the back lines of the savages, effectively severing their escape route. The Stone Crow tribe's savages were compelled to converge toward the draconic tribe, ensnared in a dire predicament of being attacked from both flanks. Following the initial onslaught, they quickly responded, discarding their plunder and abandoning the scorched remnants, retreating toward the forest's edge. As time passed, the tide of battle continued to unfold. The remnants of the wild men numbered scarcely a dozen, gradually confined by Suleiman's soldiers to a narrow space. Suleiman sheathed his longsword and addressed the remaining wild men. "Surrender or die." The severely injured chick's son, supported by his kin, cast a derisive glance at the ground dweller demanding his surrender, proclaiming, "The warriors of the Zhuangren tribe would never forsake their weapons." "Is that so?" Suleiman, who initially intended to deceive the wild men into disarming before slaughtering them, smiled at their defiance and commanded, "Throw your spears. Fire your arrows." The soldiers hesitated momentarily upon hearing the order, for the wild men were scarcely capable of resistance. Yet, they dutifully executed Lord Suleiman's commands, for he was their benefactor, the very source of their prosperity. Another barrage of wooden spears and arrows ensued. The ground was soon littered with the few remaining wild men, writhing in agony. "Leave no prisoners," Suleiman coldly declared. His command invigorated the soldiers, igniting a frenzy within them. They surged forward, seizing the opportunity for glory. The wild men equated to valor. Valor meant wealth. Time was of the essence. Mercy and hesitation were cast aside as the final massacre commenced. As the last wild man fell, still moaning, the soldiers vied to deliver the final blows. The cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams gradually subsided, restoring the eerie silence of the forest. A silence so profound that even the calls of wildlife had vanished. Suleiman surveyed the scene. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, severed limbs scattered about. This was the grim reality of warfare, a collision of flesh against flesh, a profound test of humanity's psyche. Yet, his soldiers gazed at him with fervor, madness, and fervent anticipation. Their faces, bodies, and weapons were stained with blood, dirt, and remnants of wood, devoid of fear or confusion. Only madness and ferocity remained. From the moment they received their first bounty, they had ceased to be the individuals they once were, transforming entirely into beasts. Human life had become synonymous with wealth in their hearts. But was this not the very law of survival within the realm of Westeros? To endure, to protect oneself and those dear to them, one must be stronger, more cunning, colder, and more ruthless than the adversary. Compassion and mercy are luxuries reserved for the victors. Suleiman exhaled slowly, pondering whether such an army was truly what he desired. His gaze fell upon the captives who looked upon them with terror. Beyond the city of Deep Valley lay the disheveled encampment of the mountain clans of wild men. Tents were haphazardly arranged, constructed from animal hides and rough branches, with campfires flickering amidst the scattered remnants of food. The camp of the Scorching tribe stands as the largest among them, with a bonfire constructed to match. They hold a profound affinity for flames. This evening, within the beast tent of Timmy, the son of Timmy, a palpable noise fills the air. The two clans of the High Mountain tribe are known for their quarrels, and tonight, the tent is densely populated with chieftains from various tribes. Inside the beast tent, the chieftains gather in a circle, all clad in animal armor, surrounded by an array of uniquely crafted weapons. At the head of the assembly sits the red hand of the Scorching tribe, Timmy, son of Timmy. He is a towering figure, marred by burns, with one eye hollow and haunting. To his left sits Shaga, son of Dofu from the Stone Crow tribe, a robust man draped in animal hides, sporting a wild beard as he drinks the fierce liquor stolen from the plains folk. His battle axe rests beside him. To Timmy's right is Zila, daughter of Kik from the Black Ear tribe, a slender yet fierce woman, her chest flat like that of a man, her skin darkened. Surrounding them are chieftains from the Milk Snake tribe, Moon People tribe, Misty tribe, Painted Dog tribe, Tree People tribe, Howling Mountain tribe, and the Red Craftsman tribe. They sit in a wary circle, their expressions filled with suspicion and unease. The chieftain of the Milk Snake tribe coughs a few times, clearing his throat. Recently, there has been a rumor. He is abruptly interrupted by Timmy, who exclaims, "Rumor? What rumor? What nonsense have you concocted to frighten yourselves?" The chieftain of the Milk Snake tribe, somewhat intimidated by the Scorching tribe, or rather by all tribes, continues, "It concerns a band of plains folk. They say they are hunting us nearby." The eyes of the chieftains flicker with concern, for indeed, several raiding parties sent out recently have not returned on time. Hunting us? Shaga from the Stone Crow tribe scoffs, his fierce and rugged visage becoming even more menacing. It is true. The chieftain of the Howling Mountain tribe exclaims urgently, "My son led a group to raid for food for our people. He has not returned." Timmy's piercing laughter pierces the air. "I dare say your son was trampled by a wild hare. You cowards! Who are you calling cowards?" The chieftain of the Howling Mountain tribe leaps to his feet, roaring in anger. This incitement ignites a greater uproar. Some tribes, especially those with missing raiding parties, grow increasingly anxious. They are inclined to believe the rumor, convinced that indeed a band of plains folk is hunting them. The argument escalates rapidly, evolving from a discussion about the veracity of the rumor into mutual attacks and animosities between the tribes. Weapons are drawn, knives, swords, and axes swing through the air, producing a menacing whistle. The wild men point fingers at one another, roaring and cursing, as if on the brink of a bloody melee. Shaga, son of Dofu, slams his massive axe into the ground, producing a resounding thud. Yet even he cannot fully quell the boiling rage of both factions. Zira, the daughter of Ziki, smirked coldly, refraining from engaging in the quarrel. Her hand rested firmly on the hilt of her dagger, her gaze frosty, clearly poised to join the fray at any moment. Enough. Ultimately, the son of Timir bellowed, despite being the instigator of the discord. "You coward, retreat to the mountains. If you wish to continue your plundering, follow me." With a sharp motion, Timir plunged his long sword into the ground, its blade embedding itself deeply. The atmosphere had reached a boiling point. The chieftains of the various tribes, fueled by their anger and animosity, departed the searing camp of the Zhuoran tribe, returning to their respective encampments. The assembly had completely fractured, yielding no consensus, but rather fostering greater suspicion and division. Each tribe resolved to pursue their own course of action. Chapter 35. Hatred. Suleiman led his forces with swift precision. His strategy was fundamentally one of hit and run, seizing and then vanishing. After vanquishing a band of wildlings, he meticulously erased all traces of the battlefield. The bodies of the wildlings were burned and buried on site, ensuring that no evidence remained. Thus, even if discovered, it would take time for the enemy to realize and respond. He had truly adopted the guerrilla tactics of the Highland clans. Suleiman never confronted his foes head-on, particularly avoiding engagements with large enemy forces. His strategic objective was clear: to eliminate those dispersed wildling squads that plundered resources, thereby continually diminishing their strength. The logistical demands on the Highland clans would only escalate, or rather, they had no logistics at all, relying solely on plunder and immediate resupply. Suleiman, mounted on his white steed, rode at the forefront of his troop, reflecting on the advantages of a smaller force. The pace of their march was astonishingly rapid, almost as swift as the wind. Without cavalry, no infantry could hope to keep pace with him. From time to time, Suleiman's gaze fell upon the more than 60 captives from the Hujin region, once numbering over 100. Due to previous waves of ranged assaults, only 60 remained. All young men and women. The elderly and children were of no use to the wildlings and had all been slain. Suleiman sighed, yet acknowledged that this was the grim reality of war. He did not intend to blame himself. Had he not intervened, their fates would have been far worse. The women would have been reduced to mere breeding tools for the Highland wildlings, enduring lives steeped in humiliation and perpetual childbirth. The men would have been enslaved, forced to undertake the most perilous and laborious tasks until they succumbed to exhaustion or met their demise. In contrast, it was he who had saved them, allowing them to escape such a fate. With these thoughts in mind, Suleiman urged his horse closer, surveying the captives. The people of Hujian huddled together, resembling a flock of frightened sheep, trembling in fear. Tattered and worn, his garments barely clung to him. His visage was marred by dust, bloodstains, and the traces of tears. His eyes, hollow and vacant, reflected nothing but a shell devoid of spirit. Their homeland lay in ruins, and the future was an unfathomable abyss. Where would they journey next? And what could they possibly do? Now, they merely followed the group that had rescued them from the clutches of savagery. Before them rode a figure atop a magnificent white steed, and they recognized him immediately. Sir Suleiman the Malodorous, the commander of this military force. The people lifted their heads, gazing at him with eyes that had lost all semblance of vitality or hope. What intentions lay behind his presence remained a mystery. Suleiman addressed the crowd, his voice deep and steady, devoid of any emotional tremor. He observed their despondent expressions and proclaimed, "I am the commander of this army, Sir Suleiman the Malodorous." Regardless of the circumstances, his words needed to be spoken, for he must comprehend their sentiments, as they could potentially become invaluable assets. However, should their disposition be one of animosity, he would have to adopt an alternative approach. Suleiman scrutinized the faces of the refugees, noting the absence of hostility. Instead, silent tears flowed down their cheeks. He continued candidly, with unwavering conviction, "The orders to shoot arrows and hurl spears were issued by me. I cannot jeopardize my soldiers for your sake." There was no hint of evasion in his declaration. He paused, allowing his gaze to sweep over the sorrowful faces bowed in silence. "I have witnessed the fall of over 40 individuals from the Riverland." It was then that the 60 refugees heard words that plunged them into stunned silence. "I offer you my sincerest apologies." In unison, they raised their tear-streaked faces. For those who perished amidst the chaos of the Riverland people, Suleiman's somber tone resonated for them as well. As he looked upon them, the crowd remained enveloped in silence until a man, approximately 30 years of age, stepped forward. His body trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming forth like a torrent. Yet in his gaze directed at Suleiman, there was no trace of anger, only gratitude. "My lord," he croaked, "there is no need for your apology." He surveyed the surrounding survivors before turning his gaze back to Suleiman, a fleeting shadow of painful memories flickering in his eyes. "My father and my 3 children were slain by the savages, deemed worthless to them. I, along with my wife, witnessed our youngest, an infant, being mercilessly smashed to the ground." Silence followed. At this, the man could no longer restrain himself, collapsing to the earth in anguished sobs. Yet he continued his lament. "My last kin, my wife, perished beneath a wooden spear in the turmoil, right before my eyes. But I shall never, ever hold you accountable, my lord. You granted her release from that wretched fate." He lifted his head, tears streaming down his face, and even Suleiman felt the weight of sorrow and anguish. "My wife, she will be defiled by those savages, subjected to countless humiliations, a fate worse than death, even forced to bear the children of her tormentors. And I can only helplessly watch her suffer, yet I can do nothing. Such torment, merely contemplating it, renders me desiring death itself. My lord, you have saved us. Saved her." The man choked on his words, his body trembling with profound grief, unable to utter another sound. He repeatedly bowed his head, using his physical gestures to convey his despair. Everyone in the group, regardless of gender, wept and knelt down. The vast majority had lost family and children, their lives deemed worthless, brutally taken by the savages. They understood well that the moment they were captured, their fates were sealed in tragedy. Yet, the arrival of Suleiman had unexpectedly altered their destinies. Recognizing the gravity of the atmosphere, Suleiman spoke slowly. "I can send people to escort you to my territory, the stinking fortress, and grant you arable land. There, you will find safety, shelter, and sustenance. You may begin anew." Alternatively, Suleiman's gaze swept over the men in the ranks. "Join me. Take up arms. I, Sir Suleiman of the stinking fortress, will provide you with food, armor, and weapons." His voice, low and deliberate, resonated like a devil's whisper in their ears. "Do you wish to treat them in the same manner? Do you desire to bestow upon them the same fate?" Suleiman knew his words had ignited a fire in the grasslands, for he witnessed the men in the ranks, one by one, cease their weeping and step forward in silence. To them, they had lost everything, solitary in the world. What was there left to fear? Land, home, family, every attachment was gone. They needed no monetary incentive. Their hearts were already imbued with a singular conviction. That conviction bore the name of hatred. Chapter 36. Along the tide had turned. With tears still fresh upon their faces, over 20 men emerged from the crowd, silent yet resolute, standing before Suleiman. He felt a rush of excitement. These men were his foundation, Since his arrival in this world, aside from old Niken and Lucien and Rosalind, they were the only true allies he could claim. The remaining 40, though still possessing a few more men, were not motivated by fear. He could see the fury and hatred these men harbored against the savages. Yet, among the ranks, there were loved ones they cared for, wives, daughters, mothers. They could not abandon them to take up their swords and fight. Suleiman had no intention of coercing them. He allowed them to journey to the territory, which was indeed a significant reinforcement. While it may not elevate the land to prosperity, it at least offered a glimmer of hope for development. The prospect seemed promising. Drawing his sword, Suleiman galloped forth, addressing the soldiers standing nearby with fervor. Brothers, accelerate the march. Seek out a settlement. Welcome our new brethren to their rebirth, to the blood of the mountain savages that shall soon flow. All expenses are on me. With this command, the atmosphere among the troops shifted dramatically. The soldiers' faces radiated a wild excitement and joy. After days of relentless combat, they were eager to sprint for a day and night before resting. Each carried silver stags, enough to sustain them for a lifetime. Yet they found themselves unable to indulge. An insatiable itch consumed them, as if 1,000 ants were crawling over their skin. Especially after the appearance of women within the ranks, a fervent fire ignited in each heart. However, they were all acutely aware of Suleiman's unwavering military orders. None dared to stir, only daring to rendezvous in dreams. They had longed to indulge in pleasures. 6 riders were dispatched to gallop ahead in search of a settlement. They rode upon the diminutive, goat-like warhorses seized from the savages, resembling nothing more than riding upon dogs. Their small stature and the absurdity of the image led to no soldier willing to mount them, with suggestions to slaughter them for meat being promptly quashed by Suleiman. Regardless of their origins, as long as they could run, they could be of use. They were horses, albeit savages' horses. The procession quickened its pace, Suleiman leading the charge. The soldiers, brimming with exhilaration, maintained their formation. Until dusk descended, the sun sank low on the horizon, casting its final rays into the distance. The path ahead remained eerily desolate, devoid of even a single shadow. They had traversed 2 villages, both in ruins, devoid of life. It was evident that the area had been ravaged by savages. Damn it, how can there be not a single soul in sight? One soldier gasped, venting his frustration. The soldiers lowered their heads, their expressions sorrowful, tinged with palpable disappointment and anxiety. This feeling was akin to wandering through a desert, burdened with a cart full of gold. Even Lucien relaxed his grip, allowing the soldiers to quietly express their emotions. Suleiman studied the map, a frown creasing his brow. There was still a small town ahead. But heaven forbid it was also plagued by savages. Just then, the urgent sound of hooves echoed from the front. A goat-riding scout stumbled into view, the rider swaying precariously as if about to tumble off at any moment. It was one of the scouts sent to explore the route. Suleiman's heart sank. Alas, too exhausting. Not just the soldiers, even he was weary from riding. Even Suleiman yearned for some enjoyment. As the rider galloped before him, he nearly tumbled from his mount. Blood streamed from his nose, his visage bruised and battered, hair disheveled, and armor twisted, presenting a most pitiful sight. It was evident he had recently endured a severe beating. "My lord, Suleiman." The rider, blood filling his mouth, spoke in a stammer, his appearance a portrait of despair. "There's a town ahead. We encountered a wild man within." Yet, it felt as though he was not truly a wild man. Realizing his speech was hindered, the rider quickly tilted his head back, pinching his nose. "We 6 intended to subdue him, but we never anticipated his swordsmanship to be so fearsome. 5 of my brethren were defeated, along with some villagers who aided us. Only I managed to escape amidst the chaos to inform you, my lord." Suleiman, taken aback, inquired further, "One person?" The Highland clans typically operated in groups, seldom acting alone. "And a solitary figure causing such a commotion in town?" "Yes, my lord. Just one. He is not robust, indeed quite slender, but his skill with the longsword is remarkable." The rider gestured emphatically. The soldiers, upon hearing the news, erupted in indignation. Every village along the way had been disturbed by this wild man. The small town they had finally located was now embroiled in chaos. All eyes turned expectantly towards Suleiman. Lucien and Rosalind also advanced on horseback, awaiting their lord's command. This contingent had achieved numerous victories of late. The wild man, in their eyes, seemed far less formidable and fearsome. Suleiman surveyed the soldiers and gestured with his right hand. "Everyone, move out." "Yes," the soldiers shouted in unison, dashing towards the town. Upon entering the town, Suleiman and his soldiers beheld the scene. 5 injured soldiers lay on the ground. A lean man, with black hair, dark eyes, and a scruffy beard, clad in animal skins, rummaged through the soldiers' belongings, seizing their hard-earned money. Momentarily transfixed by the substantial sum in the bag, he soon noticed the approaching figures. Without hesitation, he plunged the tip of his sword into the earth beside him with a resounding clang. He tossed the bag of money aside, as if it were merely an accidental drop. Raising both hands high, he signaled his harmlessness, though a glimmer of cunning and a trace of embarrassment flickered in his gaze. Simultaneously, he proclaimed loudly, "I am not a wild man, my lord. This is a misunderstanding." Suleiman advanced on horseback, the soldiers raising their weapons in tandem. Lucien and Rosalind flanked him. Suleiman pointed towards the 5 soldiers on the ground, who were howling in agony from their grievous injuries. "This hardly seems like a misunderstanding." He harbored some suspicions regarding the identity of this individual, but required confirmation from the man himself. The man pointed to the fallen soldier, forcing a somewhat strained smile upon his face. "This is truly a misunderstanding, my lord. I am but a mercenary, employed by Deep Valley City. The reason for my beast skins is to masquerade as a wild man seeking aid. During the battle, I proclaimed my identity with great fervor." Suleiman furrowed his brow as he regarded the injured messenger. "It appears he did indeed utter something," the rider reported, gingerly touching his wounded cheek, but amidst the chaos, nothing was clearly discernible. With the rider's confirmation, the young noble refrained from giving the order to strike. "My lord, your soldiers, upon seeing me, charged forward as if they had spotted a prime target. I believe them to be brigands." The man gazed innocently at Suleiman. Suleiman said nothing. He rode up to the man, turning his horse to face him. "What is your name, mercenary?" "My lord, I am called Boron." Chapter 37. Boron 2. Boron took a hearty bite of meat and gulped down a strong drink, leaning against a grand tree, relishing this long-awaited sustenance. His gaze wandered repeatedly toward this peculiar army from the Riverlands. In the camp, the firelight flickered and smoke curled into the air. Soldiers rotated to the nearby town to partake in its special services. He hoped that by morning, they would still be alive. Strangely, it was indeed quite peculiar. This army from the Riverlands was not well equipped, numbering only around 200. Yet, each individual exuded an unusual aura of menace, a scent of blood lingering in the air. They bore no semblance to noble retainers, nor did they resemble the confused and clumsy conscripts of commoners. They lacked the arrogance of noble soldiers and the bewilderment and fear of drafted peasants. This was not by his design. With years of wandering through Westeros, he had encountered a myriad of its inhabitants, from Dorne to the north. This group resembled more of brigands or mercenaries, yet each one appeared quite affluent. Moreover, they actually paid for their purchases. Boron's cheeks twitched. He had always been the one to initiate, yet this time, he found himself in a passive role. The 6 soldiers, upon spotting him, charged without uttering a word, drawing their swords with no warning, as if to strike him down. And they seemed to compete with one another for the chance to do so, like ravenous wolves vying for a meal. Yes, he recognized that feeling now. A pack of wolves. No, he had to extricate himself swiftly. This group did not appear to harbor good intentions. "What are you staring at?" A hoarse voice interrupted his observations. Boron looked up to see the messenger he had bloodied, his nose streaming crimson. He had evidently washed his face, yet the bruises and swelling remained glaringly prominent, his eyes ablaze with fury. Surrounded by 5 equally irate soldiers, all of whom he had injured, Boron tugged at the corner of his mouth, chewing the meat in his mouth. "Look at you," he replied ambiguously. The knight's face flushed crimson as he stepped forward, only to be restrained by an injured comrade beside him. The wounded man's finger pointed towards an approaching figure. Lucien, the knight, reluctant, shot Boron a glare before departing with the other injured soldiers. "Lord Suleiman wishes to see you," Lucien stated, offering no further words, merely regarding Boron with vigilant eyes. Rising, Boron stretched his neck and declared, "Lead the way." Suleiman observed the man standing opposite him with keen interest, a lean figure with black hair, dark eyes, and unkempt stubble. His animal skin garments had been replaced with simple black civilian attire, rendering him unrecognizable as one of Westeros' premier swordsmen. Had it not been for Suleiman's prior knowledge of Boron's illustrious name and the bizarrely unfortunate conclusion to his tale, he might have overlooked him entirely. "Is the Lord requesting my presence?" Boron felt a chill run down his spine under Suleiman's scrutinizing gaze, sensing that the young man seemed to know him intimately. "Aren't you the one who broke out of Deep Valley Castle to seek reinforcements?" "Indeed." Suleiman leaned back in his chair, smiling at Boron. A pragmatic mercenary such as Boron would never risk his life for a castle on the verge of collapse. He would only seek a means of survival. Suleiman harbored doubts about the truth of Boron's claims, suspecting he had merely fled Deep Valley Castle. Are you Sir Suleiman of the Stinking Fortress? Boron exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Though he concealed his shock, could there be a more unfortunate circumstance? Clearing his throat to mask his brief discomposure, he continued, Deep Valley Castle is in dire straits. Lord Glover's supplies are nearly depleted. He paused, studying Suleiman's expression, which remained inscrutable. Lord Glover is exceedingly irate with you, believing you have abandoned him in his hour of need. Lord Glover was the noble lord of Deep Valley, and many lesser nobles in Westeros preferred to use their territories as their family names. Yet, Suleiman's demeanor did not waver. Rising to his feet, his guards unsheathed their swords, simultaneously signaling to Lu Xun and Rosalind. The two, already positioned behind Boron, swiftly forced him to kneel. Boron, taken aback, exclaimed, What is the meaning of this, Lord Suleiman? His mind raced, calculating how many he could take down. However, he doubted he could defeat 10 men, let alone the 200 outside, so he refrained from resisting. Moreover, he was entirely oblivious to what he had done to warrant such treatment. Could it be that this young noble believed he had affronted his authority by besting 6 of his soldiers? Suleiman prepared to deceive him. He picked up a piece of parchment, yet from Balin's perspective, it was impossible to discern whether it bore any writing. At the same time, he forcefully plunged a dining knife into the table. This is the letter of distress from Lord Loaf, Deep Valley. Suleiman's expression remained impassive as the letter demanded that I apprehend a mercenary who had absconded with his commission. What do you mean, Lord Suleiman? Balin's countenance shifted dramatically, ultimately deflating like a punctured balloon as he spoke. At merely 20 years of age, Balin had yet to acquire the cunning of a future schemer. So, you admit to having fled from Deep Valley City? Suleiman's demeanor was unyielding. Lu Xun drew a short dagger from his waist and positioned it menacingly against Balin's throat. The blade was so close to his windpipe that Balin struggled to control the movement of his Adam's apple. He realized that all his pretenses had been utterly dismantled, leaving him starkly exposed under Suleiman's gaze. He felt increasingly vulnerable, as if stripped bare before this young nobleman. No, my lord, you are gravely mistaken. I truly came seeking assistance. Given the imminent peril facing Deep Valley City, and since you are unwilling to offer aid, might I be allowed to leave and return with news? Balin rasped, clinging to his last shred of hope. Suleiman glanced at Lu Xun. Lu Xun understood instantly, pressing the blade closer to Balin's neck, blood beginning to seep forth. Wait, my lord, I confess, I did indeed escape from Deep Valley City. That damned wretched place won't last much longer. I do not wish to perish within its walls. Suleiman snapped his fingers, and Lu Xun withdrew the knife. Balin knelt, bending deeply, his hands braced against the ground, gasping for breath, grateful that his throat remained intact. My lord, I truly escaped from the city. It cannot endure much longer. The soldiers are exhausted. Food is in short supply. Lord Loaf is indeed furious with you. Balin's face turned ashen, the mask of pretense slipping away. My lord, beyond my plea for assistance, I speak not a word of falsehood. Suleiman waved his hand, and the guards sheathed their swords. Very well. Balin observed the young nobleman named Suleiman smile. Chapter 38. Balin, 3. At last, you have spoken the truth, Balin. Now we may converse. Suleiman's voice resonated once more, laced with a subtle hint of amusement. To Balin, it was both terrifying and enigmatic. He ruminated incessantly. This young nobleman surely recognized him. You committed murder at the age of 12. Suleiman uttered this statement with an unhurried calm, causing Balin's mind to falter. This was a secret he had never shared with anyone. Moreover, he is now merely an obscure mercenary. Who would take the time to delve into his past when he was but 12 years old? How do you know? Poland choked out a few words, his voice trembling slightly. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. What was the situation with this young nobleman? I am aware of all your secrets, so let us speak openly. Suleiman smiled, refraining from further probing into Poland's background. In truth, the original narrative had not disclosed Poland's past. The tale of his killing at 12 was something Poland himself confided to Tyrion. Yet, that was sufficient. Suleiman settled into a chair, reclining slightly. You are a rare talent. Poland. He extended his right hand in an inviting gesture. I have a new plan for you, one that could lead to your true fortune. Are you interested in hearing it? To be candid, Suleiman harbored no fondness for Poland. As long as the price was right, this man possessed no loyalty whatsoever. Furthermore, he had no moral boundaries. However, at this moment, Suleiman recognized him as a unique asset, an exceptional swordsman, and for the currently inconspicuous Poland, no one would bid higher than himself. Thus, for now, there was no need to worry about betrayal. My lord Suleiman, what do you mean? Poland's heart raced, his lips moistening nervously as he asked. My meaning is quite straightforward. Suleiman leaned back in his chair, pointing at Poland. I require manpower, especially skilled individuals like you. There is nothing to conceal. He openly acknowledged his recruitment intentions. Poland gazed silently at Suleiman. What can you offer me? Poland finally spoke, his voice regaining the calm and pragmatism characteristic of a mercenary. This was the crux of his concern. Loyalty, honor, those were mere trifles. Only tangible benefits could sway a mercenary's heart. Suleiman chuckled, suddenly perceiving a hint of foolishness in the young Poland. He was actually attempting to negotiate with him. You have no right to choose, Poland. You either accept this or don the black cloak to guard the wall of despair, or face the penalty for desertion and be hanged by me. Poland fell silent, feeling as though everything was under the control of this young nobleman. Yet, he felt powerless to counter. However, he would not engage in a thankless task. You must have seen my soldiers, Suleiman remarked, observing Poland and shrugging his shoulders. It was time to dangle a carrot. His tone relaxed. Have you noticed? They are all quite wealthy. Poland lifted his gaze to Suleiman, indeed noticing this curious detail. My soldiers and I have an agreement. All spoils are split equally, half for me and half for them. Their share is distributed based on merit. Suleiman gestured for Balin to rise. I am not hiring you, but with your abilities, in my ranks, you would earn a substantial fortune. He paused, emphasizing his words. Once the war concludes, you may leave with your hard-earned wealth. Most importantly, I am offering you an opportunity, a chance to establish your name. This will undoubtedly pave a smoother path for your future, will it not? Balin felt genuine fear this time. This man seemed to know everything. He understood Balin's desires, his deepest aspirations. The proposition was enticing. Balin, now standing, cracked a smile. Yet the risks were considerable, were they not? War is an opportunity, chaos a ladder. Suleiman shook his head, and you have no choice. You may contemplate this at your leisure. However, I must remind you that my time is limited, and my patience is finite. Once my patience runs out, you will receive a noose. Balin's smile froze on his face, the levity evaporating in an instant. He inhaled deeply. Sir Suleiman, I accept. In fact, splitting the spoils according to military merit is a paradise-like arrangement for mercenaries. This was also Suleiman's rationale, given Balin's nature. It was difficult to believe he would remain loyal. However, the quasi-partnership nature of this arrangement altered the stakes. He would exert himself to secure greater rewards. Balin was not easily swayed by words. Only stark interests and irresistible pressure could compel his temporary compliance. Very well, Balin, Suleiman's tone lightened, as if the weighty discourse had not been his. You have made a wise choice. You are a clever man, Balin. Suleiman casually drew the dining knife he had just lodged into the table. And I prefer to engage with intelligent individuals. Balin sensed the atmosphere had softened and finally mustered the courage to ask his question. Do you know me, Lord Suleiman? I know you. Yet I do not, Suleiman replied, his expression inscrutable. I have just become acquainted with you. Balin looked bewildered. You may leave. Suleiman gestured for him to exit. One more thing. Balin, who had already turned to depart, froze in place, uncertain of the young Lord Suleiman's intent. You must express your apologies to the soldier you injured, my soldier. Balin took a deep breath. I shall, my lord. As Balin exited, Suleiman signaled for Lucien and Lawson to approach. Keep a close watch on this man. Suleiman began slowly. However, he is an excellent swordsman, and you may take this opportunity to learn swordsmanship from him. Lucien and Lawson's swordplay was merely the raw strength of a farmer tilling the land. Encountering Balin might present a chance for their improvement. Suleiman did not believe that Boron would truly cooperate with him. Such a seasoned trickster could flee at any moment. He possessed no regal aura that could compel Boron to bow before him. To Boron, loyalty was paramount, even if accompanied by incompetence. Both men wore expressions of perplexity. Ultimately, Lu Shun broke the silence. Master Suleiman, is he truly a deserter? Suleiman chuckled, lifting the blank parchment from the table and shaking his head. Lawson, taken aback, gasped. Master Suleiman, do you know him? You seem to have a deep understanding of him. It was peculiar. Suleiman appeared to know everything about this man. Yet they had never encountered him, nor had they seen the old lord engage with him. This individual wielded a fine sword, but was not a man of virtue. Chapter 39. Wrath. After dismissing everyone, Suleiman found himself alone within the tent. He began to contemplate the current situation, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Boron's inclusion changed little. Even if he were formidable, he was still but a man. Given his instinct for self-preservation, he would not plunge into a deadlock. Suleiman believed that Boron was truthful regarding the circumstances surrounding Deep Valley City. After all, it was Boron who was ensnared, not Suleiman himself. Should the city fall, it would mean annihilation for his kin. However, The crux of the matter lay in Suleiman's inability to extricate Deep Valley City from its predicament. He did not possess the strength for such a feat. This was no longer a gamble for riches, but rather a futile endeavor. He needed a strategy, one that would also cause the encircling enemy forces considerable distress. He required chaos, a tumult that would allow him to exploit the ensuing disorder. A subtle smile graced Suleiman's lips. Those traces must have already been discovered by the wildlings. He had long since discerned their nature: simple, direct, and vengeful. These so-called free men would abandon everything for the sake of revenge. In the encampment surrounding Deep Valley City, within the tent of the Burning Beast tribe, the son of Timmy was in distress. The stone walls of the settlers' fortifications were far too daunting for the inexperienced wildlings. They possessed fierce savagery and courageous resolve. Yet the stone walls offered no trees to climb nor soft earth to dig. The rudimentary wooden ladders fell short of the parapets, and the coarse ropes proved ineffective for securing any ascent. Even if they managed to scale the walls, they would be met with a relentless barrage of arrows and hurled stones. Just then, a cacophony of anguished wails erupted from all corners of the camp, shattering Timmy's concentration. The son of Timmy sprang to his feet, and soon, more cries of despair echoed throughout the encampment, creating a rising crescendo of terror. Even the searing cries and chaos echoed from his own camp. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the fine sword he had taken from the plainsman. With a swift stride, he burst from the beast's tent, racing towards the source of the anguished wails. There, he beheld the chieftain of the Howling Mountain tribe, the very same chieftain with whom he had quarreled not long before. He could hardly recognize him now. Once in the prime of life, robust just yesterday, he now appeared aged in an instant. His hair had turned white, and he stooped in a pitiful manner. At that moment, he knelt upon the ground, cradling a charred object, so blackened that its human form was nearly indistinguishable. His bloodshot eyes emitted a beastly wail, as he cursed vehemently, his voice hoarse and filled with anguish. "My son, my child!" The chieftain of the Howling Mountain cried out, his voice heart-wrenching. Now, the son of Timmy understood the veracity of the rumors. He clenched the sword tightly, his palm whitening from the force. These plainsmen had indeed hunted them right beneath their noses. Pursue, slay them, avenge our warriors. The wild men of the Howling Mountain had descended into utter madness. Those damned plainsmen, I shall grind them into paste. The men of the Milk Serpent and Misty tribes roared in fury, their eyes ablaze with wrath. The chieftain of the Howling Mountain suddenly rose, glaring at Timmy, his eyes blood-red. "Son of Timmy, the Howling Mountain tribe shall not linger here, among these stone walls. We shall hunt down those plainsmen, sever their heads." The wild men of the Milk Serpent and Misty tribes, now ignited like barrels of gunpowder, echoed, "Count us in. Let us behead them. Avenge our children and brothers." A tempest of rage surged through the camp, spreading like the wind. Hundreds of blood-red eyes echoed the same cry, "Vengeance." Timmy, observing this frenzied throng, felt a heavy weight in his heart. Though he too was consumed with anger, he recognized the necessity of prioritizing the greater strategy. Failing to capture Deep Valley City would leave them impaled on a sharp thorn in their path and retreat. The stone walls, already nearly impregnable, would become even more daunting if their forces were further scattered, diminishing their siege strength. He stepped forward decisively, attempting to intervene. "Halt," he commanded, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. "The city walls are our true objective." He pointed towards the distant, yet seemingly formidable stone fortress of Deep Valley. "Have you forgotten how many tribesmen have perished in the assault on this city? Once we are dispersed, our strength will wane. At that point, no one shall breach these walls. For the sake of our objective, this fortress must be seized." Yet, the enraged savages are wholly impervious to any persuasion. The chieftain of the Howling Mountain tribe roars at him, "Timmy, son of Timmy, you sit in your beastly tent, listening to the anguished cries of your kin. Are you truly unmoved? That is my son. They perished before our very eyes, hunted down like cattle. I care not for plundering. I seek vengeance. I shall annihilate every last one of the plainsmen, regardless of age or gender. All must die." The echoes of his furious outcry reverberated throughout the camp. The chieftains of the Milk Snake tribe and the Mist tribe stepped forward, their gazes filled with profound discontent towards Timmy, son of Timmy. "You are not our leader. You possess no authority to command us. We shall seek revenge and sever the heads of those plainsmen." Timmy, son of Timmy, gazed upon them, meeting the fiery hatred and rage in their eyes. He understood that he could not deter them. Their fury had transcended all reason and strategy. "Damn it," he cursed inwardly, his grip on the long sword tightening until his knuckles turned white. All he could do was watch helplessly as the Howling Mountain tribe, the Milk Snake tribe, and the Mist tribe, over 300 savage warriors, departed the besieged camp like a pack of enraged beasts, roaring into the depths of night in pursuit of the plainsmen. The Stone Crow tribe, the Black-Ear tribe, and several other clans also dispatched their warriors to follow suit. They were oblivious to the whereabouts of the plainsmen. All they knew was that they must slay every visible plainsman. Meanwhile, the stone fortress loomed behind them, more formidable than ever. An angry, silent warrior from the burning tribe stepped forward. "What shall we do?" "Timmy, son of Timmy." Timmy turned to face them, observing his kinsmen. Among the hunted savages, there were warriors from the burning tribe, equally enraged and eager to pursue the plainsmen. Yet, Timmy, son of Timmy, gazed towards the valley fortress. "We shall have our revenge. Once we have taken this accursed stone fortress, and after we have eliminated every last one of the plainsmen hiding within." Chapter 40. The ultimate fate. Suleiman stood at the edge of the camp, surveying the open ground where three figures, Balin, Lucien, and Rosslyn, were gathered. The latter two were quite obedient to Lord Suleiman's wishes, seizing every opportunity to learn swordsmanship from Balin. Initially, Balin appeared somewhat reluctant. However, he later discovered that it served as an excellent outlet for the emotions brewing within him. He felt as though he were being manipulated, which stirred his anger, particularly since it was by a mere 16-year-old noble. The guidance offered to Lucien and Rosslyn resembled more of a one-sided thrashing than any true instruction. He casually wielded a wooden sword, nonchalantly directing Lucien and Rosslyn with his words. His movements appeared languid, yet exuded a palpable strength. Each strike and block was executed with precision and power. In contrast, Lucien and Rosslyn seemed somewhat clumsy, their actions imbued with the brute force of a farmer's toil, devoid of any finesse, akin to flailing farm implements. Suleiman mused that he could likely hold his own against Boron. Perhaps he would test this theory later. He had yet to engage with the foremost warriors of Westeros. "Not like that, you fool." Boron finally lost his patience, striking Lucien's wooden sword with a dull thud. He stepped forward, correcting Lucien's grip with a tone that dripped with unmasked derision. "What is this grip? Do you intend to chop down trees with your sword?" "A sword is for slaying men, not for felling timber." Lucien's face flushed crimson, yet he complied with the instruction. "And you, fool?" Boron turned to the other side. "What do you think your sword is? A hoe? Are you tilling the soil?" Again, Boron barked, re-establishing his stance with evident impatience, questioning why he should instruct two farmers in swordplay. The two farmer guards were woefully lacking in foundational skills, possessing only raw strength, and their grasp of even the most basic combat techniques was abysmal. His gaze flickered towards Suleiman, though he felt uncertain about the depth of his master's prowess. He paused momentarily, softening his tone slightly. "However, you two have shown some improvement. You are not complete imbeciles. Remember, when you cannot win, aim for the vital points, the eyes, the ears, the throat, the groin. Strike ruthlessly and shamelessly. Remember, combat is for survival, not for honor." Suleiman observed from the sidelines, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. These were the hard-earned lessons of a mercenary. Though Boron's character was lacking, he indeed possessed genuine skill. On the battlefield, survival was the only undeniable truth. To perish for the sake of honor held no significance. While his guidance was brusque, it struck at the heart of the matter. After merely a moment's observation, Suleiman could discern that Lucien and Rosslyn's postures had improved, albeit still awkwardly. Boron cast a glance at Suleiman, seemingly ensuring that the young noble was truly paying attention. Once he confirmed Suleiman's gaze was fixed upon him, he knew he must demonstrate some real expertise. He turned to Lucien and Rosslyn. "I will first show you how it's done. Pay close attention to my footing and my center of gravity." This time, Boron's movements became fluid and coherent, akin to a predatory wolf. Each step and every turn resonated with a lethal rhythm. He was no longer merely venting his emotions. He was genuinely imparting knowledge. Suleiman pinched the bridge of his nose. This mercenary indeed possessed a keen sense of the situation. He understood that Suleiman was observing him and was aware of Suleiman's intentions. "Lucien, Rosslyn," Suleiman's voice broke through their training. "Prepare yourselves and gather everyone. The rest period is over." He then turned to Boron with a hint of a smile. "Have you expressed your apologies to the soldier you injured?" Boron's lips twitched momentarily, yet he replied, "Of course, my lord. I have already done so." "Excellent." Suleiman nodded, refraining from probing further into details, merely gesturing for him to follow as they exited the tent. Inside the military tent, Lucien and Rosslyn had assembled their troops. The four men stood around a wooden table, upon which lay a map delineating the general terrain surrounding Deep Valley City. Suleiman placed his finger on the map and moved it, his voice calm. The scouts report that the wild men have divided their forces, approximately 400 to 500 strong. They are searching for traces, looking for us. The atmosphere within the tent instantly turned serious and oppressive. They had previously been engaged in skirmishes with small bands of wild men, but now they were likely to confront a force larger than their own. Boron glanced at the suddenly tense atmosphere in the tent and then grinned. This is a good thing. These fools have finally lost their patience. Wild men divided are far easier to deal with than those who huddle together. Suleiman nodded in acknowledgement of Boron's remark. Seeing Suleiman's nod, Boron paused before adding, however, 400 to 500 is not a negligible number. Although your army possesses fighting spirit, facing them head-on may prove challenging. I do not intend to engage in a direct confrontation. A peculiar smile crept across Suleiman's lips. What I desire is to eliminate them at the smallest possible cost. This is a crucial battle. Suleiman cannot afford to falter. Lucien and Rossman felt goosebumps rise on their skin at the sight of Suleiman's expression. Rossman hastily interjected, "My lord Suleiman, we have effectively erased our tracks. The wild men will surely not find us." Suleiman smiled at Lucien and Rossman. "No, from now on, I want you to leave traces." "Why, my lord Suleiman?" Lucien and Rossman were taken aback. Boron silently regarded the young nobleman, barely 16 years of age. Surely, he did not intend to confront the wild men directly with his 300 men. He acknowledged that this contingent was formidable in combat. However, their equipment was woefully inadequate. Moreover, he did not believe this troop possessed the capability to engage the wild men in open battle. Suleiman pointed at the routes on the map, commanding Boron, Lucien, and Rossman. "Boron, I shall provide you with a wild man's warhorse. I require you to guide the 5 riders in my squad to leave traces for the wild men, enabling them to follow our path. However, it is imperative to maintain a distance of half a day's journey. Do not allow yourselves to be ensnared or intercepted by them. You are both the bait to lure them in our eyes and ears." Suleiman's gaze bore into Poland, carrying a hint of warning. "Remember, when driven to fury, the wild men may lose their reason, but they are not foolish. If the traces appear too fabricated, they will harbor suspicions." He then turned to Rosslyn. "Your task is to collaborate with Poland, leaving signs of habitation along the way. Rosslyn, you must destroy all the wells and water sources we encounter along the journey." Suleiman emphasized, "It is not merely a matter of blocking them. They must be rendered undrinkable. Throw in livestock or anything that can quickly decay and emit a foul odor. Simultaneously, set ablaze all agricultural fields. Any food stores the wild men might pillage must be incinerated. Anything they could discover and use to quell their hunger must be burned or destroyed." Suleiman plunged the dagger from his waist forcefully into the map, marking villages inhabited and uninhabited alike. "Burn them all." There was a palpable silence within the tent. "Inform them. Let them know to head to the stinking fortress. I shall return their lands and homes to them." Suleiman spoke slowly, asserting that all livestock they have slain must leave behind proof. "Tell them that it was Sir Suleiman of the stinking fortress who purchased their livestock. I shall compensate them." His voice deepened as he cautioned them that the wild men were approaching, and if they were unwilling to depart, do not compel them. Suleiman then pointed at the valley on the map. "Lucien, your mission is of utmost importance. The timing must not falter. I need you to lead 200 men to construct a water dam within a few days. The dam must not collapse prematurely, nor be delayed in its collapse." Suleiman grasped Lucien's shoulder firmly. "This task cannot fail. My life rests in your hands." Lucien's eyes reddened as he clenched his jaw. "Yes, Master Suleiman." Poland gazed at Suleiman in astonishment. By the heavens, is he truly only 16 years old? Chapter 41. Additional funds. Lucien and Rosslyn departed to fulfill their orders. The tent was left with only Suleiman and Poland. "You seem entirely unconcerned." Suleiman regarded Poland with a calm demeanor. Poland shrugged. "What is there to worry about? Concern about losing? My ability to flee is no less adept than my skill in slaying." Poland flexed his wrist, producing a light cracking sound. "However, let it be clear. If the situation turns dire, I shall not accompany you to death." "Of course," Suleiman replied noncommittally. "But if you flee, you had better hope for my demise. Otherwise, you shall be hunted by the 7 kingdoms. A coward shall become your label." Suleiman chuckled softly. Poland remarked, "What a pity." Suddenly, Poland seemed to recall something, expressing a sigh. "If you and I were engaged in the usurper's war at this age." Suleiman sheathed his short sword and spoke slowly. "You will yet have your chance." Boron looked at him with confusion. "Are you referring to the Iron Folk? Forgive my candor, but they cannot endure much longer." Suleiman remained silent, offering him an enigmatic smile. "Damn it, they have burned everything. The chieftain of the Milk Serpent tribe bellowed in fury, striking his fist against the charred stone wall. The chieftain of the Howling Mountain tribe fell into a contemplative silence. The pursuit had been far more successful than anticipated. The lowlanders had obliterated all traces of their passage. Yet, they had still left behind faint clues that could not escape the keen eyes of the free folk of the mountains. They excelled at tracking their prey. However, the lowlanders realized they were being followed and incinerated everything in their path, leaving behind a scene even more desolate than the wild men had wrought. They had originally intended to eliminate every visible lowlander, but as they journeyed on, not a soul was in sight. The remnants of the lowlanders lay scattered across the landscape. Charred wooden stakes protruded haphazardly from the ground, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred earth and an indescribable stench. Curse those wretched lowlander sheep. The chieftain of the Milk Serpent tribe continued to curse, kicking aside a piece of burnt wood. They haven't left us even a morsel. The village as well was choked with the carcasses of dead livestock, and the lowlanders had even disposed of animal and human waste into it. Now, it exuded a repulsive odor. The chieftain of the Howling Mountain tribe approached the well, seizing a spear from one of the wild men. With the spear's tip, he prodded at the refuse atop. A wave of foul stench assaulted him. "Chieftain, there is still a village ahead," a scout reported, indicating that the traces continued onward. The party pressed forward. By midday, the sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth. The wild men, clad in animal hides adorned with fur, soon found themselves drenched in sweat. The thirst felt like fire consuming their throats. They passed a second village, which lay in ruins, devoid of food, and the well was similarly destroyed. The third village. The fourth. Each place they had hoped would provide sustenance and water was reduced to blackened earth and tainted waters. The pace of the group noticeably slowed. The initial overwhelming rage and the thrill of finally pursuing the lowlanders gradually gave way to anxiety, hunger, and parched throats. "Chieftain, how much longer must we pursue?" A young wild man from the Howling Mountain tribe could no longer contain himself. His lips cracked and his voice hoarse. "My water skin is empty." "Silence." Another wild man admonished. "The lowlanders are just ahead. Kill them, and we shall have everything." Yet his words rang hollow, as even he felt the dryness in his throat and the emptiness in his belly. The chieftain of the Howling Mountain tribe remained silent, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with an odd expression. This path was too easy. Were the lowlanders intentionally leading themselves to ruin? Yet, this precisely indicated that their warriors were few in number. Otherwise, there would be no need for such actions. The chieftain of the Howling Mountain tribe abruptly restrained his mount and raised his hand. The procession came to a halt. He surveyed the surroundings. It was a relatively open river valley. Low hills flanked either side, with sparse vegetation. "Investigate further," commanded the chieftain, his voice tinged with a subtle weariness and vigilance. "Report any anomalies." He had just lost his only son, but he could not afford to lose any more of his people. Several wildlings took their leave. The remaining tribesmen slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Some futilely licked their cracked lips, while others gazed at the chieftain with bloodshot eyes, awaiting his decision. The air was thick with heavy breaths and the distant sound of the wind. Howling Mountain. The chieftain of the Milk Snake tribe was becoming increasingly impatient. "We cannot linger here. Time wasted here only widens the distance between us and the peaceful folk." He did not elaborate, but his meaning was unmistakable. The chieftain of the Howling Mountain tribe did not respond, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where a patch of grass appeared slightly darker. He felt a profound unease, an unsettling tension. "If you continue to wait, we shall proceed without you." The Milk Snake tribe's chieftain shouted with unrestrained fury. Suddenly, a dull, flesh-rending sound pierced the silence. The sickening crack of blood and bone resonated throughout the valley. The chieftain of the Milk Snake tribe stared blankly at his counterpart from the Howling Mountain tribe, his mind momentarily paralyzed. An axe had embedded itself deep into the latter's skull. The chieftain of the Howling Mountain tribe did not even have time to utter a scream before he collapsed, his body twitching a few times before falling silent. The blade of the axe was lodged deeply within his head, the handle quivering slightly. Blood and brain matter erupted from the gaping wound. The scene fell into an eerie silence. No one immediately comprehended what had transpired. A figure from the peaceful folk emerged from the thick underbrush, leaping forth with astonishing agility. He hurled an axe that struck the chieftain of the Howling Mountain tribe squarely in the head. After a brief, stunned silence, a cacophony of furious roars erupted. The peaceful folk. "Damn them! Kill him!" The pangs of hunger and fatigue were instantly washed away, and the threads of rationality snapped. The chieftain of the Milk Snake tribe, witnessing the demise of his counterpart, felt his eyes turn blood red as he let out a thunderous roar, akin to a provoked beast. "Kill him! Kill him!" he bellowed. A blatant provocation. The The wildlings were utterly incensed, their fury igniting. Kill him. Avenge our chieftain. The peaceful folk spat in contempt and swiftly mounted a warhorse hidden among the trees. His movements were seamless, executed with breathtaking speed. He charged away, exclaiming, "You bastard! Suleiman! How dare you make me undertake such perilous tasks without providing a worthy steed?" Bolong cursed vehemently at the galloping horse beneath him, his heart seething with frustration. The beast was diminutive and sluggish, while behind him, a throng of frenzied savages pursued, hurling an array of weapons that whistled past his head like a torrential downpour. Each piercing sound sent his heart racing to his throat. With a sudden burst of determination, Bolong drew his throwing axe from his waist and hurled it with fierce precision at the nearest savage. The axe whistled through the air, striking its target and eliciting a blood-curdling scream as the savage crumpled to the ground. Yet, the relentless pursuit showed no signs of abating. Bolong urged his horse to gallop fiercely, bellowing, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" His voice echoed as if directed towards the distant Suleiman. A thunderous roar filled with indignation. "Curse you, Suleiman! Increase the payment. We demand more." Chapter 42. A foreboding of certain death. The icy river water pierced to the bone. Even through the coarse burlap of his clothing, Lu Xun felt the chilling seep of cold pervading his body. Gritting his teeth, he shivered uncontrollably, driving a sharpened wooden stake into the muddy riverbed with all his might. Beside him, 200 soldiers mirrored his efforts, laboring diligently in the neck-deep water. To prevent being swept away, they were tethered together with ropes, their ends secured to a great tree by the riverbank. "Sir, the stakes cannot hold in this current." A soldier spluttered, choking on water, his voice tinged with desperation. No sooner had he spoken than the stake he had just driven down was swept away by the rushing waters. He attempted to retrieve it, but another soldier yanked him back. In such a torrent, pursuing it would only result in being carried away alongside the stake. Lu Xun did not glance back. He merely grunted, bracing his shoulder against the stake before him. With his other hand, he pressed down on the top of the stake repeatedly. "Keep going." His voice was hoarse, imbued with an undeniable command. The soldiers exchanged glances, fatigue and despair etched upon their faces. They had labored for an entire day and night without rest. Lu Xun paused, the frigid waters reaching his shoulders. Slowly he turned, his bloodshot eyes scanning each weary and hopeless soldier. He too was exhausted. His lips moved as if to utter something, but ultimately, no words escaped him. Instead, he hoisted a heavy sack filled with stones and trudged step by step towards the designated spot in the river, setting it down before repeating the arduous process. In silent toil, resolute and solitary, the soldiers observed Lu Xun's unwavering labor, noting the pallor of his skin, now bleached by the river's embrace. They fell silent no longer, clenching their jaws in determination, mirroring Lu Xun's resolve. They pressed on to block this cursed river. "Lord Bolong, where are we headed?" A somewhat grating voice resonated behind him. Balin stiffened, slowly turning his head to behold 5 Suleiman soldiers mounted on their diminutive steeds, assigned to accompany Balin and heed his commands. They referred to him as Lord Balin. Despite having suffered severe beatings at his hands, they were now completely subjugated by him. After all, not everyone could vanquish a chieftain of the barbarian tribes and emerge unscathed. Yet this man had achieved just that. "We have other missions," Balin chuckled dryly, attempting to obscure the truth under the guise of Suleiman's name. "We must support Lord Suleiman," one of the riders asserted in a low voice. Resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, Balin's expression darkened. These men seemed utterly foolish. He endeavored to reason with them. "Our task is complete. Do you understand? Do you comprehend?" He roared in a hushed tone, nearly spitting in the faces of the 5 riders behind him. Taking a moment to compose himself, he lowered his voice further. "Our mission was to lure the barbarians to the designated location. What follows is Suleiman's affair. We have fulfilled our duty." Another rider shook his head, unfazed. "Lord Suleiman has only a little over 100 men. How can he hold the line? We must hasten to his aid. I am offering you a chance to survive." Balin exclaimed in exasperation, finally revealing the stark reality. "What difference does it make whether we return or march to our deaths? If he wins, we go back. If he falls, we return home." The riders fell into silence, knowing Balin spoke the truth. Their mission had indeed concluded, and no one would cast blame upon them afterward. Besides, they had already earned a considerable sum. "No." Tomon reined in his horse, shouting vehemently, "We cannot abandon Lord Suleiman." Balin's face darkened completely, his cold gaze fixed upon the young soldier as he placed a hand on his sword hilt. Tomon noticed Balin's movement, yet displayed no fear. "You need not intimidate me, Lord Balin. Everyone here can leave, but you cannot." Lord Suleiman has already provided your name and likeness to the departing refugees of the Riverlands. He has instructed that should you flee, bounties will be issued across the 7 kingdoms. A reward of 1,000 silver deer. Balin's expression froze, his hand falling from the sword hilt. Tomon, sensing his advantage, let out a sigh of relief, aware he had wagered correctly. There was no such decree. He was merely deceiving Balin. He then turned to his 4 fellow riders. Do you think you can escape? If Lord Suleiman perishes, and the fortress of Deep Valley falls, you will either die in battle or change your name and vanish from this world. You will never see your families again. Otherwise, you and your kin will be hanged. Silence enveloped them all. Balin inhaled deeply, as if striving to extract every last breath from his lungs. What merit do I possess that I am valued at 1,000 silver deer? Ultimately, he exhaled slowly, a deep breath escaping his lips. Damn it! Bolong cursed as he gazed at Tomon. With a sudden tug on the reins, the sturdy pony beneath him neighed and changed direction. The other 5 silently followed suit. To be honest, Suleiman had not anticipated this turn of events. He had assumed Bolong would merely linger outside with his 5 riders, waiting for the battle to conclude before deciding on a course of action. However, there was no time to inquire about the situation now. Suleiman stood atop a wooden fortification on a high slope overlooking the valley, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He could already hear the distant war cries of the mountain clansmen, drawing ever closer to their encampment. My lord Suleiman, they are coming. A soldier breathlessly ascended the hill, his face marked with panic and a hint of fear. They numbered barely over 100, while the wild men approached in the hundreds. This battle was unlike any before. The savages possessed overwhelming strength. In that moment, the value of gold faded into insignificance. They lacked the confidence to survive. Suleiman unsheathed his sword, the mill-long blade, and turned to face his troops. The atmosphere in the camp was steeped in despair. It seemed they might never return home. Words had lost their meaning. Thus Suleiman remained silent. He approached his warhorse, the white steed that had accompanied him for many days. The soldiers watched him in silence, pondering how a noble could willingly place himself in such peril. They feared that Lord Suleiman would mount his horse and abandon them to flee. Suleiman regarded the white horse, a gift from Lord Raymondare, which trembled from fear and exhaustion. Gently, he stroked the steed's neck, a complexity of emotions flickering in his eyes. This horse had been his faithful companion for an extended time, a gentle and noble creature. As it sensed its master's touch, the horse inclined its head towards him. Suleiman grasped the horse's mane tightly, letting out a deep sigh before stepping back 2 paces. He raised his sword high and brought it down with a decisive stroke. With a sickening thud, warm blood gushed forth, staining Suleiman's armor crimson. The white horse emitted a mournful cry and collapsed heavily, motionless. This is a declaration of our fate. Nothing less, Suleiman proclaimed as he plunged the bloodied sword into the ground, wiping the horse's blood from his face. He surveyed the shocked soldiers. I shall share life and death with you all. His voice was calm, yet imbued with a haunting power. Rosalind silently drew his sword and approached his own warhorse. The rest remained silent, their eyes fixed on the young noble, who stood splattered with the blood of his steed. An inexplicable emotion surged within their hearts. Boron stood by, utterly astounded. He believed Suleiman had truly lost his mind. The act of slaying the horses signified that Suleiman was prepared to face death alongside his soldiers. Without their steeds, escape would become an impossibility. Damn it, what a lunatic! Boron muttered under his breath. Chapter 43, The Fierce Battle. Behold, my kin, cried a wild warrior adorned with a grotesque totem upon his forehead, gesturing towards the wooden fort perched atop the towering hill. The wind carried the feeble scent of the plainsmen. Their gaze fell upon the stockade, encircled by sharp wooden stakes, which appeared somewhat perilous. Yet, to the 400 or 500 enraged savages, it was merely a collection of sturdy branches. In their eyes, a gentle push would suffice to topple it. The wild men roared with fury, attempting to intimidate the soldiers of the plains. For those of our kin who were slain, for the chieftain of the Stonehowl tribe, annihilate the plainsmen. Seek food and water, blood for blood. They had pursued for far too long, parched and famished. An impatient fervor surged through the throng. Yet, the flames of vengeance burned fiercely within each savage heart, dispelling all fatigue. The plainsmen scurried like mice, treating the mountain clansmen as prey. Now, they had finally cornered these vermin, especially that shameless ambusher who dared to assassinate a revered chieftain. Such a transgression was an unforgivable blood debt. The chieftain of the Milk Snake tribe stepped forth. Quick, seek sturdy trees. We require wooden ladders. Leave that shameless ambusher to me. I shall dismember him, reduce him to fragments. I shall use his skull as a drinking cup, ensuring his eternal torment. Instantaneously, the wildmen warriors tensed, their muscles swelling, veins bulging. They began to search for suitable trees, while more savages surged down the hillside like a relentless tide, advancing towards the diminutive wooden fort. As they assembled below the stockade, the vanguard of the wild men appeared within sight. They howled, brandishing an assortment of weapons, akin to a pack of ferocious bears, charging towards the encampment atop the hill. In their eyes burned the twin flames of vengeful fury and an insatiable thirst for sustenance. Days of relentless pursuit and Suleiman's scorched earth tactics had driven them to the brink of collapse. Suleiman unsheathed his bloodied sword, raising it high, surveying the faces of his shocked and panicked soldiers. The roar that followed carried a jarring power, bringing calm to the soldiers. Brothers, we have no path of retreat. Our homes are far behind. Should we falter, we shall perish. Should we prevail, we shall reap the rewards. We shall share in glory and riches. The soldiers' panic finally subsided, replaced by a fierce resolve born of desperation. Kill. It was unclear who shouted first, but soon the cry reverberated through the ranks. Kill. Kill. Even the noble lord fears not death. What remains to be feared? Bolong gazed upon the scene, utterly astonished. Truly a formidable character. Suleiman directed his sword towards the two fallen warhorses. These steeds shall serve as our supper. Feast and drink well. The 7 gods watch over us tonight. We shall bathe in blood. If one has faced death once, what is there to fear? Suleiman viewed death with indifference. He had already tasted it once before. Bolong approached, his demeanor somber, his expression rigid. What do you intend to do? Do you truly place your faith in your Lucian? In this world, entrusting one's fate to others seldom leads to a favorable outcome. He believed solely in himself, in his own sword. Suleiman refrained from answering. He had no desire to engage in conversation. Frankly, he found Bolong's inquiry rather foolish. At this juncture, what significance does such a discussion hold? For him, one must trust those they employ. Suspicion breeds distrust. Moreover, he had no alternative left. He had already surrendered his life. The matter of belief was now secondary. Should he lament the injustice of his own death? Suleiman ascended the makeshift wooden wall, surveying the wild men. They were scouring the area for stout timber, crafting rudimentary siege equipment. A bloody battle awaited them tonight. You have yet to answer my question? Bolong's voice bore a hint of impatience as he leaned against the crude wooden barrier. Who knows? Suleiman replied coolly, his tone devoid of emotion. He turned to descend the wooden ladder, but paused. I believe. Without looking back, he continued his descent. Lostling approached after inspecting the soldiers' bows, arrows, wooden spears, and weapons. His countenance was unusually grave. Lord Suleiman, we are prepared. He approached Suleiman, delivering his report with conviction. Suleiman nodded. Conserve your arrows and spears. Prioritize targeting those attempting to scale the walls, as well as their chieftain, should you be able to identify him. Aye, Lord Suleiman. Lostling stood tall, responding with fervor. Suleiman glanced at Bolong, who was making his way from the rear. Survive, and your reward shall be plentiful. Bolong flashed a grin, non-committal. Suleiman sensed the soldier's emotions, tension, fear, but now there was a burgeoning madness born from desperation. The image of him slaying the warhorses was undeniably shocking, destined to remain etched in their memories. They understood that their noble commander stood with them, sharing in their lack of retreat. Together they would either live or perish. Suleiman, a youthful voice called out. Can we hold our ground? Suleiman recognized him as Toman, one of the 6 riders in the ranks, a soldier initially poised to flee. He had fought valiantly, and Suleiman had previously provided him with provisions. Suleiman, gazing at him, chuckled softly and raised his right hand to rest upon his shoulder. I do not know, Toman, but I assure you, I shall fall alongside you. He uttered no grandiose proclamations or ostentatious words. Tears welled in Toman's eyes. Suleiman patted his shoulder and moved past him. Toman wept not out of fear of death, but rather from the astonishment that Suleiman remembered his name. He was bewildered as to why he had returned to this place. Observing his comrades and Bolong donning expressions of resignation, he had been inexplicably enraged, fully aware that his family awaited his return. He understood well that it was a sound choice. Yet, an unusual fervor surged through his mind, clouding his judgment. He remained oblivious to the reasons for his actions. Regret enveloped him, but this remorse, this vexation, was abruptly halted by Suleiman calling his name. Bolong's lean figure lurked in the shadows, silently observing, his eyes glinting with a wolf-like intensity. His curiosity towards this 16-year-old young nobleman grew ever stronger. He had long heard tales of the stinking fortress family, a subject of mockery among mercenaries and wandering knights alike, even ridiculed by commoners. The populace scoffed at the absurdity and disgrace of their ascent to nobility, while the wandering knights derided their path to aristocracy as devoid of honor, preferring a life of vagabondage to such humiliation. Yet, for Bolong, if wiping bottoms could confer nobility, he would gladly wipe the behinds of all in King's Landing. Chapter 44. A grievous night. The night deepened, and the cacophony of the wild men drew ever closer. Following a piercing blast of a beast's horn, countless figures surged from the darkness. The crescent-shaped encampment stood firm against the mountains. "They have come," roared Roslan, gripping his longsword tightly. The Highland clan raised their rudimentary ladders, fashioned from coarse hemp and timber, and charged towards the camp. "Archers, prepare," bellowed Roslan. "Fire!" A sparse rain of arrows fell upon the advancing wild men, eliciting cries of agony. Several wild men fell, struck by the arrows, while others continued their relentless charge, trampling over their fallen kin. "Wooden spears," Roslan shouted. The soldiers hurled their javelins with great force. After a brief flight, the wooden spears plunged deep into the flesh of the wild men, spilling forth a cascade of blood. Numerous wild men succumbed to their wounds. Yet, the horde was simply too vast. The first ladder crashed heavily against the wooden wall. "Hold fast." Suleiman unsheathed his meal sword, its blade glinting coldly in the firelight. In a swift motion, he dashed to the wall's edge and struck down, causing the wild man who had scaled halfway to scream as he plummeted to the ground. Suleiman's sword cleaved through his neck, blood gushing forth. Boron stood beside him, sword in hand, gazing in astonishment at Suleiman's formidable combat prowess. "Kill!" Suleiman roared, his voice drowning out the cacophony of the battlefield. Lausen joined in a thunderous shout. "Kill!" The soldiers, inspired, echoed the cry. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" They fiercely wielded their spears, swords, axes, and wooden poles, desperately thwarting the savage onslaught of the marauding tribesmen attempting to scale the walls. Boron moved with the agility of a leopard along the wooden barricade, biding his time. As a tribesman peered over, he swiftly drove his sword through the man's throat, blood erupting from the wound. His swordsmanship was cunning and ruthless, each strike aimed at the tribesman's vital points. "Well done, mercenary," Suleiman exclaimed amidst the chaos. "I'll pay you more. Just doing your job," Boron retorted with a cold smirk, cleaving through the skull of another tribesman who dared to climb the wall. Suleiman pondered the value of gold in this grim endeavor. The tribesmen, undaunted by death, surged in relentless waves against the fortifications. Ladders were continuously toppled, only to be re-erected anew. On the wooden walls, Suleiman's soldiers fought valiantly, each fallen comrade immediately replaced by another. Blood stained the wooden barriers and soaked the ground beneath. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood and sweat. Suleiman wielded his longsword with fluid motions, each swing claiming a life. His movements were swift and precise, targeting the eyes, ears, throats, and noses of his foes. Each strike was executed with an effortless grace, as if he were performing a macabre dance rather than engaging in a brutal slaughter. Yet with every tribesman felled, they tumbled from the ladders. These tribesmen proved to be incredibly tenacious. Boron kicked one climbing up away with a forceful shove, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was drenched in crimson. Suleiman's voice remained calm as water. "We are, too." Time slipped away in the midst of the brutal melee. The soldiers had been locked in combat for an indeterminate duration, their arms weary and nearly immobile, every breath tainted with the metallic tang of blood. Their strength waned, yet the will to survive fueled their endurance. Suleiman was soaked in sweat, his breathing becoming labored. He, too, felt the weight of fatigue from such an intense battle. He had lost count of how many times he had swung his sword, how many tribesmen he had injured or slain. His mind was a blur, thoughts reduced to the mechanical motion of wielding his weapon. His chest felt as if it might burst. He glanced towards the river, which remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any movement. Lucian. Distracted, a tribesman seized the opportunity, hurling a beast blade at him. Suleiman felt an overwhelming force as he was knocked down. It was Lausen, Lord Suleiman. With a forceful yet careful grip, Suleiman withdrew the blade from the arm of Larslan. "Be cautious, my lord," he cautioned, as he stood up. Having received no words of gratitude, Suleiman inhaled deeply, the air heavy with tension. More wildlings surged forward, seemingly endless and tireless. "Ow!" Toman felt a flicker of despair as he struggled to block a wildling's strike with his shield. His spear faltered, unable to pierce. Another soldier came to his aid, driving a spear through the wildling's neck. Suleiman glanced around at his comrades, each one bearing wounds and exhaustion, yet one figure was conspicuously absent. Boron. In the shadow beneath the palisade, Boron huddled in a relatively safe corner, watching the wildlings assault the defenses with the ferocity of rabid dogs. "I shall not die in vain," he muttered, cursing under his breath, as if to reassure himself. "Suleiman, my sword may fight for you, but I will not perish for you. That was our agreement from the very beginning." Always maintaining an air of control. What a fool. If Westeros became unbearable, he could flee to the free cities. Mercenaries' blades always found gold dragons. Boron had no intention of surrendering his life here. He stealthily moved toward the wooden gate, where the wildlings were scrambling up the walls like crazed beasts, oblivious to the entrance. He calculated the distance and angle. If only he had a horse and acted swiftly, he could slip down the hillside amidst the chaos and gallop into the woods. He cared not for the potential harm to the defenders should the gate open. Nothing mattered more than his own life. Until he spotted the carcasses of 6 mountain clan horses at the stabling area and a noose deliberately placed nearby. "Suleiman, I shall kill you." Boron howled in a heart-wrenching scream. "Suleiman, I shall kill you." On the wooden wall, Suleiman sneered, as if he could hear Boron's anguished cries. "You want to leave? Then die with me, you wretch." In the distance, the war cry of the Milk Snake tribe leader echoed. The wildlings, like a relentless tide, launched a final assault on the wooden gate. They discerned the faltering resolve of the soldiers on the wall, while their climbing kin found themselves at a disadvantage. The soldiers on high ground held the upper hand. They descended the ladders, determined to breach the gate. Once inside, the lives of the ground dwellers would be forfeit. "My lord Suleiman, the main gate. It can barely hold." A soldier shouted hoarsely, his body smeared with blood, indistinguishable as to whether it was his own or that of the enemy. Suleiman's gaze sharpened as he beheld the gate, assailed by the wildlings wielding a makeshift battering ram crafted from stout trees. Driven by 10 wildlings, the gate trembled perilously. Should they breach it, the defenders would not withstand for long. Soon, the wooden village would be overrun by the savages. The soldiers were engulfed in despair. It was too late to rush to their aid. Suleiman also felt weary, sensing that his body was slipping away from him. The savages were about to charge in. All hope seemed futile. Even a deluge could not topple these marauders. Suleiman gazed at his soldiers, raised his sword, and uttered what might be his final words. "Brothers, it is my honor to die alongside you." The soldiers raised their swords in response. Crash! The wooden door was breached. The soldiers stood ready to fight valiantly. Yet the anticipated scene did not unfold. Instead, a voice erupted from the doorway, overpowering the cacophony of savage battle cries. "Suleiman, you wretched fool! I will kill you. Where's the water? Where's the damned water?" Balin stood resolutely at the threshold, a lone sentinel. Chapter 45. The tides surged forth. The roar of Lowliest echoed through the heavens. This farmer, who had always been cautious and timid, had never dared to speak so loudly. Yet in this moment, his bellow reverberated throughout the earth. The farmer of old was no more. The soldiers were shaken by his fury. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" In an instant, they awoke. Like hounds unleashing a thunderous howl as they charged from all directions. Lowliest led the charge, crashing into the savages with his own body. "For Lord Suleiman," he roared, his voice drowning out the howls of the marauders. "And for ourselves." The soldiers surged forth, instantly filling the narrow entrance to capacity. They engaged the savages in a brutal, close-quarters struggle. In that moment, the air was filled with a cacophony of roars, biting, cries of battle, the sound of weapons piercing flesh, and the anguished wails of the mortally wounded, a symphony of death woven from blood and fire, iron and flesh. The doorway, already narrow, could accommodate no more than 3 at a time. Balin blocked the entrance, allowing only a handful of savages to surge in. The ones at the back attempted to push forward those already inside, while those at the front were pressed tightly against the earth dwellers. Bodies collided, shoulder to shoulder, blood mingling with blood. The soldiers of the plain and the mountain tribes became entwined in a chaotic mass. There was no semblance of formation or strategy left. Only the most primal, savage hand-to-hand combat. Every weapon, be it a dagger or a tooth, was employed to inflict harm upon the savages. One savage's eye was brutally gouged out by a soldier of the plain. Some soldiers fell, yet their cries were trampled by those behind them. The soldiers of Suleiman drew their daggers from their waists, raising them high to viciously stab at the faces of the savages. All notions of ethics had vanished. The wild men and the plainsmen surged forward recklessly, each exerting every ounce of strength they possessed. For all, to fall meant death, either by trampling under the feet of companions or foes alike. This was the most primal and brutal melee, with no retreat, only the relentless advance. The ground beneath them soon became saturated with blood, transforming into a quagmire. With each movement, they trod upon the viscous mixture of mud and entrails. The fury in the eyes of the chief of the milk snake tribe froze. He had never witnessed such frenzied resistance. The plainsmen resembled a pack of cornered prey launching a final assault against their hunters. He had anticipated that a single strike would suffice to shatter their ranks. Yet they had become indomitable, even expanding outward. The wild men behind pressed forward, while those at the front were desperately pushed back by the plainsmen. In the ensuing crush, many wild men were suffocated to death or accidentally wounded by their comrades' weapons. At the narrow wooden gate, the scene was a gruesome tableau of blood and entrails. Each fallen individual was trampled underfoot, becoming part of the sanguine mire. Bodies clashed in a brutal and bloody struggle. The wild men fought to steady their ranks. But the strength and fighting spirit emanating from the plainsmen were beyond comprehension, gradually pushing them back. They had underestimated the desperate yearning for survival in those facing annihilation. The chief of the milk snake tribe realized that the situation could not continue thus. He attempted to command the wild men to retreat, to split their forces and attack from the wooden barricades. However, his voice was drowned out by the cacophony of slaughter and the endless roars of battle. There was only killing, only the push forward, only the relentless cries. The combatants were blinded by rage, and one among them had set his sights on him. The chief of the milk snake tribe continued to yell orders, pulling back one frenzied tribesman after another, delivering blows to shock them into clarity. Yet every fallen wild man arose once more, pushing forward. His furious shouts grew silent. A dagger was hurled, piercing mercilessly through his eye. Onward, you worthless fools. After throwing the dagger, Bolong raged at Suleiman's soldiers, demanding they advance. He relentlessly kicked at the retreating soldiers, forcing them forward with tremendous strength. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. The mercenary was drenched in blood, both his enemies and his own. Covered in gore, he found himself trapped, unable to escape. His fate was now intertwined with that of this damned young nobleman and these foolish soldiers. He had no choice but to cling to hope. Good brother. Well done, Suleiman. At the rear of the throng, urged his soldiers forward. I will reward you. His voice emerged in a stuttering gasp, strained by the exhaustion that threatened to shatter his chest. Bolong, indifferent, remained silent, continuing to mercilessly kick the soldiers. The ground before the camp was already soaked with blood, a gruesome testament to the fierce battle where bodies lay piled high. Both sides, pressed against one another, stood upon the mangled remains of the fallen, utterly fatigued. Yet one side was fueled by the primal instinct to survive, while the other was driven by a furious desire for vengeance. At that moment, the earth began to tremble slightly. Initially, the vibrations were subtle, nearly imperceptible amidst the cacophony of conflict. However, the tremors soon intensified, accompanied by a resounding roar. Damn it! It has finally come. Bolong was the first to sense the anomaly, cursing furiously. The combatants gradually became aware of the quaking beneath their feet. The wild men were engulfed in terror, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Yet Suleiman's soldiers understood the ominous implications. Suleiman raised his sword high, inhaling deeply for 10 seconds. Brothers, push them out, he bellowed. His soldiers responded, unleashing a furious roar as they transformed from a defensive stance to an almost frenzied offensive. Charge! Push them out. They exerted every ounce of strength within them, thrusting their blades, colliding their bodies, and pummeling the wild men with their fists. The stalemate shattered instantly, as the warriors surged forward with astonishing vigor, akin to a torrent of water. The wild men, taken aback, were caught off guard by this sudden and fierce counterattack, compounded by the violent tremors beneath them. The wild men at the front were ruthlessly shoved backward by the advancing warriors, while those behind were left in utter confusion, feeling as if they were being struck by a rampaging bull, propelled back with relentless force. Countless wild men lost their balance, roaring as they tumbled into the blood-soaked ground, only to be trampled by those pushing forward and those retreating. At the camp's entrance, the defensive line was visibly yielding to the relentless assault of the warriors. Instinct urged them to flee from the tremors beneath their feet, yet their comrades behind and the advancing warriors before them left them with no escape. The thunderous sound drew nearer, reminiscent of 1,000 horses galloping, heralding an impending cataclysm. Water! It is water! The water is coming! Cried an archer atop the wooden wall, pointing towards the upstream valley in despair. Those who survived would be the ones who fled. A murky torrent surged forth like a wild stallion, roaring and crashing with the force of a tempest. Wherever the flood passed, trees were uprooted, swept away in its wake. Rocks were effortlessly displaced, and every obstacle was ruthlessly crushed. Hurry! Run! At last, a wild man reacted, letting out a desperate, furious roar. He turned to flee up the slope behind him, but it was already too late. His anguished cries and furious curses echoed through the valley. Suleiman's soldiers swiftly executed his previous orders and advanced towards the wooden barricade. The deafening sound of rushing water instantly drowned out all shouts and screams. First to be swept away were those wild men attempting to escape through the entrance. They could offer no substantial resistance and were engulfed by the tremendous current, like fallen leaves in a tempest or a solitary boat amidst the raging waves. Vanishing in an instant within the surging tide. "Suleiman!" shouted one soldier, raising his sword. Another soldier followed suit. "Suleiman!" One after another, "Suleiman! Suleiman!" The people cried out, devoid of adults, lords, or nobles, all chanting in unison, "Suleiman!" Only one name reverberated, "Suleiman!" This voice, this name, resounded through the river valley, accompanied by the floodwaters, shaking the very heavens and earth. Chapter 46. Aftermath. Suleiman did not respond to the soldiers' cries. He was weary. He needed to confirm that the battle had truly come to an end. Suleiman clutched the railing on the wooden barrier tightly, gazing outward. The cold and violent river waters devoured those wild men who had moments ago been fighting for their lives against him and his companions. The wild men flailed their weapons, struggling against the current, attempting to thrust their arms into the earth to resist being swept away. Yet the torrential waters effortlessly sapped their strength, carrying them far away or plunging them directly beneath the surface. Some fortunate ones who managed to climb to higher ground or stand on rocks were soon engulfed by the ever-rising waters. The entire valley transformed into a marshland. "Soldiers, throw your spears. Archers, fire!" Suleiman commanded from his elevated position, his expression impassive as he continued to order, "Shoot at all who flounder in the water." Yes, the blood-soaked soldiers gritted their teeth without mercy. The flood washed over the battlefield, carrying away blood, corpses, and everything else. The remorseless fire from Suleiman's soldiers extinguished the last flickers of life among the wild men. "It is over, Lord Suleiman." Rosalind stood beside Suleiman, observing him as he struggled to maintain composure, his eyes reddened and his voice hoarse. Suleiman remained silent, quietly gazing below. The prolonged tension and intensity of battle had finally reached a conclusion. An indescribable weariness surged through his body like a tide, sweeping over him. "Well done, Lucian. Well done, brothers," Suleiman murmured. His body swayed, and the scene before him began to blur as he fell backward. He anticipated a fall onto the unforgiving wooden planks. Yet the expected pain never arrived. Strong arms caught him just in time. Rosalind had saved him. Suleiman succumbed to a deep slumber. Balong limped towards Suleiman, his gait unsteady. "Protect Lord Suleiman." Rosalind instantly became alert, his gaze fixed on Balong with tension. The soldiers drew their long swords, pointing them in a single direction. Balong was drenched in blood, limping, his armor in tatters. His body bore numerous wounds, some still oozing crimson. His eyes, bloodshot like those of a wounded lone wolf, reflected an indescribable complexity of emotions, as if he had returned from the depths of hell. With each agonizing step, he approached, every movement heavy and slow, instilling immense psychological pressure upon the soldiers. Yet, none faltered. As the specter of death loomed, Suleiman addressed them. "Brothers, it is my honor to die alongside you." He proved his worth, not through noble lineage. Balong disregarded the soldiers, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Suleiman. The soldiers' breaths quickened, their grips on their weapons tightening. Despite the mercenaries' prior significant contributions in battle, had he not staunchly defended that door, buying them precious time at the gate, the outcome would have been drastically different. Balong cracked a grin, revealing blood-stained teeth, a smile more grotesque than tears, a visage akin to a demon emerging from hell. He slowly raised his longsword, its blade smeared with dried blood and mud. Under the anxious watch of the soldiers, he forcefully thrust the sword into the wooden planks before him. Thud! The blade sank nearly halfway, trembling slightly in its embedded position. "Listen, Suleiman." Balong gritted his teeth. "Each of your lives, including his, must be accounted for, or else this matter shall remain unresolved." With that, he violently snatched a dagger from a nearby soldier, leaped over the railing, and plunged into the water. So swift was his motion that the soldier, still reeling from the dagger's theft, could scarcely comprehend his intentions. The soldiers, puzzled, edged closer to the wooden barrier. Yet their confusion lasted but a moment. Soon, crimson streaks began to surface on the water, alongside severed heads of wild men bobbing up from the sanguine depths. The soldiers could not discern the wild men, but it was evident that these heads belonged to the mightiest among them. Balong clenched the short dagger in his mouth, using both hands to grasp the wild men's hair as he swam back. He then scaled the wooden wall, tossing the heads before the soldiers. subsequently kicking one towards a soldier's feet. Tell Suleiman. Balin cast the dagger back, exclaiming that he had slain the leaders of the 3 tribes of the wild men. Not a single word could be omitted. At the outskirts of Deep Valley City, the encampment of the Highland clan wild men loomed. The son of Timmy himself, fixated intently on the wild men scaling the city walls. One after another, they were struck down by the defending soldiers atop the ramparts. An urgency gnawed at him. He felt as though time was slipping away. Initially, he had intended to stealthily approach the scattered raiding parties of wild men to replenish their supplies, gradually starving the Flatlanders behind the stone walls. However, these raiding parties had begun to vanish one by one. He was acutely aware that the Flatlanders must be hunting them. As the first to disappear were several of his own scorching units. Yet, he could not afford to act recklessly. He needed to unify the disparate tribes until they could bring down this cursed stone fortress. The divided tribes had given the enemy a chance. His warriors were few, weary, and grievously wounded. Timmy gripped the sword at his waist tightly, his gaze fixed on Deep Valley City. This fortress stood like a nail driven between the mountains and the plains. If the entire army were to circumvent it, a single misstep could leave them stranded, unable to return to the highlands. This place was like a coffin nail for his tribe. An ominous premonition loomed over him, filling him with profound unease. He could not pinpoint the source of this disturbing feeling. Thoughts of the 3 tribes that had ventured out struck him. They seemed to have vanished without a trace. It was evident that these fools were doomed. This was not what the wretched Flatlanders had foretold. Timmy unsheathed his sword, his voice rising fiercely. I have warned you. Timmy, son of Timmy. They are untrustworthy. Zila, daughter of Kik from the Black-Ear tribe, ominously declared that the Flatlanders were deceitful, treacherous, and malevolent. They would even offer us supplies to lure us into raiding their kin. Can we trust these people? Zila's manner only fueled Timmy's anger further, excluding the elderly, the young, and the warriors left to guard the highlands. Almost half of the Highland clan had gone missing. Their population was already sparse. If those who had vanished were indeed dead, they had lost half their able-bodied men. Capable of feeding over 500 tribesmen, not a single one had returned. The Flatlanders must have had at least 1,000 elite warriors to accomplish such a feat, perhaps even armored knights. Meanwhile, the Flatlanders in the valley convinced themselves that all their forces were engaged in fending off the free folk from the sea. Timmy unsheathed his long sword and struck it against a nearby tree. Lies. Utter, unadulterated lies. The tree splintered under the force of his blow. Chapter 46. The Valley of Loaf. The chest of Timmy, the son of Timmy, heaved violently with rage, akin to an injured wild bear. How many remain in the burning tribe? His voice was hoarse. How many in total among all the tribes? A warrior of the burning tribe. His half-charred face, rendering his original features unrecognizable, responded in a deep tone. Timmy, son of Timmy. We have but a little over 100 tribesmen left. The total among all tribes does not exceed 600. 600. Timmy, son of Timmy, repeated the figure, his teeth grinding together audibly. At last, he spoke slowly. Charge forward, all of you. Timmy, son of Timmy. What are you saying? The warrior from the burning tribe, unable to discern his features through the charred visage, revealed his shock through his voice. Timmy seized him by the throat, his blood-red eye instilling fear. Do not make me repeat myself. Timmy, son of Timmy. He had no alternative. This grand raid had already failed. Yet he could not afford to fail. Or rather, as the Red Hand, he must not fail. He had to seize that stone fortress, annihilate the plainsmen within. Only then could he retreat to the mountains. Otherwise, he would lose his leadership among the tribe. Timmy, son of Timmy, had earned the title of Red Hand in the burning tribe through that singular eye. At the tribal coming-of-age ceremony, he had gouged out one of his own eyes with a red-hot dagger, leaving the assembly in stunned silence. All gazed upon him in trepidation. From that moment on, he became the war leader of the tribe, the Red Hand. Should he fail? Should he lose the ability to instill fear? A thunderous battle cry erupted from Timmy. Son of Timmy, everyone, charge forward. Take this stone house. Slay every plainsman within. Let them taste the wrath of the mountain clans. Leave not a single one alive. Kill. The tribes heeded his command and launched a fierce assault against the stone walls. However, what Timmy, son of Timmy, failed to notice was that the Stone Raven tribe, led by Dofu's son, Shaga, had quietly departed from the camp. Meanwhile, Zira, daughter of the Black-Eared tribe, shook her head beside him, revealing a peculiar smile. Upon the walls of Deep Valley, Lord Loaf, with bloodshot eyes, fixated intently on the savages scrambling to ascend once more. The corpses at the base of the walls remained uncollected, providing the wild men with a morbid stepping ground for their assault. The mingled stench of blood and sweat was nauseating. The defending soldiers, most of them wounded and utterly fatigued, leaned against the battlements, anxiously monitoring the enemy's movements. They had not eaten for 2 days. Their arrows were nearly depleted. All structures that did not compromise the defense of the castle had been reduced to rubble, and now they lacked even stones to hurl. Once more, the enemy would advance. The voice of Lord Loaf was hoarse, laden with profound exhaustion. The relentless struggle had drained him of all his energy. He turned to his son, Shingu, and through clenched teeth demanded, "Have the reinforcements from the foul fortress of Suleiman yet to arrive?" The city was besieged on all sides, impenetrable. They had managed to establish contact with the Lord of Dating through the crows. All they knew was that Lady Rosalind had dispatched a contingent of aid. Yet, they had yet to catch even a glimpse of their arrival. They incessantly pressed Lady Rosalind for updates, only to be informed that she too could not reach Suleiman's fortress. She claimed his forces appeared one moment here and vanished the next. Had not a portion of the wildlings retreated days prior, they would have perished long ago. Shingu cursed vehemently. By what means did his family acquire their titles? They possess no honor. This coward must be hiding with his men. Lord Shingu scoffed. If we perish, he shall not escape either. Sending 300 farmers to our aid is merely Lord Dating's attempt to avoid the disgrace of abandoning his vassal. When the time comes, this coward will accompany us on our final journey. Lord Shingu understood well that 300 souls could not save Shingu Castle. His family was doomed. Presently, there was no force in the region capable of confronting the wildling horde. He simply wished for this tragedy not to be borne solely by his family. Since that coward commanding the farmers had been ordered to come, and since the Lord desired to maintain appearances, then this so-called reinforcement must perish here, beneath the walls of Shingu Castle. Suleiman must be buried alongside me, alongside my family, and alongside Shingu Castle. Father! Father! The wildlings are surging forth. Shingu cried in terror. The voice of panic jolted Lord Shingu from his thoughts, and he cast his gaze once more outside the castle. The wildlings had begun their slow advance. This time, they charged with fervor and in overwhelming numbers, a frenzied tide. Lord Shingu's unease and fear intensified. He could not fathom what had transpired. The wildlings seemed to have gone mad today, relentlessly battering the fortress. He inhaled deeply, drawing his sword from his waist, its blade already marred with nicks. Send the word. Everyone, prepare for battle. Archers, conserve your arrows. Wait until they draw near to shoot. Should anyone dare to fight half-heartedly, I shall hang them. Their entire family shall hang. Lord Shingu roared. Although the soldiers resented his threats, they had no choice. They were not fighting for the Shingu family. They were fighting for their own lives. Once the castle fell, they would surely perish. The wildlings were no ordinary folk of Westeros. The assault had begun. This time, they converged into an overwhelming torrent, recklessly charging towards the city walls. Arrows fell like rain, claiming the lives of numerous savages. Yet, the following wave of wild men tread upon the bodies of their fallen comrades, advancing ever closer to the summit of the walls. They clutched wooden ladders, fervently climbing upwards. One after another, they ascended the fortifications. Bows and stones cascaded down, accompanied by the chorus of anguished cries. Hold the line! Hold the line! Roared Lord Loaf Deep Valley, wielding his longsword. He felt a savage attempting to scale the battlements, warm blood splattering his face. The battle had reached a fevered intensity. The wild men appeared frenzied, undeterred by the prospect of death. Although the defenders fought valiantly for survival, the relentless tide of enemies began to overwhelm them. Father! The eastern wall is on the verge of collapse, shouted Hello Deep Valley, rushing in with a contingent of soldiers. His armor stained with blood. I know. Lord Loaf Deep Valley bellowed, kicking down a savage attempting to climb. A tremendous crash echoed from the city gates. The wild men were assaulting the gates with a massive wooden battering ram. Each impact sent tremors through the entire structure. Quick! Reinforce the gates. The soldiers braced themselves against the sagging entrance with their bodies, wooden stakes, and anything they could find. A savage, his face marred by burned scars, roared as he ascended the ramparts. It was over. Lord Loaf Deep Valley felt a chill settle in his heart. Once the height advantage was lost, his conscripted soldiers would be no match for the savages. He watched as his men fell one by one, more wild men surging forth, widening the breach. Suddenly, Lord Loaf Deep Valley turned around. He heard a sound. Everyone on the battlefield, whether savage or soldier, instinctively halted their actions, turning towards the source of the noise. A long and resounding blast of a horn suddenly reverberated from afar, cutting through the chaos of the battlefield. This horn was starkly different from the brutish bone horns of the savages, possessing a unique metallic resonance and authority. Chapter 47. The rescue, the son of Timmy himself, was vigorously wielding his longsword, directing his kin to assault a section of the wall that was on the brink of breach. As his clansmen climbed and leaped onto the fortifications, suddenly, the powerful and prolonged sound of horns echoed from all directions. A heavy dread enveloped his heart. He swiftly turned to gaze towards the eastern woods. In the eastern thicket, a cloud of dust rose, obscuring the sun. His vision seemed to penetrate the dense foliage, revealing what appeared to be thousands of spears and banners. The more he looked, the more he felt a sense of foreboding, as if he were witnessing the formidable army of the plainsmen. Countless ground dwellers and 10 men. The sheer number of reinforcements for the ground dwellers is astonishing. He muttered to himself, his eyes brimming with disbelief. The scale of it, at least 2,000 strong. Ah, the son of Timmy brandished his sword and let out a furious roar. Everyone, come down. All of you come down. Move. Follow me. He had been deceived by the ground dwellers. Rage surged within his chest. It was not only the ground dwellers of the valley who had tricked him, but also for the stone house before him. This stone house was on the verge of collapse. He longed to issue the command to continue the assault. Yet he knew the tide had turned. Once the army in the woods arrived, he would find himself caught between the two ground dweller forces. At that moment, the mountain clan would truly be finished. The wild men, who had already scaled the city walls, heard the order to retreat. They gazed into the distance at the rising dust, understanding the implications. Clarity returned to their minds as they scrambled down from the walls. The soldiers of Lord Loaf Valley dared not obstruct them, merely watching the wild men depart. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have indeed come. On the city walls, a soldier was the first to cry out in surprise. It is truly reinforcements. We are saved. The desperate defenders erupted into thunderous cheers. Lord Loaf of the Valley and the River Loaf stood atop the walls, dumbfounded by this dramatic turn of events. Father, whose army is that? The voice of River Loaf trembled, filled with both excitement and confusion. So many. Lord Loaf shook his head. He too was unaware. But he knew. The valley city had been preserved. It was a miracle. Should we rush out to pursue them? Father. River Loaf's face shone with joy. Lord Loaf sheathed his sword. He felt an oddity in the air. In the woods, Suleiman's army was running amok, frantically stirring up dust. They obeyed Lord Suleiman's peculiar orders, dashing back and forth within the designated forest area. Each soldier held a massive bundle of hay, desperately raising clouds of dust from the ground. Raistlin shouted beside the ranks to move faster. Let the dust fly, let it ascend to the heavens. He too clutched a bundle of hay, waving it with all his might. The soldiers gasped for breath, coughing incessantly, their nostrils filled with the swirling dust. Sweat soaked their meager garments, mingling with the dust to form a muddy paste upon their faces and bodies. They appeared as though they had just emerged from rolling in the mire. They did not comprehend the meaning behind this endeavor. Yet Lord Suleiman had just led them to an incredible victory, overwhelming an enemy many times their number with a deluge. His every command, no matter how peculiar, would be executed without question. Alongside the men, a motley collection of livestock scavenged from the vicinity was present. They had previously incinerated all the villages and slaughtered the livestock, leaving them in dire need of manpower to incite movement. There were simply too few animals. The soldiers drove the creatures with weapons, whipping and striking at them as they fled in terror through the forest, whinnying in distress. Their dissonant cries mingled with the shouts of the soldiers, the sound of their footsteps and the rising dust, creating an illusion of grand scale and utter chaos. What are we doing? Lucian coughed, drawing closer to Suleiman, dust coating both his face and attire. His voice was hoarse from inhaling too much dust, and he coughed incessantly. Boron also approached, leaning against a tree. He had just survived a harrowing battle, bearing wounds, yet his spirit was remarkably high. Perhaps buoyed by the prospect of boasting about the heads of the 3 tribal leaders he had claimed, along with the bounty Suleiman had promised him. He was in a good mood, and didn't he hesitate to offer his insights. Fool, your lord is merely creating a spectacle to intimidate the wildlings. They believe we are numerous. Thus, we must present ourselves as a formidable force. Lu Shun, flushed from the jest, looked gratefully at Boron. To follow Lord Suleiman, he must learn these truths and avoid being a fool. Suleiman turned to Boron. Do you think this is not clever enough? Clever? Boron scoffed. I see nothing but a group laboring to ruin themselves and the poor livestock. If I were a wildling, I would continue the siege, and then discover you are merely posturing. At that point, Suleiman shot him a glance. A reasonable person wouldn't act thus. Boron's laughter ceased. He recognized the efficacy of Suleiman's strategy and chose not to jest further. What if the garrison of Deep Valley pursues the wildlings? What do you intend to do? He sneered. Or what if the wildlings come directly for us? Now it was Suleiman's turn to regard him as if he were a simpleton. If they pursue, what concern is that of mine? If they come for us, we shall retreat. Boron contemplated this in silence. If this young man could indeed dismantle the siege of Deep Valley in such a manner, his reputation would surely echo throughout the Riverlands and beyond. Leading 300 farmers to vanquish over 1,000 mountain clansmen, inflicting heavy casualties, and even breaking the siege of Deep Valley would undoubtedly elevate his status. As the wildling chief's hunter, he too would gain renown. Everything this young man had once proclaimed to him was coming to fruition, wealth and fame. Upon this reflection, Boron rose swiftly and dashed into the distance. Behind him, Suleiman regarded Boron's retreating figure and inquired, "What are you up to?" "The hunting, chief." Boron tossed the dagger in his hand a few times. "Return. I have a task for you," Suleiman commanded in a cold tone. Clink. The dagger fell to the ground as Boron stiffly turned around to face Suleiman. "You are familiar with the terrain surrounding Valley City and understand the habits of the wild men," Suleiman stated. "I want you to take a few individuals and rush ahead of the wild men. Create a commotion around them, as if our vanguard has been following them all along. This way, they will not dare to return. Once they have gone far enough, you can come back. By then, even if they realize the situation and attempt to return, it will be too late." Boron frowned. "What if the wild men charge at me and I get entangled? Your people are your concern. I trust in your abilities, Boron." Suleiman replied with a peculiar smile. "You always find a way to extricate yourself from perilous situations, don't you?" Boron curled his lip, noncommittal. He could discern that Suleiman's words were both a jest and a veiled threat. Chapter 48. Shock. The mountain path was rugged, stones biting into the soles of their feet. The son of Timmy gasped for breath, sweat mingling with dirt smeared across his cheeks. His chest heaved violently, each breath bringing searing pain. He had never felt such desperation. He dared not pause, for there were Lowland men tracking his group, shadowing them relentlessly. This indicated one thing. The advancing army of Lowland men was intent on capturing him. The Highland clan had lived for generations in the mountains, adept at navigating treacherous, roadless terrain thick with forest. Yet now, a vanguard of Lowland men was keeping pace with his kin. There were at least 100 in this advance party. If his group were to falter even slightly, exposing a weakness, those feeble Lowland men would swarm upon them. Once the main force arrived, they would be torn to shreds. He knew how he treated Lowland men, and he was equally aware of how they would treat him. "Red Hand, let the clan pause for a moment," rasped a parched wild man. His lips cracked and his eyes bloodshot. The son of Timmy whirled around, his gaze fierce as that of a raging bear. "Pause? Do you wish for those Lowland men to catch up with us?" He raised his voice, his tone more irate. "The Lowland men are right behind us, like hounds. They cannot be shaken off. They cannot be shaken off. They cannot be shaken off." He was bewildered as to how the Lowland men managed to move faster than him in this rugged, roadless, densely forested terrain. He had never encountered such a situation before, and an impotent fury choked his chest. The son of Timmy glanced at his group. They were sparse, many wild men bearing injuries. Each one hung their head, morale at its nadir. They had sacrificed the spoils of this grand raid in their flight. All was cast aside beneath the stone city, left behind. They were wolves of the high mountains, perceiving the denizens of the plains as mere sheep. Yet now, they had become the sheep, while the plainsmen transformed into hunting hounds. They had succumbed to failure, utter and complete failure. The son of Timmy, a warrior of the blazing tribe, staggered forward, weariness etched upon his face. "The Stone Crow tribe and the Black Ear tribe are not with us," a clansman reported. "Some say they fled amidst the chaos of the siege." The son of Timmy's pupils constricted sharply. He seized the blazing warrior, lifting him off the ground. "What did you say?" "Repeat it to the son of Timmy. Among the Highland clans, the blazing tribe was the mightiest, with the Stone Crow and Black Ear tribes trailing behind." He was stunned by the sudden departure of the two tribes during the siege, swiftly followed by an overwhelming fury. The warrior, suspended in the air, struggled for breath, stammering, "They left while we were besieging." Without a word, they vanished into thin air, and took their share of the spoils with them. "Cowards! Traitors!" The son of Timmy hurled the reporting clansman violently to the ground. His chest heaving, veins bulging on his forehead, his blood red eye more fearsome than ever. He bellowed in a fit of rage, "Cowards! Traitors! Traitors!" It was one thing for the Stone Crow and Black Ear tribes to lack commitment in battle, but they had preserved their strength. Even worse, they had allowed the blazing tribe to become a target, drawing the plainsmen's forces upon them, buying time for their own safe retreat to the highlands. While the blazing tribe gained nothing, he surveyed the remnants of his tribe, their eyes filled with exhaustion and confusion. He cried out, "How many of us remain?" The battered wild man rose unsteadily, trembling as he replied, "Red Hand. The blazing tribe has but over 100 left, and with the other tribes, we total scarcely over 300. Only 300. The son of Timmy," Timmy murmured, the figure striking him like scalding water, searing through his being. He recalled the moment when he led over 1,000 warriors of the Highland clans down the mountains. Never had the Highland tribes been so united, so grand in their numbers. Now, they were reduced to fewer than 400 battered remnants. The vast chasm between the past and present, coupled with the sense of defeat, threatened to drive him to madness. He could not face his tribe. He threw his head back and let out a defiant roar, "Ah!" The resounding cry echoed through the mountains and forests, startling countless birds and beasts. Just then, a scout from the wild men rushed back in a panic. "Son of Timmy, Timmy, there are plainsmen ahead, blocking our path in the valley. Their markings are identical to those of the plainsmen who approached us before." "How many?" A fierce glint ignited in Timmy's eyes, and his fury flared once more. He is currently consumed by rage, vowing to reduce the deceivers of false news to mere fragments. 4 of them, mounted upon steeds, clad in metal armor. The son of Timmy, nearly bursting into laughter at their audacity to approach him, was overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation and fury. "Go, bring them forth." The son of Timmy seeks to incinerate them alive. Though weary, the wild men's eyes rekindled with a glimmer of ferocity at the prospect of venting their wrath. They had endured failure for far too long. They craved release. Moments later, the 4 lavishly armored plainsmen were yanked from their horses and roughly dragged before the son of Timmy. "Son of Timmy," exclaimed the apparent leader, visibly older than the others. "What is the meaning of this?" "Set the fire," retorted the son of Timmy with a cold sneer. "This is the consequence of deceiving the son of Timmy." The wild men, exhilarated, bound the 4 plainsmen to a massive tree trunk and swiftly piled dry kindling beneath them. Torches were brought close, igniting the dry branches and leaves with a crackling sound. "No, please don't burn us alive." The leader, losing his prior composure, felt warmth spreading from his luxurious armor. "I came to deliver news to you, son of Timmy." As the flames licked at his thighs, he let out a piercing scream. "Son of Timmy, spare us, spare us. You have been deceived. You have all been deceived." "Deceived?" The son of Timmy furrowed his brow, signaling the man to continue. "What do you mean?" The flames intensified, and the 4 men shrieked in agony. Yet, clinging to the hope of survival, the leader shouted at an accelerated pace, "The people of Hudgian. There is no grand army. The Diding family has merely sent a 16-year-old noble to come. His name is Suleiman. He is but 16 years old. There are only 300 of his men, all mere farmers. The people of Hudgian have not dispatched reinforcements." The son of Timmy was taken aback, and the surrounding wild men fell silent. The air was filled solely with the sound of crackling fire. A profound stillness enveloped the scene, broken only by the anguished cries of the 4 tormented souls. Chapter 49. The Knights of the Valley, a 16-year-old war chief? The son of Timmy's voice wavered, struggling to believe his ears. 300 kneeling farmers. "Yes, yes." Another bound plainsman cried out. It was he who led those hundreds of farmers. The flames roared higher, and the aroma of roasting flesh began to waft through the air. The wild men, long starved, had commenced to salivate. They had cast aside all else, having been famished for far too long. The son of Timmy, felt a deafening roar in his head, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Memories of his frantic flight over the past days flooded back, accompanied by a profound sense of confusion and loss. "Impossible. I refuse to believe it," he bellowed through gritted teeth, seething with rage. "You are deceiving the son of Timmy. Over 500 of our kin pursued them, all slain by 300 kneeling laborers. I will devour you all. We dare not lie, son of Timmy." The leader of the commoners cried out, his voice trembling. "What we say is the truth. You may send someone to verify their numbers." Timmy fixed a piercing gaze upon him. "There are already over 100 commoners following us. You wretched savage. A complete fool. A coward." Another bound commoner, engulfed in despair, erupted in fury. "How dare you, you accursed savage. Send someone to see how many are pursuing you. You and your kin are utter fools. They have all been drowned by Lord Suleiman. I curse you. I curse you, son of Timmy. Sooner or later, you will witness your kin consumed by raging flames." Timmy glared at the commoner who cursed him, and the commoner met his furious gaze with defiance. He despised being called a coward. The son of Timmy had never known fear. Not now. Not ever. Yet a voice deep within him whispered that this might be true. Timmy's expression shifted, and he found himself hoping against hope that it was indeed true. He felt a surge of daring. If the words of these valley dwellers were not lies, Then perhaps there was still a chance. Extinguish the flames. Timmy commanded the 3 commoners, pointing at the one who had just cursed him. As the ropes binding the 3 were severed, they fell and struggled to escape the fire, leaving behind the one who howled in agony, devoid of mercy. With a swift motion, Timmy gestured, "Go, scatter the group. Find out for me." A throng of wild men promptly vanished into the forest. The waiting felt unbearably prolonged. Timmy sensed his heart racing, hoping fervently that this was indeed true, for if so, he might still salvage everything. Just then, the scouts returned, breathless and wide-eyed with disbelief. "Son of Timmy, they are telling the truth. The tracks of those pursuing us, there are indeed only about 20. Timmy's mind felt as if it had exploded with this revelation. Anger, shame, resentment, and countless other emotions surged through his mind, nearly driving him to the brink of madness. He had been deceived, manipulated by a mere 16-year-old war chieftain commanding 300 subjugated farmers. He had lost so many valiant warriors and sacrificed countless kin. And now, his frantic flight was merely to evade a hollow ruse. The son of Timmy roared like a beast, drawing his sword from his waist with fervor. He struck down upon the wretched plainsman, shrieking amidst the flames, granting him a swift end. Suleiman. He ground out the name through clenched teeth, each syllable laced with deep-seated hatred. Suleiman, I shall rend your body asunder. I shall sever your head and mount it upon the legs of my chair. Please, let us go, son of Timmy. 3 trembling plainsmen crawled forward, weakly pleading, "Our mission is complete. We must return to report to our lord." The son of Timmy turned his gaze upon the 3 pallid figures, his eyes brimming with ferocity. Yet, he ultimately waved them off. "Tell your lord. The Scorching clan requires provisions to survive the winter. Begone." Far from the wild man's horde, yet still able to observe the tumultuous scene in the forest, Boron leaned against a tree, idly toying with a dagger. Surrounding him were over 20 soldiers of Suleiman, their bodies marred by cuts and scrapes from the branches. Their armor lay in tatters. They watched Boron, who appeared relaxed and at ease amidst the rugged terrain. Boron had led them through the treacherous landscape, subjecting them to great hardship. Astonishingly, he seemed utterly unfazed, his lean figure and nimble movements making him appear as though he roamed a realm untouched by others. He was even able to match the pace of the mountain clan wild men, sometimes overtaking them intentionally, then deliberately slowing down to linger behind. He moved stealthily around the wild man forces. They had just noticed 4 valley knights appearing ahead of the wild men. They intended to warn them to avoid the advancing savages. But Boron intervened, maintaining a composed demeanor as he ordered them to abandon their original position. Then, the 4 valley knights were captured by the wild men. Tomon approached, whispering, "Lord Boron, why did we not alert the valley knights? And why have we deliberately left fewer traces? Are we not afraid they will discover our diminished numbers?" He was puzzled, as Boron had previously instructed them to create the illusion of a larger force. However, since Boron had discerned that the wild men numbered only 300, he had permitted them to be less concerned about concealing their scant numbers. Following the capture of the 4 valley knights, Boron instructed them to leave hurried traces of only 20 men. Then, the wild men dispersed for reconnaissance, discovering their true situation. Poland cast a sidelong glance at him, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Discovery? I intend for them to discover." "Why?" Tomon asked in confusion. "Hasn't our mission already been accomplished? Why not return?" Poland offered no further explanation. "Send 2 men back to Deep Valley City at the quickest pace. Inform Suleiman. There are only over 300 wild men." He sensed that Suleiman would likely make the same choice as Timmy, the son of Timmy. It gave him a feeling, like a gambler. This group of wild men were merely gamblers forced to stake their fortunes, lest they lose everything. It resembled the noble lords of Westeros, ensnaring one another. Poland pointed in a direction that bore an uncanny resemblance to a harlot vying for clients, foolish and unsightly. Tomon followed the direction of his finger, observing 3 knights from the valley galloping away from the wild men. The soldiers turned to Poland, understanding the implications. Poland looked at them and commanded, "Follow me." Chapter 1. Stinking Castle Lichine, upon awakening, was enveloped by a bone-chilling cold and the persistent, damp odor of mud. He found himself in a rudimentary stone chamber. Through a narrow arrow slit, he glimpsed the overcast sky and a patch of yellowing river grass. He struggled to recall the moment before he lost consciousness. A blurred memory of a colossal light streaking across the sky, hurtling toward him. It was no ordinary light, but a burning, enlarging mass plummeting from the heavens. Faintly, he could hear the astonished voices of a mother and daughter passing by. "Mother, look! A meteor! Such a large one!" Then, indescribably, all consciousness, perception, and even existence vanished. Indeed, he had perished, but being crushed by a meteor. What extraordinary luck to meet such an unexpected end. In his life, Li Qing had once read trivial tidbits from marketing accounts. Historically, only one individual had been recorded as injured by a meteorite. He never imagined he would be the first in history to be killed by one. Nevertheless, he felt fortunate to be a solitary soul. Perhaps merely a transient in this world. Alone and unanchored, he only hoped he and frightened that mother and daughter. Suddenly, an intense sensation of vertigo and tearing erupted within his consciousness. A torrent of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. Countless lifetimes of imagery surged forth like a breached dam. The life of a young man named Suleiman. He had traversed into the world of a song of ice and fire, crafted by George Martin, becoming a seemingly insignificant lord of the lower green fork of the Riverlands, under the rule of the Deddings family. Following that came a sequence of agonizing, bloody memories, slicing through his awareness like a sharp blade. Tears flowed involuntarily. A primal response of this corporeal vessel. It was a clash of iron and fire, a struggle against despair and death. The Greyjoy Rebellion had erupted. That self-proclaimed king, Balon Greyjoy, made the Riverlands the front line against the Ironborn's onslaught. When the banner of the sea monster appeared in the coastal waters of Seagard, the entire Riverlands received the summons from Duke Torrin, the father of Suleiman's original self. The taciturn and unsmiling Sir Brynden Blackwood, whose face bore the marks of years of hardship, despite his family's dire poverty and dwindling populace, unhesitatingly responded first to Lord Deddingskall. He gathered all the able-bodied men in his household, including his 2 elder brothers and 16-year-old Suleiman, along with 15 robust farmers. They liquidated their meager resources to acquire tattered leather armor, rusted and damaged swords and spears, unable to fully equip each participant. In the damp and dark tower, Suleiman's mother gazed sorrowfully as her husband, brothers, and Suleiman donned their worn leather armor, armed with their rusty blades and spears, embarking on the muddy path toward Seagard. The memory then shifted to the gruesome melee of close-quarter combat, where flesh was torn and limbs severed. The Ironborn were fearsome adversaries, akin to wolves and tigers, excelling in hand-to-hand combat, seemingly unafraid of death. His father wielded a long sword, battered and chipped, leading the charge and felling 2 approaching Ironborn. Yet, he was soon surrounded by more foes. Although his title derived from managing waste, he fought like a true lion. Suleiman recalled witnessing his father being struck down by an Ironborn wielding a short-handled axe, severing one of his arms. Nevertheless, he continued to swing his sword with one hand until another axe cleaved through his skull. His elder brother, the strong Laurent, the heir of the family, rushed forward in an attempt to rescue their father. He swung his long sword with all his might, but amidst the chaos, he was struck by several Ironborn blades. Collapsing beside his father's lifeless body, blood staining the muddy earth. The second brother, Burin, witnessed the grim fate of their father and elder brother. His eyes bloodshot and frenzied as he charged towards the Ironborn. He succeeded in slaying one, but was swiftly ensnared from behind by another Ironborn wielding a hook, and soon overwhelmed by several others. He was brutally dispatched. Suleiman stood nearby, paralyzed by the horror unfolding before him, helplessly watching his kin fall. An Ironborn swung a war hammer, delivering a crushing blow to his head. Pain surged through him. Darkness engulfed his vision, and his body crumpled into the mud. Consciousness slipping away. Miraculously, the presumed dead Suleiman had only sustained severe injuries from that heavy strike, thanks to the sturdy helmet his elder brother had secured upon his head prior to the battle. The inarticulate elder bestowed upon him one final smile. As the dust of the coastal ambush settled, the victorious soldiers of the Riverine territories commenced their grim task of clearing the battlefield. Amidst the mire and the fallen, they discovered Suleiman, still clinging to life. Rescued from the clutches of death, he drew the attention of the learned men of the Green Fork River, who deemed it nearly impossible for anyone to survive such grievous wounds. Lord Ballandy sighed heavily, ordering Suleiman to be returned to the Stinking Keep. The landing battle had been exceptionally brutal. Of the 15 accompanying farmers, 13 perished upon the muddy shores. Only 2 wounded farmers emerged alive, bearing the heartrending news back to the Stinking Keep. Sir had fallen, young Lord Lorente had perished, young Lord Burin had met his end, and young Suleiman had also been slain. This revelation struck like a thunderclap, shattering the last vestiges of hope for Suleiman's mother. She had lost her husband and 3 sons, every family member, every cherished dream, obliterated by the ravages of war. Despair and sorrow surged over her like an unforgiving tide. On that night, steeped in hopelessness and grief, Suleiman's mother leapt from the low, shadowy stone tower. Li Qing, or rather Suleiman, continued to grapple with the overwhelming memories and information swirling in his mind. The title of the Stinking Keep was the most widely recognized moniker of their family, laden with ridicule and scorn. More astonishing still was the revelation that within his fused memories, this seemingly malodorous name was indeed their family name, a symbol of familial pride and honor, spoken of by kinfolk. Their ancestors had served as menial attendants to the lord of the Green Fork River, the Dayson's family, for generations. Yet, the term attendant concealed an awkward yet trusted history. They were not ordinary servants sweeping courtyards or saddling horses. Rather, they were entrusted with the most delicate and unsavory tasks of the lord's daily existence. Specifically in attending to his needs in the most private of moments, dealing with his excrement. This role, seemingly the most degrading, demanded an extraordinary level of trust and loyalty to be permitted to remain by a lord's side during his most vulnerable and intimate times, managing such repugnant matters. They were not merely servants. They were the lord's most intimate confidants, entrusted with his most humiliating and fragile aspects. It was this unyielding loyalty and comforting service that led Leonor Daysons, over a century ago, to reward their ancestors with this desolate land. Surrounded by marshy lowlands along the Green Fork River, along with that pitiful 3-story stone tower, and to bestow upon them the title of knight. The place known in memory as the Stinking Keep was less a castle than a solitary 3-story tower standing at the edge of the wetlands. It stands diminutive and shadowy, encircled by endless marshlands and countless river grasses, perpetually shrouded from the sun's embrace. The air is perpetually imbued with dampness and the scent of decay. Henceforth, the descendants of the menial servants, who once toiled in the lord's latrines, have transformed into nobility. Yet, their origins are strikingly humble. Their fiefdom is barren and poorly situated, and their title stems from such servile beginnings. Consequently, this modest tower has been derisively dubbed the Dung Keep by other nobles, while their family has become the laughingstock, referred to as the Sir of Excrement. Their lineage possesses no wealth, no illustrious alliances, nor formidable military might. They lack even guards, with their vassals numbering merely 50 souls. They are vassals to the Datings family, occupying the lowest echelons among all their lieges, relegated to the corners of feasts, ignored by all. Despite the ridicule and ostracism from other vassals, Suleiman's recollections reveal that his family holds a unique status within the Datings' inner circle, not of power, but of trust. This trust is rooted in the unwavering and comforting service rendered by their ancestors during the Lord's most vulnerable moments. In the world of Westeros, where hierarchy is rigid and barriers insurmountable, social mobility seems an unattainable aspiration. The noble bloodline, ancient glory, and generational wealth and power, forged over 8 millennia, construct an unshakable upper echelon. However, Suleiman's lineage traverses this formidable hierarchy in an unconventional, even absurdly laughable manner. Their forebears, emerging from a family of servants, were bestowed with a hereditary title and a fief through what can only be described as a miraculous grace. Thus, the family motto is not merely a slogan but the very cornerstone and essence of their existence, etched indelibly, laden with significance, and passed down through generations. The grace endures. This grace refers to the generosity of Lord Leonor Datings, who, a century prior, altered the fate of their humble ancestors by bestowing upon them a title and a fief within this rigidly stratified noble system. Master Suleiman, an aged voice, laden with incredulity and tremor, interrupted Suleiman's reverie. An elderly man, hair as white as snow and face lined with wrinkles, rushed to the bedside. His eyes brimmed with murky tears, cascading down his weathered cheeks. He grasped Suleiman's hand, protruding from the covers, as if fearing this moment were but a fleeting illusion. This was old Niken, the family steward, who had devoted his life to serving the Stinking Keep and its lineage. How long have I slept? Suleiman rasped, his voice barely a whisper. He, infused with memories, recognized that the elderly man had devoted his life to the family and could be trusted. By the 7 gods, young Master Suleiman, you have finally awakened. You have been in a coma for a month, the old servant Niken wept, kneeling beside the bed. Scholar Ward said you wouldn't survive. I feared you would not pull through, and the Stench Castle family would face extinction. His voice faltered, unable to continue, and he ultimately broke down in tears. Suleiman weakly lifted his hand, resting it upon the trembling back of Niken's hand. I am fine. I merely slept for a long time. Upon hearing this, Niken felt a wave of relief, but soon his expression turned complex and troubled. Young master, there are matters you must know. Suleiman anticipated what he was about to say, during his unconsciousness, as he was escorted back to Stench Castle. He had overheard the soldiers discussing the tragedy that had unfolded there. The pain within this body resurfaced. I already know. My father, my brothers, and my mother. Nikon's body jolted, and upon meeting Suleiman's calm gaze, tears flowed anew, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 2. Forgiveness. Those two wretches who delivered the message. Yes, it was my failure to care for the lady of the house. It is all my fault. All my fault. Nikon exclaimed. Where are they? Suleiman inquired. With tear-filled eyes, Nikon replied, they are still outside, kneeling. Ever since they heard you had returned alive. They have been too frightened to rise from their position before the castle. Suleiman's heart was a tumult of emotions. Those two farmers had not lied intentionally. Moreover, they had not spoken falsely. The original had indeed perished. Furthermore, they were the remaining able-bodied subjects of the territory. Let them enter, Suleiman commanded. Nikon hesitated momentarily, but ultimately rose, bending his body as he exited. Moments later, two farmers clad in tattered garments, their faces smeared with dirt and streaked with tears, timidly entered. Upon seeing that Suleiman was awake and sitting up in bed, they immediately fell to their knees, their foreheads nearly touching the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Young Master Suleiman. Young Master Suleiman. We are damned. We are damned. It was our miscommunication that led to the lady's death. One cried out, shaking with extreme terror. The other echoed. Young Master Suleiman, spare us. We truly believed. We thought. It was not our intention to deceive. Please forgive us. Please forgive us. Suleiman observed their abject fear and trembling forms. They were among the few remaining able-bodied male subjects he had, and they represented his only means of support. Executing them would not restore anything. It would only plunge this barren territory further into decay and despair. He took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound resolute. Rise. The two farmers dared not lift their heads. Instead, they continued to bow repeatedly, trembling all the while. In modern times, Li Qing was merely an ordinary individual. The only leadership role I have ever held in this life was as the group leader in elementary school, tasked with collecting 3 sets of homework for the teacher. This is the sole title that graces my arsam. Now, images of those exalted figures from films and dramas flood Li Qing's mind. Rise. Suleiman raised his voice, striving to imbue it with authority. You have foolishly transmitted erroneous messages, leading to an irrevocable tragedy for my family. Suleiman's tone softened. The two men trembled even more intensely. Observing their abject submission, Suleiman perceived their fear as palpable, almost tangible in the air. You deserve death. His voice was devoid of emotion, akin to a sentence being pronounced. He watched as their faces drained of color, resembling the pallor of the deceased. Yet you too survived that slaughterhouse for my family's sake. His tone remained devoid of sentiment. Merely a statement of fact. You witnessed the battlefield's brutality, how my father, my 2 brothers, and your 13 companions fell. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. As for my mother, that tragedy has already occurred. What good would it do to hold you accountable? Could it bring the dead back to life? All it would do is cause an old man to lose his son, 2 women to lose their husbands, and children to lose their fathers. Upon hearing this, the 2 farmers displayed incredulity, believing their fates to be sealed. However, from this day forth, you are no longer my farmers, Suleiman declared, his gaze fixed upon them. Their eyes once again reflected terror, and they fell to their knees, their foreheads nearly touching the ground, trembling and pleading, we are the souls of your land. Please do not cast us away. If we leave here, we will not survive with our families. Suleiman rose, looking down upon them. Listen. His voice rose, imbued with an undeniable resolution. Your return to life may not be for the purpose of continuing to scrape by in this mire. He surveyed the humble tower, his voice echoing in the hall. My family has withered, the castle lies empty, and wolves lurk outside. I require manpower. His voice resonated powerfully throughout the hall. You witnessed how my father and brothers sacrificed themselves for the honor of our family. Your survival may well be the guidance of the 7 gods. Thus, I hereby pronounce your new fate. He took several steps forward, the sound of stone crisp beneath his feet. Your responsibilities have now changed. He scanned the somewhat dilapidated castle. Speaking slowly and solemnly, you shall be tasked with protecting me, safeguarding this castle, until I no longer require your service, or until the end of your lives. The 2 farmers stood in utter disbelief, their faces awash with incredulity. After committing such a grievous act, receiving the Lord's forgiveness and even ascending from a mere farmer to the Lord's protector is an extraordinary boon. They immediately knelt once more, this time not in fear, but in gratitude. By the 7 gods above, we shall devote our lives to safeguarding the benevolent Lord Suleiman. Tears streamed down their faces. Suleiman gazed at them. In this challenging moment, He yearned for strength and loyalty, uncertain whether he had made the right decision, for everything was just beginning. Suleiman turned to the old Nikan beside him, instructing him to take them away, procure for them 2 decent suits of armor, and find 2 weapons. Though somewhat worn, they would be better than nothing. "Yes, my lord Suleiman," exclaimed old Nikan with excitement, his eyes brimming with pride. His lord Suleiman, despite enduring immense suffering and lacking formal training as a family heir, had awakened to shoulder the family's responsibilities. He exhibited the decisiveness of a true lord. Though Nikan remained uncertain whether Suleiman's kindness was right or wrong. Once Nikan had led the 2 farmers away, the room was once again left with Suleiman alone. His body remained frail, yet his spirit had grown considerably clearer. He gazed out the window, where beneath the somber sky, the croaking of frogs mingled with the calls of birds, and the reeds swayed gently in the breeze, rustling softly, a truly calming environment for his soul. Suddenly, he recalled the ongoing Greyjoy Rebellion, and how in a decade, a far greater storm would sweep across the continent of Westeros. The Riverlands would be at the eye of this storm, an inescapable nexus of intrigue and warfare. A bitter pang struck Suleiman's heart. Although he was not entirely familiar with the intricate history of this world, he was aware that in approximately 10 years, all of Westeros would descend into chaos. The Riverlands, situated at the storm's center, would become a battleground relentlessly contested by various factions, drenched in bloodshed. The Tully, Lannister, and Stark families, alongside numerous armies, would ravage the Riverlands, leaving its people displaced and its lands barren. Their dilapidated stronghold, perched near the confluence of the Green Fork River, would be unable to evade its grim fate. Regardless of which side they chose to ally with, they would become targets for other forces, ruthlessly obliterated. In a decade's time, this land would transform into a hellscape. War would annihilate everything. The populace would be slaughtered, and this very tower would be reduced to rubble. Suleiman pondered. He understood that with his current meager strength, he was utterly incapable of safeguarding himself amid the impending catastrophe of war. Escaping Westeros? That was an impossibility. He possessed nothing. No ship, no coin, no allies. On the opposite shore of the narrow sea awaited a fate even more dire, one where he could be sold into slavery. Aligning with Daenerys? Her rise seemed far too distant, fraught with peril, and time was not on his side. Supporting the Starks or Tullys, they were hardly noble lords and would ultimately face ruin. As a mere vassal of insignificant stature, he would likely find himself but a tool in the ruthless execution of the bloodbath plan in the Riverlands by the forces of the West. Aligning himself with the West? The Lannister family is known for their merciless tactics, willing to employ any means necessary for their own gain. They would regard low-born nobles like him as expendable pawns, sacrificing them at the most perilous front line, just as history recounts. He gazed out the window toward the night sky, his heart heavy with confusion and anxiety. Time was not on his side. A common man, educated in the traditional sense, he found himself at a loss as to how to apply the knowledge he had acquired. While protagonists in novels often conjured extraordinary innovations to rise above their circumstances, he possessed no such talent. All he retained was a vague recollection of Westeros's future historical trajectory. What should I do? Suleiman murmured to himself. Outside, the night deepened, with the croaking of frogs and the calls of night birds echoing in the air. While the river grass rustled in the wind, as if whispering secrets to him, he was alive, bearing complete memories and foresight of the future. This alone was a miracle. He was not devoid of resources. With his intact memories and prophetic visions, could he not find a way forward? In that moment, Suleiman's confusion dissipated, replaced by an intense desire to survive and a flicker of ambition that even he was unaware of. Chapter 3. The tragedy. Suleiman had spent several days in bed recuperating. Though still somewhat frail, he was now able to walk unaided. Eager to ascertain his current situation and the state of his domain, he summoned old Nikan and 2 guards. After being pardoned and appointed as his protectors, the 2 farmers diligently assumed their roles. They were quartered in the lower level of the tower, where old Nikan procured for them 2 sets of tattered leather armor and rusty longswords. Though in disrepair, these were the finest weapons and armor available in the territory, and they quickly adapted to their new responsibilities. Each day, they stood sentinel at the tower's entrance, one on either side, gripping their sword hilts and scanning their surroundings. Whenever a villager passed by, they would fix them with what they believed to be fearsome glares, effectively deterring anyone from approaching the tower. Suleiman soon learned their names. The one who appeared perpetually fearful was named Rosalind, while the other, more composed yet taciturn, was called Lucian. Both men were in their 30s but bore faces weathered by toil, their hands calloused from years of labor, They were unmistakably seasoned farmers. When old Niken returned, he carried a wooden bowl filled with steaming fish soup. "My lord, drink some warm soup to revive your strength," he offered, presenting the bowl. The steam wafted up, carrying a faint fishy aroma. With suspicious chunks of root and fish bobbing in the murky broth, the scales of the fish still uncleaned. Suleiman took over with a grim expression, contemplating the daily ordeal of boiling various ingredients. Discussions of future prospects and grand ambitions could be set aside for now. It was imperative to hire a cook immediately. Old Niken could no longer be entrusted with the task of providing sustenance. If this continued, Suleiman could vividly foresee his own demise, certain he would meet the 7 gods before his time. A warmth spread down his throat, dispelling the chill that had settled in his body. "Niken, how many people remain in the territory?" Suleiman casually set aside the wretched fish soup to inquire. "In response to your query, young master, there are currently only about 30 individuals left, mostly the elderly, women, and children. The able-bodied men have followed the old lord to Haijiang City and will not be returning," sighed old Niken. "What of Greyjoy's rebellion?" Suleiman asked, his silence heavy with resignation. The war raged on, the Ironman's fleet scattering to strike at vulnerable areas, plundering before swiftly retreating, leaving devastation in their wake, just prior to our reinforcements' arrival. Old Niken observed Suleiman's expression, wary of the emotions that might surface regarding his father and 2 brothers, fearing a collapse of composure. Only when he noted no unusual signs did he continue. "There's no need for concern, young master. The flow of nobles and soldiers heading to the front lines is increasing. They all speak of King Robert amassing vast armies in the Riverlands, poised to support the lands of Riverrun and the West. The Ironmen are doomed, and the war will surely conclude soon." Old Niken hesitated before adding, "However, rather than worrying about the Ironmen, who are still distant from our Green Fork, a more pressing issue looms. Our granaries are nearly empty. Last year's harvest was poor, leaving our territory with scant resources. The meager savings we had have been exhausted by the old lord's expedition." Suleiman furrowed his brow. "Can we fish?" He recalled the fish soup he had consumed daily. His memory reminded him that food in his territory primarily depended on fishing from the river, the sole source of protein. Old Niken shook his head. "Fish in the river have dwindled over the past 2 years. What remains barely yields small fish and shrimp. Our harvest has always been just enough to survive, with only a meager surplus in good years. The land is not fertile and is prone to flooding." Listening to this, Suleiman felt a sense of foreboding. This was a territory reliant on the whims of nature, struggling to maintain existence, devoid of any reserves or capacity to withstand adversity. The family's impoverishment was not without cause. The condition of the territory was worse than he had imagined. He now faced not only the decline and poverty of his lineage, but also the urgent need to stabilize the situation before famine struck. "Niken, now that I am awake, does that mean I can inherit the title?" Suleiman inquired, recognizing that, in his current state of destitution, this was of utmost importance. Without a formal title, he was naught but a shadow. Old Niken nodded, then shook his head. "Young master, you are the sole heir. Naturally, the family title is yours. However, to formally attain the title of Lord Stench, one must receive the recognition of your lord. You are required to journey to the castle of the dating family at Green Fork River and present yourself before Baron Dating, swearing fealty and seeking his endorsement and acknowledgement." Suleiman gazed out at the reed beds, a complex glimmer evident in his eyes, and remarked that once his health improved, they would venture to Dating Castle. At that moment, a piercing wail, imbued with a heart-wrenching despair, penetrated the room, echoing in every corner with an ear-splitting resonance. Old Niken paused his discourse, lifting his murky gaze to Suleiman. Rising from his seat, the chair legs scraped against the stone floor with a jarring sound. "Let us step outside." His voice was low, yet the 2 guards immediately straightened their postures, following Suleiman towards the entrance. Suleiman crossed the threshold first, with old Niken, hunched over, trailing behind. Lousing and Lucian flanked him, vigilantly guarding his front. Although their weapons were worn and ragged, they held them tightly, and Suleiman sensed their palpable tension. Outside the tower lay an expanse of barren mud, barely qualifying as the castle's courtyard. Beneath a tree in the distance, a figure huddled against the trunk. It was a woman, clad in tattered garments patched haphazardly. Kneeling on the ground, her head buried deep in her arms, her entire body racked with violent tremors, the heart-rending cries emanating from her being. Suleiman approached her side, accompanied by old Niken, Lousing, and Lucian. "Lift your head. What brings you to weep here?" Upon hearing his voice, the woman stiffened abruptly, her wailing abruptly ceasing, akin to a chicken whose neck had been abruptly seized. Slowly, she raised her head, Her disheveled and parched hair mingled with the dirt covering her frail, waxen face. Her eyes swollen and filled with terror. Her lips quivered, seemingly attempting to articulate something, yet in her panic, only a breathy gasp escaped her. Noticing the cleanliness of Suleiman's attire, she comprehended his status and scrambled to rise. I shall take my leave, my lord. Her voice was faint, akin to a whisper, thick with nasal intonations, and upon finishing, she stumbled and turned to flee. However, she scarcely took a few steps before her legs, stiffened from prolonged squatting, betrayed her. As if all strength had been suddenly drained, she collapsed back to the ground. This time, she emitted no sound, burying her face deeper. Yet the heaving of her shoulders was more pronounced than before, a silent sob that struck deeper than her earlier cries and tightened the heart. Old Nikan stood behind Suleiman, his lips pressed into a straight line, fixated on the dirt beneath, silent, his already stooped form appearing even more diminutive. Lousing diverted his gaze elsewhere, seemingly studying the clouds above, yet his slightly trembling figure betrayed his inner turmoil. The air hung heavy for several seconds. Beside them, the guard Lucian, a sturdy man with dark skin, who was typically reticent, remained uncharacteristically silent. The fist crackled with tension, the chest heaved a few times, and with head bowed, trembling all over, he could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, his voice muffled. My lord, she is Hark. Her husband, old Hark, was among the farmers who followed the old lord and perished in the coastal city. Lucian paused, seemingly struggling to find the right words, as if something had lodged in his throat. Old Hark was dead, leaving behind 2 children, with no man to provide for them. Her family would starve. In Westeros, the chasm between the nobility and the common folk was insurmountable, deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. For 8,000 years, this world had remained unchanged, with noble families that had endured for millennia scattered across the continent. After speaking, Lucian also lowered his head, falling silent, trembling as if he had exhausted all his strength and courage. Only the sound of the wind remained, accompanied by the woman's stifled, fragmented sobs that lingered in the air around Blaman. Suleiman stood there, motionless, his heart heavy, his gaze cast down upon the figure curled on the ground, trembling in despair. Chapter 4. Benevolence. The peasant woman knelt tightly on the ground, her legs seemingly welded to the earth. Her tattered garments were caked with dirt, and her dry, disheveled hair obscured much of her face. Only her swollen, fearful eyes occasionally emerged. Suleiman stood before her, his not-so-imposing stature appearing to her as an insurmountable mountain. Why do you not come to my castle to seek an audience? Suleiman's voice had shed its earlier frailty, now imbued with a newfound authority that even he found unfamiliar. The woman recoiled sharply, her head bowing even lower. Her voice was a mere whisper. My lord, I dare not. I fear I might offend you. Fear your wrath. Wrath for what? Suleiman asked, astonished. The woman's shoulders began to shake violently, her body convulsing as if anticipating an unspeakable horror about to befall her. The tears surged anew, her forehead striking the ground in desperate supplication, echoing a profound despair. I fear you. Fear your punishment. Fear for my children. My husband, old Hark, followed the old lord to the coastal city and never returned. There is no food at home, and my 2 children are on the brink of starvation. I only wished to plead for your mercy. However, as I approached the gates, I feared to offend you, feared your retribution, and contemplated turning back. Yet here I stand, overwhelmed by the thought of my helplessness, unable even to catch fish. I was caught stealing from others and received a brutal beating. My children are starving, and I can no longer control my body or my tears. I do not wish to offend you, my lord. I deserve punishment. I beg for your mercy. I beg for your mercy. I shall leave. In a disjointed frenzy, she spoke, each utterance causing her body to tremble more violently. She was acutely aware of how the nobility of Westeros regarded those like her, as lowly as cattle. They are but mere appendages to the land, existing with a value lesser than that of certain livestock. They possess no rights, no dignity, and their lives are entirely at the mercy of their lord's whims. A farmer who offends the lord or merely displeases him may suffer punishment, banishment, or even death. Her presence here is fraught with peril, as her inner trepidation overwhelms all else. Suleiman fell silent, gazing at this woman, utterly shattered by despair and fear, his thoughts tumultuous. It is a cold, merciless feudal society, rigidly hierarchical, where lives are as inconsequential as blades of grass. He comprehended the source of her terror. The deeply ingrained reverence and subservience towards those in power is the grim truth of 8 millennia of history. Suddenly, He realized how fortunate he was to have ascended to the rank of a minor noble in the world of Westeros, even if his domain held nothing of worth. Surpassing 99% of the common folk, he inhaled deeply, striving to render his voice more soothing. I shall not punish you. At these words, the farmer's body stiffened slightly, as if unable to believe her ears, yet she dared not raise her gaze. Nikan, the steward, Suleiman commanded, turning to the aged steward behind him. Go to the granary and fetch 2 bags of grain for her. Then, retrieve 3 copper coins from the family treasury. Old Nikan stood momentarily dumbfounded. His cloudy eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. His lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately he bowed. Yes, Master Suleiman. He understood the dire state of the family's granary and the dwindling reserves. Yet Master Suleiman intended to bestow their meager remaining resources upon a farmer. This was utterly unprecedented. Allowing her family to reside on the Stench Castle's lands was already a tremendous boon. He sighed, burdened with questions, as he ambled towards the tower. Behind him, Lucien and Rosalind were rendered speechless. As serfs bound to the Lord's land, they were acutely aware of the Lord's treatment of farmers. To even receive food or compensation was rare. Being brutally beaten or summarily executed over trifles was commonplace. Just moments ago, Lucien had mustered the courage to utter a few words and felt he had exhausted all his bravery. He never anticipated that the master would not only refrain from chastising them, but would also extend kindness to a farmer's family that held no value for him. They watched Suleiman's retreating figure with complex expressions, a blend of shock, incredulity, and an ineffable sense of gratitude. They had never encountered such a nobleman, one willing to listen to the hardships of serfs and even offer assistance. The farmer finally lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears and astonishment. She glanced at Suleiman and then, in a sudden fervor, began to prostrate herself repeatedly on the ground. Thank you, Lord Suleiman, for your grace. May the 7 gods bless Lord Suleiman. May the 7 gods bless Lord Suleiman. May the 7 bless the family of Lord Suleiman. As her cries transformed from despair to overwhelming gratitude. She never anticipated that, upon losing her husband and facing starvation with her children, she would receive such profound mercy from her lord. 2 bags of grain and 3 copper coins saved her and her children from the clutches of hunger, a gift she scarcely dared to imagine. Initially, she had resolved to drown her 2 children before taking her own life, seeking to spare them the agony of starvation and reunite with her husband. Rise, Suleiman spoke calmly. The peasant woman bowed her head multiple times, scrambling to her feet, her body weakened from prolonged kneeling, her legs numb and trembling with a mix of excitement and gratitude. Suleiman regarded her, then turned his gaze to Lucien and Rosalind, forming a decision in his heart. In Westeros, he needed to survive and gather strength. His domain was too small, his subjects too few, and he must govern them through alternative means. The loyalty of those he had rescued and sheltered might serve as the foundation he could rely upon. Though impoverished and weak, if they could unite. Lucien, Rosalind. Suleiman called to them. Here, my lord. They responded immediately, straightening with fervor. The farmers who accompanied you into battle, aside from you 2, have perished. Suleiman's voice was somber. You fought for my family. They died for my family. The 2 lowered their heads, tears glistening in their eyes. Old Nikan has returned. Suleiman noted as he observed the old steward approaching, burdened with 2 bags of meager grain and a few copper coins, his face etched with distress. He handed the items to the peasant woman, saying, Take these. Remember that you owe this to the house of Stinkfort. Honor the kindness of Master Suleiman. The woman accepted the grain and coins, kneeling once more in gratitude. May the 7 bless Lord Suleiman. May the 7 bless Lord Suleiman. May the 7 bless the house of Stinkfort. Lord Suleiman shall surely be rewarded. Suleiman instructed her to return home, then turned to old Nikan, his expression grave. Nikan, attend to 3 matters immediately. First, inventory all remaining food, currency, weapons, armor, livestock, and tools within the family estate. Compile a comprehensive list of anything of value, including essential supplies. Suleiman declared. I require the most detailed account. Yes, Master Suleiman, old Nikan replied. Though perplexed by the need for such meticulousness, he acquiesced. Secondly, Suleiman paused, his tone heavy. Compile a list of all farmers who accompanied my father to battle at the coastal city. In their households, each family is entitled to receive compensation. However, if there are able-bodied men who can sustain the family, the compensation shall be less. In cases where the sole male breadwinner is lost and only women and children remain, the compensation must be increased. Thirdly, Lucien and Rosalind, Ensure that you are fully equipped before proceeding to the village to assist Old Niken in distributing the compensation. Should anyone dare to plunder or to insult the families of those who have perished for our clan, let their hands be severed and displayed for all to witness." Upon hearing this, Old Niken's face displayed a deeper alarm. "Young Master Suleiman, what are you intending to do?" he inquired. Suleiman gazed into the distant sky, his tone measured. "I wish to know how many families have lost their support due to my kin. Help me calculate the amount of grain and coin required to ensure these families do not starve under my watch." Hearing this, Old Niken was rendered completely speechless. His mouth moved as if to utter something, yet no words came forth. He simply stood there, bewildered. Throughout his long life, he had encountered countless lords. Yet never had he heard of one so genuinely concerned for the welfare of his subjects. He even risked the last remnants of his family's wealth to provide for the bereaved peasant families. This was unprecedented, and to him, it seemed an utterly unnecessary act, a colossal waste of familial resources. It is well known that the subjects of Westeros possess no rights. A lord may slay at will, even claiming the right of the first knight, and may seize the wives and daughters of his vassals at his discretion. The conscription of farmers to fight is their duty, not a privilege. This is enshrined in the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. When a farmer perishes, their family will find a way to cope. Even if it means starving, that is their fate. Why should a lord concern himself with such matters? Upon hearing Suleiman's orders, Lucien and Lowliest exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with astonishment and admiration for this young lord, who was unlike any noble they had heard of or encountered before. Suleiman paid no heed to Old Niken's confusion. His gaze was sharp and resolute. He understood that he faced a formidable predicament: poverty, weakness, isolation, and a terrifying future looming ahead. Yet he also recognized that in such a world, he could not rely solely on himself. In this brutal reality, he needed a tightly knit circle of supporters. His only hope might lie within these seemingly humble lives. He must unite the hearts of the people, build trust, and instill a glimmer of hope in those about to face calamity, encouraging them to follow him for the sake of that hope. This would be his initial foundation in this world. Chapter 5. The Dance of Swords. Fearing that the grain and coins bestowed upon the peasant women might be seized, Suleiman ordered Lucien and Lowliest to escort the women safely back to their homes. He commanded the two of them to convey his laws to every vassal, declaring that from that moment forth, any who dared to insult the families that had served the stinking fortress would face punishment. Suleiman felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, yet it was accompanied by an unprecedented clarity. He understood that he could no longer remain idle. His frail body constrained all his actions. In the realm of Westeros, brute force was indispensable, for the world was rife with monsters and demons. Upon returning to the tower, he found Old Nick diligently counting the supplies of the stinking fortress. Suleiman picked up a rusted longsword, one of the few weapons in the territory that was still somewhat presentable. The blade was riddled with nicks and covered in rust, while the hilt was wrapped in tattered cloth, appearing remarkably rough. Its history perhaps traced back to his forebear, the first knight of the stinking fortress. Suleiman stepped outside into the barren expanse of muddy ground, a space that barely qualified as a castle courtyard, lacking walls and even a proper surface. Only damp earth and weeds. This was hardly a castle courtyard. Without walls, it was nothing more than a pitiful sight. He couldn't help but internally lament his dire circumstances. This was not a castle, but rather a hovel that could scarcely rival a farmhouse in Blue Ball for sturdiness. He swung the sword, feeling its weight, though it was not as cumbersome as he had anticipated. Taking a deep breath of the rich air, he began to wield the long sword. His movements were grand, striving to awaken his feeble body. Lacking any formal swordsmanship, he flailed about wildly, as his family had always been composed of brutes. His father, when instructing them in swordplay, would only shout, "Swing harder, strike fiercely, chop with all your might. Is that all you've got? Give it your all, give it your all." How was I to know that all my children were daughters? The echoes of Suleiman and his brother's laughter resonated around him, particularly when his second brother fell comically after overexerting himself. The eldest brother and Suleiman erupted in joyous laughter, flailing their arms in delight. He could almost predict their father's customary roar, "What are you doing? Get back to training." Yet, that roar never materialized. Instead, his father's lips twitched ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly, and then, astonishingly, they curved into a smile, only to vanish just as quickly. Above, on the windowsill of the second floor, stood his mother, her hand gently resting on the stone railing, her tender gaze directed at Suleiman and his brothers, filled with warmth. That memory was so vivid, so heartwarming, that even Li Qing's soul, from Blue Ball, could feel it. During his time in basketball, he had known no family, feeling utterly alone. A sharp pain in his chest yanked Li Qing back to reality. He could sense that even as his father and brothers perished, Suleiman continued to cling to life. All for the sake of his mother. He realized that if he were to die, his mother would not survive either. However, upon learning that his mother had plunged from the tower in despair, he, like her, made the same fateful choice. Alas, Suleiman sighed, continuing his sword practice. Strangely, despite his body having only recently recovered, his movements were remarkably fluid, devoid of any sense of obstruction. With each swing of the sword, every turn, and each leap, he felt an astonishing lightness, as if liberated from the shackles of gravity. Moreover, he perceived that his senses had become extraordinarily acute. He could distinctly hear the croaking of frogs from the distant reeds, smell the earthy aroma of soil and decaying leaves, and even feel the gentle caress of the breeze against his cheek. What was happening? Suleiman paused, bewildered, as he contemplated the changes within his body. This sensation was peculiar, an overwhelming sense of mastery over his own physique, perhaps even transcending it. Suleiman struggled to articulate this feeling. Integration seemed inadequate. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be the influence of his transmigration? Struck by a meteor in his past life, had his soul traversed into this body, perhaps enhancing his essence in the process, thereby revitalizing this form? Or was it possible that two souls were merging within this vessel, amplifying his mental acuity, rendering his body lighter, more coordinated, and sharpening his senses? This notion seemed somewhat mystical, yet in a world brimming with magic and deities, nothing was truly impossible. As he reveled in his musings, he caught sight of two figures in his periphery. Lucien and Rosalind, the newly appointed guards, had returned to the castle, their gaze fixed upon him, displaying an indescribable complexity of emotions. Suleiman gestured for them to approach. They exchanged glances, revealing a hint of unease, yet promptly jogged over. "My lord Suleiman," they bowed respectfully. Suleiman sheathed his sword, regarding them intently. "You have been standing here. You must have witnessed my practice." The two nodded, hesitant to speak. "Tell me, how do you perceive my swordsmanship?" Suleiman inquired. At his words, Lucien and Rosalind stiffened simultaneously. How could they, mere farmers, dare to evaluate their lord's swordplay? They were at a loss for words, their faces betraying their discomfort and anxiety. "My lord Suleiman, we don't understand these matters," Rosalind stammered. "Even if you do not understand, you must speak." Suleiman's tone, though calm, carried an undeniable command. "I require your honesty, should you dare to deceive me." He left his sentence unfinished, yet the coldness in his gaze was enough to instill trepidation in the two. Lucien and Rosalind exchanged tense glances. Ultimately, it was Lucien who found the courage to speak, stuttering. "My lord Suleiman, you practice very, very elegantly. By the seven gods, if we were to claim that young Master Suleiman's swordplay was beautiful, he might well take our heads as sport." "Elegant?" Suleiman raised an eyebrow. Lucien promptly added, "Indeed. It's akin to dancing, so fluid, so graceful." "Yes, exactly, it is elegance." "Like dancing?" Suleiman pondered this term. Rosalind trembled in agreement. Yes, my lord. Just as a woman dances, it appears very elegant." "A woman?" Suleiman's expression grew peculiar. Lucien cautiously glanced at Suleiman's countenance, noting he seemed unperturbed, allowing him to continue. "However, there is no sense of threat, no feeling of power." Absolutely. Rosalind eagerly nodded. "It's as if it's not meant for battle, merely for aesthetics." Upon finishing their remarks, both fell silent, anxiously lowering their heads, awaiting Suleiman's response. They feared they might have offended their lord and invited punishment. Yet, Suleiman did not display anger. Rather, he sank into contemplation. Like dancing? Like a woman? Elegant yet lacking in menace? He considered that perhaps his movements were too fluid, devoid of any rigidity or force, which might explain the absence of a threatening aura. Yet that lightness and speed were something he had never possessed before. Perhaps this was advantageous. In Westeros, people assessed a swordsman's strength based on the might of their strikes. He could perhaps feign weakness to deceive others. How intriguing, Suleiman mused softly. He then turned to Lucien and Rosalind. "Lucien, step forward. Let us practice together." Lucien abruptly raised his head, astonishment etched upon his face. "My lord Blaman, you mean for me to spar with you?" "Indeed," Suleiman affirmed decisively. Lucien's anxiety escalated, and he shook his head vigorously. This cannot be, my lord Suleiman. How could I strike you? What if I were to injure you?" Suleiman commanded, "Come forth. Let me observe your swordsmanship. Quickly, do not make me repeat myself." Lucien and Rosalind exchanged glances once more, and ultimately, under Suleiman's unyielding gaze, Lucien reluctantly advanced. He took a rusted longsword from Rosalind, cautiously positioning himself in a rather awkward stance. "My lord Suleiman, Lu Xun is about to engage." Lu Xun exclaimed nervously. "Hurry up. Enough with the chatter." Suleiman bellowed. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xun swung his sword towards Suleiman. His movements, laden with the stiffness and strength characteristic of a laborer, lacked any finesse. The sword in his hand reminiscent of a hoe. To Suleiman, Lu Xun's actions unfolded as if he were watching a video at 0.7 or 0.5 speed. He needed no deliberation. His body and instincts reacted as if by reflex. He sidestepped Lu Xun's heavy strike, his body pivoting gracefully, akin to an elegant dance step. Instantly positioning himself behind Lu Xun, Suleiman merely nudged the back of Lu Xun with the hilt of his sword, a gentle push. Lu Xun was utterly unprepared for how swiftly and effortlessly Suleiman maneuvered behind him. He felt a subtle force at his back, yet his body seemed to lose its support, and his balance faltered in an instant. Stumbling forward, he fell to the ground with a thud, dropping his sword in the process. As he lay in the mud, he found himself momentarily dazed, lifting his gaze in horror towards Suleiman, disbelief etched across his face. Despite his rapid movements, how had Suleiman managed to evade him so easily? Slipping behind and effortlessly toppling him. Moreover, Suleiman's movements resembled a dance, so graceful that it hardly seemed like a fight at all. Suleiman himself was taken aback, surprised by the swiftness of his own reactions and the exquisite control of his strength. It felt as though he had become one with the sword, wielding it as naturally as one would move their arm. He had exerted little effort, merely aligning with Lu Xun's movements and gently tapping the hilt of his sword at the right angle, causing Lu Xun to fall. "Lu Xun, rise," Suleiman said, extending his hand toward him. Lu Xun, hesitant, dared not grasp Suleiman's hand. Instead, he struggled to rise from the ground, brushing off the dirt as he continued to stare at Suleiman in astonishment. In his eyes, Suleiman's actions appeared like a dance, elegant and devoid of any semblance of brute strength, yet capable of disarming him completely. Suleiman turned to Rosalind. "Rosalind, you too join in. Both of you. Quickly." Rosalind, taken aback and aghast, waved his hands frantically. "Lord Suleiman, you are too formidable. We shall not engage. We shall not. Enough chatter. Get in there. Otherwise." Suleiman's tone was commanding, laced with an authority that brooked no dissent. Reluctantly, Lu Xun and Rosalind exchanged glances, steeling themselves to stand together. "Move quickly. Now," Suleiman urged, positioning himself with his sword at the ready. Lu Xun and Rosalind gritted their teeth, swinging their rusted longswords in a clumsy attempt to flank Suleiman. Their movements slow and riddled with openings. To Suleiman, their attacks appeared as if played at 5 or 7 times speed, full of flaws. He pondered how he would fare against the elite swordsmen of Westeros, for these two were but farmers. With a light and graceful shift, he evaded Lu Xun's sword and sidestepped Rosalind's slash. His form glided between the two like a phantom, silent and unhindered. He danced among the guards, weaving left and right, slipping in and out, a specter in motion. This entire exchange lasted less than half a minute. Ultimately, Lu Xun and Rosalind collapsed onto the muddy ground, like two wrung-out rags, one after the other. The long sword slipped from his grasp once more, as both combatants, breathless and astonished, gazed at Suleiman, who remained nonchalant in his stance. Initially, they may have been concerned about injuring him, but as fatigue set in from the exertion of wielding their swords, their minds became clouded, and thoughts of restraint vanished. They had never envisioned that combat could unfold in such a manner. There were no clashes of strength, no exchanges of weaponry. Instead, one person darted through the fray like the wind, and they simply fell, rendering the notion of a fight obsolete. By the 7, Lord Suleiman must be the foremost swordsman of the 7 kingdoms. He was akin to the legendary figures of Westeros spoken of by bards. Suleiman sheathed his longsword, also slightly winded, though more from a lack of physical conditioning than from the exertion of battle itself. He lowered his gaze to his hands, feeling the extraordinary lightness and coordination within his body. He finally became convinced that the transference of his soul had not only restored his memories, but had also imparted an incredible enhancement to this physique. Could this truly be my hidden talent? Chapter 6. Adversity. In the following days, Suleiman dedicated all his time to the so-called castle courtyard, devoid of walls, familiarizing himself with and exploring the remarkable transformations of his body. Martial prowess is the foremost requisite for survival in the world of Westeros, where malevolent creatures abound. One cannot rely solely on others' strength to navigate the treacherous game of power. Each swing of the sword, every dodge, and each step imbued him with an exhilarating sense of lightness and harmony. Suleiman filled cloth bags with mud and bound them to his limbs. Yet he was still able to move swiftly through the mire, pivoting and leaping with a fluidity that surpassed his understanding. He felt as though he had become the elite warrior from a game he once played on Blue Star, where he had maxed out his agility and light armor. The elegance of his swordplay, akin to a dance, became his most distinctive ability. His heightened senses allowed him to immediately detect the approach of old Niken, who had come quietly. "Old Steward, have the conditions of the territory been organized?" Suleiman inquired, sheathing his sword at his side. Old Niken, hunched and trembling, presented a parchment filled with scribbles, his face bearing a complex expression that hinted at unspeakable truths. "Master Suleiman, everything has been accounted for. Please take a look," he said. Suleiman accepted the sheepskin paper and cast a cursory glance, only to be struck with wide-eyed disbelief. The document contained various figures, but the crux of the matter left him feeling dizzy. He stared at the lines detailing the granary, sufficient only for 4 people for 7 days, and the treasury, depleted. A chilling sensation surged from his feet to his head. He had assumed that even if the reserves were scant, there would be some remnants, at least enough to sustain him for a while, preventing immediate descent into desperation. "What on earth has happened?" Suleiman's voice trembled with incredulity, and his cheeks twitched uncontrollably. Old Niken's head drooped even lower, his voice laden with profound resignation and a faint sigh. "My lord, have you forgotten?" After a moment of silence, he continued, "That day, you instructed me to distribute the grain from the granary to the families of the fallen farmers who accompanied the late Lord to Haijiang City, and all the coins in the treasury were to be allocated as compensation." Suleiman paused, a dawning realization washing over him. The sorrow of that day and his compassion for the widow Hark's family had prompted him to make that decision, to use the family's dwindling resources to assist those households that had lost their pillars due to conscription for war. Helping them was meant to sustain them through the coming months until the next harvest. Although the old steward did not comprehend the rationale, it was your command, and he had executed it all as ordered. Old Niken spoke in a hushed tone. He had devoted his life to serving the stinking fortress family and could not fathom why they would distribute wealth to their vassals. Remember, the other lords of Westeros did not seize their vassals' sustenance during times of war and famine. They were regarded as benevolent. Yet, my lord Suleiman generously shared grain with the vassals. Nevertheless, his loyalty to the stinking fortress family was ingrained in his very being. No matter how perplexed or reluctant he felt, he would unhesitatingly carry out his master's commands. Suleiman was the last of the stinking fortress line, and he was the family's patriarch. He had served the stinking fortress family for generations. His life's purpose was to serve and remain loyal to them. Suleiman closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He had not anticipated that his act of kindness would lead the family directly into bankruptcy. His earlier decision was meant to win the hearts of the people. Now he found himself the fool who had given away their very means of sustenance. The granary was now devoid of even a single rat. Suleiman offered a bitter smile, for the words inscribed on the paper felt profoundly desolate. The only solace was that those families had at least a temporary glimmer of hope for survival. His benevolence may have sown a seed in the hearts of the vassals and the surviving farmers and families of the deceased. But it was of no consequence in this moment. He now had to address his own predicament. The stinking fortress would soon face starvation. Remaining at home was akin to awaiting death. He could only hope that his lord would be equally generous in return. "Niken," Suleiman's voice regained its composure. "I must set forth to Dating City at once. Now." "But Lord Baron Datings is still defending against the Iron Men at Haijiang," old Niken exclaimed, looking up in astonishment. "Indeed. I must seek an audience with the lady of the castle," Suleiman continued to explain. "I need to depart before the castle runs out of provisions. Furthermore, I must articulate the family's plight and beseech her assistance." More importantly, he needed to scrounge for food and drink in Dating City, at least to avoid starving in his own tower. "What about the stinky fortress?" old Niken inquired with concern. "You stay," Suleiman replied, gazing at the old steward. "I trust you, dear steward. You are responsible for guarding the castle and looking after the remaining subjects. I will resolve matters in Dating City as swiftly as possible and return with provisions." Tears welled up in old Niken's eyes at the boy lord's sudden declaration, and he nodded solemnly. Although he was uneasy about Suleiman venturing out alone, he recognized that this was the only viable course of action. By remaining here, he could strive to maintain this crumbling fiefdom. "We, as minor nobles, do not have scholars," Suleiman sighed. In the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, the status of scholars was exalted, reserved only for the great nobility who could afford to support them. They, as lesser nobles, were so impoverished that they could scarcely afford sustenance, let alone entertain such thoughts. Fortunately, The old steward possessed a lifetime of management experience and could govern in his stead. I will take Lucien and Rosalind with me, Suleiman stated. Yes, Master Suleiman, old Nikan replied. Though as the Lord, Suleiman was under no obligation to seek the counsel of his two guards. He felt it prudent to inform them, allowing them some mental preparation. He summoned Lucien and Rosalind to that humble study. When Lucien and Rosalind entered, they appeared somewhat apprehensive. They stood respectfully before Suleiman, observing them. Suleiman noted their unwavering dedication and diligence in guarding the tower over these past days, their loyalty and earnestness unmistakable. I have decided to journey to Dating City to meet the Lady of the Lord, Suleiman declared directly. I will take both of you with me. Without a moment's hesitation, they nodded in unison. Yes, Lord Suleiman. Suleiman paused before continuing. There is a more pragmatic reason for this expedition to Dating City. The granaries of the stinky fortress are empty, and we can no longer afford to feed the three of us. He spoke candidly, feeling no shame in acknowledging their poverty to his guards. Lucien and Rosalind exchanged glances. Although they were mentally prepared, hearing it directly from their lord was still somewhat shocking. Moreover, Suleiman's tone grew grave. Currently, the rebellion in the Iron Islands persists. While everyone speaks of the king's army arriving soon, our journey to Dating City may likely lead to Lord Dating summoning us again to the coastal city, to join the front lines of defense against the bloody battlefield of the Iron Men. At the mention of the bloody battlefield, Lucien and Rosalind visibly flinched. The harrowing scenes of the Iron Men's landing that day were still vividly etched in their minds. They had witnessed death and the ferocity of the Iron Men, experiencing that horror firsthand, which was far too brutal for them as farmers. Now, the concept of going to war for them equated to facing death. Yet, they did not waver. They reminisced about the moment when this noble figure was discovered amidst the scattered corpses on that muddy shore. It was this nobleman who, upon awakening, chose not to punish them for the grievous error of spreading the news of his demise. It was this nobleman who, with the last remnants of his family's fortune, sought to comfort those families who had lost their loved ones. Furthermore, it was this nobleman who bestowed upon them, these humble farmers, a purpose worthy of their allegiance. Lucien and Rosalind knelt with a thud, their faces streaked with tears, their voices trembling yet resolute. Lord Suleiman, we pledge our lives to follow you. To die alongside Lord Suleiman is our greatest honor. Lucien added with a quiver in his voice, our sword shall fight for you. It is our privilege to once more accompany Lord Suleiman to the battlefield, even unto death. What is this talk of dying? Suleiman's cheeks twitched as he questioned their words. We betrayed the old lord's trust last time, Rosalind replied, weeping. This time, we vow to protect you with our lives. We shall not retreat from the battlefield. To die for Lord Suleiman, we willingly embrace our fate. Indeed, Lucien echoed, to perish on the battlefield, we shall not falter. To die for Lord Suleiman, we do so willingly. They understood that this nobleman was different. He had forgiven their transgressions, granted them new identities, and even depleted his wealth for the sake of his subjects. They firmly believed that this nobleman would never forsake any soul who fought valiantly for him in the house of Stinking Fortress. Prepared to face death, they sought to repay this kindness. Suleiman gazed at the two men kneeling before him, tear-streaked yet unwavering in their resolve. Though their words were harsh and jarring, a warm tide surged within his heart. They were the common folk of Westeros. Perhaps they were humble and illiterate, but once they recognized someone, their loyalty could be pure and profound. He stepped forward and helped them to their feet. Rise, he said, looking at their tear-stained faces with a smile. It is not so easy to meet death in battle. Fear not. Follow me, and death shall not come so readily. Chapter 7. The territory. Upon learning of his precarious situation from the old steward, Suleiman realized that time was of the essence. Before heading to Dating City, he resolved to inspect the territory under his rule, aiming to stabilize the people's spirits. Suleiman was determined to prevent any disturbances in his domain during his travels. He needed to understand the state of the land and the perceptions of his subjects in order to devise his next course of action. Accompanied by the elderly Nikan, with Lucien and Rosalind trailing behind, this was their first experience following their lord as he inspected the villages. Even though this was the land they had inhabited for their entire lives, a sense of unease gripped them, and they clutched their swords tightly at their waists. As they surveyed the landscape, they beheld a low-lying expanse, the ground damp and uneven, covered in soft, muddy mire, with water plants that would lead one astray. This place was utterly unsuitable for habitation, let alone cultivation. Suleiman could not help but express his disdain in silence. The scene before him resembled a makeshift settlement hastily constructed by a group of refugees, desperate for survival, at the edge of the marshlands, using mud and reeds. The huts were so low that they felt suffocating, their roofs thickly thatched with water plants. Casting doubt in Suleiman's mind as to whether they could truly offer shelter from the wind and rain. The ground was a quagmire. Each step taken a struggle between deep and shallow, while the air was thick with the foul stench of the mire unique to wetlands. It brought back memories of the first time he caught loaches in a brook, the muck covering his body, eliciting a wave of nausea that he could barely endure. Yet, these people had lived here for generations, enduring the same plight. Suleiman gazed at it all with a conflicted heart. This was his territory, these were his subjects. It was truly tragic. Suleiman felt as though he had stepped into a refugee camp. How is the harvest in our territory? Are there any other sources of yield? Old Moody sighed. The harvest barely sustains us. In good seasons, we can save a little grain. As for income, we have almost none. We scarcely have enough food for ourselves, let alone sell our fish and shrimp to others. Old Moody then added with a touch of self-deprecation. If water plants were valuable, we might be the wealthiest family in the Seven Kingdoms, for we possess enough to flood King's Landing. Suleiman pondered deeply about how he might develop this land. As he observed his surroundings, a commotion erupted nearby, accompanied by the cries and shouts of children. A group of ragged children was grappling with one another. Lucian, go separate them, Suleiman instructed his guard behind him. Lucian promptly stepped forward, awkwardly pulling apart the struggling children. Why are you fighting? He bellowed, attempting to intimidate them. The children, faces streaked with snot and tears, looked up at the imposing figure of the man with a sword at his side, momentarily speechless. One bolder child, pointing at another, cried out in a quivering voice, "He got to play the Ironborn, but he cheated and hit me." The accused child shouted back, "I want to be Lord Suleiman's soldier. I want to fight for Lord Suleiman." Suleiman listened to the children's childish quarrel, a bitter taste lingering in his heart. Upon learning the triviality of their dispute, he felt a tumult of emotions within him. These children were oblivious to the source of their suffering. The village was small, and the uproar of the children, along with the presence of Suleiman and his retinue, quickly drew attention. A large group emerged from the low-mud huts, their gazes curious yet tinged with reverence. The majority among them were women and children, with only a few elderly men present. They were clad in rags, some even barely clothed, while the children, regardless of gender, were completely naked. The people appeared emaciated, their gaunt faces marred by the ravages of hunger. Yet their distended bellies betrayed their plight. Their visages bore the indelible marks of years of toil and poverty. It was a heart-wrenching sight. Suleiman found it difficult to gaze upon his subjects. They recognized him at once, the young lord of the Foul Fortress, who had just returned from the coastal city, rumored to have risen from the dead. The crowd regarded him with a mixture of awe and reverence, for he was the lord of their land. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps emerged from the throng. A tattered woman, frail as a wisp of wind, rushed forward, clutching tightly to a child of about 5 or 6 years, stumbling as she ran. Tears stained her face, and her body trembled with agitation. Yet her eyes were fixed on Suleiman, brimming with emotion and gratitude. She was the peasant woman who had earlier lamented to Suleiman outside the tower, the wife of old Hark and the mother of young Harks. The child, who had been pulled away by Lucian, was also dirt-streaked and tear-stained, gazing bewilderedly at the woman who had rushed to Suleiman. As the woman reached Suleiman, it was as if all her strength had been drained. She collapsed to her knees in the mud with a thud. The force of her descent caused the child to tumble alongside her, eliciting cries of pain. However, the woman paid no heed. She clutched the child's hand and knelt in the dirt, pulling the other child who had been separated by Lucian down with her, fervently bowing before Suleiman. "Lord Suleiman, Lord Suleiman." Her voice was hoarse and trembling, filled with overwhelming gratitude. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked up at him. "Thank you, Lord Suleiman. Thank you, Lord Suleiman," she exclaimed, repeatedly bowing her head. "You have saved our family. Without you, we would not know how to survive." She wept, then turned to her 2 children. "Children, you must remember the face of Lord Suleiman." She choked out, her tears streaming down her throat, rendering her words nearly incoherent. "Remember, this is Lord Suleiman. This is the benefactor who saved our family." The impoverished children, already bearing the weight of responsibility, recalled the day their mother joyfully returned with provisions for 2 generations, announcing that they would not starve. Their father had bravely fought on the battlefield against the Iron Men, a noble sacrifice bestowed upon them by Lord Suleiman. She constantly reminded them that Suleiman had rescued them, and that when they grew up, they too must fight for Lord Suleiman, just as their father had. "Look, this is Lord Suleiman," the woman exclaimed, pointing at him, addressing her children and the surrounding villagers with fervor. Her body trembled with emotion. You must remember the kindness of Lord Suleiman. You must, when you grow up, you must repay Lord Suleiman well, just like your father." As the mention of their fathers arose, the peasant woman's voice quivered, rendering her momentarily speechless, before she knelt with her children in reverence. Soon, a long-suppressed wave of weeping erupted from the crowd. This sorrowful sound spread from one individual to another, swiftly engulfing everyone, resonating throughout the village. These were the women and children who had lost their husbands, sons, and fathers. As they stood before the benevolent Suleiman, who offered them consolation in their time of need, one by one, they sank to their knees. The muddy ground quickly became saturated with tears. "May the seven bless Grandfather Suleiman. The seven will surely reward him. Grandfather Suleiman shall live a long life." A myriad of prayers and blessings intermingled, echoing above the marshy village. They knelt not out of fear, but from gratitude, for the young lord had bestowed upon them a glimmer of hope in their darkest hour. Suleiman gazed upon his kneeling subjects, their tearful prayers directed at him, and a complex array of emotions surged within him. He recalled his father's campaign, which had nearly conscripted all able-bodied male farmers from the territory. The 15 farmers who followed into battle represented every household within this small domain. 13 had perished, leaving only Lucian and Rosalind as survivors. Consequently, Suleiman resolved to distribute his family's possessions to the families of the fallen soldiers, thus extending solace to every household in the village. The grains and coins, though meager, would suffice to sustain this impoverished community, stripped of its pillars, facing imminent famine, for at least a few months until the next planting and harvest. Once again, Suleiman felt profoundly the hardships endured by the common folk of Westeros. Under the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, peasants were deemed the property of their lords, and warfare was an obligation rather than a privilege. Their lives and the fruits of their labor belonged to their lords. He recalled his earlier inquiry to old Niken regarding the fates of the families of farmers who perished for their lords in other territories. Old Niken had regarded him with a gaze filled with resentment and confusion, as if to suggest he had posed a foolish question. The wives of the fallen, if unable to cultivate the land, would have their properties confiscated and reassigned to more capable tenants, old Niken had replied. Suleiman, taken aback, pressed further, "What becomes of the families of the slain?" After a moment's reflection, old Niken replied in a tone as calm as if stating an undeniable truth. "Women and girls must wed individuals chosen by the Lord, while the elderly and children must pay a tax for lacking male laborers. Otherwise, the land would be forfeited to bring in new male workers to tend the fields." Suleiman was profoundly astonished. Could such a conscripted farmer possess any combat capability? Should he perish in battle, he would leave behind nothing. His wife would become another's, and his family would await starvation. He could only lament the fate of the common folk, whose lives, akin to the land, were mere possessions at the whim of their lords. Now, gazing at the women and children kneeling in the mud, their eyes brimming with tears and gratitude, he understood that their appreciation was not rooted in any extraordinary deed he had performed. Rather, it stemmed from his refusal to strip them of their remaining land during their time of despair, unlike other nobles who would seize everything, even commandeering their marriages. He had merely restored to them that which was rightfully theirs, a sacrifice made by their kin, a gesture that, in this world, would typically be consumed by the lords, yet was sufficient for them to regard him as a benevolent savior. He spoke no further, knowing that even if he were to journey far, no issues would arise. He stood in silence for a moment, observing the hopeful and thankful faces of his subjects. Then, he turned away, without uttering another word, and, accompanied by old Niken and 2 guards, made his way along the muddy path toward the tower. Chapter 8. Raymond Derry. 1. Raymond Derry sat astride his horse, his party en route to the coastal city, his gaze sweeping over the edges of the formation behind them. There, 3 figures claimed to be traveling with them due to coincidence, closely following. They walked at the periphery of the retinue of servants, mingling with the soldiers and attendants of Derry. Each time Raymond inadvertently glanced at them, an unsettling sensation washed over him. In the center was the self-proclaimed young noble of Suleiman's stench fortress, a lad of merely 16 years. He had a mop of brown hair and donned a nondescript black noble-s robe, faded from countless washes. His appearance was unmistakably that of a typical inhabitant of the Riverlands. So much so that if one were to memorize him and then cast him into a crowd of Riverlanders, it would take considerable time to identify him again. He lacked the refinement or spirit characteristic of any noble scion, bearing no trace of the pallor often seen in those reared indoors. Instead, he exuded a roughness born of exposure to the elements. Flanking him were 2 guards, men in their 40s or 50s, clearly those who had just set aside their plows. They moved apprehensively, casting nervous glances about, as if fearing to offend anyone. Rather than true protectors, they resembled conscripts forced into the role. Clad in tattered armor, they wielded rusted, pockmarked swords, their blades battered and fragmented, likely older than the youth himself. Had it not been for Suleiman's display of his territorial seal and family crest, and had Raymond not recalled, from his childhood lessons, tales of the Stench Fortress family, nobility granted title for providing lavatory services to their lord, he might have dismissed them entirely. He was cautioned that this served as a cautionary tale against the ennoblement of the undeserving, reminding him that as a lord, he must exercise discernment in bestowing rewards and punishments. Otherwise, he would become the laughingstock of all Westeros. He truly began to suspect that these three individuals were mere refugees from some ravaged village in the Riverlands, seeking to swindle food and drink. Even more astonishing was Suleiman's behavior. Since he had been temporarily taken in due to Suleiman's claim of being on a convenient route, this fallen noble had never made an effort to socialize with the nobles of Derry City, nor had he sought a place among the knights. Every day, Lord Suleiman would join his 2 guards in lining up with the soldiers during mealtime, naturally accepting the dark bread and a bowl of insipid meat broth handed to him by the soldiers, subsequently sitting amidst them to feast heartily. He engaged in jovial banter with those lowly, coarse soldiers, blending seamlessly with them. In fact, after finishing his meal, he even packed up the leftover dark bread to take with him. He exhibited none of the decorum or refinement expected of nobility. Even a wandering knight would not behave in such a manner. Raymond Derry, as the Lord of Derry City, had encountered countless individuals and had never witnessed such disgraceful conduct. Devoid of any noble demeanor, bringing shame upon all of Westeros's aristocracy. Saved at last, Suleiman sat atop his horse, relishing the long-lost comfort provided by the steed from Derry City. Though the horse was somewhat gaunt, it was still 100-fold better than traversing on foot. Suleiman shouted inwardly in a frenzy. Had he not fortuitously joined the retinue of Derry City, he and his pitiful guards, Lucien and Rosslyn, would have faced starvation. Suleiman of the Stench Fortress, nearly became the first noble in Westeros history to perish from hunger on the way to claim his title, to die before achieving victory. Starved on the road to the Lord's castle. Who would believe such a tale? It was utterly humiliating. As for why he and his guards dined daily with the soldiers of Derry City, the answer was despairingly simple. He was utterly devoid of funds. No money. Not even enough to purchase dark bread. When leaving, old Niken had generously provided them with ample supplies. But when Suleiman inquired about what would become of him if they took everything, old Niken merely smiled and stated that he could endure hunger, having once been a refugee himself, wandering due to war. Daily, he bore the pangs of hunger, and if not for the Stench Fortress family's generosity, he would have perished long ago. He could not allow his young master Suleiman to go hungry. Suleiman remained silent, quietly leaving most of the supplies behind in the castle. Reflecting on the day he bid farewell to old Niken, he cast one last glance back. The Stench Fortress, a solitary tower without walls, lacking even the most basic defenses. Old Niken stood alone at the tower's entrance, his back hunched, tears glistening in his eyes as he gazed at Suleiman, his weathered face etched with worry and sorrow. Suleiman waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to relax, then turned away without looking back. Old Niken was a traditional noble steward. Every action he undertook was for the sake of the family, albeit through unscrupulous means. Suleiman understood that before his departure, old Niken had deliberately summoned the 2 farmers, Lucien and Lauslin, to a secluded spot. He could easily surmise what he had conveyed to them. Their families, their wives and children, remained within the territory. Should they dare to act against him on the road or betray him while alive, what fate awaited their loved ones? Suleiman comprehended old Niken's intentions. He was protecting Suleiman in the only way he knew how. However, the journey proved to be more arduous than he had anticipated. The stench of poverty clung to the air. They had no horses. They could only rely on their own 2 legs. On the first day, fueled by a sense of novelty and adventure, they moved swiftly. On the second day, the 3 managed to share laughter and conversation. By the third day, silence enveloped them, with only the sound of their labored breathing remaining. On the 4th day, Suleiman felt as though each step he took was upon the sharpest of needles. By the 5th day, despite Lucien and Lauslin having already recognized their predicament, choosing to eat sparingly to leave what little they had for their master, their provisions had nonetheless run dry. Suleiman felt dizzy from hunger, as if he might collapse at any moment by the roadside. Alas, to set out for battle only to perish beforehand. What kind of time traveler are you? Suleiman lamented inwardly, caught between laughter and tears. Just when he thought his end was nigh, one of the gods of fortune smiled upon him. They encountered Lord Raymond Derry, the ruler of Derry City. Along with his troops en route to battle in Hyjong City, Suleiman vividly recalled the moment he mustered his strength to announce himself as the sole heir of the esteemed Baron of Stench Castle to the nobleman astride his magnificent steed. Witnessing the kaleidoscope of expressions that flickered across the man's face. Doubt, confusion, then sudden realization, culminating in an indescribable gaze. "Bring a horse for our Baron of Stench." Lord Raymond Derry laughed heartily, instructing his attendants, before galloping past Suleiman. "So be it." Suleiman chewed vigorously on the coarse black bread in his mouth, tasting the essence of countless pages. To survive and have a morsel to eat was worth more than anything else. "My Lord Suleiman, what are you thinking?" inquired a curious young soldier beside him. The soldiers were filled with intrigue towards Suleiman, the nobleman willing to share a meal with them. Suleiman swallowed the last bite of bread, wiped his mouth, and smiled. "I was pondering whether the fare in Dating City might be more delectable than here." "It certainly must be." The soldiers burst into laughter. "Lord Dating is a grand lord, just like our Lord Raymond Derry. His castle must have roast meats and fine wines every day. There are countless stunning beauties." "Ha ha ha," Suleiman chuckled, once again marveling at the Lord of Derry. Raymond Derry, truly a commendable man. Chapter 9. Raymond Derry, 2. The forces of Derry City established their encampment in an open area near the river, commencing a much-needed respite. As the sun descended, soldiers gathered around the campfire, tending to their gear and discussing the imminent conflict. However, within Lord Raymond Derry's tent, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Seated on a humble wooden chair, Lord Raymond summoned his vassals and key knights. At merely 24 years of age, he appeared exceedingly youthful and overly reticent in the presence of his battle-hardened, considerably older vassals and knights. Many regarded this young lord with a hint of disdain. They sat in a circle, engaging in fervent debate without waiting for Raymond to speak. The discourse centered on their sluggish pace of advancement. All were eager to reach the battlefield swiftly, to slay the Ironborn, and secure military accolades that might earn them rewards from Duke Tully and King Robert in King's Landing. Their cacophony of voices grew increasingly loud, entirely disregarding Lord Raymond Derry, as if he were merely a bystander of no consequence. "I believe we should march at once." Outpacing the other lords. "Why linger here?" bellowed a knight sporting a bushy beard. "Indeed, the first to arrive shall achieve the earliest glory." Another armored knight echoed in agreement. The clamor and discord within the tent intensified until Sir Josses, a stout man with a piercing voice, spoke up. It was hard to imagine that a person of such girth could possess a voice so sharp that all attention turned towards him. With all eyes upon him, he delivered his words without mercy. The Derry family stood on the wrong side during the rebellion against the Mad King, aligned with the Royalists. Opposing His Majesty King Robert. He paused, surveying the room, noting no one dared to retort. His voice grew louder. "Your 3 elder brothers bear heavy sins, having fought for the Mad King's son, Rhaegar, and perished in the Trident." Then, facing Raymond Derry directly, he proclaimed, "Now is the time for the Derry family to pledge loyalty to King Robert, to atone for past transgressions. Why, my lord, do you feign such delicacy?" Yet, he failed to notice that the atmosphere in the tent had shifted to one of strangeness and even gravity. Several knights and lords, once vociferous, had fallen silent, exchanging anxious glances between Sir Josses and Raymond Derry. Meanwhile, a few soldiers clearly loyal to Raymond had quietly placed their hands upon the hilts of their swords, their chests heaving, breaths heavy with tension, eyes glinting with menace. They gazed at Raymond Derry, awaiting his command to sever the head of this foolish swine. However, Sir Josses remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding tension, or perhaps he simply did not care. He continued to prattle on, adopting a tone of indifference laced with a hint of malicious delight. And Lord Raymond's sister and her siblings, marrying the second sons of the old Fry family for the sake of the family's continuation? Let me ponder which son of the phrase it is, for they seem to have an endless number of offspring. Ha ha ha. As the atmosphere within the tent grew increasingly fraught, Sir Ronald of Gormott, the commander of Sir Raymond's forces, promptly rose to his feet. With an authoritative tone, he interrupted Josses and addressed all present. "This meeting concludes for tonight. Please return to your quarters and rest. We shall need everyone's energy for the march ahead." His gaze swept over Sir Josses with a warning that left no room for misinterpretation. Under Sir Ronald's firm demeanor, the vassals and knights departed the tent one by one, still simmering with unexpressed anger, leaving only Ronald and Raymond behind. Sir Ronald turned to regard the young lord seated before him. Raymond's expression betrayed no sign of disturbance, as though the earlier remarks had not grazed his consciousness at all. He merely lowered his head slightly, lost in thought. With a soft sigh, Sir Ronald stepped closer and murmured, "My lord, you need not take to heart the foolish words of Josses. However, your decision to hang portraits of the Targaryen kings within the castle is perilous. It only exposes us to danger and cannot alter what has already transpired. Should it come to the attention of those with ill intent," alas, he hesitated, his tone growing heavier. "Moreover, the Dane family has been covertly aiding the 2 young dragons of House Targaryen. We have given enough for the Targaryen cause. Josses is not entirely mistaken. We must demonstrate our worth in this conflict and contribute, for it is the only way to better conceal our true intentions and safeguard ourselves." Raymond Dane remained silent, his gaze cast down, seemingly immersed in his own reflections. Observing the young lord's silence, Sir Ronald sighed once more. Just as he was about to speak again, a thought crossed his mind. He recalled the information gleaned from his earlier conversation with a 16-year-old nobleman to verify his identity. Sir Ronald resumed, his voice measured, "My lord, Suleiman of Stoneford, along with his 2 guards, recently arrived in Seaguard and participated in a skirmish against the Ironborn's landing. Suleiman's father and 2 brothers perished in that battle, and his guards are seasoned veterans who have faced the Ironborn in combat." Raymond Dane lifted his head slightly, finally showing a reaction. He slowly raised his gaze to meet Ronald's, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his lips. "That 16-year-old boy?" A flicker of barely perceptible interest sparked in his eyes. "He is 24 years old this year, the youngest scion of the Dere family. Before him, his 3 elder brothers, Daemon, Desmond, and Rodlon, had all taken to the battlefield at a younger age. Daemon met his demise at the Trident River at the very same age of 24, while Desmond fell at merely 20, and Rodlon was even younger, at just 18. They all perished in service to Prince Rhaegar. Yet he, Raymond Dere, has never participated in a genuine battle. Nowadays, upon hearing of a much younger, odious little lord from the stinking castle who has not only ventured into war, but has also lost his father and brother, he feels a peculiar resonance and intrigue. A sudden and intense curiosity for this seemingly eccentric young man overwhelms him. "Summon Lord Suleiman," Raymond Dere remarked mildly to Sir Ronald. A soldier from Dere Castle approached Suleiman, who was queuing for food by the campfire, respectfully delivering the summons. Upon hearing the news, Suleiman was momentarily taken aback, his mind buzzing as the wooden bowl of broth nearly slipped from his hands. "Summoned? Lord Raymond Dere is summoning me?" A wave of intense anxiety washed over him, his heart racing as if something were about to be uncovered. "Is this it? Have they discovered our indulgent feasting and pilfering? Are we to be sent away? Quick, eat a few more bowls," Suleiman urged, glancing at the oblivious Lucien and Rosalind, who were still heartily devouring their meals. Lucien and Rosalind, bewildered by Suleiman's insistence to consume more, nonetheless trusted him implicitly, believing that whatever Lord Suleiman said must be followed. With a sigh, Suleiman apprehensively made his way to Lord Raymond Dere's tent, conjuring numerous excuses in his mind. "I was merely helping to store the food, temporarily safeguarding it. It is a family tradition to avoid waste and take leftovers." Upon entering the tent, Suleiman beheld Lord Raymond Dere seated at the head, alongside Sir Ronald standing nearby. Their gazes met in mutual scrutiny. Raymond, with his flowing brown locks and strikingly handsome visage, possessed a physique that, though not towering, exuded strength. His eyes, unremarkable at first glance, now bore an intense focus upon Suleiman. Yet, Suleiman felt an almost palpable pressure under that invasive gaze, as if it sought to penetrate his very being. Just as he was teetering on the brink of offering the most sincere apologies for his previous transgressions, Sir Ronald, observing his anxious demeanor, swiftly interjected, "My Lord Suleiman, there is no need for alarm. Lord Raymond merely wishes to inquire about the Ironborn to prepare accordingly." "Oh, so it was merely a question about the Ironborn. Why did they not say so earlier? How could such a formidable lord be concerned about minor gains?" Lord Raymond Dere's gaze remained fixed upon Suleiman, tinged with curiosity. "Have your father and brothers perished on the battlefield?" Suleiman, taken aback by the inquiry, pondered the reason behind it. He had never met this lord before and could not fathom his intentions. Nevertheless, he respectfully replied, "Yes, my lord." Lord Raymond did not immediately press further. Instead, he bowed his head slightly, as if lost in recollection. The atmosphere within the tent grew somewhat awkward. Noticing the discomfort, Sir Ronald of Fruitwood quickly interjected, attempting to steer the conversation back on course. With a hint of bewilderment and surprise, he added, "I have heard that you have also been to battle, and nearly perished? Yet you are merely 16. Ronald had never encountered a noble family that sent every male member to the battlefield, leaving no lineage behind. Such folly seemed incomprehensible to him. He understood the knight's perspective. It indeed contradicted the customary practices of noble bloodlines in Westeros. However, Suleiman's father held steadfast to his beliefs. Even a 10-year-old boy could wield a weapon and inflict harm. My father vowed fealty to Lord Dating. By the 7, he swore that whenever the Lord calls, every able-bodied member of our family must respond, even if our bloodline ceases to exist. Suleiman slightly pursed his lips. My family lacks cultural heritage. This oath of loyalty has been passed down through generations. Though its words may seem ordinary, they weigh heavily upon us. What manner of men were your father and brothers? Lord Raymond Dare interjected again, interrupting Suleiman's explanation of the oath. His gaze appeared to penetrate Suleiman's very being, seeking to glimpse those who had long since departed. Ah, they were good men, my lord. Suleiman replied succinctly. He wished to avoid delving deeper into the matter, as he was not well acquainted with House Dare, nor was it pertinent to the current discussion. He was eager to redirect the conversation to the pressing topics of the Ironborn, the conflict at hand, and the information he could provide. Sir Ronald seemed to sense Suleiman's reluctance to elaborate. He cleared his throat a couple of times, deftly seizing the opportunity to continue the dialogue. Your Grace, you have been with us for some time now, and surely you have observed the soldiers of Dare. In your opinion, how do our soldiers compare to the Ironborn? Ronald's intent was unmistakable. Suleiman paused for a moment, glancing toward Lord Raymond. Did the Lord desire an honest assessment? A glimmer of amusement flickered across Lord Raymond Dare's face as he inquired with interest. Oh? Suleiman forced a strained smile, managing to respond. Your lordship's soldiers could each take on 10 Ironborn, treating them as mere livestock, waiting only for your command to annihilate them utterly. This statement, undeniably exaggerated, was steeped in the bravado typical of pre-battle boasts. Sir Ronald's complexion had begun to darken. Raymond Dare quietly observed Suleiman, his gaze seemingly conveying the message that he was aware of the falsehood. The smile on Suleiman's face faded, his tone turning calm and cold. This was his genuine sentiment when recalling the battle at Haijiang City. The stark truth was that the soldiers of Dare City were outnumbered 10-1 by the Iron Men, treated as mere swine and cattle. Having spoken, he fell silent, merely gazing at the two nobles before him. Nonsense. Sir Ronald slammed the table abruptly, his voice booming in reprimand. His face was contorted with rage, his beard quivering with indignation. He suddenly felt that consulting a 16-year-old child had been the most foolish decision of his life. What could a mere child understand of true warfare? Suleiman merely pursed his lips slightly, refraining from rebuttal, as if to say, see, I knew you would respond this way. Raymond Dare paid no heed to Sir Ronald's fury. His gaze remained fixed upon Suleiman. He appeared somewhat astonished and inquired, why do you say so? He sought to discern the basis of the young man's judgment. My lord. Sir Ronald attempted to interject. Let him speak. Raymond Dare raised his hand, silencing Ronald, then turned back to Suleiman, encouraging him to continue. Suleiman understood that this was a moment where he needed to elucidate his thoughts. Instead of directly answering, he prepared to explore a fundamental question concerning the essence of an army. Why fight? For what purpose do we engage in battle? My lord, how many men are in your army? He asked. Raymond Dare did not respond directly, choosing instead to look at Sir Ronald. Though irritated, Ronald felt compelled to provide an explanation under Raymond's scrutinizing gaze. He shot a glare at Suleiman, as if wishing to slay the audacious youth with his eyes. Before proudly addressing Suleiman, we have over 400 light infantry, more than 100 heavy infantry, and over 30 knights. To muster such a number of soldiers at the Lord's summons is already a testament to our loyalty. Internally, he seethed with anger, ready to counter Suleiman's forthcoming assertions at any moment. Upon hearing these figures, Suleiman's expression remained inscrutable. He refrained from commenting on the numbers and instead locked eyes with Sir Ronald, posing a simple yet profound question. How many soldiers are aware of the reasons behind their fight? Sir Ronald was taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a perplexing inquiry from the young man. He straightened his posture and turned to Raymond Dare, lifting his chin and proclaiming with an air of pride, My lord, the soldiers of Dare City are all willing to fight and die for the Dare family. Suleiman gazed at Sir Ronald, who appeared so self-assured and resolutely convinced, and inwardly felt a wave of embarrassment. Old fool, utterly shameless. He silently scorned within, yet he understood that in such moments, the most dreadful adversary is one devoid of shame. Thus, he must articulate words of greater substance. Taking a deep breath, he quelled his inner disdain, allowing his tone to regain its composure, his face adorned with a semblance of a smile as he gazed at Sir Ronald. Is that so, my Lord Ronald? Chapter 11. The Ironborn. 2. Have you ever heard the saying, force conquers toil? Sir Ronald nodded, acknowledging his familiarity with the phrase, which is the renowned motto of House Greyjoy. The ruling family of the Iron Islands, now in rebellion against the kingdom. Suleiman began to speak slowly, his gaze sweeping across the tent's ceiling as if envisioning the scene from that fateful day in the port city of Pike. On a certain stretch of coast in Pike, the long ships of the Ironborn surged forth upon the waves, propelled by the tumultuous tide. Over 100 Ironborn roared as they leapt into the waist-deep shallows, their blades and axes glimmering in the interplay of sunlight and seawater. They formed no ranks, nor did they assume any discernible formation. Instead, they scattered wildly, bellowing as they charged towards the meticulously arranged battalion of over 500 men. To them, it seemed not a formidable phalanx of tightly packed spears and shields, but rather a gathering of beautiful maidens, stripped of their garments, parting to welcome them. They sought gaps within our lines, hurling insults and threats at our soldiers. And one by one, they leapt into our formation, wielding their weapons with terrifying ferocity, biting through our necks with their teeth, quenching their thirst with our blood, and adorning themselves with our dismembered limbs. The air was filled with anguished screams and the wails of the suffering, and soon enough, our battalions began to crumble and flee, one after another. No matter how fervently the leaders at the rear shouted or cursed, the tide of defeat surged forth, unstoppable as it swept through our ranks. Lord Raymond Derry and Sir Ronald listened in silence to Suleiman's account, neither uttering a word. Suleiman continued, his gaze fixed on the two, revealing that they were unafraid of death, even yearning for it. Their deity was the drowned god, believing that only those who perished in battle could enter his hall, where the fallen would revel in endless feasts within the watery palace of their god, their every desire fulfilled by mermaids. The people of the Iron Islands carried no gold, for they paid in iron, seizing what they needed from their fallen foes rather than purchasing it with coin or goods. They slaughtered the inhabitants of the green fields, plundering their possessions and violating their wives and daughters. For them, this was the essence of the Ironborn life. They required no orders, no encouragement. They were born to fight and plunder. His voice was soft, yet in the stillness of the tent, it resonated with remarkable clarity. Lord Raymond and Sir Ronald could not help but concede that Suleiman was indeed an exceptional storyteller. The soldiers of Derry City, under the gaze of Suleiman, cast smiles towards Raymond Derry and Sir Ronald. Their tone bore no trace of mockery, merely articulating the observation that these young men appeared quite capable, their attire immaculate and their weapons polished. They had mastered the art of drill, formation, and obedience to commands. Yet, they were farmers, artisans, and townsfolk. Most had never tasted the bitter fruit of war, conscripted solely to fulfill their feudal obligations, often wielding equipment they had procured themselves. They had homes, land, and families to care for. They feared injury, the severance of limbs that would render them unable to labor and provide for their kin. They feared death, for it would strip them of their land and doom their loved ones to starvation. They understood how to combat adversaries akin to themselves. However, they were utterly unprepared to face a band of warriors born for plunder, for battle, and for survival. Suleiman paused, directing his gaze towards Sir Ronald. Do you still perceive your soldiers as courageous fighters in comparison to them? Sir Ronald longed to counter. Yet the scene Suleiman painted diverged sharply from the visions of traditional warfare that filled his mind. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. The soldiers he had trained were intended to confront the armies of other lords, with infantry formations, archers providing cover, and knights charging into the fray. He could indeed vouch for the bravery of his knights and the soldiers of House Derry, yet he could not guarantee the same valor in those who had been conscripted. Listening to Suleiman's account, Raymond Derry wore a contemplative expression upon his youthful visage. Having never engaged in battle, his understanding of war was largely derived from tomes and the tales of elders. Though Suleiman's words were harsh, they carried a raw authenticity he had never encountered before. He recalled the deaths of his brothers at the Trident, a battle of great magnitude. What then should be done? He inquired, his question revealing a burgeoning interest in Suleiman's military strategy. Yet he was acutely aware that some individuals may excel at identifying problems, but falter when it comes to devising solutions. Thus, he held no expectations, contemplating the discussion of this matter at the next vassal and knight council. Sir Ronald, witnessing the Lord seek military counsel from a mere 16-year-old, wore an even more troubled expression. Suleiman refrained from responding immediately, calculating swiftly in his mind. He knew he must tread carefully, avoiding excessive elaboration or appearing overly knowledgeable about military affairs, as such a demeanor would not align with his youth and presumed experience. After all, his family could not even afford to employ a scholar, leaving the origins of his knowledge unexplainable. He could perhaps attribute his insights regarding the Ironborn to tales heard during combat in the coastal regions. Most of his understanding stemmed from the history, games, and novels of a world before his own. He needed to offer advice cautiously, appearing useful while ensuring he did not expose himself. Suleiman pondered his words. My lord, I lack the extensive experience of Sir Ronald. What I express is merely derived from my observations and feelings. He first lowered his stance to alleviate Sir Ronald's hostility. Suleiman touched his head thoughtfully. If I must articulate it, I believe the crux lies in preventing the Iron Folk from exploiting their advantages. Their aquatic prowess is unmatched, and they exhibit no fear of drowning, capable of donning heavy armor while traversing the seas as if upon solid ground. They excel in ambushes, favoring close combat, profiting amidst chaos, and adhering to swift guerrilla tactics during plunder. They rely on their savagery and fervor. Should our soldiers be drawn into such brawls, the losses would be catastrophic. However, I contend that once the Iron Folk encounter a regiment of elite soldiers, as long as we maintain our formation and reveal no vulnerabilities, they shall prove no match for us. He paused to organize his thoughts. Taking the army of Derry City as an example, my inclination is to avoid engaging them in such a manner. If we are compelled to confront them, we might choose terrain favorable to us and devise ways to disrupt their rhythm. The essence of his strategy was to evade their strengths while capitalizing on our own. Though Suleiman spoke somewhat ambiguously. Upon hearing this, Sir Ronald, although still dissatisfied with Suleiman's opening remarks, found that the young man seemed to grasp the matter with a modicum of understanding rather than spouting nonsense. Nonetheless, he was surprised that a youth could articulate such insights. Raymond Derry nodded thoughtfully. Suleiman's words, though simple, indeed highlighted the core of the issue. The army of Derry City was ill-suited to the combat style of the Iron Folk and must avoid being ensnared in chaotic melee. Raymond Derry regarded Suleiman as if seeing a reflection of himself. Two young nobles, one who lost his dearest before experiencing war, and the other who witnessed the death of his beloved at the tender age of 16. Sir Ronald, Raymond Derry suddenly interjected. Have you heard Sir Suleiman's perspective? Consider his counsel. In the forthcoming march, enhance reconnaissance, especially near coastal lines or rivers. Exercise greater caution when selecting camps. They must be fortified. As you command, my lord. Sir Ronald cast a complex glance at Suleiman. Raymond Derry turned to Suleiman with a gentle gaze. Sir Suleiman, I thank you for your advice. This signified the conclusion of their discourse. Thank you, my lord. Offering useful counsel to Derry City was his way of repaying Raymond Derry's hospitality. During his days in the camp, he observed that from common soldiers to knightly officers and noble vassals, there existed a palpable disdain for the Iron Folk. In their minds, the Iron Folk appeared as ragged, armored pirates wielding rusted metal or even wooden clubs. May fortune favor Lord Raymond Derry. Suleiman silently offered his blessings as he turned to walk out of the tent. Suddenly, Raymond Derry called out to him, halting his steps. Suleiman, unsure of the reason, turned to face Raymond, who said, I hope you and your two guards can share your experiences of battling the Iron Folk with my soldiers. Suleiman glanced back and inquired, Is it a reward? To which Raymond smiled warmly and responded, Of course, Sir Suleiman. Chapter 12. The Trial by Combat. 1. At the encampment of Derry City. Ever since the Lord decreed that the soldiers must heed tales of encounters with the Iron Folk, Suleiman's two guards, Lucien and Rosalind, sat by the campfire each day, recounting their insights to the soldiers gathered around. Before their conscription, they had been farmers, artisans, and townsfolk, having never gazed upon the battlefield. Previously, they had been filled with curiosity and even a yearning for the glory of war. Yet now, as they listened to Lucien and Rosalind's narratives, they were struck with the realization that the battlefield was perhaps not the glorious arena they had envisioned, but rather a realm steeped in coldness and death. Lucien and Rosalind, sharing the same humble origins, spoke in the simplest of terms, ensuring each soldier grasped their descriptions of the savagery and fearlessness of the Iron Folk. Lucien paused, lowering his voice. Those Iron Folk are terrifying. They're nothing short of madmen. They fear not death. For them, dying is akin to returning home. It is said they believe that only by drowning in water or perishing in battle can they ascend to the palace of the drowned god, a splendid place beneath the waters. They believe once there, they will feast endlessly on meat and drink, with those half-fish beings bringing them whatever they desire. Rosalind nodded in agreement. Indeed. Moreover, these people never carry money when they venture out. If they desire something, they simply slay the owner, and the spoils become theirs. This is what they call paying with iron. They require no urging to fight. They need no commands or encouragement. They view killing and pillaging as a way of life, believing this is how their kind should exist. The chilling accounts from Lucien and Rosalind sent shivers through the soldiers, who swallowed nervously, as though the dreadful Iron Folk might leap from the shadows at any moment. However, just as Lucien was elaborating on how one Iron Folk could fell 3 soldiers from the Riverland with a single axe, a sharp voice, laced with hostility, pierced the silence. "You fools." The soldiers turned to see a portly knight clad in armor standing nearby, his face betraying unabashed disdain. It was Sir Jorces of Derry City. Irritated by the Lord's delays and incensed by the 2 men's exaggerated portrayals of the Iron Folk's might, pondering the prospect of that wretched baron becoming the Lord's honored guest, Jose strode forward, his gaze icy as he regarded Lucien and Lauslan, his tone dripping with disdain. "I have heard that your master has informed the Lord that the soldiers of Derry City are no match for those pirates?" Lucien and Lauslan, humble farmers by nature, had been exceedingly cautious since their arrival, fearful of causing trouble for Lord Suleiman. Faced with the identity and stature of Sir Jose's, they instinctively considered retreat. Who did this mere child, who survived the battlefield by chance, think he was to judge true warriors? Jose's, observing their hesitation, erupted into a mocking laughter, filled with contempt. "The truth is that dogs follow their masters. Your petty noble house, ennobled by cleaning the Lord's filth, knows nothing of honor, of noble spirit, or of courage." Upon hearing these words, Lucien and Lauslan's faces drained of color. They could endure insults directed at themselves, but they could not tolerate any affront to Lord Suleiman. Lauslan shouted at Jose's, "How dare you insult our grandfather?" "Huh." Jose seemed taken aback, as if witnessing something utterly shocking. His voice sharpened to a shrill cry. "You dare to retort against a knight? Malvin, Tobias." Jose's barked at his 2 attendants. "Go, enlighten our battlefield heroes. Let them understand the hierarchy of nobility. Let them know what true combat entails." The 2 attendants, clad in full armor, approached with malicious grins. Lucien and Lauslan were struck with terror, yet their unwavering loyalty to Lord Suleiman prevented them from retreating this time. They did not back down. Instead, they raised their arms and fists, striking back relentlessly. However, each blow landed upon the armor of the knight's attendants felt like striking solid stone. Their fists were completely thwarted by the thick armor, failing to penetrate the protective layer, let alone harm the men within. Instead, the tremendous recoil left Lucien and Lauslan's hands bloodied from the repeated assaults on their opponent's armor. As time passed, their strength waned, and they gradually ceased their counterattacks. Despite realizing the futility of their efforts, they were forced to abandon their offensive, attempting to shield their heads and bodies from the relentless rain of fists. Even as the 2 surrendered to a passive defense, Jose's attendants showed no mercy. Their cruel smiles indicated that their intent was not merely to subdue. Each strike was vicious. Devoid of compassion, they aimed to cripple Lucien and Lauslan, relentlessly pummeling their heads with feet and fists, showing no signs of stopping. The chaos and cries of anguish alarmed the soldiers throughout the camp, who were jolted by this sudden violence and rushed to witness the scene, yet none dared to intervene. After all, Jose's was a knight of the Lord. However, some soldiers harbored goodwill towards Suleiman and his 2 guards, swiftly making their way to report the news to him. In the secluded practice area of the camp, Suleiman, upon hearing the news, wore a stern expression and hurried over. When Josias's 2 attendants noticed their master's arrival, they coldly retracted their fists, which were poised to strike. "Cease at once." Sir Ronald barked, his countenance dark, clearly displeased with Josias's actions. Observing Sir Ronald's arrival amidst the commotion, Josias's attendants promptly retreated to stand behind him. Sir Ronald turned to face Suleiman, his tone laden with apology and resignation. "My Lord Suleiman, I sincerely apologize. Josias's conduct is exceedingly reckless. The city of Derry extends its apologies to you, and we shall offer compensation." Nevertheless, Suleiman did not spare a glance for Sir Ronald. His gaze remained tranquil as it turned towards Josias. He then swiftly approached Lucien and Rosalind, crouching down to assess their injuries. Fortunately, their robust physiques bore no severe harm. This was the first time since his arrival in this world that he felt such profound anger. Despite their excruciating pain and exhaustion, the 2 men managed to faintly move their lips, whispering, "We did not bring shame upon you, Lord Suleiman." Suleiman remained silent, gently patting their arms before standing up. His eyes swept across the soldiers gradually gathering around. Then he faced Josias, inhaling deeply before raising his voice. "I am Suleiman of the Stinking Fortress, a hereditary lord sanctioned by the 7 kingdoms. You, however, are but a knight without the right to inherit. You have assaulted my guards without cause and insulted my family. Such behavior is a desecration of noble honor and a contempt for the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. Josias's countenance darkened, and he opened his mouth as if to speak. Yet no words emerged. Given this, the matter has escalated to a dispute between nobles that cannot be settled peacefully. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, disputes among nobles may be resolved through trial by combat. Since you sent your armored attendants to assault my guards, let us ensure that matters are entirely fair. He pointed at Josias and then at his attendants. You and your 2 armored hounds. Strip off those turtle shells. Then he gestured to himself and Lucien and Rosalind. My guards, Lucien and Rosalind. At this very hour tomorrow, in this very spot. He enunciated each word with deadly intent. 6 men shall engage in a trial by combat. 3 against 3. Suleiman's expression remained calm and cold as he declared in the most tranquil voice, I hereby sentence you to death, by the witness of the 7 gods. The surrounding soldiers fell into a stunned silence, rendered speechless by the abrupt announcement of this life and death trial by combat. Sir Ronald's eyes widened in disbelief. The situation had escalated to this extent, initiated by Suleiman, this young lord, in such a resolute and uncompromising manner. 3 against 3, how foolishly youthful, even without armor. Josias' martial prowess is sufficient to rival many knights, and his attendants are also rigorously trained warriors. He ranks among the top 1,000 in kingdom-level tournaments, which is why he remains unperturbed by the prospect of offending Lord Raymond of Derry. He is entirely capable of accepting recruitment from other noble families. Suleiman, a youthful knight of merely 16, accompanied by 2 peasant guardians, is a figure of whom Sir Ronald could scarcely fathom the potential for victory. Josias burst into laughter. Having initially feared that Suleiman might wield the aristocratic hierarchy of Westeros against him, only to find that his opponent had chosen the very domain in which he excels, martial prowess. Pointing at Suleiman and his guardians, he declared, Excellent. Splendid. Sir Suleiman of the Stinking Castle. He raised his chin, gazing haughtily at Suleiman, and boisterously proclaimed, I am known as the White-Boar Knight, Josias Baratheon of Derry Castle. I accept your challenge. At this time tomorrow, in this very place, let us see how you and your peasants shall pronounce my death sentence in this trial by combat. Chapter 13. Trial by Combat. 2. Sir Ronald's face turned ashen as he strode towards Suleiman, his voice barely containing his fury and confusion. Following the incident at the camp, Lord Raymond of Derry summoned Suleiman to the Lord's Pavilion. Have you lost your mind, Sir Suleiman? He nearly shouted. Do you comprehend who Josias is? He ranks among the knights of considerable renown in the kingdom's tournaments. You and your 2 peasant guards? This is not bravery, it is folly. A path to your own demise. Suleiman regarded him with calm eyes, unwavering. Sir Ronald, I appreciate your concern. Sir Ronald took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Listen, Suleiman. Derry Castle shall provide you with a satisfactory recompense for the honor of your family. It will be more than sufficient. He cast a glance at Lord Raymond, who subtly nodded in agreement with Sir Ronald's proposition. Sir Suleiman, we need not escalate matters to an irretrievable state. Sir Ronald believed that this young lord from the Stinking Castle was merely blinded by the indignation of his humiliation, failing to comprehend the foolishness of his words and actions. What chance does a lad who barely survived the battlefield have against a seasoned knight of great skill? A faint smile flickered at the corners of Suleiman's mouth. Sir Ronald, I acknowledge your goodwill. However, some matters cannot be resolved through retreat. My guardians have suffered indignities on my behalf, and my family has been shamed because of me. I shall not retreat at this moment. Otherwise, what face would I have left in the world for my family? This is not recklessness, sir. The outcome remains uncertain. Suleiman turned to Ronald. Moreover, this is a necessary declaration. Some creatures can only comprehend the language of their own kind. Sir Ronald gazed into the unusually calm eyes of Suleiman, and the fury within him gradually transformed into a sense of helplessness. He could not fathom why this young man was so obstinate, so oblivious to reason, so foolish. It reminded him of the time he learned that Suleiman's father had led 3 noble kin into battle. Was the true identity of this family from the Riverlands that of the Northerners? His mind was filled with ice. Foolishness. So young, so foolish. Sir Ronald ultimately shook his head, uttering a parting remark laden with disappointment and anger before departing. He felt that any further words would be a waste of breath. Lord Raymond Derry observed Suleiman in silence, then slowly approached him. Raymond's voice was deep. Have you made your decision? Suleiman nodded. Yes, my lord. After a moment's silence, Raymond unsheathed the sword from his waist. It was a magnificent long sword, distinct from those of Westeros, with a slender blade and a hilt adorned with fine silver threads, clearly of considerable worth. This sword comes from Meereen. I gift it to you. Raymond Derry extended the sword towards Suleiman. Your sword is too worn. Suleiman was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the exquisite longsword, then at the rusted iron sword he had brought from the stinking castle. He did not feign refusal, but solemnly accepted the longsword, committing this act of kindness to memory. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Raymond. Raymond Derry nodded. Your guards also require decent weapons. I shall arrange for them to receive some. He paused, his gaze fixed steadily on Suleiman's eyes. Before the trial by combat officially commences, you may withdraw at any time, and I will assist you. Suleiman gripped the Meereen longsword tightly. The cold touch of the hilt jolted him back to reality. He looked up and offered Raymond Derry a smile, a confident smile that surprised him. I shall remember your gift of the sword, my lord. With that, he bowed slightly and departed without further words. Raymond Derry watched Suleiman's retreating figure, his expression complex and contemplative. He sensed that this young lord possessed a remarkable confidence. Suleiman arrived at the medical camp, where he found Lucien and Rosalind leaning on each other. Their wounds were bloodied, yet their eyes shone with an unusual brightness, a testament to their resilience. Lucien, grinning despite the pain, winced as his expression pulled at the cut on his lip. My lord Suleiman, I apologize for the trouble we've caused you. Rosalind bowed his head, his voice heavy with remorse. Suleiman approached to assess their injuries. Most were superficial, though bruising and swelling were inevitable. He had expected them to be filled with dread about the impending life-and-death duel, considering their opponents were knights and their squires. They are merely farmers. Are you afraid? Suleiman inquired as he glanced at the two. Not afraid. Lucien and Rosalind exclaimed almost in unison, their response resolute and unwavering. Lucien, touching his injured cheek with a tremor in his voice, said, Master Suleiman, it is just that we feel utterly powerless. They insult you and your family, yet we have no means to vanquish them, and we have disappointed you. His voice quavered, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Rosalind nodded emphatically. Indeed, Master Suleiman. We fear not death, but rather the thought of disappointing you. Suleiman's heart warmed at their words as he placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders. Remember this. It is not your fault. His voice, though calm, resonated with strength. Sometimes, this world operates in such a manner. Troubles arise not because of our failings, but because others perceive us as easy prey. Suleiman rose, casting his gaze towards the distant direction of the Knights of Joyces, his expression gradually turning icy. He recalled the life he led before his journey here. He had no family, no kin, and thus no one to rely upon. He had entered society at a young age, navigating the harsh realities of life alone, experiencing both its warmth and its chill. Through those years, he learned much. Everyone told me that suffering is a blessing, yet I have never witnessed anyone savoring such a fortune. Suleiman's voice, though low, carried clearly to Lucien and Rosalind. I once believed that kindness and sincerity would be reciprocated. However, I subsequently realized that some individuals take your goodwill for granted. If you concede, they perceive you as weak and easily manipulated. If you are gentle and amiable to everyone, then in the eyes of certain individuals, you become a source from which they can extract advantage. Remember, we shall not wield our swords to harm others, nor shall we allow others to wield their swords against us. Suleiman turned back to face Lucien and Rosalind, his gaze unwavering. Today, Joyces and his attendants dared to assault you and insult my family, for they believe us to be soft targets, easily molded to their whims. If we endure this, then tomorrow, more will come to oppress us. They will seize our food, take our land, and even threaten our lives. Therefore, when trouble knocks at our door, the only recourse is to strike back with greater ferocity, inflict pain upon them, instill fear in them. Let them tremble at the mere sight of us. Let them divert their path whenever they encounter us again. Lucien and Rosalind listened in stunned silence, Suleiman's words hammering into their simple minds, creating fissures of understanding. They had never encountered such reasoning. Their parents had always taught them not to resist the nobility, for they were merely livestock grazing upon the Lord's land. The noble lords had always insisted that their lowly status necessitated obedience and submission. The disciples of the seven deities often tell others that their souls are inherently tainted, and that their arrival in this world is meant to endure all manner of suffering, solely for the sake of atonement. Yet, the words of Lord Suleiman instilled within them an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. Indeed, why should they be subjected to torment? Why must they endure in silence? Lucien gingerly touched his swollen head, then his nape, and with a simple smile, stammered, My lord, I think I am beginning to understand. Lausen also grinned broadly, revealing a candid smile. I believe my lord is right. We have lived 20 years longer than my lord, yet it seems our lives have been in vain. Suleiman regarded their relieved expressions and chuckled in return. Thus, tomorrow, we are not marching towards death. His voice resonated with strength. We are going to proclaim to all that the stench of the fortress family is not to be trifled with. Chapter 14. The Trial by Combat. 3. The designated arena for the trial by combat at the army camp of Derry City was already teeming with spectators. The vassals of Derry City, knights, their attendants, and soldiers congregated, murmuring among themselves, their eyes fixated on the few figures at the center of the field. A majority of the gazes were filled with curiosity, while many bore expressions of confusion. They were eager to witness what audacity and courage the young sir from the stench fortress possessed to challenge the long-renowned knight José's to a life-or-death trial by combat. Why on earth would Lord Suleiman do this? A soldier lamented quietly to his companion, who harbored a certain fondness for the young noble. Another soldier replied in hushed tones. Nobles regard their family's honor as equivalent to life itself, akin to the legendary tales recounted by wandering poets. Poor young Sir Suleiman. On the other side of the crowd, Knight José's, due to his excessive girth, was being assisted by his attendants in donning his attire, having agreed not to wear armor for this encounter. In his estimation, confronting a mere youth like Suleiman and two farmers did not warrant full armament. José's cast a disdainful glance at Suleiman and his companions standing not far off, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He then took the gleaming long sword from his attendant, its blade reflecting a chilling glint in the sunlight. What a fool, he sneered, his tone dripping with contempt and mockery. To him, Suleiman's fate was already sealed. This very place would serve as the grave for this audacious young noble. He was prepared to toy with Suleiman like a cat with a mouse, relishing the prospect of tormenting him to death. He had not anticipated that Suleiman would declare a trial by combat, granting himself an opportunity to slay him. After all, Suleiman was a knight, albeit a minor one, and still a lord of hereditary lands. Sir Ronald hastily approached Suleiman, his expression grim and voice lowered. My lord, this is your last opportunity. It is not too late to withdraw. Let this matter rest. Suleiman calmly regarded him and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Sir Ronald. My mind is made up. Sir Ronald sighed heavily, choosing to remain silent and stepping aside. There was no point in further discussion. The young man had firmly resolved to return Suleiman's severed head home. An elderly figure, clad in simple monk's robes, slowly approached the center of the arena. He was one of the 7 gods monks accompanying the army, tasked with presiding over and witnessing this trial by combat. His aged voice resonated with a unique solemnity amidst the slightly chaotic atmosphere, swiftly restoring tranquility. Today, Sir Suleiman of the Stinking Fortress and Sir Josias Burke of Derry City shall determine each other's honor and guilt through the clash of swords. All blades are wielded by the divine hand. The survivor shall be deemed innocent. The 7 gods observe. Life and death hinge upon the sword. May the Father of Heaven render just judgment upon you. Begin. The monk gestured for both parties to step forward. Suleiman and Sir Josias stood facing each other, a distance of 5 meters apart. Sir Josias, with his head held high, looked arrogantly at Suleiman, his voice booming. I, Sir Josias Burke of Derry City. Suleiman's voice, though quieter, resonated clearly in every ear. I, Sir Suleiman of the Stinking Fortress, hereby judge your crimes. No superfluous words were exchanged. The two then retreated to their designated positions at opposite ends of the arena, 30 meters apart. Lucien and Rosalind gripped tightly the long swords gifted by Lord Raymond Derry, their palms slick with sweat, nervously standing beside Suleiman. Sir Josias cracked his neck, producing a series of ominous sounds. He addressed his 2 attendants, saying, You two, do not move. Today, I shall personally slay these 3 fools. No sooner had he spoken than Sir Josias let out a furious roar, lunging forward with his sword drawn, charging at Suleiman. His demeanor was fierce, living up to his moniker of the White Pig Knight, resembling a boar in its reckless charge. Suleiman, Lucien, and Rosalind gasped, instinctively preparing to rush forward. Stop! Suleiman's voice, though not loud, bore an irresistible authority. The two hesitated, forced to watch as the ferocious figure of Sir Josias drew closer to their beloved Suleiman. Many soldiers in the crowd even closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the impending bloody carnage. To them, the frail young man seemed moments away from a gruesome fate. A tragedy appeared imminent. However, just as Sir Josias's sword was about to cleave down upon Suleiman's head, an unexpected twist unfolded. A shrill, piercing scream, sharp as a butcher's knife, shattered the camp's atmosphere. The onlookers opened their eyes in astonishment, gasping at the sight before them. Sir Josias stumbled back, his right wrist empty, blood gushing forth like a fountain. His right hand, gripping the longsword, along with a portion of his wrist, now lay several paces away in the mud. Suleiman stood motionless. The meal longsword in his hand angled toward the ground, its blade stained with specks of blood. To those observing, his movements were as swift as lightning, graceful as a dance, seemingly devoid of strength, yet strikingly lethal. My hand! My hand! Knight Joasses emitted a piercing, anguished wail. His blood-red eyes filled with disbelief and excruciating pain. He could hardly fathom that this would be the outcome. How could it happen so swiftly? The agony nearly caused him to faint, but the instincts honed from years of combat compelled him to react immediately. With a fierce motion, he drew a short dagger from his waist, determined to deliver a fatal blow. Recklessly, he lunged at Suleiman, his blood-red eyes wild, akin to a rabid dog. Suleiman's gaze was cold as ice, his form again a delicate blur. Joasses felt a shift before him, as if a specter had flitted to his side. Another flash of the sword. A more heart-rending scream erupted. Knight Joasses' left wrist was severed cleanly. The dagger, along with his severed hand, fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blood gushed from Joasses' arms, the pain overwhelming him, forcing him to his knees with a thud. Suleiman offered him no respite. He stepped forward, the meal longsword slicing accurately across Joasses' eyes. My eyes! My eyes! Joasses, in agony, shielded his face with his arms, blood flowing from between them like a stream. He was utterly bereft of the capacity to resist. Yet Suleiman did not relent, like a gust of wind. He circled behind Joasses, the sword descending twice more. Joasses' legs buckled, collapsing entirely, his tendons severed. He writhed upon the ground like a fish out of water, thrashing as if a bleeding pig freed from its restraints, emitting sharp, terrifying cries. The sound was so harrowing, so dreadful, so filled with despair, that it sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding vassals, knights, and soldiers. Some timid soldiers even turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Their gazes towards Suleiman were fraught with fear, perhaps even reverence. So cruel, someone muttered under their breath. There is no mercy of a knight to be found. By the seven gods, this man must face divine retribution. Knight Joasses writhed on the ground like a caterpillar, blood staining the earth beneath him. He shrieked hoarsely, his voice laden with terror and despair. Malvin! Tobia! Save me! Save me! Come quickly! His two attendants, standing not far away, were already paralyzed with fear by the gruesome scene before them, their faces as pale as parchment, legs trembling like leaves in the wind. How could they dare to approach? Suleiman gazed impassively at Joasses, who writhed on the ground. As his right arm slowly rose, the tip of the meal sword pointed downward, aimed at Joasses' scapula. With a swift thrust, the sword plunged down fiercely, piercing through Joasses' shoulder bone and embedding itself deep into the earth. A pained howl escaped Joasses' lips as his body convulsed violently, yet he could move not a muscle. Suleiman signaled to Lucien and Rosalind, who exchanged a glance laden with shock and fear. In their eyes, Sir Suleiman had always been benevolent. They gripped their swords tightly and, with a fierce roar, charged towards Joasses' two terrified attendants. Suleiman remained still, aware that certain paths must be traversed by these two peasant men alone. If they wished to journey further, they must stain their hands with blood. Like himself, in truth, he too trembled alongside his two guards, but he held back, knowing that in the realm of Westeros, displaying fear would lead to a grave fate. He had to endure it all. As Lucien advanced, he bellowed in rage, as if to unleash all the pent-up frustrations of his past life in that single moment. You wretched curs, dare to strike me. The two attendants, already in a state of panic, were thrown into disarray at the sight of Lucien and Rosalind charging towards them with ferocity. They hastily drew their swords to defend themselves, but their movements were uncoordinated, far from the trained precision they usually exhibited. After a mere few seconds of resistance, the two attendants were felled by Lucien and Rosalind. Spare me, I beg you. One of the attendants cried out, clutching his severed leg, blood pouring from the wound. Lucien, panting heavily, his eyes ablaze, fixed his gaze on the pleading attendant on the ground, his sword momentarily faltering. He recalled Lord Suleiman's words, remembering the humiliations he had endured. In the next instant, he roared, raising his sword high before bringing it down with ferocity. The blade sank deep into the attendant's skull, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The attendant breathed no more, yet Lucien's sword continued its relentless descent, hacking at the lifeless body as if to expel all the pent-up rage he had concealed for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Rosalind had also dispatched his opponent to the ground. The attendant wept profusely, desperately bowing his head in supplication. Do not kill me. I implore you, spare my life. Roslin's hand trembled around the sword as he beheld the attendant's face, twisted in terror, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He instinctively glanced towards Lord Suleiman, who merely observed him with a calm demeanor, devoid of any emotion or directive. Taking a deep breath, Roslin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the flicker of hesitation had vanished, replaced by a resolute determination. He raised his sword and swung down with force. A head flew away, rolling far from its body. Jesus, the knight, found himself pinned to the ground, his servants' anguished cries abruptly silenced, signaling the end of all things. His remaining will shattered entirely. He uttered a hoarse and feeble plea. "Kill me, I beseech you, Sir Suleiman. Grant me a swift end. Bestow upon me a resolution." Suleiman approached him slowly, casting a disdainful gaze upon this once mighty knight, who now writhed on the ground like a blood-letted swine. He drew forth the long sword, the famed meal, embedded in Jesus' shoulder blade. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth once more. Jesus let out a wretched scream, far from the conclusion he had anticipated. Suleiman raised the bloodied sword, its tip pointed skyward, surveying the silent crowd encircling them. His voice resonated through the stillness, piercing the ears of all present. "This is the fate that befalls those who insult me, who dare dishonor the stinking fortress family. There shall be no mercy, no resolution, only an eternity of unending pain and torment." Chapter 15. Farewell. 3 splendid steeds galloped along the king's road, bearing Suleiman, Lucien, and Roslin. It must be said, the attire of a man and the saddle of a horse defined their worth. Lord Raymond Derry had bestowed upon Suleiman and his companions fine armor, exquisite swords, and noble steeds as parting gifts. Clad in a brand new, exquisitely tailored black noble cloak, adorned with a short black cape fluttering in the wind, Suleiman bore a magnificent slender sword gifted by Lord Raymond at his waist. Unlike the cumbersome broadswords of Westeros, this weapon exuded a unique delicacy and sharpness, characteristic of craftsmanship from the opposite shore of the narrow sea. Its blade was long and slender, and the hilt was inlaid with intricate silver filigree. Riding atop a white steed, his countenance remained that of a typical Riverlander, yet he stood tall, his features, though ordinary, radiating a resolute strength. Coupled with the majestic horse, the flowing black cloak, and the gleaming sword at his side, he emanated an air of authority, bestowing upon him a distinctive allure and charm. Lord Damon Rycan and Sir Ronald of Fruitwood stood entranced, questioning if this was indeed the same individual. The Suleiman of mere days prior bore none of the regal bearing or vitality expected of a noble scion. With his rough skin, he resembled more the son of a peasant than that of nobility. Yet now, the figure before them, transformed from the tattered garments and unremarkable visage of yore, was a striking contrast. By the gods, am I truly this handsome? Suleiman reveled silently in his newfound elegance. Glancing back at Lucien and Roslin, they too had undergone a transformation. Adorned in well-fitted light armor gifted by Lord Raymond, they no longer wore their previous ragged attire. At their waists hung 2 pristine longswords, replacing their former rusted blades. Now garbed in soldier-esque light armor, swords at their hips, riding noble steeds, they held their heads high, backs straightened, shedding their former timidity. They appeared invigorated, no longer exuding the aura of peasants, but rather embodying true soldiers, albeit with an endearing simplicity still evident in their demeanor. 3 days prior, he bid farewell to Lord Raymond Derry, accompanied by 2 guards. It was not that he wished to cease indulging in feasts. Rather, his reputation had become tarnished. The memory of that day lingers vividly, with swords raised to the heavens, exuding an aura of formidable authority as he glared at the nobles of Derry City, proclaiming in a voice that resonated with fury, "This is the consequence of insulting me, the disgrace of the stinky fortress family. There shall be no mercy, no resolution, only an interminable future filled with anguish and torment." Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. The sound of a falling pin could be distinctly heard. The elder priest presiding over the martial judgment bore a visage etched with disbelief and indignation. Suleiman's actions reeked of chilling brutality and savagery. There was no adherence to tradition, no semblance of mercy. This was an affront to the 7 gods, a sacrilege that would surely invoke divine wrath. The fury coursing through his aged body rendered him tremulous, words of condemnation eluding his lips, as if he were on the brink of returning to the embrace of the 7 gods. The nobles and knights of Derry City were ablaze with rage, their eyes fixed upon Suleiman with disdain. His actions had violated every tradition of noble combat, showcasing not an ounce of the compassion expected of a gentleman or knight, but rather a heart-stopping display of bloodshed and cruelty. Suleiman, in an appalling display of savagery, rendered his opponent incapacitated, gouging out their eyes and severing their tendons at a moment when resistance was futile. He even deprived a knight of the dignity of a noble death, opting instead for a protracted demise steeped in agony and suffering. The entire nobility of Derry City erupted in outrage, perceiving Suleiman's actions as not merely an affront to a single knight, but an affront to the dignity of the entire city and the honor of the nobility of the realm, even extending to the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. Their ire did not stem from sympathy for Sir José's, for they understood the events that had transpired. Sir José's had insulted the honor of a hereditary noble family. The insulted party had chosen to uphold their dignity through the traditional martial judgment rather than impose their noble rank upon their adversary. This was the just and noble course of action, even when facing a guardian or a king. Their anger arose from Suleiman's breach of the fundamental tenets of noble conduct as they understood it. To them, Suleiman's actions were heinous, unacceptable, and even perilous. This incident should have been a tale of glory among the Seven Kingdoms, a legendary story recounted by the bards. A 16-year-old noble, in a fit of righteous anger, challenging a renowned knight of the Seven Kingdoms to defend his family's honor, ultimately triumphing and slaying him, preserving his family's dignity. Sir Ronald's countenance darkened. His lips pressed tightly together, casting a complex gaze upon Suleiman. He could sense the overwhelming fury of the surrounding nobles and knights, the very air thickening with tension. Eventually, he spoke. Sir Suleiman, you have valiantly defended your family's honor with sword and blade. Now, I implore you to grant your opponent the mercy of death, allowing him to depart this world, end his suffering. This is the compassion befitting a noble and a mark of respect in the eyes of the seven gods. The noblemen and knights surrounding the city of Derry cast hopeful glances towards Suleiman, yearning for him to exhibit a semblance of respect for tradition in this critical moment. However, Suleiman merely stood calmly beside Josias, his gaze fixated on Ronald. His voice, though soft, resonated with remarkable clarity amidst the profound silence, each word striking like thunder. Unequivocal and authoritative. Sir Ronald, my family is forever the subject of mockery and derision among other nobles. Even though my father and two brothers perished for the Iron Throne, I ask you, do they harbor the slightest respect for my family? Is there any regard for the noble traditions? He paused, his cold gaze sweeping the surroundings, recalling how he had often heard nobles ridicule his family since his arrival at Derry. Suleiman methodically wiped the blood from his sword, sheathing it with an air of finality that brooked no dispute. His fate shall be judged by my sword, and thus determined by my words. Either he shall bleed and suffer a torturous death, or he shall live, burdened by his sins and pain. A living warning to all who dare insult me and the stinking fortress family. Suleiman's words effectively silenced all of Sir Ronald's attempts at persuasion. Ronald's expression turned solemn. He opened his mouth, yet ultimately said nothing. He could only watch helplessly as Sir Josias writhed on the ground in despair, hoping for the knight to bleed out and die, for otherwise, his future would be more tragic than death itself. Surviving, he would face physical disabilities, bedridden, treated in a manner utterly contrary to his former life, yet he had no power to intervene in the judgments delivered by the victor of the trial by combat. Suleiman cast one last glance at Sir Ronald, his expression tinged with regret, for Ronald had always treated him like a mentor. He then turned, accompanied by Lucien and Rosalind, and strode away from the bloody clearing, leaving Sir Josias to wail in despair, amidst a camp steeped in silence, fear, and anger. Reflecting on this, Suleiman felt a lingering guilt towards Lord Raymond Derry and Sir Ronald. It was said that after Sir Josias was rescued, he had a chance to survive. Yet he was left blind, with severed hands and broken legs, rendered a mere shell of a man, pleading with those around him to end his life. But no one dared to comply, for this was the decree of the victor in the trial by combat, and they were now gripped by fear of Sir Suleiman. It was not until Lord Raymond Derry arrived, drawing a long sword from a soldier's waist, that he pierced Sir Josias' skull with a single stroke. Observing the shifting atmosphere among his comrades, the soldiers no longer dared to engage with the trio. Upon seeing them, they vacated the space. The nobles glared at him with fury, and had their glares been lethal, Suleiman would have been slain countless times by their resentful stares. The venerable elder of the seven gods relentlessly pursued him, fervently preaching wherever he went, seemingly intent on converting him into a true devotee of the seven gods. Ultimately, he chose to bid farewell to Lord Raymond Derry and offered his apologies. To his surprise, Lord Derry gazed at him with astonishment and inquired why he felt the need to apologize, for he had merely defended the honor of his family. There was nothing to be concerned about. Had he lacked formidable strength, his fate would have mirrored that of Kaiser's, who had likewise intended to treat him as such. In this world, at times, infamy serves as a more formidable shield than virtue. Your actions were commendable. He even bestowed upon Suleiman and his companions armor, swords, and fine steeds, telling Suleiman that should he ever find himself without a place to go, the gates of Derry City would always be open to him. Chapter 16. Lady Rosalind. The towering stone walls of Dating City loomed ahead. This truly resembled a castle, unlike the solitary three-story tower of Stinky Castle, which not even a dog would inhabit. Suleiman scoffed inwardly. The banner of House Dating fluttered in the wind atop the 5-meter-high walls. Due to the ongoing war and Lord Baron Dating's presence at the coastal city to confront the enemy, the soldiers on guard were clad in armor, their demeanor vigilant and formidable. The castle gates stood firmly shut. Upon the arrival of 3 armed and armored horsemen, the soldiers atop the walls swiftly sounded the alarm for an emergency gathering. Suleiman reined in the white horse gifted by Raymond Derry, while Lucien and Rosalind anxiously halted behind him. "Who goes there?" barked the 4 guards atop the wall, their bows drawn taut, fingers poised on the strings, ready to unleash arrows at them. Suleiman felt a genuine trepidation towards these archers. One misstep could turn the 3 of them into pincushions. Hastily, he rode forward, producing the seal and family insignia from his bosom. "I, Sir Suleiman of Stinky Castle, have come to pay my respects to the Lady of the Lord," he proclaimed. The lead guard scrutinized the 3 of them with skepticism. Clad in a flowing black cloak, armed with a sharp sword, and mounted on a magnificent steed, Suleiman exuded an air of grandeur. Behind him, Lucien and Rosalind, though donning only light armor, sat tall on their steeds, swords at their sides, their expressions alert, embodying the essence of seasoned veterans. The guards atop the wall whispered among themselves, "Stinky Castle? I've heard they are so impoverished they can't even afford a horse, let alone retain guards. Yet these 3 do not appear to fit that description." Moreover, wasn't it said that the entire family of Stinky Castle perished at the hands of the Iron Men? The only surviving member, a child, was reportedly struck on the head by an Iron Man, left for dead, and sent back to await his fate. One guard was lowered from the wall in a basket, cautiously approaching to receive the seal and family insignia from Suleiman. After inspecting them closely, he raised his gaze to Suleiman, his expression shifting from initial wariness to astonishment, then to confusion. "Sir Suleiman of Stinky Castle?" he confirmed. "Indeed," came the response. The guard returned the seal and family heirloom to Suleiman, his tone noticeably softened. "Please wait a moment. I need to report," he said before turning back to the lift, which hoisted him back up to the city. The wait was not prolonged. Soon, the grand gates of the castle swung open, and a dozen knights galloped out, encircling Suleiman and his companions. The leading knight spoke with a degree of respect, though his hand rested firmly on the hilt of his sword, his gaze roving over Suleiman and his companions. "Sir Suleiman, Lady Rosalind requests your presence." Suleiman nodded and urged his horse forward into the city, followed closely by Lucien and Rosalind, who strove to maintain their composure, though their expressions were slightly tense. After all, they were surrounded by a dozen knights as they entered the city. Upon entering Dating City, Lucien and Rosalind exchanged glances of astonishment at the sight before them. The cobblestone streets were lined with sturdy 2- or even 3-story buildings constructed of blue stone, with patrolling soldiers visible at every turn. No wonder Suleiman's grandfather referred to our place as a refugee camp. The knights then separated Suleiman and his companions once more, verifying their information before finally confirming it. They escorted the trio to a side chamber, where they were instructed to disarm and remove their armor, followed by a thorough search. "Sir Suleiman, please wait here," the knight directed. The side chamber, though modest in size and furnishings, was clean and orderly. Suleiman found a chair to rest and closed his eyes to rejuvenate. Lucien and Rosalind, however, appeared restless. "My lord, this horse is truly unbearable," Rosalind murmured, rubbing the inside of his thigh with a grimace. Lucien nodded in agreement, his face contorted in discomfort. "My backside feels as if it no longer belongs to me." Previously, he had admired how the knights rode with such grace and grandeur, never anticipating the ordeal it entailed. Rosalind continued to grumble. Lucien quickly interrupted. "What are you saying? Our lord provided us with horses. He holds us in esteem." Suleiman opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You will grow accustomed to it. There will be many more opportunities to ride in the future." Upon hearing this, their expressions turned even more forlorn. Before long, the sound of gentle footsteps approached. A woman with chestnut hair, dressed in a simple long gown, entered, accompanied by 2 handmaidens. She appeared to be in her 40s, her face drawn and weary, her hair casually gathered at the back of her head, suggesting a prolonged lack of restful sleep. Yet her gaze was serene and composed, exuding the authority of a lady of the manor as she walked. This was Lady Rosalind, the mistress of the dating family. Suleiman rose and bowed respectfully. "Good day, esteemed Lady Rosalind." Lucien and Rosalind hurriedly followed suit, mimicking Suleiman's gesture, albeit somewhat clumsily. "Young Suleiman, there is no need for excessive formality. Please, have a seat," Lady Rosalind replied in a gentle voice, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. "Young Suleiman, have you come to claim your family as title?" Lady Rosalind inquired, and Suleiman took a deep breath, his face instantly clouded with sorrow. Life is but a play, reliant on the art of performance. His eyes reddened as he rushed forward, kneeling and tightly embracing Lady Rosalind's legs, his voice choked with emotion. "Madam, my father and 2 brothers have perished. They have fallen in the battle at Haijang City. My mother, believing us all lost, leaped from the stinking fortress in her grief and despair. Madam. As he spoke, his anguish became palpable, his head lowered, his body trembling with tears. His hands clutched the hem of Lady Rosalind's gown with increasing fervor. Lady Rosalind regarded him quietly, a glimmer of compassion in her gaze as she gently stroked Suleiman's hair. What had this poor child endured? She sighed softly. "I have heard of the tragedy at the stinking fortress. Your father and 2 brothers were valiant warriors. The dating family shall forever honor their loyalty. Your mother was also an exemplary matriarch, raising 3 fine children." Suleiman lifted his head, tears glistening in his eyes. "My father, in response to the call to arms, nearly exhausted our family's entire savings to procure weapons and equipment. Now, the stinking fortress has but me left. The granaries are barren, the treasury devoid of gold, and my people and I are on the brink of starvation." His voice broke with sorrow, pleading, "I beseech you, madam, in light of my father and brother's sacrifice for Lord Dating, I humbly ask for your generosity to help me through this dire plight." Lucien and Rosalind stood in stunned silence, observing the young lord kneeling before Lady Rosalind, weeping and wailing in such desolation. What has transpired? Has our esteemed elder Suleiman concealed his suffering beneath a facade of indifference all this time? How long has he hidden his tears within his heart? Guilt welled within them. Why are we so powerless? Lady Rosalind gazed upon the kneeling young lord, tears streaming down his face, her eyes reflecting a mix of sorrow and tenderness. After a brief silence, she spoke slowly. "Young Suleiman, your family has bled for the dating lineage. This loyalty shall never be forgotten by us." Her voice remained gentle, yet imbued with a sense of insight. "However, I have also heard that the benevolent Lord Suleiman, upon returning to the stinking fortress, distributed the last of his family's provisions and wealth to the families of those valiant souls who fell in battle." At her words, Suleiman's heart wavered, his expression of grief abruptly stiffening. Indeed, if a lord cannot promptly ascertain the circumstances of his vassals, what kind of lord is he? Yet, Suleiman quickly regained his composure. Continuing to weep and clutching tightly to the lady's leg, "My father and brothers perished, yet those farmers also died for my family. Their families are left destitute. I cannot bear to see them starve. You see, my lady, I am the youngest in my family and have never received the education befitting a family heir." He raised his hand to wipe away the tears that had escaped, in a moment of impulsiveness. "I simply did not anticipate the dire straits our family has found itself in." Lady Rosalind regarded him with a gaze that held both scrutiny and an ineffable sense of empathy. With a soft sigh, she spoke in a tone laced with both affection and a hint of resignation. "You shall be a kind and benevolent lord." She extended her hand, gently helping Suleiman to his feet. "Rise, young Suleiman. I shall consider allocating some provisions to help you through this hardship." Suleiman stood, his face a portrait of appropriate gratitude tinged with sorrow. "Thank you, my lady. Thank you." The most effective way to touch a woman's heart is to awaken her sense of empathy. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. A guard burst in, visibly flustered, even neglecting to announce his presence. My lady, urgent military news." The guard panted, his complexion pale. Lady Rosalind furrowed her brow. What could be so urgent? A servant presented a letter to Lady Rosalind. As she read, her countenance shifted dramatically, ultimately settling into a serious demeanor, the weariness upon her face becoming more pronounced. She then turned to Suleiman, her voice laden with regret. "Young Suleiman, I will need some time to consider your request. You may stay in the city for now. Once I have addressed the pressing military matters, I shall provide you with a response." Suleiman silently lamented the timing, wishing he could have arrived a moment later. It seemed the lady was already prepared to be generous. Left with no choice, he respectfully replied, "I shall await your news." "My lady." Lady Rosalind nodded, I shall do so as swiftly as possible. Suleiman took his leave, accompanied by Lucien and Rosalind, his mind racing with strategies for the coming days. Lady Rosalind's demeanor did not appear unfavorable, and it seemed she had been inclined to assist him until the urgent military matter altered her course of action, necessitating further contemplation. However, such contemplation signified uncertainty, leaving him to ponder the nature of the urgent military news. Chapter 17. The High Mountain Clan. The soldiers of Dating City gazed in astonishment at the seemingly indifferent Suleiman and his two guards, Lucien and Rosalind. They were utterly flabbergasted to witness a noble, with hereditary lands, standing in line with guards to receive food at the soldiers' mess. Accustomed to lavish feasts, was this noble seeking a taste of common fare? Indeed, the peculiar appetites of this odious baron were quite extraordinary. Suleiman, accompanied by Lucien and Rosalind, carried a tray and approached a table to sit down, entirely disregarding the curious and scrutinizing gazes of the surrounding soldiers. Once seated, Suleiman retrieved 2 cloth bags filled with items from his person and tossed them to Lucien and Rosalind. While consuming the meal before them, he addressed them. This is your military stipend. This sum was bestowed by Lord Raymond Derry as a token of gratitude for his recounting of the combat experiences against the Ironborn to the soldiers of Derry City. In truth, it was Lucien and Rosalind who undertook this task. Lucien and Rosalind were momentarily taken aback, their faces betraying a profound disbelief. Grandfather Suleiman, what are you doing? Lucien stammered. Rosalind, recovering from his astonishment, stared blankly at Suleiman. Suleiman set down his plate, furrowing his brow as he regarded the two, reiterating, "Did I not tell you? This is your military stipend." His tone was as casual as if he were discussing the most mundane of matters. Yet, in the minds of Lucien and Rosalind, the Lord had already provided refuge and land for the populace. Thus, participating in the Lord's battles was a duty they owed as his subjects, a means to repay his kindness. Even death in battle would simply be a misfortune on their part. You have granted our family shelter upon your land, sparing us from displacement, and provided us with land to cultivate, saving us from starvation. These were the words of their forefathers, now echoed by them to Suleiman. Their eyes were reddened, words tumbling from their lips as if accepting this money would be an egregious sin. Grandfather Suleiman, we cannot accept your military stipend. Moreover, they felt a sense of guilt towards his family, especially concerning the old lady of the house, his mother. Observing their seemingly endless reluctance, Suleiman's irritation began to surface. He slammed his hand on the table. There must be a return for every contribution. Do you understand? You are my soldiers, the soldiers of the Stoutfort family. No longer mere farmers. You are my swords. I need you to stand firm for me. Seeing the fear and rigidity on their faces, Suleiman realized that he had allowed his emotions to overtake him. He felt increasingly unlike his former self, embodying the essence of a true noble lord of Westeros. His tone softened, though still unwavering. Remember this. Rewards for merit, punishment for faults. This stipend is yours, earned through your own efforts and capabilities. You serve me, and I have witnessed your dedication and toil. This is your reward for service. He glanced at the 2 bags of coins, his voice becoming calm yet resolute. Take this money back to Dating City. Procure some goods for your families, for your children. Let them know. Let all my subjects understand. Following Grandfather Suleiman is not a march to death without purpose. It is about earning a better life for your household through your own strength and efforts. Lucien and Rosalind finally emerged from their stupor, beginning to absorb the meaning behind Grandfather Suleiman's words. His sentiments, coupled with the unexpected military stipend, the direct and forthright acknowledgement of their contributions, and the reward for their efforts, resonated more profoundly than any grandiloquent rhetoric could ever convey. Lucien and Rosalind felt their hearts racing rapidly. From this moment on, they were recognized by Grandfather Suleiman as soldiers serving him, soldiers loyal to the Stinkfort family. Grandfather Suleiman did not seek their gratitude, but rather wished for this gratitude to manifest in a more tangible form. Observing their final surrender, Suleiman picked up the money pouch. How exhausting this is. Just look at the state of the world, what it has reduced people to. With such thoughts, Suleiman took a piece of black bread, placed it in his mouth, and mumbled, "Eat." His gaze swept over the two, devoid of any emotional hue, yet it imparted an invisible pressure upon Lucien and Rosalind. Rosalind swallowed hard, laboriously stowing away the cloth bag. Lucien silently tucked away the other pouch as well. The money was scant, the bag light. Yet both Rosalind and Lucien felt it weighed heavier in their hands than their swords. In their hearts, they silently swore allegiance to Grandfather Suleiman, until death do them part. The council chamber of the castle of Dating was dimly lit. The crackling of the fire in the hearth echoed softly. A map of the Riverlands lay sprawled across the wooden long table, detailing the various families, mountains, perilous terrains, rivers, castles, and even ferry crossings. Within the castle, Lady Roslin's finger pressed upon the map at the location of the Datings family along the Green Cross River, her brow furrowed with worry. Scholar Ward stood beside her, his gray robe cascading down, the chains of his scholar's insignia glinting in the somber surroundings. His voice, equally low and weary, broke the silence. Messages and ravens seeking aid from all corners of the Datings territory continue to arrive at the castle, my lady. Simultaneously, his thin fingers traced the mountainous region connecting the Riverlands to the valleys. The Highland clan tribes, descending from the Bright Moon Mountains, had begun to pillage, numbering over 1,000, perhaps even more. Lady Roslin clenched her fingers tightly, lowering her head slightly, remaining silent. They had scattered far and wide, with many villages already reduced to ashes. At last, Lady Roslin spoke, her voice laced with exhaustion. How many of us remain? Scholar Ward paused for a moment before responding. Fewer than 400, my lady. Lord Baron has led the troops to the coastal city. We can only hold the fort, and we lack the strength to launch a rescue. What about Tilly's guardianship there? Or the other lords of the Riverlands? Roslin rubbed her temples. Scholar Ward recounted the harsh reality. The Riverland forces were deployed along the lengthy coastline of buried Toontown and Eagle's Point, with the threat of the Iron Men far greater than these savages. We can only rely on ourselves, and at present, we are powerless. The atmosphere in the council chamber grew somber. Ultimately, it was Lady Roslin who broke the silence. Her hand angrily struck the wooden long table. We must devise a plan. Scholar Ward, we cannot allow the situation to unfold in this manner. If we disregard the invasion of the savages and the pleas for help from our vassals and subjects, what will they think? They would perceive the Danes family as incapable of providing them protection, and the consequences of such a belief would be dire. Bachelor Ward did not seek to placate Lady Roslin despite her indignation. He sighed and remarked, Madam, rather than worrying about them, we ought to be concerned for our own safety. Once Deep Valley Castle falls, Dane City will face the savages directly. Ward then shifted his tone. I have a proposition. The city is devoid of any noble commanders, yet I have heard that Suleiman the stinking bastard, who survived the battlefield, is within the city. We could urgently summon 300 soldiers to put under his command, publicly declaring that the Danes family is responding to the pleas of the people. Should he falter in his campaign against the savages or delay in action? Roslin's heart sank, for she understood the bachelor's implication. Bachelor Ward, how can we do such a thing to a young man who has lost all his kin? Ward's expression remained unchanged. Lady Roslin regarded him, pacing back and forth, until she finally halted, lifting her gaze to the Danes family crest hanging upon the wall, a shield symbolizing the Danes family's guardianship over their lands. While now the barbarous clans of the Highlands ravaged their territory. Ultimately, she turned, her countenance resolute. Urgently summon 300 soldiers. Reinforce the defense of Deep Valley Castle. Abandon support for the rest of the lands. Let Suleiman come to me.